After transmigrating into the world of Naruto, he was erased by a scummy system, only to be brought back by Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation during the Chunin Exams. Orochimaru, are you really insane? You actually dared to summon him? Looking at the appearing Ryunosuke Uzumaki, Hiruzen Sarutobi broke out in a cold sweat. The Kingdom of Shadows. Your king has returned. Looking at the shadow ninja soldiers constantly emerging around him, Ryunosuke Uzumaki coldly stared at the major ninja villages that had destroyed Uzushio. Now, pay the price for what you've done. The story begins. Year 60 of Konoha, Konohagakure, Chunin Exams Arena. This time, it had originally been a performance meant to show off their village's strength. But with all kinds of commotion erupting in the center of the arena, its original purpose had long since gone completely off track. Behind the many spectators, a man in a black robe and a mask belonging to the Hokage's direct forces was crouching there, forming hand seals with both hands as he cast a wide-range genjutsu. Genjutsu, Temple of Nirvana technique. For a moment, large numbers of feathers drifted down all across the Chunin exam arena, drawing the attention of the crowd. Very quickly, as the genjutsu took effect, the nobles, commoners, and weaker people at the scene all fell into the illusion created by the caster. I didn't expect Sunigakure to tear up the peace treaty on its own. Are you trying to start a war between the two great hidden villages? Kazekage-sama. On the rooftop, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was being held hostage by the fourth Kazekage, turned his head and spoke to the fourth Kazekage behind him, who was pressing a kunai against his neck. It seems you've really grown too old and too used to peace, Hiruzen-sensei. You are. Hearing that all too familiar voice beside his ear, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face instantly turned dark with shock. Orochimaru. And not far outside Konohagakure in the forest. Once the agreed signal to begin the operation was sent out, a group of Sunin ninja gathered around a huge teleportation array and opened a summoning scroll they had prepared in advance. As thick smoke spread out, a massive three-headed snake revealed its huge body from within and charged straight at the outer walls of Konohagakure. In an instant, all of Konoha fell into chaos. Looking at the huge breach smashed open by the snake's body, fear of invasion spread through the hearts of the civilians and merchants who saw it happen. Some merchants were even filled with regret. If they had known things would get this chaotic, they never would have traveled all the way to Konoha to do business. Forget making money this time, they might even lose their lives here. And some of the ninja outside the Chunin exam arena were also pushed into a disadvantage because they had not reacted in time and had no one leading them. Inside the Chunin exam arena, elite Jonin Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy were working together to beat back the Suna and Oto Geikure ninja rushing at them. But because they also had to protect the people around them who had already fallen into the illusion from being caught in ninjutsu, the two of them were struggling a little for the moment.
Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique.
On the rooftop, the Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was also fighting fiercely with the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru. As Hiruzen Sarutobi used his ninjutsu, countless shuriken shot toward Orochimaru at high speed. Facing the incoming shuriken, Orochimaru refused to be outdone. His hands rapidly formed seals, then quickly came together with a clap. Summoning. Impure World Reincarnation. In an instant, a huge coffin rose up in front of Orochimaru, blocking the attacks. On the coffin was carved the character for first. The first. Seeing the shocked look on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, Orochimaru felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. The second. As the first coffin fully rose upright, the second quickly rose as well with the character for 2 displayed on it. Looking at the two coffins now standing completely upright, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt more and more uneasy. I have to stop the third one. That was what Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking. But the third rose even faster than the first two. Just as the second coffin had barely stabilized, the third one followed right after and stood firmly on the rooftop. At that moment, even a fourth coffin had already begun to emerge. Damn it! This time I have to stop the fourth. As Hiruzen Sarutobi completed the hand seals in his hands, the fourth coffin, marked with the character for 4, was sent back. So it's still like this? Forget it. These 3 are already enough. Hiding behind the coffins, Orochimaru saw what Hiruzen Sarutobi had done through the gaps between the 3 coffins. Although he had been prepared, he still could not help feeling disappointed when he saw the fourth one forced back. Looking at the 3 coffins in front of Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi broke out in cold sweat. He knew exactly who was lying inside the first and second coffins. But the problem was the third one. On it was only an Uzumaki crest, the symbol of the already destroyed Uzumaki clan. And the aura coming from inside was far stronger than the other 2 he already knew. One had to know that those 2 were the very men who had founded Konoha with their own hands during the Warring States era. For someone stronger than even them, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not think of anyone for a moment. Could it be Lady Mito? But Orochimaru couldn't possibly not know of Lady Mito's accomplishments in sealing techniques. Could it be that Orochimaru had some kind of backup plan to control Lady Mito? Or was it Kushina? Hiruzen Sarutobi truly could not think of anyone from the destroyed Uzushio worth Orochimaru summoning out. Although Uzushio sealing techniques were extremely advanced, a ninjutsu like impure world reincarnation was useless against someone with exceptional sealing skill, because impure world reincarnation used sealing techniques to notify the reincarnated dead. If your sealing skill was poor, forget controlling them, just not getting counterattacked would already be a blessing. Soon, under Orochimaru's control, the lids of the 3 coffins all fell away. Now Hiruzen Sarutobi could clearly see who the unknown person inside the coffin marked with the Uzumaki symbol was. Looking at that familiar face, as it slowly overlapped with a face in his memory, terror instantly spread across Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. Even his body could not remain steady as he repeatedly stepped back. Orochimaru, you bastard! Do you know how terrifying this person is? You actually dared to awaken him? Do you really think your half-baked skills can control him? As Hiruzen Sarutobi's words fell, the 3 people inside the coffins gradually awakened. Outside the 4 violet flames formation set up by Orochimaru's 4 subordinates, among the ANBU, several of them also broke out in cold sweat when they saw the face of the 3rd person who had appeared. Damn it! How can it be him? These ANBU, who had enough experience to know certain secrets, did not even dare to breathe too loudly. And those who had only recently joined or were still inexperienced could not help becoming extremely curious about the identity of the 3rd person after seeing their seniors act like this. So it's him. Not far away, Kakashi Hatake, who was still fighting, also broke out in cold sweat when he saw that familiar face. Beside him, Might Guy grew deeply curious when he saw his friend's expression. What is it, Kakashi? Do you know who he is? No, I don't. Guy, let's work together and deal with the people here first before talking about anything else. Kakashi Hatake shook his head heavily, then charged forward with kunai in hand. Seeing his friend like this, Might Guy also closed his mouth. But he became even more curious about that person. Right after that, he charged forward as well. The 5th gate of the 8 gates. Open. Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Looking at Ryunosuke Uzumaki slowly walking out from among them, Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth and shouted his name. Oh? Who are you? You actually know me? What time is it now? Uzumaki Ryunosuke had just woken up from a coffin, and his mind was still a little foggy. For a moment, he didn't recognize who the old man with age spots all over his face was. Ah, isn't this Ryunosuke? Long time no see. A surprised voice came from behind him. Ryunosuke turned around and saw a man in red armor, pointing at him with an excited look on his face. Oh, isn't this Hashirama? Long time no see. Ha ha ha, long time no see. You're actually still this young. Wait, didn't I die? Could it be you did too? Senju Hashirama looked around curiously, then saw a few familiar faces. Oh, Tobarama. You're here too. Impure world reincarnation? Big brother. Someone summoned us back from the Pure Land. They actually developed my impure world reincarnation to this extent? What an impressive junior. Oh, so it's that forbidden jutsu you invented, Tobarama. So Ryunosuke, you really did die after all? Senju Hashirama said with a face full of regret. Looking at the regret on Hashirama's face, Ryunosuke didn't know why, but irritation instantly rose in his chest. He immediately sneered back. Didn't you die too? Why are you only talking about me? Ah, right. I died too. Ah ha ha. After hearing Ryunosuke's words, Senju Hashirama seemed to suddenly remember something. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed. Big brother. Standing off to the side, Senju Tobarama looked at his older brother like this and didn't even know what to say for a moment. He could only shake his head speechlessly. Although I would very much like for the 3 of you to keep chatting, that is not why I summoned you out. Orochimaru looked at the people chatting so enthusiastically in front of him and immediately interrupted them. Who knew how long they would keep talking if he let them continue? Besides, Orochimaru was also very curious whether the talisman paper in his hand could really control this man who once dominated an entire era. Who are you? Senju Hashirama turned around to look at Orochimaru and asked curiously. Big brother, he's the one who summoned us. Seriously, can you use your brain a little? Senju Tobarama turned his head away with an arrogant expression, his face full of exasperation. So that's how it is. Hashirama looked at Orochimaru, his eyes shining. Ryunosuke also lifted his gaze and looked over. A thin man was standing there, with pale skin and purple eyeshadow drawn at the corners of his eyes. First Hokage-sama. Lord Ryunosuke, teacher, please forgive me. This is my disappointing disciple. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been standing off to the side for quite a while, finally spoke up in time, drawing all 3 of their attention. Hashirama looked over. Ah, isn't this little monkey? You're this old already? Yes, first Hokage-sama. To dedicate everything to Konoha is the greatest honor of my life. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood perfectly straight as he spoke to Senju Hashirama, looking just like a child being praised by an elder. That won't do. You still need to give the younger generation more chances. Are you still the one ruling now? Has the 4th Hokage not been decided yet? No, first Hokage-sama, that's because enough, monkey. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been about to continue explaining, but Senju Tobarama cut him off before he could finish. Monkey, I'm asking you what exactly is happening in Konoha right now. Before he could finish his question, Senju Tobarama suddenly went silent. Everyone looked over and saw that Orochimaru had inserted a talisman covered in writing into the back of Tobarama's head. In the next moment, Tobarama's whole body turned stiff and numb. Oh, so this is how you control us. Senju Hashirama slammed his right fist into his left palm, looking like he had suddenly realized the truth. First Hokage-sama. Hearing Hashirama say that, Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly speechless. Even the ANBU watching from the side were full of black lines. Who would have thought that the famous first Hokage was actually this kind of person in private? Enough, Hashirama. Stop embarrassing us. Even Ryunosuke couldn't watch anymore and directly ordered Hashirama to shut up. How mean. After getting yelled at, Senju Hashirama immediately sank into depression and squatted on the ground off to the side, drawing circles. Orochimaru, is it? It seems you have real talent for research. If you had lived in our era, maybe you would have become Tobarama's research assistant. After all, Tobarama himself is a research fanatic. I think if you had stayed by his side, he would have been overjoyed. Ryunosuke ignored the self-isolating Hashirama and instead gave Orochimaru his praise. To receive Lord Ryunosuke's praise is a great honor for me, but I will still control you, for the sake of my plan. Hearing Ryunosuke's praise, Orochimaru smiled in a good mood. But right after that, he took out the control talisman, intending to directly seize control of Ryunosuke. Looks like I've been gone for too long. Even random cats and dogs think they can control me now. Watching Orochimaru's movements, Ryunosuke let out a disdainful cold snort and immediately mobilized the power within his body. With a flash of white light, all the cracks on Ryunosuke's body disappeared completely. After that, a vivid and dense aura of life spread from his body. At this point, he was basically no different from an ordinary living person. So this is the aura of life. Truly wonderful. It's been a long time since I breathed this freely, and now, nothing can threaten my life anymore. Ryunosuke took a deep breath, feeling the power still present in his body, as well as that thing which was now gone. His mood became even better. That's impossible. Impure world reincarnation only summons the dead in the form they had before death. There is no jutsu in this world that can revive the dead. How did you come back to life? Feeling the rich aura of life coming from the man in front of him, cold sweat immediately began pouring down Orochimaru's back. If it were still impure world reincarnation, he could at least use the talisman in his hand to control him. That was also why Orochimaru had dared to summon Ryunosuke with impure world reincarnation in the first place. But who could have known that Ryunosuke could actually revive himself? Now, Orochimaru no longer had anything left that could restrain him. And in the ninja world, there had never been any known jutsu capable of reviving the dead. At most, there was a jutsu like impure world reincarnation which summoned the dead. Even that was already a huge taboo and would make the entire ninja world target you. After all, no one wanted their enemy one day to be a dead family member brought back. Orochimaru, right? Looks like you don't know me very well. What? Didn't Monkey introduce me to you? Ryunosuke puffed out his chest and smiled at Orochimaru. If you act against something you don't understand, you'll have to pay the price. Didn't your teacher teach you that? Ryunosuke, we are already dead people. We shouldn't appear in this world. What you're doing is wrong. Change back right now. Seeing that his old friend had already revived, Senju Hashirama stopped squatting on the ground drawing circles and immediately spoke up to stop him. Hashirama, you all are indeed already dead. But I'm not. I just had a little accident that forced me to die. Otherwise, who in this world do you think could kill me? Besides, I still want to go back to the land of whirlpools and take a look. And Hashirama, if you want, it's not like I can't revive you too. As long as you beg me a little, I can do it. So, don't you want to return to the Senju clan and take a look? Ryunosuke stretched lazily as he spoke to Senju Hashirama in a casual tone. But the words that came out of his mouth left everyone present utterly shocked. Revival. Something people in this world could only dream of. Yet now this man was speaking of it so casually, as if reviving someone were as easy as breathing. Really? Senju Hashirama said excitedly, but when he looked at the people around him, he still shook his head. We are people of the past. The world of today no longer belongs to us. Ryunosuke, I also advise you not to do anything foolish. What you're doing now has already seriously disrupted the balance of life. If you keep going like this, people will no longer hold life in awe. And as your friend, I will correct this mistake of yours. As he spoke, Senju Hashirama took a stance to make a move, his face serious as he looked at his friend not far away. Hashirama, after all this time, you're still this boring. If you had just begged me, I would have been pretty happy about it. That way, your dark history would have gotten another heavy mark added to it. Besides, I've already been revived, right? So what, are you going to kill me? Uzumaki Ryunosuke said with a bored expression, both hands resting behind his head, his tone full of regret. Meanwhile, the others at the side, whose minds had been racing as they wondered whether they could ask the man before them for help. All hid their little schemes after hearing Senju Hashirama's words, especially Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, who had rushed over later and just so happened to witness Uzumaki Ryunosuke's revival. As long as I can stop you, even if I have to bear the crime of killing my own friend, I won't hesitate. Senju Hashirama stared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with a serious expression. The killing intent in the air also made Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had been wearing a cynical look the whole time, put away his smile and turn serious. Kakashi Hatake looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had already been revived inside the barrier. His usually calm heart seemed to be stirred by a storm. Might Guy, standing beside him, was the same. A light called hope flickered in those huge eyes of his. He had originally thought that he and his father were forever separated by heaven and earth, and that they would never meet again. But now, hearing what Ryunosuke said, it was only natural that different thoughts would arise in his heart. Revival, such a thing from a fairy tale, was now happening right before his eyes. It was only natural that it would stir up all kinds of thoughts. Ryunosuke, I hope you won't go against the laws of the world, reviving the dead and ruining the world. How could I allow you to do such a thing? I won't let you walk down the wrong path. As he spoke, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands and roared, would release, tree binding eternal burial. As soon as Hashirama slapped his hands together, a huge tree appeared out of thin air on the rooftop and tightly bound Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Tch Hashirama, I really don't even know what to say about you. Bound in midair, Ryunosuke lowered his head and looked at Hashirama below, his expression stern. Even Ryunosuke didn't know what to say to him for a moment. Even though he thought that, Ryunosuke still moved his mind. At once, the shadow behind Senju Hashirama began to writhe, and a massive figure emerged from within it. Shadow Legion Troll Ninja. The troll ninja that appeared first hugged Senju Hashirama from behind, tightly holding him in its arms. And as soon as Hashirama was restrained, Ryunosuke summoned another troll ninja and directly ordered it to tear apart the wood Hashirama had summoned. Then Ryunosuke leaped out from inside. So this is the shadow ninjas Uzumaki Ryunosuke has? How interesting. Standing behind Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru looked at the shadow ninja that had emerged from Hashirama's shadow, a curious look flashing in his eyes. It was said that when the great hidden villages besieged Uzushio, it was precisely because of these shadow ninjas that they ended up with a tragic victory. Even people from Uzushio who weren't very strong themselves could summon dozens of shadow ninjas alone, and the stronger the Uzushio ninja, the more they could summon. On the battlefield, these ninja didn't fear pain or death, and every attack was a suicide charge. The stronger citizens of Uzushio, when fighting on their own, would only keep a few to assist each other, while the rest were scattered out to protect the lower-ranked villagers and children. Under the powerful sealing techniques of the Uzushio villagers and the attacks of these fearless shadow ninjas, the hidden villages that had attacked Uzushio paid a heavy price in the end. Even the sealing techniques they had originally intended to steal were picked up by Konoha ninja later on by chance, but this also made the hidden villages, which had only been wary of Uzushio sealing techniques, begin to fear and want to control these summoned ninja as well. But even after the hidden villages searched through all kinds of ninjutsu and secret technique scrolls in Uzushio, they still couldn't find any method to learn this technique. Yes, the people of the great hidden villages always believed this was just a ninjutsu, at most a forbidden technique. It was only later, after questioning the captured Uzushio ninja, that they learned these ninja had been left behind by their deceased young clan leader, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, to protect them, and the dead young clan leader had been brought back by these masked ninja. At that time, all the villagers of Uzushio fell into enormous grief upon seeing their young clan leader's lifeless body being carried back. These ninja had also been the first ones Ryunosuke had in his own era, and the ones they had now were inherited from their deceased elders. They themselves couldn't understand this kind of power from their young clan leader. With immortal, loyal shadow ninjas, they themselves didn't actually know where these ninja came from. But Lord Ryunosuke said that as long as he wanted to do something, these ninja would appear at the first moment to help him. Over time, no one bothered to dwell on it anymore, and they just treated them as a special kind of shadow clone. And in Uzushio, ordinary people and weaker fighters had an average of more than 30 of these ninja per person, while stronger ninja could have even more. Back then, the reason the young clan leader left these shadow ninjas behind seemed to be that the young clan leader had some reason he had to leave Uzushio. And in order to protect the villagers of Uzushio, he left them with this method. In the years that followed, as Uzushio was destroyed and Uzumaki Ryunosuke disappeared for a long time, this kind of ninjutsu gradually faded from people's sight. By now, almost no one mentioned it, and hardly anyone knew about it. And today, after Uzumaki Ryunosuke was reanimated by Orochimaru, these shadow ninjas appeared in the world once again. That's so? So these are those ninja. It's been so long since I fought you that I almost forgot you still had such a frightening technique. Senju Hashirama said as he looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had broken free from the wood's control. Then Hashirama suddenly erupted with the pressure of chakra from his body. Taking advantage of the brief moment when that pressure suppressed the troll ninja, Hashirama broke free from its embrace. Seeing Hashirama break free, Ryunosuke knew that today's matter had gone this far, so he waved his hand and dismissed the 2 troll ninjas he had summoned. Ha 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 ha, Ryunosuke, your ninja are getting stronger and stronger. Looks like your own strength has improved a lot too. Even I have trouble breaking free now, but I still want to forgive this act of defying heaven and reason. Hashirama scratched the back of his head and laughed, then looked at Ryunosuke and said seriously, a long time ago, back when Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Ryunosuke were still young, the 2 of them had already fought each other before. At the beginning, Ryunosuke's own strength was still weak, so the ninja he summoned weren't very strong either, about the level of newly graduated ninja school students. But later, as Ryunosuke's strength increased, his Shadow Legion's power also improved greatly. By now, 1 troll ninja alone could restrain Senju Hashirama and keep him from escaping with substitute technique or escape technique, which was a perfect example. Hashirama, I advise you to stop. I don't want to waste time here with you. To be honest, I'm still busy getting home. After sending the troll ninja back to the Shadow Realm, Uzumaki Ryunosuke lightly brushed the dust off his body and said calmly. Orochimaru also pulled his gaze back from the troll ninja that had merged into Senju Hashirama's shadow at Ryunosuke's words, the corners of his mouth still carrying that faint smile. So that's how it is. Lord Ryunosuke is in such a hurry because he is busy going back to Uzushio? But what a pity, Uzushio was already destroyed before the Second Shinobi World War. What's left there now is only ruins. Boom! As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, an impact of chakra pressure far greater than Hashirama's erupted from Ryunosuke's body. Under that terrifying pressure, even the 4 violet flames formation barrier set up by the 4 ninja under Orochimaru's command, which could withstand brute force attacks at the tailed beast level, cracked open with huge gaps. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and the others inside the barrier were pressed down so hard they could barely stand upright. Even Senju Hashirama was forced down to his knees, onto the rooftop. The worst off was Senju Tobarama, because he had been restrained and hadn't taken any defensive measures. His entire body was crushed to the point of splintering. Fortunately, since it was an Edo Tensei'd body, it was slowly repairing itself. Taking this chance while the 4 violet flames formation was destroyed, many of the ANBU who had originally been outside the barrier also took the opportunity to enter. They formed a circle in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, all shielding him. Gradually, as Uzumaki Ryunosuke adjusted his breathing, the overwhelming pressure from before also slowly faded away. Then, with a sudden flicker, the spot where Uzumaki Ryunosuke had been standing was instantly empty. His voice then came from where Orochimaru was standing. I want you to tell me everything you know, all of it. If you dare say even one lie, I'll make you taste what true suffering beyond life and death feels like. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see that Orochimaru, who had originally been kneeling on the ground, was now being held up in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hand by the neck, like a little chick. And as Ryunosuke's grip slowly tightened, Orochimaru's face was gradually turning purple. No, I can't use substitute jutsu. Orochimaru grabbed Ryunosuke's wrist with both hands, struggling while trying to circulate the chakra in his body, attempting to use substitution jutsu to escape from Ryunosuke's grasp. I advise you not to do these meaningless things. I'm not your useless teacher. Even one of my subordinates can temporarily restrain Hashirama and stop him from using ninjutsu. Do you think you're stronger than Senju Hashirama? As he spoke, Ryunosuke's hand tightened again. This time, even Orochimaru's tongue stuck out as he gasped for air. Orochimaru-sensei. In front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a kunoichi wearing fishnet underclothes looked at Orochimaru in Ryunosuke's hand, secretly worried. Ryunosuke, Senju Hashirama, standing nearby, also didn't know what to say at this moment, but he still spoke with concern. Brother, I think you'd better not get involved right now. At that moment, Tobarama Senju's voice came from the side. It turned out that earlier, under Ryunosuke's pressure, the talisman in his mind had also been torn to pieces by the violent force, and Tobarama had thus been freed from control in such a dazed way. Then, as Ryunosuke withdrew his pressure back into his body, Tobarama also immediately returned to normal. Only then was he able to stand up successfully. But since he had actually been controlled by a junior like Orochimaru, he felt somewhat embarrassed for a moment, so he hadn't said anything at first. I said I'll tell you everything I know, so please let go first. Seeing that he truly couldn't break free from Ryunosuke's control, Orochimaru quickly spoke. As soon as the words fell, Orochimaru's body also dropped to the ground. The moment he was released, he collapsed on his knees and gasped desperately for fresh air. It felt as if what had just happened was like a dream, so unreal. Uzumaki Ryunosuke folded his arms over his chest and looked down at the kneeling Orochimaru with disdain, saying coldly, "Speak, tell me everything you know. But if I later find out that you hid anything or said anything wrong, I'll make you wish you were dead." Orochimaru looked at the man whose face was full of anger and quickly said, "About 5 years before the Second Shinobi World War, the major hidden villages other than Konoha feared Uzushio-gakure's sealing jutsu, so they joined forces and wanted to destroy Uzushio-gakure. But because the Black Shadow ninja you gave them were powerful and feared death, the major hidden villages paid a heavy price before they managed to take Uzushio-gakure down." "What about Konoha? What role did Konoha play in this?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked when he heard Orochimaru not mention Konoha at all. Hearing Ryunosuke's question, Orochimaru subconsciously glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi not far away, then continued. "Konoha also feared Uzushio-gakure's sealing jutsu at the time, but they didn't directly move against Uzushio-gakure. They only verbally promised to help the ninja who came from Uzushio-gakure asking for support. Afterward, Konoha also heard about the Black Shadow ninja of Uzushio-gakure, and only then did they rescue Uzumaki Kushina and take away all of Uzushio-gakure's sealing jutsu scrolls." After hearing Orochimaru's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked coldly at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was kneeling nearby and drenched in sweat. "Then, do you, third Hokage, have anything to explain? And also, where is Uzumaki Kushina? I still haven't sensed a single Uzushio-gakure person's presence." Then he turned back and looked at Orochimaru. "Didn't you say Konoha rescued Uzumaki Kushina? Why haven't I sensed her presence? And I gave the Black Shadow army ninjas to every single villager of Uzushio-gakure. If all those people are dead, then the remaining Black Shadow army should all have fallen under Uzumaki Kushina's control. Where is she?" Hearing Ryunosuke's question, Orochimaru subconsciously licked his lips with his long tongue, then smiled and said, "Kushina was indeed rescued, and she even married the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. But on the day she gave birth, a man wearing a tiger-striped one-eyed mask, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, released the Nine Tails, which ultimately caused the two of them to die." "Oh, so after all that, you're telling me I still don't have a single clansman left?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke said as he looked at Orochimaru with unfriendly eyes. "No, Lord Ryunosuke. As far as I know, there's still a little kid in Konoha named Uzumaki Naruto. I think he should have some relation to you. When I met him before, he could also summon a few Black Shadow army ninjas, but they weren't very strong. And I also have a clansman under me named Uzumaki Karen. She also has some of your so-called Black Shadow army ninjas. I discovered her in the Land of Grass before, and she was leading those Black Shadow army ninjas to kill the villagers of the Land of Grass. She has been recuperating with me all this time. If you need her, I can arrange for someone to bring her to you right now." Seeing the furious Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Orochimaru hurriedly explained, "So in the decades since I died, the villagers of my huge Uzushio-gakure were wiped out until only 2 little kids who haven't even grown up yet were left?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke no longer paid attention to Orochimaru. He turned around and looked coldly at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was kneeling nearby. Uzushio-gakure and Konoha had been on good terms since the very beginning of the village's founding. And yet, after just a few decades you managed to exterminate my clan? Hiruzen Sarutobi, you've got some nerve. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the standing Uzumaki Ryunosuke, cold sweat pouring down his face, while the killing intent on Ryunosuke's body grew stronger and stronger. The Sound Four, who were supporting the 4 Violet Flames formation, could no longer hold on and all collapsed unconscious. The barrier then dissipated. When the barrier vanished, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's vast aura spread out without restraint. In an instant, the Sand Ninja attacking, the Sound Ninja, the Konoha forces defending, and Danzo, who was hiding in the shadows and monitoring everything, all felt this chilling aura. They all stopped what they were doing and looked toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Boom! 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 On the other side, unlike the situation inside the village where one person's aura alone was suppressing everyone to the point they didn't dare move, in the forest outside Konoha, a huge tanuki was fighting an enormous toad to the death. Wind release, twin air bullet. Water release, iron cannonball. As the tanuki and the toad attacked each other, huge wind bullets and water bullets slammed into each other. In an instant, the rebounding water and wind merged together and scattered in all directions like a storm. Wind release, twin. Just as the tanuki was about to continue attacking the toad, it seemed to sense something. It immediately ignored the toad in front of it, completely disregarding the stunned toad and the several children nearby, and ran excitedly toward Konoha. "I love Gaara." And in the meantime, Temari from the Sand Ninja village, who had been watching the battle, was also very puzzled by the way the tanuki ran off. But because she was still worried about her younger brother Gaara's safety, she still chased after the direction the tanuki had run. "Boss Toad, what is going on with them?" 34. Seeing the fleeing tanuki and Temari following right after, Naruto Uzumaki scratched the back of his head with a blank look on his face, his small eyes full of big confusion. Then, as if he remembered something, he didn't even bother answering the toad and jumped down from the giant toad's head, shouting as he ran toward somewhere. "You little brat is really annoying. All right, let us go too, Gamma." After watching Naruto Uzumaki jump off his head and run away, Gamabunta muttered in annoyance. After speaking to the little toad on top of his head, he cancelled the summoning jutsu and returned to Mount Mayaboku. Hey Naruto, the direction that Tanuki just ran is toward Konoha. It might be going back to destroy Konoha, so we need to hurry back and see what's going on. Right after Naruto Uzumaki had summoned the Black Shadow Ninja who had been with him since he could remember, asking them to rescue Sakura Haruno from the tree, the ninja dog Pakin, who could no longer wait, ran over and said urgently, "Huh? Then we need to go back right now." But Sakura and Sasuke's condition. After hearing Pakin say that, Naruto Uzumaki wanted nothing more than to rush back immediately. But when he turned around and saw that all of his comrades were injured, he couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Hey, Naruto, you go back first. I'll stay here until Sakura wakes up. After that, I'll head back with her right away. Just when Naruto Uzumaki didn't know what to do, Uchiha Sasuke, who was leaning against a tree trunk nearby and breathing heavily, spoke to him. Seeing the firm look in his comrade's eyes, Naruto Uzumaki also gave a hard nod. I will definitely stop that Tanuki and protect Konoha. I swear on my forehead protector. Naruto Uzumaki touched the forehead protector on his head with his left hand, then said solemnly to Uchiha Sasuke. After that, he laid Sakura Haruno flat on a tree branch, turned around, and ran toward Konoha with Pakin. Watching Naruto Uzumaki disappear into the distance, Uchiha Sasuke could no longer hold on. His body went limp and he lay down on the tree branch as well. As for Konoha village, with the killing intent from Uzumaki Ryunosuke covering the entire village, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja who realized something was wrong also all retreated, preparing to take this chance to leave Konoha. The villagers of Konoha were also so oppressed by that terrifying killing intent that they could hardly stand up straight, completely unaware of what had happened. As for the ninja of Konoha village, they gathered around the Chunin Exams venue. Although they were pressed down by that aura and couldn't get too close, they still surrounded the area completely. Under these circumstances, the various Konoha clans, the Great Elders, and Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, also appeared one after another on the rooftops, each of them looking at the dark-faced Uzumaki Ryunosuke as if facing a great enemy. Ryunosuke, you need to calm down. Hashirama Senju could no longer watch any longer and stood out to speak. Calm down? Hashirama, for hatred like exterminating a nation and wiping out a bloodline, how do you want me to calm down? Humph. Forget about me. Right now, I can't even sense the Senju clan, the one with blood ties to you, anywhere in all of Konoha. You should worry about yourself first. What? How could this be? After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Hashirama Senju, who hadn't paid attention at first, also sensed that something was wrong. Logically speaking, even if the Senju had merged into Konoha under the policy he had set back then, it was impossible for not a single direct Senju clansman to exist after just a few decades. Besides, even if they merged into Konoha, what about Tsunade? She was his precious granddaughter. There was no way she'd just vanish along with them. Monkey, what is going on? Where is little Tsunade? Where did she go? And where are the other Senju clansmen? Tobirama Senju also realized the seriousness of the situation. If it came down to pure sensing ability, even his older brother Hashirama Senju was no match for him. With just a light sense, aside from a few clansmen whose bloodline was so thin it was unbelievable, not a single direct relative or clansman with a still not-so-thin bloodline was there. Monkey, where is Nawaki? Besides Tsunade, where is Nawaki? Where are the two of them? Tobirama, who is Nawaki? Your child? I didn't expect you to have a child too. Whose girl is she? Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama Senju curiously guessed who the Nawaki he mentioned was. Nawaki is little Tsunade's biological younger brother, your own grandson, not my child at all. Looking at his older brother, who could never read the room, Tobirama Senju grew even more speechless and shouted at Hashirama Senju. Teacher, this. Seeing Tobirama Senju step forward to question them, the Konoha foursome all looked flustered at once. Tobirama Senju immediately knew there was definitely a problem, and he burst out with his own chakra, pressing down on the four of them. Hashirama Senju also voiced his own doubts at this moment. If that's the case, then answer our questions. Monkey, and the rest of you, where is little Tsunade? Where is my little Nawaki, whom I've never even met? And where are the other clansmen? I just noticed that not only the Senju clan, but the Uchiha clan is gone too. What is going on? Answer me. I think I can give the first and second Hokage a perfect explanation for these questions. At this moment, Orochimaru, standing to the side, stuck out his tongue and said with a smile as he looked at Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. As Orochimaru's words fell, cold sweat kept pouring down Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, and both of them lowered their heads in silence. Before the story begins, let me make a simple self-introduction. I, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, am a transmigrator and the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan. As for my original name, too much time has passed, and I've already forgotten it. Now I am, and can only be Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Originally, I was just a useless corporate drone living on Blue Star. In my 24th year, an accident happened, and then I inexplicably came to the world of Naruto, the hugely popular series I had only briefly seen in my previous life. When I transmigrated here, it was still an era of chaos called the Warring States period. After that, I became a member of the Uzumaki clan, the son of Uzumaki Ashina, the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, and the older brother of Uzumaki Mito. But I was just a cloud viewer. I knew the beginning, and I knew some important plot points and important characters, but those were still decades away from the era I was living in. Coming to this world that I liked was originally very exciting, especially when I learned that Hashirama Senju was more than 20 years before the timeline I was in and Konoha had not yet been established. That made me even more excited. And as one of the many transmigrators in the Great Sea of Worlds, I naturally had my own cheat, the Myriad Worlds exchange system. I only needed to complete the tasks issued by the system to earn coins that could be used to exchange items in the system. They could be ordinary daily tasks like cleaning or dangerous tasks like killing someone. And although my cheat was called the Myriad Worlds exchange system, could only exchange items from one world at a time. In other words, at the beginning the system would give me one chance to draw a world, and after I drew it, I could only exchange for items from that world. Only after I had exchanged everything in that world could I draw the next world. That was the so-called Myriad Worlds. The first world I drew was called Jackie-chan Adventures, an anime world I had watched completely. So after my tireless efforts, I finally exchanged for everything from the Jackie-chan Adventures world. Every magical item in that world was completely under my control. The Shadokan, the powers of the 8 demon sorcerers, the 10 masks. But when my system upgraded and drew the next world, an accident happened. I never expected my system's advancement quest would be to eliminate Ishiki Otsutsuki. And the price of failure was death, and the system would leave the host. That was why I had no choice but to leave my homeland, the land of whirlpools. But unfortunately, I still didn't complete the quest because it had a time limit. That's right, this quest required me to finish it within 7 days. At the time, I had no doubt the system just wanted my life so it could get rid of me that way. And it wasn't just time limited, it also gave no warning. As a cloud observer, I only knew of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the legendary goddess from the moon. As for who Ishiki Otsutsuki was, I had no idea at all. So naturally, my system succeeded, took my life, then turned into a ball of light and vanished. After my life was taken, fortunately, the system did not take back the things I had exchanged for before. I think that for it, these things were something it could get as many of as it wanted at any time, like something you could casually obtain in daily life. So the system only took my life and did not take back the abilities I had exchanged for. That was why, after being Edo Tensei'd by Orochimaru now, I could still use these powers I was already very familiar with. As for my ability to break free from Edo Tensei's control and revive, that all had to be credited to one of the 12 talismans, the horse talisman. Just this one talisman was enough to handle it. Because in the horse talisman's view, the body summoned by Edo Tensei was an external force acting on the body itself, and the noble horse would remove all external forces within the body. That was what allowed me to successfully revive. Then, combined with the dog's immortality I possessed, the vast, vibrant life force directly spread through my body. What I possessed was one of those things that could not be spoken of to outsiders. And now, is that so, Orochimaru? Then you'll be the one to tell me exactly what happened. Senju Tobirama looked at Orochimaru and asked coldly. Yes, second Hokage-sama. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly and said with a smile. I was entrusted by Lord Danzo to begin experimenting with the secrets of wood release. In order to better understand why the first Hokage could control such astonishing power, Lord Danzo cleverly arranged for many members of the Senju clan to die during the Second Shinobi World War. And the Senju who were still living in the glory of the great Senju clan created by Lord Hashirama naturally charged at the front lines. They didn't notice anything wrong at all. They even thought sacrificing everything for Konoha was only natural. They didn't know that before they died on the battlefield, no. Before they even had the chance to die on the battlefield, Konoha had already arranged everything for them. After that, in order to study whether Lord Hashirama's direct bloodline was different from the bodies of other Senju, root members were sent to blow Nawaki to death with explosive tags. And when I found Nawaki on the battlefield, even his internal organs had already been dug out completely. So now, the Senju clan has only Tsunade left wandering alone outside. And as for the Uchiha clan that the first Hokage just asked about, that was also planned by the teacher and Danzo from start to finish. A huge Uchiha clan was actually wiped out by a single 13-year-old boy named Uchiha Itachi. Thinking about it is really ridiculous. So now Konoha is left with only a child named Uchiha Sasuke. With every sentence Orochimaru said, Senju Hashirama's and Senju Tobirama's faces grew darker by another degree. By the time Orochimaru finished speaking, their expressions had become incomparably cold. Hey, Orochimaru, what you're saying standing at the front, Jiraiya's worldview was practically collapsing after hearing everything Orochimaru said. You didn't hear wrong, Jiraiya. All of this was arranged by our dear third Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama. Otherwise, where do you think I got so many materials for would-release experiments? Wouldn't you agree, Danzo-sama? Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru grew more and more excited as he spoke, and in the end even burst into wild laughter. Monkey, Danzo, today I'll correct my previous mistake. Senju Tobirama formed hand seals with both hands. At that moment, a tree suddenly burst out from the roof and wrapped Senju Tobirama tightly. Big brother! Senju Tobirama shouted at Senju Hashirama, who also had a dark expression on his face. But Senju Hashirama ignored him completely. Hey, Orochimaru, right? Release our Edo Tensei'd. After stopping Senju Tobirama from moving, Senju Hashirama looked helplessly at Orochimaru and said. His eyes were full of disappointment. Ryunosuke, if possible, I still hope you 1T destroy Konoha. Everything else, forget it. As Orochimaru finished his seals, Senju Hashirama's body began to disintegrate step by step. As he faded away, Senju Hashirama still couldn't help but speak to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. His words carried an unspeakable bitterness. As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama both disappeared into the world. Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been squatting on the ground for quite a while, just about to say something when a huge crash suddenly came from the gap in Konoha that had been smashed open by the three-headed snake earlier. At the same time, an excited shout rang out. Boss, boss! I haven't seen you in so long. Boss! I missed you so much after you left. Where have you been all these years? They bullied me while you weren't here. Everyone looked toward the sound. A huge tanuki was rushing toward the exam venue at top speed, shouting excitedly as it ran. Hey, are you kidding me? SNT that the tailed beast from Sunagakure? Some people at the scene looked at the massive figure charging straight at them in disbelief, their faces full of fear. They were afraid it would directly attack the entire Hidden Leaf village. Oh, it's Shikaku. What kind of look is that? Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Shikaku, who was missing one arm, and said blankly, Boss, look, they even beat me up like this. As he spoke, he raised his broken arm and complained tearfully to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. He looked exactly like a child who had been bullied and ran home to complain to his parents. Boss, you don't know. These past years without you have been terrible for us. Senju Hashirama, that guy was completely unreasonable. He caught us and, without saying a word, distributed us to the major ninja villages. I was locked inside this person's body, living in darkness and never seeing the light of day. I've really suffered so much. You have to help me, boss. Wawa Shikaku pointed at the little person asleep on top of its head, and with its huge eyes fixed on Uzumaki Ryunosuke, it poured out all the suffering it had endured over the years. When it reached the saddest part, it broke into loud sobs. The people of Konoha were also extremely shocked seeing Shikaku like this. A dignified tailed beast, a war machine of the great ninja villages, was now crying like a child and even tattling? Alright, you're already a tailed beast, so why are you still acting like a little kid? I'll give you a chance to beat up Senju Hashirama later. Seeing Shikaku crying its heart out, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt his head hurt. He quickly comforted it. Really? Thank you, boss. As soon as Shikaku heard Uzumaki Ryunosuke say that, it immediately stopped crying. Its eyes flashed with a cunning light. He was already thinking about how to properly torture Senju Hashirama, and the severed arm that had just been crying over was also rapidly recovering under Shikaku's control. Damn, a tailed beast is actually an actor? Damn, I got played. Watching Shikaku switch from crying to stopping just like that, the inner thoughts of the ninja around them were also extremely rich. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I don't want to keep discussing the other things you've done for now. Where is Naruto Uzumaki? Today I'm taking him with me, and from this day on, the people of the land of whirlpools and Konoha will have nothing to do with each other. Impossible. Naruto Uzumaki is the village Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. We will never hand him over to you. Shimura Danzo opened his only eye at that moment and looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke as he said, HM? Uzumaki Ryunosuke tilted his head curiously, and instantly a group of Shadow Core ninjas drilled out from the shadows on the ground and surrounded Danzo tightly. Shimura Danzo, when did I give you the illusion that I'm easy to talk to? What right do you have? What ability do you have? What qualifications do you have to speak to me like that? Even Senju Hashirama wouldn't dare talk to me like this. Who do you think you are? And you think I'm negotiating with you? As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke finished speaking, the strange-looking Shadow Core ninjas surrounding Danzo also became restless. Right now, as long as Uzumaki Ryunosuke gave the order, these Shadow Core ninjas would rush forward and tear him to pieces in an instant. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, are you trying to make an enemy of all of Konoha? Huh? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Shimura Danzo's angry roar, Uzumaki Ryunosuke couldn't hold it in and laughed at his words. What kind of mindset and intelligence do you have to say that? I won't say anything else. Ask that little monkey kneeling behind you. Ask him whether he dare talk to me like that? Fine. So you want war? Is that it? Come on, then. As he spoke, more and more shadow core emerged from the shadows, surrounding all the Konoha ninja in an instant. On average, each Konoha ninja was surrounded by 3 shadow core members. Enough, Danzo. Stop talking. Before Shimura Danzo could say anything else, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly interrupted him. If this keeps going, not only Danzo's face, even my old face as Hokage will be utterly lost. Danzo, say less. Yeah, Danzo. Let Hiruzen handle this. You're not suited for negotiations. At this moment, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, standing at the very back of the crowd, also stepped forward to persuade him. Hearing all 3 of them say that, Shimura Danzo didn't know what else to say for a moment. And negotiations really weren't his strong point. Danzo was better at suppressing people with force, but the person in front of him was obviously someone who wasn't afraid of trouble. Besides, his shadow ninjas weren't easy to deal with either. After thinking it through, Shimura Danzo followed the 2 advisor elders to the back of the crowd, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi standing alone in front. Huff. I'll agree to let you take Naruto Uzumaki away, but I still hope you'll consider the first and second Hokage's face and not sever friendly relations with Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked to the front and looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke as he said, I already said that, and I'm not negotiating with you. I don't need your agreement either. All you need to do now is bring Naruto out. And give Hashirama and Tobirama face? If I wasn't giving them face, would you still be standing here talking to me? Besides, I think even your teacher is about to cut off family ties for the sake of righteousness. What qualifications do you have to bring up Hashirama and Tobirama? Uzumaki Ryunosuke's expression grew increasingly impatient. It was obvious Hiruzen Sarutobi still wanted to keep Naruto Uzumaki tied to their side, and even use this relationship to pull him into Konoha's camp. Hey big Tanuki, don't run. At the tense moment, a shout rang out. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a boy in orange clothes, followed by a ninja dog and a girl holding a huge fan, running over from afar. Hey big Tanuki, if you destroy Konoha, I won't let you get away with it. Naruto Uzumaki said those words firmly toward that towering figure. Huh? Hey, are you an idiot, kid? With which eye did you see me destroy Konoha? Shikaku. Shikaku was about to say something to Naruto Uzumaki, but Uzumaki Ryunosuke cut him off directly. Kid, you're Naruto Uzumaki? Uzumaki Ryunosuke flashed to Naruto's side, patted his head, and said with a smile, Oh, big brother, who are you? Do you know me? Naruto Uzumaki looked at the person in front of him curiously and asked, My name is Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and I'm your... Are you my dad? Naruto Uzumaki cut off Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words directly and asked in surprise. No, I'm not. I'm much older than that little kid Hiruzen Sarutobi. How could I be your dad? If anything, I'd be your great-great-uncle, I guess. But you don't look much older than me. You're even younger than Pervy Sage. And what is a great-great-uncle? Naruto Uzumaki turned his head away in disbelief, his little face all scrunched up. I look young because of certain reasons. As for great-great-uncle, that means your great-grandmother's brother. But I'm the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. The people in the village say I don't have parents. How could I have a great-great-uncle? Naruto Uzumaki looked up at Uzumaki Ryunosuke and asked. Hearing Naruto's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's face darkened again. He said nothing and directly grabbed Naruto by the collar, then flashed to the top of Shikaku's head and coldly looked down at the group of third Hokage and the others below. Could it be that you really are my great-great-uncle? Then where are you taking me now? Standing beside Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Naruto Uzumaki clutched at the corner of his clothes with nowhere to put his little hands and asked curiously. Naruto, I'll tell you about the other things later. For now, let's leave this disgusting place. Verse 34. Uzumaki Ryunosuke patted Naruto on the head and spoke to comfort him. Hey, you over there, the one called Orochimaru. Are you standing there waiting for me to come invite you up? As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke finished speaking, Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he immediately brought his subordinates to flash to the top of Shikaku's head, all standing behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Damn it, if it weren't for my boss, Shikaku was clearly very unhappy about a group of people standing on his head, but thinking that these people all seemed to be under his boss's command, he stopped saying anything and could only sulk in silence. You people, where are you taking Gaara? Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others about to leave Konoha, Temari could no longer sit still and shouted at the top of Shikaku's head. Who is Gaara? Your subordinate? Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Orochimaru and asked. Ryunosuke-sama, Gaara is the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Look, he's right there. Orochimaru pointed at a red-haired figure not far away and said. Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked over and took a look. Gaara had fallen asleep. He directly reached out and grabbed him, and with a flash of light in his hand, Gaara's entire body was instantly separated from Shikaku. Looking at the panda-eyed Gaara in his hand, another flash of light passed over him. As the light faded, the dark circles under Gaara's eyes gradually disappeared, but he was still asleep. With a thought, an ordinary black shadow ninja appeared beside him. After carefully taking Gaara over, Uzumaki Ryunosuke pointed down at Temari below and said, "Send this one back to her." After receiving the order, the black shadow ninja immediately nodded, then carried Gaara and jumped down toward Temari's direction. After handling this matter, Uzumaki Ryunosuke did not even look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others again. He directly sat on Shikaku's head with his group and left without looking back. As Uzumaki Ryunosuke departed, the Black Shadow Legion ninjas surrounding Hiruzen on the roof also merged into the shadows and vanished. Damn it, Hiruzen. And you're just letting him act however he wants? He even openly stole the Ninetales and you're this weak. Seeing the disappearing Black Shadow ninjas, Shimura Danzo first let out a deep breath, then immediately turned to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't want to waste time arguing with you here. If you have any ideas, I can let you do whatever you want right now. Looking at Danzo who jumped out, Hiruzen roared coldly. As for everyone here, immediately rescue the villagers. Strictly control every entrance and exit to Konoha to prevent spies from other countries from passing the situation here back out. After everything is handled, if there's anything to say or ask, then say it and ask it. Right now, everyone disperse. With Hiruzen's order, the entire village of Konoha began operating like a huge machine, orderly and without chaos. As for everything Orochimaru had just revealed, they would have to wait for the third Hokage's explanation after everything was dealt with. Now, after everything is taken care of, all of you come to the Hokage building for a meeting. Hiruzen looked at the group of advisors and said. After speaking, he put on his Hokage robe again and left alone with a dark expression. The three, led by Danzo, watched Hiruzen leave and followed after him as well. Very soon, the rooftop that had been packed with people was left with only Jiraiya. Orochimaru, was everything you said true? Jiraiya sat alone on the rooftop until night fell. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he flashed away and ran toward the village outskirts. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen looked at the crystal ball in front of him, watching Jiraiya run toward the village outskirts, and smoked silently with no expression. Jiraiya, I hope you don't do anything stupid. Hiruzen smoked as he looked at the image in the crystal ball, which had already lost Jiraiya's figure. The dim light fell on his gloomy face, making it seem even darker. Hey, great-great-granduncle, where are we going now? On Shikaku's head, Naruto Uzumaki lay sprawled out in enjoyment, feeling the cold wind as he asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke beside him. We're going to find the remaining villagers of Uzushio first. After that, I'll take you to meet your mother. How about it? Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned his head and explained with a smile. Really? Great-great-granduncle, you know my mother? What kind of person is she? And what country is Uzushio? I've never heard third grandpa mention it. When Naruto heard Uzumaki Ryunosuke say that, he immediately flipped up and clung to Ryunosuke's chest as he asked. Hearing Naruto's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's expression first darkened, then turned into a smile as he said to the Naruto in his arms. Unfortunately, Naruto, I don't know much about your mother either, but we've got plenty of time. As long as she stays by our side, one day we'll know everything. As for Uzushio, the people there are like me, with red hair. In this world, not everyone with red hair is from Uzushio, but every villager of Uzushio has red hair. Oh, come to think of it, I still don't know what my mother looks like, but I think she must be the most beautiful girl in the world. And, great-great-granduncle, my hair isn't red. Maybe little Naruto takes after your father. Red hair is just a basic way to identify the villagers of Uzushio. As for the others, like our chakra amounts being several times or even dozens of times greater than ordinary people's, that's another matter entirely. So that's how it is. My chakra is way more than Kakashi-sensei's, too. After that, Naruto and Uzumaki Ryunosuke chatted back and forth. Little by little, Naruto grabbed the corner of Ryunosuke's clothes and fell asleep. Hearing the faint snoring beside him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke took off his outer coat and covered Naruto with it, then softly asked the person behind him, Orochimaru, how much longer until your base? Lord Ryunosuke, it's just ahead, but your clanswoman isn't at this base. Please stay here for now. I've already sent people overnight to bring your clanswoman here. In a few days you and she will be able to meet. Orochimaru quickly answered Uzumaki Ryunosuke's question and made the follow-up arrangements as well. Is that so? Thanks. As for indirectly reviving me and helping me now, how about I help you repair your broken soul? Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned to look at Orochimaru, waiting for his answer. What? Not satisfied? Seeing that Orochimaru still hadn't responded for a long time, Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought he wasn't satisfied with the reward, and his brow furrowed slightly. Of course not. Lord Ryunosuke, I'm just shocked. As far as I know, the ninja world doesn't seem to have any method for repairing the soul. I studied it for a long time, and I never expected something that was as hard as reaching the heavens for me would be a trivial matter for you. I now feel that serving you is my honor. Cut the useless talk. I may need you to help me Edo Tensei some people later. When the time comes, don't think it's troublesome and just put in a little extra effort. Uzumaki Ryunosuke placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. With a faint flash of light, Orochimaru suddenly felt an indescribable comfort fill his heart, and his whole body relaxed beyond belief. I didn't expect the effect to be this good. My broken soul actually feels somewhat strengthened. Thank you very much, Lord Ryunosuke. Whatever you need in the future, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Feeling his soul being repaired and strengthened, Orochimaru was also thrilled and hurriedly promised Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Good. I'll trouble you when I need you. Uzumaki Ryunosuke sat back down beside Naruto, and feeling the power produced by the goat talisman just now, he was pleasantly surprised. Originally, the 12 talismans could only be used on himself. Not just the 12 talismans, even the power of the 8 demon black energy could only be used on himself. Only the 10 demon masks could be summoned out, worn on someone else's face, and thereby summon the 10 Black Shadow Legion generals. But no matter how hard Uzumaki Ryunosuke tried before, he simply could not summon them. He could only use the authority of the Black Shadow Legion and could not create the 10 generals at all. That was exactly why, when Uzumaki Ryunosuke left Uzushio, he only left behind the Black Shadow Legion. But Ryunosuke never expected that even after leaving so many Black Shadow Legion members there, it still would not be enough to break the fact that Uzushio was ultimately destroyed. Orochimaru, according to what you just said, after the major hidden villages attacked Uzushio and their own strength was greatly reduced, why didn't Konoha take the chance to attack the other hidden villages? In the end, why did the Second Ninja World War still break out? Uzumaki Ryunosuke seemed to think of something and asked the Orochimaru behind him. This really was hard to understand. Originally Danzo suggested taking advantage of the major ninja villages being weakened to attack them, but the third rejected it, saying he didn't want to start another war. In the end, that proposal was suppressed by the third, and that gave the major ninja villages a chance to breathe. Then, due to the economic imbalance between the countries, the militant factions of the ninja villages rose in power. The major ninja villages fought fiercely in Amigakure, and in the end, Konoha won the final victory. Humph! After hearing Orochimaru's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke let out a cold snort. He never expected that when it came to external affairs, the so-called third Hokage was actually not even as clear-sighted as someone hiding in the shadows. I heard the third Hokage was chosen by Tobirama. Looks like Tobirama really failed when it came to choosing a successor. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Indeed, when it came to external affairs, Hiruzen Sarutobi was far inferior even to Shimura Danzo. In the past, Konoha had been the undisputed number 1 among the major ninja villages. But now, that number 1 title was clearly full of water. A few years ago, the hidden cloud had bullied them right up to their doorstep, and yet the third Hokage had actually swallowed it. But when it came to weakening his own village's strength, the third Hokage was better than anyone. The hidden cloud could bully them to their doorstep and Konoha would still endure it, but he could not tolerate the Uchiha clan within the village. Weak on the outside, ruthless on the inside. After hearing Orochimaru's evaluation of what Hiruzen Sarutobi had done in recent years, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly asked, I once accidentally heard that Hiruzen Sarutobi was the strongest Hokage? Yes. He bragged about himself that way. Orochimaru nodded awkwardly. On this matter, he really could not find any way to explain it. Don't be like that. I didn't say anything. In some sense, Hiruzen Sarutobi really is the strongest Hokage. Why is that? Lord First and Lord Second were both much stronger than Teacher Sarutobi. How could he be the strongest? Orochimaru looked at Ryunosuke's back and asked in confusion. The current location of Konoha was chosen by Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and me together. Because of Uzushio, I only signed an alliance of mutual aid with Konoha. I didn't move my whole clan over like Uchiha Madara did. Later, Hashirama and Madara gave the village and its supreme leader their names. Uchiha Madara said to Hashirama, since you can use wood release, then our village will be called Konoha. And Senju Hashirama said to Uchiha Madara, since you're good at using fire release, then the village's leader will be called Hokage. That S where Konoha and Hokage came from. After hearing this, Orochimaru licked his lips, thinking about something. So that S how it is. Lord First is good at wood release, and the second Hokage is good at water release. Strictly speaking, they really don't count as the strongest Hokage. Ha 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 ha. After figuring it out, Orochimaru burst into laughter, thinking to himself, so that S it, Teacher Sarutobi. Your title of strongest Hokage is heavily watered down. Looking at Orochimaru laughing wildly, the corners of Ryunosuke's mouth also curled up unconsciously. Hiruzen Sarutobi, enjoy your few peaceful days. Very soon, I'll make you pay for everything you did back then. What the hell is wrong with him? Laughing in the middle of the night like that? Did the boss knock him stupid? As Shikaku traveled, he heard laughter coming from above and complained speechlessly. Then, as if he thought of something, a chill ran through him, and he immediately sped up. Ryunosuke-sama, Uzumaki Ryunosuke-sama. Just as Shikaku increased his pace, a shout came from behind. Shikaku, wait. After Shikaku stopped, everyone looked toward the sound. A white-haired man with a forehead protector marked with the oil character was running over from far away. Oh, it's Jiraiya. What are you doing here instead of staying in Konoha and following us? Orochimaru looked at the running man and asked, Ryunosuke-sama, I heard before that you're searching for the villagers of Uzushio who were scattered back then? Jiraiya ignored Orochimaru's sarcastic tone and, gasping for breath, looked at Ryunosuke and asked, That's right. What, do you have a lead? Hearing Ryunosuke's words, Jiraiya hurriedly nodded. Earlier, after our battle in Amigakure ended, I met 3 children who had lost their parents because of the war. One of them had red hair, and his name was Nagato. I think he might also be a scattered villager from Uzushio. As he spoke, Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru, then leaned close to Ryunosuke's ear and whispered, That child has the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, so I stayed in Amigakure and taught them for a while. You could say we have a teacher-student bond. And he can also summon some of your Black Shadow Ninja, so I think he must have some connection to you. I can take you to find them. The Sage of Six Paths' eyes, Ryunosuke still had some impression of that. Their real name was the Rinnegan. The Sage of Six Paths originally had them, but in the case of the Sage's son, they only appeared when the chakra of the elder son Indra and the younger son Ajura were combined. And how could the descendant of an ordinary villager from Uzushio have such special eyes? Also, Nagato? That name sounds familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? Alright, take me to them first. After thinking it over, Ryunosuke nodded at Jiraiya, then said to Orochimaru, Naruto will be in your care for now. Once I figure out what's going on over there, I'll come back and bring them to find you. Without waiting for Orochimaru's agreement, he directly grabbed Jiraiya and jumped down from Shikaku's head. Shikaku, follow Orochimaru back for now. Take care of Naruto first. Once I'm done here, I'll come back immediately. Okay, boss. Don't worry and go. If anyone dares bully that kid, I'll protect him. Seeing Shikaku nod, Ryunosuke turned around and left with Jiraiya in peace. Watching the two figures grow farther and farther away, Shikaku said, Orochimaru, right? Point the way. Hurry up and get us there so this lord can have some fun. I haven't been out in a long time. Looking at the sickly, excited Shikaku beneath his feet, Orochimaru was a little speechless. So with Uzumaki Ryunosuke and without him, there was such a huge difference for this tailed beast. After that, he quickly pointed out the direction, and Shikaku rushed off in the direction Orochimaru indicated. The first time I met those 3 children was around the end of the Second Great Ninja War. At first, I only treated them as ordinary war orphans. But after spending more time with them, I discovered that one of the red-haired children had the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, and he could also summon more than 10 Black Shadow Ninja. So in order to properly educate them, I stayed in Amigakure for 3 years, took them in as disciples, and taught them ninjutsu. After 3 years, I left them and returned to Konoha. Speaking of which, it's been several years since I last saw them. Jiraiya followed behind Ryunosuke, explaining the series of events that had happened in Amigakure back then while rushing along. I basically understand it. We'll talk about the details after we find them. In a place Jiraiya could not see, Ryunosuke frowned. Just now, when Jiraiya mentioned those 3 children, memories related to them flashed through his mind from his past life. But the more he tried to recall, the more he couldn't remember. What a hassle. Why didn't my crappy system have a memory enhancement function back then? ISNT memory enhancement supposed to be basic system configuration? As Ryunosuke thought about it, he once again remembered that useless system of his, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. That damn system, day after day, besides threatening him with death to force him to complete tasks, it didn't even have the most basic functions. Thinking about it now, it seemed that, at the beginning, it might not even have had a beginner-esque gift pack. And even when it came to those tasks, even the Jujo 7 from his past life wasn't this ruthless. At least Jujo 7 wouldn't directly threaten his life, but that damn system was blatant about it. The more he thought about that system, the more it deserved to die. He just didn't know where that system was now. Or else, even if it cost him his life, he'd make it look bad. After several days of non-stop travel with Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Jiraiya, the two of them finally arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Lord Ryunosuke, from here on is the Land of Rain. After a few more days, we should be able to reach Amigakure. Jiraiya stood on a tree branch, panting as he said to the upright Ryunosuke beside him. I know. Hurry up and rest for a bit. Ryunosuke glanced at Jiraiya, full of disgust. If it weren't for Jiraiya, he would arrived long ago. With the rabbit talisman plus the chicken talisman, he could have flown over directly, and that would be been fast beyond reason. But the problem was, Ryunosuke himself couldn't remember exactly where Nagato was in Naruto. And now, decades had passed. Many roads had changed. Ryunosuke had only just been revived and didn't know the way at all. So he needed Jiraiya. Thinking about it, since they were master and disciple, it should be easier to find them. At the very least, it was more convenient than calling out the Shadow Legion himself. Ryunosuke was afraid that using the Shadow Legion might cause unnecessary trouble later. After all, it was the Rinnegan. After so long, Ryunosuke could no longer remember exactly what abilities the Rinnegan had. The fewer troubles, the better. But Jiraiya's body seemed a little weak. First, Ryunosuke hadn't even flown far with him before Jiraiya started shouting that he couldn't take the speed. But Ryunosuke clearly remembered that when the rabbit talisman was used on both the user and the accelerated person, they couldn't feel the wind blowing at all. When he was little, he had even played around with the rabbit talisman using Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and nothing had happened. Thinking of this, Ryunosuke gave Jiraiya a meaningful look. Tell me the truth. Did you do something to let them down? Why are you dragging me around and wasting time on the road? Take this. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched the back of his head when he heard that, and even the fake panting from before stopped. He hadn't expected his little scheme to be exposed so directly. I only taught them for 3 years and never went to see them again after that. They had to rely on themselves the whole time. They were still so young back then. The more I think about it, the more guilty I feel as their teacher. So, Ryunosuke gave Jiraiya another meaningful look, then asked, are you sure it's only because you feel guilty? Not because of something else? For the first time, Jiraiya looked directly into Ryunosuke's eyes, then nodded deeply. Ryunosuke couldn't tell anything from that, so he simply turned around and ran toward the land of rain. His voice drifted back on the wind from ahead. If feeling guilty alone could solve problems, then why would there be so many wars in the world? Jiraiya, still standing where he was, froze at those words. Then he snapped back to reality and hurried after Ryunosuke. Swish, swish, swish. Amigakure. The fine drizzle beat against their straw raincoats, and 2 unfamiliar figures stood at the village entrance. Looking at the architecture in front of him, so different from buildings in other countries, Ryunosuke fell into a daze. Lord Ryunosuke, let us go in first. Standing here isn't doing us any favors. Let us see if we can find those 3 people first, then we can talk about the rest, Jiraiya suggested, looking at the dazed Ryunosuke beside him. Can't we just go straight to find them? Ryunosuke looked at Jiraiya and asked, puzzled. Didn't I say it before? I haven't been back here in a long time, so we don't know where they are. After hearing Ryunosuke's question, Jiraiya felt even more awkward and guilty, and he also stared blankly at Amigakure's buildings. So basically, whether I brought you or not, there's no real difference. Ryunosuke said viciously, glaring at Jiraiya with killing intent. You can't put it that way. Ha ha. Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. Humph. Ryunosuke snorted and stopped looking at him. Then a group of Shadow Legion ninjas with red eyes emerged from the darkness. Find a person with purple eyes and red hair. Once you find them, send someone to bring me there. As soon as Ryunosuke's words fell, the group of shadow ninjas immediately melted back into the darkness, carrying out his order and beginning to search the entire Amigakure. Let us go. Next, we'll go in and ask around too, see if we can get any information. With that, Ryunosuke walked forward, and Jiraiya quickly followed. After entering Amigakure, the 2 wandered around for a while before stopping in front of a steamed bun shop. Looking at the steaming buns, Jiraiya pulled out money and bought a few. Hey, Granny, can I ask you something? While the old woman was handing them the buns, Ryunosuke spoke up. Oh, what does this handsome little guy want to ask? The old woman replied. Ryunosuke pointed at his own red hair, then asked, have you ever seen someone here with the same hair color as me? Red hair? That's very rare. The old woman said, I've lived here for so long and never met anyone like that. But today I've finally seen one. Here are your buns. As she spoke, she handed over the bag of buns. Then do you know a ninja who uses paper as a jutsu? Ryunosuke took the buns and asked casually. Earlier, when chatting with Jiraiya, he had learned about those 3 unloved, unwanted disciples of his, and one of them used paper as jutsu. That was an extremely rare technique. Even after living so long, Ryunosuke had only ever heard of one such case. But unexpectedly, right after he asked, everyone around them fixed their gazes on Ryunosuke and Jiraiya. May I ask, does this little guy want to find our Angel Sama for something? Even the old woman's previously kind gaze turned fierce and wary. Hey, Lord Ryunosuke. Something doesn't feel right, Jiraiya said, moving closer to Ryunosuke with some concern, as he looked at the unfriendly crowd around them. Ryunosuke, however, looked completely unconcerned. He shoved Jiraiya aside and continued looking at the old woman. We were once saved by a female ninja who uses paper jutsu. We wanted to repay the favor, and we've been looking for a long time. From the way you're talking, do you know where that female ninja is? So that's how it is. But I don't know exactly where Angel Sama lives either. How could something like that be known to ordinary people like us? The old woman's gaze turned kind again as she hurriedly said. Even the people who had surrounded them just now took a deep look at them before turning and leaving. I see. As long as I know she's in this village, that's enough. Thank you, Granny. Ryunosuke nodded to the old woman in thanks, then turned and left with Jiraiya. Lord Ryunosuke, Amigakure may be much smaller than Konoha, but no matter what, it's still a ninja village. If we only rely on your shadow ninjas, how long will it take? Jiraiya asked in confusion as he walked behind Ryunosuke. No need. They've already found them. Let us go over there right now. What? That fast? Jiraiya asked in surprise. After all, it hadn't been long since they entered Amigakure. In such a huge village, finding one person wasn't exactly like looking for a needle in the ocean, but it was pretty much like looking for a needle in a bathhouse. And yet those Black Shadow Ninja had found Nagato's location in such a short time. That was really amazing. Come over here. What are you standing there for? Uzumaki Ryunosuke was standing at the entrance of a dim alley, looking at Jiraiya, who was frozen in place, and asked in confusion. Yes, Lord Ryunosuke. Jiraiya snapped back to reality and hurried over to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side. Nagato and the others are inside this alley? Jiraiya looked at the alley behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. His first impression was that it was too dark. If someone had lived here for a long time, they'd go crazy, right? Jiraiya thought silently. Just as he was about to say something, two Black Shadow Ninja grabbed his arms and slowly pulled him into the shadows beneath his feet. Lord Ryunosuke, what are they doing? Jiraiya was instantly terrified and quickly asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke beside him. What are you panicking for? Aren't we going over to find them? Uzumaki Ryunosuke himself also slowly sank into the shadows. Seeing him descend, Jiraiya's heart, which had been pounding wildly from fear, slowed a lot in that instant. After Jiraiya completely sank into the shadows, the world before his eyes was entirely different. All kinds of monsters drifted through the air, and pairs of red eyes stared at him, making his scalp crawl. Welcome to my kingdom, the Shadow Kingdom. Uzumaki Ryunosuke spread his arms as if he wanted to gather everything into his embrace. Jiraiya looked at everything before him and felt extremely curious. Is this where those Black Shadow Ninja live? Jiraiya thought while looking around this black world. Let us go. If you're really that interested in this place, you can move here and live here. For now, let us go find the others. Don't keep my clansmen waiting too long. After speaking to Jiraiya, Uzumaki Ryunosuke floated ahead first. With the help of the two Black Shadow Ninja beside him, Jiraiya followed while floating along. After a while, Jiraiya felt himself being pulled upward. Slowly, Jiraiya's white-haired lecherous head emerged from the ground. Who is it? An angry cry came from above Jiraiya's head. He looked up and saw a girl with light blue hair, wearing a black cloak with red clouds, standing in front of him. Oh, Conan! Long time no see. Seeing who it was, Jiraiya quickly climbed out of the ground on all fours. While brushing off the non-existent dust on his clothes, he said to Conan, Teacher Jiraiya? Why are you here? And why did you crawl out of my shadow? After recognizing him, Conan was also filled with curiosity and confusion. Her teacher, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, had suddenly crawled out of her shadow. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death. It was only because Conan was bold, or perhaps because she had the confidence to back it up. You're Conan, right? Do you know a child with the same hair color as me? We came here looking for him. At this moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was beside him, asked Conan, while pointing to his own red hair. Your hair color is the same as Nagato's. Who are you? What are you looking for Nagato for? Conan looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke's red hair and asked cautiously. Conan, I sense a different chakra. Has someone come? At this time, a voice came from the cave behind Conan. Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Jiraiya looked toward the sound. An orange-haired boy walked out from the darkness. So it was Jiraiya-sensei. Why are you here? Did something happen? After seeing who it was, Yahiko, or rather Nagato, was also filled with curiosity, wondering, could it be that their plan had already been discovered by Konoha before it even started? You're Yahiko? Why do you have the Rinnegan too? Where's Nagato? Where did Nagato go? Looking at Yahiko's eyes, Jiraiya's thoughts became active, and he immediately thought of many bad possibilities. He angrily asked Yahiko, Quiet. Uzumaki Ryunosuke punched Jiraiya in the back of the head, then looked at Yahiko in front of him without any expression. I don't sense any life force from you. This body is already dead. I senti it? Nagato, come out and see me. Who are you? What do you want with me? Nagato asked through Yahiko, looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. What do you mean Yahiko is already dead? How could this be? Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Jiraiya instantly felt all strength drain from his body and collapsed onto the ground. My name is Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the young clan head of the Uzumaki clan. Now, come out and see me. Looking at Yahiko's lifeless ripple eyes, Uzumaki Ryunosuke said in a booming voice. Are you giving orders to a god? Even if you're the young clan head of the Uzumaki clan, that one do. Almighty push, Nagato roared, and at the same time Yahiko spread his hands wide. A powerful force of attraction surged from Yahiko's palms. God? You're just a member of the Uzumaki clan, and you dare call yourself a god? What right do you have? Just this little bit of gravity? Uzumaki Ryunosuke said in disdain. At the same time, he slightly opened one hand, and a massive repulsive force spread from his hand, instantly slamming Yahiko into the cave ceiling. Nagato! Seeing Nagato at a disadvantage, Konan cried out worriedly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke frowned and said something to the Black Shadow Ninja in the shadows. The Black Shadow Ninja immediately disappeared. After 1 or 2 minutes, Nagato also climbed out of the shadows. Looking at Nagato, who was seated in a wheelchair and as thin as a skeleton, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's brows furrowed even deeper. What's this? What happened to you? How did you get this skinny? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked in confusion. In the land of whirlpools, no one had ever been as skinny as Nagato. He looked just like those patients in his previous life who had abused drugs until it had eaten into their bones. Nagato, why did you come out? Seeing Nagato emerge, Konan quickly came to his side and stood between him and Uzumaki Ryunosuke, staring at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with a solemn expression. You're Nagato? Why did you become like this? Looking at Nagato, whose appearance had changed so much from what he remembered, Jiraiya was also astonished. Konan, step aside. You can't stop him. Besides, I was brought out by those masked ninja. I don't know what's going on either. Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked up to Nagato, placed a hand on his head, and with a flash of light in his hand, Nagato's body visibly returned to normal. Before long, Nagato looked like an ordinary person again. Get up and walk 2 steps. Let me see if there's anything else wrong with you. Your body has already been healed. What? As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke's voice fell, Jiraiya, Nagato, and Konan were all greatly shocked. Jiraiya was only curious that Nagato, who had become like that, could be fully healed in an instant. But Konan and Nagato were different. They knew far more than Jiraiya did, and precisely because they knew so much, they were even more shocked. Nagato, hurry up and try it. Konan came to Nagato's side and helped him up from the wheelchair. Her voice was trembling uncontrollably from excitement. With Nagato and Konan's efforts, Nagato finally staggered to his feet from the wheelchair. Nagato clearly felt it. At this moment, his legs, which had been injured by Hanzo of the Salamander's jutsu, had finally recovered. Seeing Nagato standing there all wobbly and unsteady, Konan shed tears of excitement. That's great. Nagato, your legs finally recovered. Looking at the two standing so close to each other, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly spoke to Nagato. For the next period of time, just focus on recovering your body slowly. Usually, walking around a little in moderation will help your legs recover normally. Also, during this time, try not to do any male-female activities. Otherwise, your body may still be left with some defects in the end. After all, you've been sick for so long, so what you need to do now is properly heal up. Nagato and Konan were instantly filled with question marks after hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words. What are you talking about? What male-female activities? Konan looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke's righteous expression and asked in confusion. Aren't you two a couple? I thought Nagato was so skinny not only because he was sick, but also because he was still with you. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words instantly made both Konan and Nagato blush. Konan angrily turned her head away, while Nagato hurriedly explained, the reason I became like that was because of other reasons. Konan and I are just purely friends. We are not a couple. Although you helped me, please don't misunderstand. So that's how it is. I saw how sickly you were and thought it was that. For a moment, both Nagato and Konan fell silent. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the two of them, whose expressions and movements were perfectly synchronized, shook his head, and then said, Right, I came to find you because I'm currently looking for the former villagers of the land of Whirlpool. Nagato, come home. I need you all to build a brand new land of Whirlpool. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Nagato also shook his head. I still have unfinished business. I promised Yahiko that I would create a peaceful world. Before that goal is accomplished, I will not do anything else. Jiraiya glanced at Yahiko, who was still hanging from the top of the cave, and asked Nagato, what exactly happened between you all? Why did Yahiko end up like this? Sighed Jiraiya-sensei, this is what happened. In the time that followed, Nagato told Jiraiya about what had happened back then. You're saying that Danzo of Konoha's root was also at the scene back then? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked coldly. Yes, back then. It was Root's ninja and Hanzo of the Salamander who made their move together. Now restored to normal, Konan looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke and said viciously, Good, very good. Destroying the land of Whirlpool wasn't enough, and now they even dared to attack the survivors of my land of Whirlpool. Danzo really has some nerve, Uzumaki Ryunosuke said angrily. His massive chakra stirred up gust after gust of wild wind inside the cave. Sigh, now I finally understand how the first Hokage and second Hokage felt back then. Jiraiya said furiously as he slammed a fist into the cave wall, causing the whole cave to shake for quite a while. Then what are you planning to do to bring peace to the world? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked curiously. He wanted to hear what kind of perfect method this clansman of his had. We plan to gather all the tailed beasts and then summon the ten tails. With overwhelming power, we will make people no longer dare to use force. That's it? That's your plan? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked in confusion. Yes. We want to use overwhelming force to suppress all of humanity, make them feel pain, and thus achieve true peace. Nagato said with a serious face, while Konan nodded her little head at the side in strong agreement. Then I'd say that's complete nonsense. Uzumaki Ryunosuke shook his head in disappointment. He had thought this clansman of his had some brilliant insight. Who would have thought it was only this much? How can you say that? As long as they have a common enemy, they will definitely unite. Wouldn't peace be achieved then? Konan looked at the head-shaking Uzumaki Ryunosuke and said angrily, if peace could be achieved just by using overwhelming power to suppress everyone, then Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha would have already succeeded. How could it ever be your turn, you little brat, to do this? Uzumaki Ryunosuke angrily poked Nagato's head with his index finger and said through gritted teeth, what are you doing? And with how you look, you might not even be older than us. You're the little brat. Konan smacked away the hand that was poking Nagato and roared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I haven't introduced myself yet. Have I? My name is Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan from the Warring States era. Uzumaki Ryunosuke put his hands on his hips and spoke to Nagato and Konan. You're lying. If you survived from the Warring States era until now, you'd already be some ridiculously old geezer. You look like you're only in your 20s. Stop lying. Konan glanced sideways at the hands on hips Uzumaki Ryunosuke and said disdainfully, I was revived by Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, and then I resurrected myself through my own methods. People summoned by impure world reincarnation appear as they did when they died, so that's why I look like I'm in my 20s now. In reality, I'm already close to 100 years old. In my eyes, you're all just a bunch of little brats who haven't even grown all your hair yet. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's introduction, Nagato said in shock, You're Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the one who was as famous as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha? That's right. It's me, kid. I can tell you very responsibly that what you're talking about might work for a while. But once enough time passes, it becomes absolutely nothing. Human strength has its limits. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not live forever, let alone you. Even if you complete your plan, once you die, the world will still fall into chaos. This is human nature. You simply can't suppress it. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Nagato sitting in the wheelchair and spoke sternly. How can that be? Does that mean the world can never know peace? Nagato lowered his head, stared at his own hands, and muttered. That is absolutely not the case. I believe there will definitely be a day of peace. Over the years, I have traveled through many countries and met many people. In the hearts of those people, there are plenty who long for peace and hate war. I think as long as we keep trying, we will definitely find a way to achieve peace. At this time, Jiraiya, who had been standing at the side for quite a while, finally spoke up to comfort Nagato. Jiraiya-sensei, peace is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires the long-term exploration and practice of those who came before. If peace could be achieved so simply, then who would cherish that hard-won peace? Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned around and looked at the rainy sky outside the cave as he spoke. Come with me, Nagato. Even if we can't find a way to bring peace to the world in the short term, we can first build a peaceful nation that belongs to us. After that, we can slowly conquer this entire world and welcome a new world of peace. Nagato looked at the hand Uzumaki Ryunosuke extended to him. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and gripped it tightly. All right, I'll go with you and first build a peaceful nation that belongs to us. Looking at Nagato's serious face, Uzumaki Ryunosuke smiled and rubbed his head. Then, as your young clan leader, I'll first help you revive your friend. Consider it a privilege I'm granting you. Konan and Nagato were both full of disbelief after hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words. Really? You can really revive Yahiko? Uzumaki Ryunosuke smiled. Of course. After all, I revived myself. Besides, why would I deceive my own junior? After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke raised one hand, and a huge suction force burst out from his palm, instantly pulling Yahiko, who had been embedded in the wall, down. Since it's settled, then let us go. We'll go find Orochimaru first. Nagato, controlling Yahiko, dusted himself off and shook his head at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I can't leave with you directly right now. Uzumaki Ryunosuke frowned and said unhappily. So you're messing with me? No, I'm the leader of Akatsuki after all. If I just leave without saying a word, it'll cause a huge problem. I need to arrange things first, and then we can leave with you. Nagato explained to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. At the same time, 5 more figures with Rinnegan walked out from the cave behind him. I see. Perfect, take me to see your subordinates. I'd like to see what kind of people this useless junior of yours has taken in. Hearing Nagato say that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll have to trouble the young clan head to use the same method you used to grab me just now and bring them over. Nagato sat in the wheelchair and spoke from one step behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. What? You can't find them? Then how do you normally hold meetings and arrange matters? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked curiously. We usually hold meetings through the rings on our hands. But if the young clan head wants to meet them, I think it'd be better to do it face to face. And I also assigned masked ninja to those people. I think the young clan head should be able to bring them back very easily. You also have a Shadow Legion? You can summon those too? Uzumaki Ryunosuke stopped at the cave entrance and turned to look at Nagato. At the same time, he raised both hands, and 9 Shadow Legion ninja of different figures emerged from the shadows on the ground. I can summon 3 kinds of these ninja. This one is about the same as an ordinary person, this one has claws for hands, and this one has pincers for hands. Nagato pointed at 3 of the Shadow Legion members as he spoke. I see. The ones you can summon are the Ninja Legion, the Giant Pincer Legion, and the Razor Legion. Uzumaki Ryunosuke waved one hand, and aside from the 3 shadow ninjas he had just mentioned, the others all sank back into the shadows. Ninja Legion, Giant Pincer Legion, and Razor Legion? So that's their names. Not bad. The Ninja Legion is all round. The Razor and Giant Pincer are both high-attack Shadow Legions. Kid, not bad at all. Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded and happily rubbed Nagato's hair, messing up the neatly combed hair into a bird's nest. Nagato. Watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke laying hands on Nagato, Conan said worriedly. Who would have thought that Nagato not only didn't he get angry, but even smiled and said to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, "Thank you for your praise, young clan head." Meanwhile, Jiraiya standing to the side felt so awkward he had nowhere to put himself. If he went up to speak, he'd feel embarrassed. After all, he had left back then and never returned, which was why he didn't even know about what had happened to Yahiko. But if he didn't go up, he felt like an outsider, which made it even more awkward. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Several figures emerging from the shadows broke Jiraiya's awkwardness. Is this Amigakure? Why was I brought here? One of the masked men said. Does the boss have something important? Your ninja suddenly brought me back and even made me lose the 7,000 Ryo I just earned. What's going on? Yeah. I was still looking for sacrifices for Lord Jashin, and then I got brought back all of a sudden. 34. The people who were brought back all complained unhappily toward Yahiko. As for Nagato and Uzumaki Ryunosuke, they were completely ignored, since none of them had seen them before. This person is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure? Perfect. Losing that 7,000 Ryo, I'll make it up with you. The masked man looked at Jiraiya standing at the back, his eyes shining gold as he said, Then I'll offer this little guy to Lord Jashin. I'm sure Lord Jashin will be very happy. At that moment, a man carrying a huge scythe said that, even rolling up his sleeves as if ready for a fight. Nagato, your subordinates are no good. They're acting like you don't exist. Faced with Haiden's threat, Uzumaki Ryunosuke said teasingly to Nagato without the slightest concern. You guys, are you rebelling? Conan stepped forward and shouted angrily at them. Mr. Itachi, looking at their attitude, it'll probably take a while before this ends. Do you want to sit down and rest first? At the very back of the group, a shark-faced man said to the man beside him, the one wearing a Konoha forehead protector with a scratch across it. No need, Kisame. I think it won't take long for this to end. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, staring absent-mindedly at Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hair. And on the ground, a huge Venus flytrap was also staring blankly at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Please don't laugh at them, young clan head. I'll discipline them right away. Looking at the noisy crowd, Nagato instantly felt a little embarrassed, and anger surged in his heart. Forget it, I'll do it. After all, I still have to persuade them later. If I don't show some strength, why would they listen to me? Uzumaki Ryunosuke waved at Nagato and took a few steps forward. Listen up, you pieces of trash. My name is Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the young clan head of the Uzumaki clan from decades ago. I'm here today to see what kind of subordinates this useless junior of mine has, but you've really disappointed me. I can't see a single sign that any of you are capable of accomplishing great things. If any of you are unconvinced, come challenge me now. Let me see exactly what is so different about you so-called rebel ninja with Kage-level strength. Damn it, why is it him? At that moment, the Venus flytrap was shocked. It immediately tried to burrow underground and escape. Humph! Seeing the Venus flytrap move, Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought it was trying to ambush him from underground. With a thought, the Venus flytrap was directly pulled out from below. You're not 34. Looking at the Venus flytrap floating in the air, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt strangely familiar. Ah, right, so it's you, Black Zetsu. Long time no see. Covering the black and white body of the Venus flytrap with his hand, Looking at it half by half, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally recognized his old friend when he looked at the black side. Damn it, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, weren't you already dead? How are you here? Black Zetsu struggled wildly in the air, shouting at Uzumaki Ryunosuke in terror. What, young clan head, Black Zetsu. Nagato controlled the wheelchair with both hands and rolled up beside Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Yeah, we're old friends. I remember it was during the Warring States period. I was stealing things in the Uchiha clan's shrine at the time. By chance, I ran into this thing quietly modifying the contents of a stone tablet, and I caught him red-handed. At the time, I didn't expect him to know how to burrow underground too, so he just got away. After that, I even looked for him for a long time. I didn't expect to run into him here today. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's explanation, Uchiha Itachi, who had originally looked indifferent at the back, could no longer hold back and asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke, "You just said you saw him modifying the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan's shrine. Then do you have any evidence?" "Evidence? What do I need evidence for? Believe it if you want, don't if you don't. Is there anything worth hiding?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke grabbed Black Zetsu and hurled him into the Dark Shadow Kingdom, then looked at Uchiha Itachi and explained, "Do you think I, an old man over 100 years old, am playing around with you, a kid? Then do you know what he changed?" At that moment, the space beside them suddenly formed a vortex, and a man wearing a tiger pattern mask revealed himself from within. He looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke and asked, "Who are you? Hiding your face and tail like this, why should I answer you? And also, that one-eyed tiger pattern mask. You're the one who killed Kushina, aren't you?" As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly reached out with one hand toward Uchiha Obito, so fast that none of the people present could react. "Damn it! I'm Uchiha Madara. Kid, how dare you lay a hand on me?" Obito, who had just arrived, had not heard the introduction Ryunosuke gave earlier, nor had he heard what Black Zetsu said. Black Zetsu had just been about to remind Uchiha Obito when he was sealed away by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. So what Obito said now shocked everyone present, because Uchiha Madara and Uzumaki Ryunosuke were from the same era, and according to what Ryunosuke said, the two were also rivals. There was no way Uchiha Madara would fail to recognize Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Then the truth was obvious. Either Uzumaki Ryunosuke or this Uchiha Madara was lying. "You say you're Uchiha Madara? Then you don't know who I am? HM? Little thing, you sure do like pretending." Uzumaki Ryunosuke laughed from anger at Obito's words, and the grip on Uchiha Obito's hand only grew tighter. Damn it! As Obito cursed, a wave of spatial fluctuations came from his eye. Space-time ninjutsu? Uzumaki Ryunosuke was also shocked, then casually sealed away Obito's chakra. As soon as the chakra was sealed, the spatial fluctuation Obito had caused vanished as well. "Bastard, what did you do to me? Huh? Aren't you Uchiha Madara? How do you not recognize an old friend's methods?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke held Obito in one hand and stretched the other toward the mask on his face. "Come on. Let me see who you really are. Damn you." Watching the hand draw closer and closer, Obito struggled harder and harder. But as the mask was pulled off, a young face appeared before everyone's eyes. "HM? Aren't you Uchiha Madara? Since when did you get plastic surgery? Where's that wild, unrestrained face of yours?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke teased as he looked at the unfamiliar face. "Uchiha Obito?" Just as everyone saw the person in Ryunosuke's hand clearly, two shocked voices rang out. One was Uchiha Itachi standing nearby, and the other was Jiraiya standing behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "What? You know him?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at Jiraiya, then looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked. "Yes, he was one of our clan members who was originally supposed to have died during the Third Great Ninja War. Yes, Minato's student." Compared to Uchiha Itachi's explanation, Jiraiya's words made Uzumaki Ryunosuke even angrier. Looking at the still struggling Uchiha Obito, Ryunosuke said coldly, "So Kushina was your master's wife? Huh? So it was you, this unfilial brat, who killed your own master and mistress?" The more Uzumaki Ryunosuke spoke, the angrier he got and the tighter his grip became. Obito's face turned increasingly purple and blue. Just when Obito was about to be directly crushed to death, Uzumaki Ryunosuke let go, and Obito slid straight to the ground, coughing non-stop. Ryunosuke gave him a cold glance. "Since that's the case, I'll take you as a greeting gift for Kushina." As he spoke, a huge shadow appeared directly beneath Uchiha Obito and dragged him straight into the Dark Shadow Kingdom. Watching Uchiha Obito disappear, Uzumaki Ryunosuke let out a heavy breath and looked at the others before him. "My mood was originally pretty good. I could played with you guys for a while, but now I'm in a bad mood again, so I've decided not to play games with you anymore. If anyone refuses to accept that, step up now. As long as you can survive 3 moves from me, I'll let all of you go. Now then, does anyone have any objections?" Seeing the furious Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the shinobi of the Akatsuki all looked at each other and kept quiet. "Good. Then that means none of you have objections. You have 2 hours to pack your things. Then all of you come with me." if I find anyone trying to run, believe me, you'll die very miserably. After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood, leaving the others staring blankly at the spot he had vanished from. Go pack up. After that, listen to the young clan head's arrangements. At that moment, Nagato spoke. As soon as his words fell, the others dispersed in pairs, still discussing something as they walked. 2 hours passed in a flash. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the people before him and nodded. Earlier I was in the wrong. You didn't do anything, and I won't take it out on you. Now, if you have any requests, feel free to tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll satisfy you. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, everyone first looked at each other. In the end, Hayden spoke first. Young clan head of the Uzumaki clan, right? What do you need us to do next? Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at Hayden, making him feel a little uneasy, before saying, next, I'm going to find the survivors of Uzushio and rebuild a new Uzushio. You can also join the new Uzushio and become part of it. As for what you need to do right now, I haven't thought of it yet. But if there is something that needs doing, I'll arrange it for you. Then, will there be people in your Uzushio who worship the evil god with me? Hayden asked again, and this time Uzumaki Ryunosuke answered quickly. As long as you can convince them yourself, I don't care what they worship. Good. Then I have no problem. Hayden nodded in satisfaction after hearing Ryunosuke's answer, then returned to the line. If I work in your Uzushio, how much will you pay me each month? As soon as Hayden finished, Kakuzu hurriedly stepped forward to ask, his tiny eyes brimming with gold. So you really like money? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked in confusion, looking at Kakuzu's serious face. Making money is the easiest thing for a shinobi to do, especially for Kaga-level powerhouses. A single S-rank mission can easily bring in several million ryo. Yes, it's my hobby. If you can't satisfy that, then forgive me for refusing to join your team. Kakuzu nodded seriously, staring fixedly at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, ready to react if he moved even slightly. Then since you like money so much, how about I let you manage the financial power of the new Uzushio? Humph, as expected. While what? Ryunosuke's words left Kakuzu confused for a moment. I said, since you like money so much, then when I build Uzushio, you'll be in charge of its finances. As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke finished speaking, the light in Kakuzu's eyes seemed ready to illuminate the entire cave. Understood. Lord Ryunosuke, please, you must hand all of that over to me to manage. Lord Ryunosuke, I will definitely not let you down. Lord Ryunosuke, then next, do any of you have requests? Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the remaining few and said slowly. After that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke spent some time properly learning about the needs and dreams of those members of Akatsuki. Under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's perfect and harmonious arrangements, everyone thumped their chests and said they would follow Uzumaki Ryunosuke to build the ideal new land of Whirlpool, the peace they held in their hearts. Among this group, Konan and Nagato were just waiting for Uzumaki Ryunosuke to revive Yahiko. As for Deidara and Sasori, they each wanted to pursue the art in their own hearts. After learning about the two different kinds of art, Uzumaki Ryunosuke gave them his own thoughts. First, he suggested that Deidara could develop colorful fireworks with little destructive power, something that could be set off during festivals or when worshipping ancestors. Very quickly, Deidara was fooled by Uzumaki Ryunosuke, completely falling into the beautiful scenes he described, and immediately swore loyalty, pounding his chest hard. Unlike Deidara, Sasori pursued eternal art. That was turning people into puppets. At the same time, Sasori had personally modified himself into a puppet as well. When Sasori took off his clothes and introduced himself to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Ryunosuke's eyes actually flashed with a different light than usual. He couldn't stop touching Sasori up and down, all while showering him with non-stop praise. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's behavior, which was completely different from usual, everyone there, including Sasori, felt a chill run down their spines. Even Jiraiya, who had previously been very respectful, thought Uzumaki Ryunosuke might have some strange hobby, and quietly moved behind Nagato. This is amazing, Sasori. Your ideas are amazing. You're a genius. Only when Sasori was about to explode did Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally let go of his hands. He kept praising Sasori, then brought up the idea from his memories. Flesh is weak, machine ascension. At the same time, he also proposed a giant mecha operated from within by a person. Uzumaki Ryunosuke kept telling Sasori all kinds of ideas in his memory about mechas. This time, Sasori no longer cared what Ryunosuke had just done to him. He hurriedly nodded and agreed to join. After that, Itachi and Kisame were even easier to handle. Relying on the mental power boosted by the yang symbol sealed within his body, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly withstood Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu head-on, then treated Itachi's illness as well. As for Kisame, he had originally disliked this world, thinking it was fake, and wanted to create a real world with Obito. In the end, under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's fists, he also came to understand what a real world was. But Ryunosuke didn't just beat him into submission. While fighting, he also described to Kisame the beautiful life of the new land of Whirlpool in the future. In the end, under Ryunosuke's beautiful description, Kisame also agreed to join. After everything was settled, the group left Amigakure in a mighty procession and headed for Odogakure in the land of sound. On the way, Uzumaki Ryunosuke really couldn't stand the slow pace anymore. He directly used the rooster symbol to carry everyone up into the sky, then used the rabbit symbol to fly straight to their destination. According to a later recollection from one of Odogakure's on-duty ninja that day, when he saw more than 10 people falling from the sky, he thought someone had come to capture Lord Orochimaru. Then he remembered Orochimaru's thoughtful care for him, grabbed a kunai without even thinking and charged up. For that, he was even praised by Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke. However, the reality was, so this is where Orochimaru was hiding? Deidara, who jumped down first, glanced around and asked curiously, "Let us go. I already informed Orochimaru. Someone inside will come out to receive us." Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who landed after them, said to the others. With that, everyone strode grandly into a pitch-black doorway. As for the brave ninja mentioned earlier, the one who had even been praised, he was now lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. Humph, the people here under Orochimaru are really trash. It's broad daylight, and they're openly slacking off and sleeping. Walking behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Sasori couldn't help mocking Orochimaru as he passed the ninja. Too dark. Too damp. That was Uzumaki Ryunosuke's first impression when he entered Orochimaru's underground base. But thinking that snakes probably liked this kind of environment, he quickly let it go. Not long after entering, the group heard shouting from ahead. Following the sound, they soon saw a red-haired girl with glasses riding on top of a blonde-haired boy. She was raining down punches and kicks on him, and the cries Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others heard were coming from the blonde-haired boy. Off to the side, a boy dressed in the Uchiha clan's clothes stood with his arms crossed, along with several other boys Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't recognize. Among them, the white-haired boy wearing glasses looked especially awkward. "Naruto, what are you doing?" That's right, the one lying on the ground being pummeled was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, who had been brought here ahead of time by Orochimaru. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki flailing around and shouting on the ground, Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked. Ryunosuke's voice also drew everyone's attention over there. Several curious faces turned toward him. Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, the boy who had clearly seen the Uchiha clan emblem on Ryunosuke's clothes clenched a kunai and rushed straight at him. Bah! Seeing the boy charging at him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke simply raised a hand and slapped him, knocking him straight to the ground. Then, seeing Uchiha Itachi behind Ryunosuke, the boy ground his teeth in fury. Sasuke! Just then, the girl who had been beating Naruto rushed anxiously up from off Naruto's body and ran toward the fallen Uchiha Sasuke. Then the white-haired boy gave the newcomers a glance and turned away. The remaining two, one stood there blankly, while the last one hid behind the standing boy, staring at Uzumaki Ryunosuke in terror. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's cheeks swell up rapidly, the girl painfully rubbed his face while her eyes, full of killing intent, locked tightly onto Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "Naruto, what were you doing just now?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke rubbed Naruto's hair and asked the girl. It was Sasuke. He secretly followed us here, and I only said a few words to him when that woman lunged at me like a madman. I really don't get it. And where did you go, great-granduncle? When I woke up, you were gone. If it weren't for that snake uncle telling me, I would thought you didn't want me anymore. Naruto brushed the dust off his clothes while explaining to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Hearing Naruto's last sentence, Ryunosuke crouched down and helped him pat the dust off his body. This was sudden. It won't happen again. From now on, wherever I go, I'll tell Naruto first, okay? Hearing Ryunosuke's explanation, Naruto nodded with a smile. From now on, I'll also properly follow great-granduncle. So it looks like Lord Ryunosuke gained quite a lot from his trip to Amigakure. At this moment, Orochimaru's voice came from behind Uchiha Sasuke, and he smiled as he looked at the familiar figures behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Yeah, the harvest was pretty good. Whereas Shikaku, didn't I tell it to keep an eye on Naruto? Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded in agreement with what had just been said, then asked Orochimaru. Ah, Lord Ryunosuke means the one-tail? The sunbathing in the mountains right now. I can't control it. Moreover, this girl is Karen, one of the villagers from the land of whirlpools who is with me here. Orochimaru smiled as he explained to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, pointing at the girl who was giving Uchiha Sasuke a massage. Is that her? Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded, stepped forward, and ruffled Karen's hair, only to have her smack his hand away. You're the bad guy who beat Sasuke. I don't know you. Karen glared at the smiling Uzumaki Ryunosuke and said angrily. Ryunosuke didn't think much of it, but Uzumaki Naruto beside him was a little unhappy. Huh? What are you calling a violent woman, you brat? What? Who are you calling a violent woman? Karen's temper flared even more, and strands of her red hair floated in the air like octopus tentacles. Seeing this familiar scene, Jiraiya couldn't help swallowing. This little girl is just like Kushina, especially when she's angry. Karen's fiery temper even earned admiration from the Akatsuki members nearby, especially Kisame. The moment he saw her pinning Naruto down and beating him up, it was exactly the same as when Uzumaki Ryunosuke used to beat him. Alright. From now on, we're all family. What's with that attitude? Uzumaki Ryunosuke reached out and pulled the two of them apart, soothing them. But then his expression suddenly darkened. He immediately let go of Naruto's hand and yanked up Karen's sleeve. Beneath it, on her pair of fair arms, were many bite marks. Seeing this, Ryunosuke grew even angrier, his face darker than this base of Orochimaru's. What's going on here? Naruto also saw Karen's arm clearly at this point, and the dense bite marks on it made his expression change drastically. Seeing Ryunosuke and Naruto like this, everyone around them became curious and looked toward Karen's arm. Damn it, what is this? Konan couldn't stand it anymore either and cursed angrily. After a brief daze, Karen quickly came back to her senses, yanking her arm out of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's grip and hurriedly pulling her sleeve down to cover the bite marks. You bastard! Who just looks at a girl's body like that? Pervert! Karen screamed at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, while Ryunosuke remained silent. He simply took Karen's hand back into his own. Holding tightly onto the struggling Karen, Uzumaki Ryunosuke gave a flash of light and then released his grip. Karen hurriedly pulled her arm back, rolled up her sleeve, and looked. The bite marks that had covered her fair arm were gone. What entered everyone's eyes was a flawless arm. How could this be? Karen stared blankly at her restored arm, while everyone else looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke in amazement. Orochimaru even licked his lips in excitement. I never expected Lord Ryunosuke to even be able to restore these missing vital energies. This is getting more and more interesting. Ryunosuke didn't care what the others thought. He stared at Karen and asked, "Who did this?" Huh? Karen was dumbfounded, her brain not reacting for a moment. Orochimaru reacted quickly and said to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, "Karen originally lived in the land of grass, Lord Ryunosuke. If you need it, I can lead the way for you." Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at the excited Orochimaru and nodded. "Alright, then you lead us there." With that, he took Karen and walked outside. As he passed Jiraiya, he gave him a deep look. "The matter of the two Uchiha brothers. I hope you've settled it by the time we get back." After saying that, he left with Karen and the visibly excited Orochimaru, leaving the rest of them staring at each other. In the end, Jiraiya reacted first and took Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke away. As for the others, they were all arranged by Orochimaru's subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto, to stay in proper lodgings. By the end, only Naruto remained standing there in a daze. Damn it, great-great-uncle just keeps lying to me. He clearly said he'd tell me wherever we go from now on. He promised, and then broke his word right away. I'm never talking to great-great-uncle again. With that, he also ran out of Orochimaru's base to look for Shikaku. On the other side, Karen, who had only just come out not long ago, finally came back to her senses and struggled in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hand. "Let go of me. Where are you taking me?" Karen struggled as she asked while looking around. When she realized that she, Orochimaru, and Uzumaki Ryunosuke were flying in the sky, she quickly stopped struggling and instead clung tightly to him, trembling as she asked, "I'm taking you to get revenge." Uzumaki Ryunosuke answered without looking back. After hearing his words, Karen fell into thought. That place, which had once been her nightmare. If she hadn't awakened the power to summon some ninjas in black one night, she would probably still be trapped in that hellish place now. Soon, Uzumaki Ryunosuke brought Karen and Orochimaru to the sky above the grass ninja village, and the three of them immediately drew the attention of the grass ninja shinobi below. "Who are you? What are you doing in the grass ninja village?" A burly man stepped forward and asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "Is it them?" Ryunosuke ignored him and instead looked at the trembling Karen and asked, "Captain Inui, look. That looks like Orochimaru, the Konoha missing nin." Below, Kuda Inui, who was already angry because Ryunosuke had ignored him, stared at Ryunosuke furiously. Only after someone beside him reminded him did he notice Orochimaru. "Go report to Lord Kage." After seeing it clearly, Kuda Inui hurriedly said to the person beside him. At that moment, a deep voice rang out beside them. "I'm already here." The one who arrived was none other than the leader of the grass ninja village, Deo Shirbei. "Lord Orochimaru, what brings you to the grass ninja village?" Orochimaru heard the shout from below and merely gave a casual glance before no longer paying attention, silently stepping all the way to the back and lowering his presence on purpose. "Lord Kage, that little girl seems to be that woman's child." With that reminder, Deo Shirbei finally saw the familiar figure beside Uzumaki Ryunosuke. At once, a sense of unease enveloped his heart. At this point, with Ryunosuke's comfort, Karen finally stopped trembling. She glared viciously at the familiar faces below. "It's them. I'll never forget them even if I die, Karen said through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded in understanding. Then next, you'll take revenge with your own hands. But I don't have enough strength. Karen lowered her head in disappointment after hearing him. Don't worry, I'll give you enough strength. As long as you awaken the darkness deep inside your heart. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words were like a demon's whisper, constantly tempting Karen beside his ear. The darkness deep inside my heart. Karen murmured softly. On her neck, a blue mask-like pattern was flashing red with the fluctuations of Karen's emotions. Nearby, Orochimaru took in all of this with an unchanged expression. Since they were the ones who hurt you back then, what? You're too scared to take revenge? Watching Karen fall into a daze, Uzumaki Ryunosuke raised his brows slightly, constantly poking at the last line of reason in Karen's heart. No, of course, but Karen looked down at the people of Kusagakure, especially those innocent-looking civilians. In the end, she still couldn't bring herself to be ruthless. She could only shake her head helplessly. Seeing this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke first turned to Orochimaru behind him. Go do what I told you to do earlier. This side will be over very soon. When the time comes, we'll go find you directly. Orochimaru glanced at Karen, whose body was still trembling uncontrollably, then silently nodded at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. After that, he directly made a shadow clone. After saying something to the clone, Orochimaru's shadow clone turned and ran into the distance without looking back. Ryunosuke-sama, don't worry. By the time we're done and return, the other side will be about ready as well. Then we'll be able to activate the jutsu directly. Orochimaru explained to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. After speaking, he obediently stood at the very back. All right, Karen. Have you made up your mind? Destroy this village and make them pay a painful price for what they did back then. Karen thought back to those past days when life was worse than death. Her gaze gradually became firmer, but then, at the final step, it turned cowardly again. Uzumaki Ryunosuke took in every change in Karen's expression, but when he saw that final hint of cowardice, he still shook his head in regret. If you can't decide, then why not just hand the chance over to them instead? Uzumaki Ryunosuke lightly placed a hand on Karen's shoulder, looking down at the Kusagakure shinobi with a thoughtful expression. Hand the chance over to them? Karen was extremely confused after hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words. Hand the chance over to who? Orochimaru? Or the Kusagakure shinobi below? But how could the Kusagakure shinobi choose the outcome she wanted to see? Seeing Karen's puzzled face, Uzumaki Ryunosuke smiled at her. Then he stepped forward and said to the villagers of Kusagakure below, all of you in Kusagakure, listen carefully. I'm this child's elder. I just heard from her about the treatment she received in Kusagakure, and I'm very angry. Now I'll give you the chance to choose your own survival. As long as someone speaks up about everything bad this child suffered in Kusagakure that you've seen, you can all say it now. Once the chance is gone, it's gone. Also, as long as you report it, you can exchange that for a chance to live. If you don't speak now, but I find out later, you're ending 1TB as simple as losing your home and family. Who here has anything to say now? As Uzumaki Ryunosuke pushed Karen to the very front, he watched the expressions of the Kusagakure villagers below change. And the villagers of Kusagakure below also went from confusion at the beginning to mutual suspicion now. When Chaijiang Dashiong saw this, how could he still not understand what Uzumaki Ryunosuke was trying to do? He stared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke and roared, if you'd rather believe this outsider who doesn't know the real situation than believe us villagers who know each other inside and out, then before long everyone will die. We might as well take a gamble now. I don't believe all of us together can't beat 2 shinobi and a child. Even if one person rushes up and only manages to cut once, he can't withstand all of us cutting him down. Rather than believing him, you might as well believe the weapon in your own hand. With Chaijiang Dashiong's impassioned speech, all the people of Kusagakure were stirred up by his words. They clenched the weapons in their hands and stared fiercely at the 3 people in the air. Seeing this, Orochimaru was not worried at all. Instead, he smiled even more happily. He had only learned a little of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's methods before, but even Orochimaru himself couldn't quite figure out Ryunosuke's true strength. Now there was an idiot charging up to test him just in time, letting him see exactly what strength this young clan leader from the Warring States era Uzushio really had. What a nuisance. Looking at the group below with unfriendly eyes, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's brows knit together. He directly raised his right hand, gathering the power of the dragon charm inside his body, and sent a fireball straight at Chaijiang Dashiong. But very quickly, Chaijiang Dashiong inside the flames turned into a section of wood. Chaijiang Dashiong looked up at Uzumaki Ryunosuke in the air with a face full of cold sweat. If he hadn't been staring at Ryunosuke the whole time just now, that attack might have landed. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's move, Orochimaru became even more excited. He was actually using jutsu without forming hand seals. And that fire released just now at random had at least the power of a B-rank jutsu. It was truly amazing. As for the villagers of Kusagakure, Seeing their own battered and disheveled grass Kage-sama, and the unknown man in the air who seemed effortless, they immediately understood the difference in strength. In an instant, they all threw down the weapons in their hands, then pointed at the people beside them and reported to Uzumaki Ryunosuke everything they knew about what those people had done to Karen's mother and daughter back then. Very quickly, the entire Kusagakure fell into chaos. Looking around, there were villagers of Kusagakure fighting each other everywhere. Before Uzumaki Ryunosuke even made a move, the entire village was already a complete mess, and the number of dead and injured villagers kept rising as time passed. Hey, have you all gone crazy? Killing each other? Are you giving them a chance? Chai Jiang Dashiong cursed angrily at the villagers around him, who had turned into a boiling mess. But very quickly he himself was blasted by a group of villagers until he trembled uncontrollably. If it wasn't for your arrangement back then, that mother and daughter wouldn't have ended up like this, and we wouldn't still be under this threat to our lives now. That's right. If you ask me, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could we have ended up like this? Watching the chaotic Kusagakure below, Uzumaki Ryunosuke once again pushed Karen to the very front. See? This is the civilians you couldn't bear to kill. Everyone is selfish. When there's no threat to their lives, they can praise the greatness of their grass Kage. But once the danger is caused by the grass Kage's decision, no matter whether they've gained benefits from it before, they still curse the grass Kage. Civilians are foolish because they believe whatever their leaders say. Rumors and distortion of the facts are all too common. But civilians are also very smart. The moment danger comes, they do anything to survive. At that time, even the shinobi they usually wouldn't dare speak to will be insulted and blamed in that instant, just to get a chance to live. As long as you can make them survive through this danger, even if you tell them to dig up their own ancestors' graves, they do it beautifully without blinking. Some even do even more just to avoid disappointing you. That's why our elders always said, in times of crisis, you see people's true hearts. Uzumaki Ryunosuke stared intently at the chaotic Kusagakure below, while persuading Karen at the same time, as if he were talking to himself about something else. He looked completely absent-minded, and Karen was also staring at the chaotic Kusagakure below, her gaze unfriendly. The color of the pattern on her neck was becoming more and more crimson. Orochimaru, meanwhile, fell into deep thought while listening to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words. Ryunosuke's words left Orochimaru deeply shocked. Things like civilians are foolish, civilians are smart, and in times of crisis you see people's true hearts were all worth pondering. Especially that line, civilians are foolish. That made Orochimaru think of a senior from back then, Shirogane Hataki Sakumo. Wasn't Hataki Sakumo killed by those foolish civilians? White Fong Senpai, I'm starting to feel like you really weren't worth it. Orochimaru was sticking out his tongue, smiling as he thought about something. At this moment, Karen could no longer stand watching the Grass Ninja Village's villagers slaughter each other below. With a gloomy expression, she looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was also wearing a dark expression beside her. Young clan head, can I call you that? Karen's voice pulled Uzumaki Ryunosuke back to reality. He turned toward the sound, and saw Karen looking at him seriously. He immediately nodded. Yes. What is it, Karen? Do you have something you want to say? I want to know. Young clan head, you said just now that awakening the darkness deep in my heart can give me power. So exactly what should I do? I want to avenge my mother with my own hands. I want all these Grass Ninja Village villagers to pay the proper price for what happened back then. Karen looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke very seriously, and when he heard her words, he was also extremely pleased. It's very simple. You just need to keep thinking about what these people did back then, while calling out to the darkness deep in your heart. Then you'll find that you have powerful strength. This power is enough to handle most things in this small world. Uzumaki Ryunosuke spread his arms toward the sky, as if embracing the blue heavens, and explained to Karen excitedly. So that's how it is. Karen looked at the fanatical Uzumaki Ryunosuke, but remained very calm. Then she also stretched out both hands in front of her, palms straight, pressing into the air. Next, Karen closed her eyes and began calling to the darkness deep in her heart. At first, Karen felt nothing at all, but very soon, she sensed something was calling out to her. Her consciousness followed the direction of that call, and in an instant, Karen felt as if she had entered a place filled everywhere with darkness. This is the darkness deep in my heart that the young clan had mentioned? After sensing this, Karen quickly opened her eyes and followed the feeling in her heart as she roared. Come out, my soldiers, give me your strength, and help me destroy this ignorant ninja village. Seeing Karen's hair rise without any wind, Uzumaki Ryunosuke also became incomparably excited. He once again spread his arms, this time even wider than before, and shouted loudly, Appear, soldiers of the Shadow Kingdom. Fight for your new queen. Offer your hearts to your new queen. Fight for her. Starting today, Karen, this one is your new queen. As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words fell, swarms of shadow soldier troops crazily poured out from the shadows. Following Karen's command, they charged toward the grass ninja villagers not far away, who were locked in a brawl. With the participation of so many shadow soldier troops, the already chaotic grass ninja village plunged even deeper into chaos. There were terrified screams everywhere, and desperate cries from people before death. Uzumaki Ryunosuke closed his eyes in intoxication, both hands dancing non-stop in the air, like a noble orchestra conductor, except what he was conducting was a merciless slaughter. Uzumaki Ryunosuke was like a madman. His hands waved as he danced in the air along with the screams from the grass ninja village below, like a demon from hell. Watching the intoxicated Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the strangely transformed Karen beside him, Orochimaru also didn't know what to do for a moment, and thought helplessly in his heart. I knew it. I should have left a shadow clone here just now. I had to get greedy for a moment of excitement and stay here myself. Karen was carried by a night bat soldier as she descended from the sky to the ground. Her strange appearance made anyone who saw her jump in shock. Her originally bright, beautiful eyes were now entirely an eerie crimson, and the whole eye had become one single mass. There was no ordinary white of the eye, no distinction between eyeball and iris. Especially her skin everywhere on her body had turned into a strange pale black color. At this moment, Zhai Jiang, who was currently stalling several spike soldiers, saw Karen not far from him and quickly shouted to the grass ninja beside him. You lot, hurry up. As long as we kill that strange girl, these bizarre things won't keep coming out. Then things will be much easier for all of us. Hearing Zhai Jiang's order, 3 or 4 grass ninja jonin quickly broke away and rushed toward Karen with all their strength. Around Karen stood only the night bat shadow soldier who had just carried her down from the sky. The grass ninja charging at the front shouted excitedly. At this distance, those bizarre things behind them wouldn't be able to help even if they wanted to. Suddenly, this grass ninja jonin shuddered, and then his whole body collapsed to the ground. He fell heavily from midair, and due to inertia, his body was directly dragged along the stone-covered road, tearing out a long bloody trail. But even then, the jonin didn't make a sound. The other grass ninja jonin behind him immediately sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly leaped backward. Humph, you damn thing. What did you do to Judah? After stabilizing himself, one of the remaining jonin, Mizuna Yuta, roared at Karen. The kunai in his hand gripped tightly, revealing the unrest in his heart. Yuta, don't rush. We need to deal with her first. We can check on Judah later. Calm down now. Seeing Mizuna Yuta on the verge of losing his reason, a companion beside him quickly tried to persuade him. At this moment, a miserable scream came from behind them. Several grass ninja heard that familiar voice and quickly turned back to look, only to see that Zhai Jiang's left arm had been sliced off by a bizarre ninja wearing armor and wielding a samurai sword. The enormous pain assaulted Zhai Jiang's will, and he could only use his right hand to tightly clutch the place where his left arm had been severed. Damn it, Lord Grass Shadow! The unease in the hearts of the jonin grew stronger and stronger. Soon, they forced that feeling down and rushed at Karen again. Their hands flashed up and down, and in just a few seconds they had finished forming seals. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Water style, Water Chaos Wave. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A great number of ninjutsu all struck toward Karen at almost the same time. But Karen was not slow either. She directly flipped herself up onto Night Bat's back, grabbed Night Bat's shoulder, and at the same time controlled Night Bat to fly into the air, causing all the grass ninja's ninjutsu to lose their target and only blast into the empty ground. Damn it! She's flying so high. How are we supposed to hit her? Mizuna Yuta looked at Karen flying in the air and raged helplessly, only to be quickly surrounded by many shadow soldier troops. Karen sat on Night Bat's back, looking down at the struggling grass ninja below, and gave the final order against the grass ninja. As fast as possible, destroy this disgusting village. Then she flew toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side. The 3 of them and Night Bat just stood quietly in the air, watching the grass ninja village flicker with non-stop flames. Compared to the grass ninja village that was about to be destroyed, Orochimaru was now even more interested in Karen's strange appearance. In Orochimaru's perception, Karen's own strength had not increased much. However, Karen's spiritual power had become unbelievably strong. Based on Karen's current spiritual power, ordinary genjutsu would already have a very hard time taking effect. As time passed, the huge grass ninja village quickly turned into nothing but a mess. Corpses strewn all over the ground testified to the cruel treatment this place had suffered. Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others descended to the ground, coldly looking at everything around them. Vortex Ryunosuke was a man from the Warring States period himself, so he naturally wasn't surprised by this kind of situation. Orochimaru had also lived through 2 ninja world wars, so he was naturally used to everything in front of him. The only thing he found a pity was that Vortex Ryunosuke hadn't left him a few survivors to experiment on. As for the rest, Karen was still covered head to toe in that strange pale black skin, and since all of this had been done under her own orders, she didn't feel any discomfort. Then, Lord Ryunosuke, are we heading back now? Orochimaru asked tentatively, while his gaze burned intently on Karen. Karen was made extremely awkward by Orochimaru's scorching stare, and quickly followed the guidance in her heart, retracting the power of the pattern that had been imprinted on her neck by Vortex Ryunosuke. In an instant, the pale black color on Karen's skin began to slowly fade. In less than a moment, it had returned to her original fair skin. So this is the power Lord Vortex Ryunosuke gave her? It looks quite a bit weaker than my cursed seal of heaven. I wonder if Lord Ryunosuke would lend it to me for study? Looking at Karen after she had recovered, Orochimaru's eyes grew even more delighted. He practically wanted to bind Karen tightly to the experiment table right now and carefully dissect her to uncover the power within. But now that Karen, no matter what, was Ryunosuke's relative, if he directly tied her up, it would definitely draw Ryunosuke's retaliation. So it was better to ask first. You can forget about that. It isn't a product caused by chakra. And it's only a medium anyway, just borrowing power from the Shadow Kingdom through that medium. You're going to the Shadow Kingdom to research later, right? Just study that directly. Walking into the interior of the Grass Ninja Village, Vortex Ryunosuke spoke to Orochimaru without turning back as he walked. When the three of them arrived at the center of the ninja village, Ryunosuke glanced around and gave a faint nod. Since there's nothing else, let us go. I'm looking forward to what happens next. After controlling Orochimaru and Karen to fly up, Vortex Ryunosuke immediately used the rabbit talisman and sped toward Orochimaru's base in the Land of Fire. At the same time, on the other side, under the vivid description by Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya's detailed explanation, Uchiha Sasuke finally learned the true reason for the massacre that night. After learning everything, Sasuke could no longer hold it in. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground and cried with his head in his hands. I'm going to destroy Konoha! Uchiha Sasuke widened his eyes, and the blood-red three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly. With just one more step, it would evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, no! Seeing Uchiha Sasuke fall into madness, Uchiha Itachi could no longer hold back and stepped forward, using his Mangekyo Sharingan to stare at Sasuke. Konoha wiped out our entire clan, and you still want to make excuses for them? Uchiha Itachi, what the hell are you thinking? Sasuke also stared at Itachi with his three-tomo Sharingan and roared in fury, while throwing a kunai at him. Uchiha Itachi merely shifted his body slightly and dodged the kunai Sasuke had thrown. Calmly, he looked at Sasuke, who had dropped into a crouch and was rapidly forming hand seals. Chidori. Lightning crackled wildly across Uchiha Sasuke's left hand, producing a loud and piercing screech. Sasuke gripped his arm tightly and stabbed toward Uchiha Itachi, only to have Itachi grab his left hand in return, then kick him straight into the wall. Watching this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head. Was this kid stupid? With strength like that, he still dared to go head-on against Uchiha Itachi? Seeing the atmosphere grow more and more tense, Jiraiya hurried forward and slung Sasuke over his shoulder, heading outside. Damn it! Put me down! Uchiha Itachi! I won't let you off. Sasuke kept twisting on Jiraiya's shoulder, glaring fiercely at Itachi, who stood motionless where he was, and cursing non-stop. Yes, we definitely can't let him off. We're just retreating for now. Once we've rested, we'll come back and settle the score. Jiraiya said perfunctorily as he walked out, not caring at all about Sasuke writhing on his shoulder like a caterpillar. Damn it! Uchiha Itachi! After handing Sasuke over to Kabuto, one of Orochimaru's subordinates, for treatment, Jiraiya wandered through Orochimaru's base, sighing inwardly non-stop. Sensei, seriously, what kind of mess did you leave behind? Jiraiya wandered aimlessly, and soon heard Naruto Uzumaki's voice coming from not far away. Hey Shikaku, tell me, isn't this too much? Great Uncle Ryunosuke clearly said he'd tell me wherever he went, but the moment I turned around, he disappeared with that violent woman and that perverted old man. Hey Shikaku, say something. Why won't you talk to me too? Watching Naruto Uzumaki bouncing around in front of Shikaku, the one-tail Jiraiya also felt a wave of exhaustion. Why was Minato and Kushina's descendant this kind of personality? Who exactly did he take after? Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and thought. Shikaku merely glanced at Jiraiya indifferently before lowering his head again and lying there without a word, constantly muttering to himself. This is the boss Jr. Can't hit him. If I do, I won't get any good days later. I need to stay calm. Hey Naruto. Seeing Shikaku spiral into self-isolation because of Naruto, Jiraiya also found it rather novel. Although Jiraiya guessed this had something to do with Vortex Ryunosuke. Just this ability to annoy a tailed beast to death with words alone was truly one of a kind. Ah, pervy sage. It's you. Seeing Jiraiya walking toward him, Naruto also became extremely happy. Hey pervy sage, come teach me how to train. I want to give Great Uncle Ryunosuke a huge surprise. After smiling and walking closer, Jiraiya immediately exploded with a punch and smacked Naruto on the head. Idiot, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm the Toad Sage, not some pervy sage. Naruto hugged the lump on his head and glared fiercely at Jiraiya. Damn it, I'm gonna tell great uncle Ryunosuke. And say that pervy sage bullied me. Just you wait. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. When Jiraiya heard Naruto say he was gonna tell Vortex Ryunosuke, how could he still sit still? He hurriedly grabbed Naruto's arm and started flattering him in a low voice. Shikaku was lying nearby basking in the sun, watching this pair of living treasures, especially Naruto after getting hit, and felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. While Jiraiya was still grabbing Naruto's arm and coaxing him in a humble voice, Vortex Ryunosuke had already brought Karen and the others back to the base. Orochimaru, hurry up. After everything is ready, send someone to find me. I'm going to rest first. Find me a room where I can sleep. Orochimaru nodded, then casually pressed against the wall. A familiar figure flashed in front of him and silently stood there, waiting for Orochimaru's orders. Kabuto, take Lord Ryunosuke and Miss Karen to the room we prepared earlier. Then come back and help me prepare things. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and nodded at Orochimaru. Then he stepped aside and extended his right hand toward the inside of the base, saying to Vortex Ryunosuke and Karen, Lord Vortex Ryunosuke, Miss Karen, please follow me this way. The rooms arranged for you are this way. Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded and walked into the base. Karen followed closely behind him, while Kabuto Yakushi led the way at the front. Oh right, Kabuto Yakushi, was it? Where's Naruto Uzumaki? As they walked, Uzumaki Ryunosuke seemed to remember something and asked Kabuto Yakushi, who was in front. As for young Master Naruto, if I remember correctly, after you, Miss Karen, and Lord Orochimaru left, he got angry and ran toward the back mountain. I imagine he probably went to find Lord Shikaku. Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded. Shikaku was on the back mountain anyway, so there was no need to worry too much about Naruto Uzumaki's safety. To be honest, aside from monsters like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha who were basically not human, and freaks like himself who technically were human, there still wasn't anyone in this world who could solo a tailed beast. Besides, if anything really happened, Shikaku wasn't there for nothing. There was no way it would just watch Naruto Uzumaki get hurt. This is the room where Lord Ryunosuke will be resting. As for Miss Karen's room, it's right next door. You already know that. Uzumaki Ryunosuke stood at the doorway and looked inside. It was very clean and tidy. The lighting was good too. Overall, it was a pretty decent room. Alright, once Orochimaru has everything ready, come find me again. As Uzumaki Ryunosuke pushed the door open, he spoke to Kabuto Yakushi. Karen had already gone back to her room. So much had happened today that she needed a good rest too. Kabuto Yakushi nodded at Uzumaki Ryunosuke to show he understood, then left. After closing the door, Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't even bother taking off his clothes before dropping onto the bed. He quickly fell asleep. And within the shadows, pairs of red eyes stared vigilantly at the surroundings, guarding against any possible accidents. This was a habit Uzumaki Ryunosuke had developed while fighting in the wild. Whenever he slept, he would send out a group of Shadow Corps ninjas to form a complete surveillance perimeter around him, covering every angle and leaving no corner unchecked, all to prevent sneak attacks. As time passed, while Uzumaki Ryunosuke slept soundly, a tiny black snake only a few inches long slowly crawled in through the ventilation window. Just as it was about to approach Uzumaki Ryunosuke, a blade pierced straight through its body in an instant. It died on the spot. These Shadow Corps, they're seriously impossible to deal with. They even set up defenses around him while he sleeps? How cautious. In the laboratory, Orochimaru, who was busy at work, seemed to sense something and paused for a moment. Then he calmly continued with what he was doing, as if nothing had happened at all. When sleeping, time always passed at incredible speed, as if it had been put on fast forward. By the time Uzumaki Ryunosuke woke up, it was already the next morning. After recalling the Shadow Corps who had guarded the area all night, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stretched comfortably. Ever since being brought back by the impure world reincarnation, he had been running around non-stop until last night. Now that he had finally gotten a proper night's rest, his whole body and spirit felt much better. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lord Ryunosuke, Lord Orochimaru has finished preparing everything. Everyone else is already there. We're only waiting for you now. Kabuto Yakushi's polite voice came from outside the door, and Uzumaki Ryunosuke promptly responded. Alright, I'll tidy up and head over right away. A few minutes later, after getting everything ready, Uzumaki Ryunosuke changed into a clean set of clothes and stepped out of the room. Kabuto Yakushi, standing at the door, once again took on the role of guide. After walking for a while, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally saw the group waiting there. Naruto Uzumaki, who had no idea what was going on, was there. So were Nagato and Konan, their eyes full of anticipation. Sasuke Uchiha with a sour look on his face, and the rest of the important and not so important side characters. Lord Ryunosuke, I'm fully prepared. May I begin now? Orochimaru stepped forward and asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Begin. The sooner it starts, the sooner it ends. Today's main characters aren't us. Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded. After receiving the signal, Orochimaru turned around directly. Under the different expressions of the crowd, he began to perform the jutsu. Summoning jutsu, impure world reincarnation. As the technique took effect, 2 coffins slowly rose from the ground. Bang! The lids of the 2 coffins fell straight down, kicking up clouds of dust. Where is this? The first to open his eyes was Yahiko, looking utterly confused. As he stared at the unfamiliar surroundings, he scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. Yahiko! At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Yahiko turned around and looked. The 2 familiar people before him overlapped with the figures in his memory. Konan, Nagato. With joyful shouts, the 3 of them hugged tightly together. On the other side, Kushina Uzumaki, who had also awakened, was just as confused. That person in front of her seemed to be Orochimaru? Kushina Uzumaki wasn't sure, until a familiar voice called out from behind her too. Hey Kushina, long time no see. Jiraiya? Kushina Uzumaki looked at the familiar man before her, even more puzzled. Don't tell me. You and Orochimaru are dead too? Jiraiya's original joy was instantly ruined by Kushina Uzumaki's uncertain greeting. Fortunately, Orochimaru stepped in and explained things to Kushina Uzumaki. So that means, we were brought back by Lord Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation? Nearby, after catching up briefly with Konan and Nagato, Yahiko turned to Orochimaru and spoke with obvious delight on his face. Thank goodness. At first, I thought something had happened to Nagato and Konan. It's great that you're both alright. Compared to Yahiko's happiness for his friends, Kushina Uzumaki, who was kneeling on the ground and tightly holding Naruto Uzumaki's face while constantly rubbing and squishing it, looked even happier. Oh my, Naruto, why are you so short? Haven't you been eating properly? Didn't I tell that old third to take good care of you? Have you been misbehaving? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Kushina Uzumaki, who was hugging him tightly and fussing over him with concern, and tears immediately started streaming down his face. He cried while listening to Kushina Uzumaki's endless chatter. Seeing this, the guilt in Jiraiya's heart only deepened further. There was once a time when he had also believed the third would properly take care of this hero's son. Who could have expected things to turn out like this in the end? Sai-sensei, why did you become like this? Jiraiya raised his head and looked at the pitch-black ceiling above, suddenly feeling endless exhaustion. So you're Kushina, huh? Just like Naruto said, you really are a little beauty. Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked over to Kushina Uzumaki's side and looked her up and down. Attracted by his voice, Kushina Uzumaki looked up. In that instant, she froze. A handsome red-haired man was standing beside her, smiling as he looked at her. Taking advantage of Kushina Uzumaki's moment of distraction, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly bolted behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. He peeked out from behind him with half his head showing, secretly sizing up Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto, what are you doing? Haven't you always wanted to meet your mother? So why are you hiding behind me now? Uzumaki Ryunosuke stroked Naruto Uzumaki's head and gently tried to persuade him. Naruto Uzumaki stayed silent. He only grabbed tightly onto Uzumaki Ryunosuke's clothes and refused to let go no matter what. Hey, who are you? What are you trying to do to Naruto? Seeing that her son clearly seemed distant from her, Kushina Uzumaki angrily shouted at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Her long red hair behind her rose up without any wind, making her look exactly like a giant scarlet octopus.
Uzumaki Ryunosuke.
You used to be from the land of whirlpools. I think you definitely know this name. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Uzumaki Kushina calmly, and the moment Kushina heard his name, she was stunned. How could she not know that name? She had heard it ever since she was little. Those villagers of Uzushio whose clan had already been destroyed, and Grandma Mito, who had cared for her in every possible way after she went to Konoha and treated her with endless kindness, had all kept talking about this name. No matter what, Uzumaki Kushina had never imagined that one day, the owner of the name she had heard about so often would stand perfectly before her in person. And he even looked about the same age she had been before her death. I know of you, the former young clan leader. After hearing the name of the person before her, Kushina's flying hair slowly fell back down. Her whole demeanor returned to that outward image of a gentle wife and loving mother, leaving the younger generation around her, who didn't know Kushina, clicking their tongues in amazement. Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't waste words. He stepped forward directly and placed both hands on Yahiko's and Kushina's shoulders. With a burst of intense white light, the markings of the impure world reincarnation on Yahiko and Kushina were blown away by a wind from who knew where. From this moment on, Uzumaki Kushina and Yahiko were officially revived. Just what kind of power was this? Orochimaru looked at everything happening before his eyes. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help being shocked by this miraculous scene. As for the others who had never seen such a thing before, they were even more stunned, unable to say a word. At the very edge, Uchiha Sasuke looked at the way Uzumaki Ryunosuke stood there so calm and carefree. Something kept turning in his heart, and his gaze grew firmer and firmer. Also at the edge, Yakushi Kabuto looked at the two who had been revived so easily by Ryunosuke. He too was calculating something in his heart. Head lowered, he stood there in silence, most of the strange look in his eyes hidden behind his glasses. Alright, Jiraiya will explain the rest to you. Compared to someone unfamiliar like me, I think Jiraiya is someone you can trust more. Kabuto, take me somewhere so I can rest. Looking at the crowd still trapped in shock, Uzumaki Ryunosuke clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention back. Then he spoke to Yahiko and Kushina, and also to Yakushi Kabuto, who was still at the edge thinking and plotting. Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke, please come this way. Hearing Ryunosuke call him, Kabuto put away all those little thoughts from earlier. He switched back to that fake smile full of flattery and silently led the way for Ryunosuke. As Ryunosuke left, the originally silent scene quickly returned to its earlier liveliness. Yahiko brought Konin and Nagato over to greet Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Kushina pounced on Naruto Uzumaki like a tigress, hugging him tightly as she poured out all the longing and regret she had carried for so many years. Compared to the liveliness over there, Yakushi Kabuto and Uzumaki Ryunosuke on this side remained silent the entire time. In the long corridor, only the rhythmic sound of footsteps remained. Very soon, Kabuto brought Ryunosuke back to the door of the previous room. Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke, I'll leave you here. If you need anything, just call for me. After finishing with that fake smile, Yakushi Kabuto quietly turned and left. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Kabuto's departing back and said nothing. Ryunosuke could clearly sense that after seeing him revive Yahiko and Kushina, the man before him had undergone an obvious change. But since Kabuto didn't say anything himself, Ryunosuke couldn't be bothered to ask. He wasn't some child bursting with curiosity. If the other party didn't want to speak, then Ryunosuke would simply pretend not to know. And just now, after reviving Yahiko and Kushina, Ryunosuke had clearly felt someone staring at him. That sense of being watched from nowhere made him extremely uncomfortable. On top of that, his originally massive chakra had suddenly shrunk to the brink of depletion. Those two reasons were why Uzumaki Ryunosuke had no choice but to return to his room. He needed to thoroughly investigate who exactly was watching him, and where exactly his chakra had gone. After locking the room door, Ryunosuke summoned a group of shadow troops to guard the hidden corners of the shadows. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed, emptied his mind, and focused completely on extracting chakra. He had no idea where to even start investigating that strange feeling of being watched. So he decided to first study the reason his chakra had disappeared. Meanwhile, on the other side, the lively atmosphere in the field had once again turned into dead silence. Uzumaki Kushina held Naruto Uzumaki's hand, and the silence around her was terrifying. As for Yahiko, he crossed his arms and sulked alone at Nagato and Konin. That damned old third. He actually dared to treat my little Naruto like that. He even took away so much of mine and Minato's property. My poor little Naruto. He could only eat expired food and instant noodles, and those hateful villagers even dared to bully my son. They've really gone too far. In the end, it was Kushina who broke the silence first. Her hair, which had fallen back down earlier, rose once again. This time, she looked even more murderous. And by the end of it, several huge chains burst out from behind her back, dancing wildly in the air along with her hair. In a dark place filled with standing water, like some kind of sewer, a huge orange-red fox lay inside an equally massive cage, quietly sensing everything outside. Didn't he expect little girl Kushina to still have such a bad temper? And when exactly is boss going to let me out? That bastard Shikaku has already been going wild outside for days. If boss hadn't been there back then, I would run out and fought Shikaku no matter what. Damn it. The more the fox thought about it, the angrier it got. It violently turned its head away and then twisted it back toward the inside of the cage, leaving only its 9 massive tails thrashing about wildly. Yahiko. Seeing how furious Yahiko was, Konin didn't know what to say for a moment. Nagato was also so awkward he didn't know where to put himself. Felt wrong no matter where he stood. Nagato and Konin's embarrassing state was seen completely by the Akatsuki members behind them. No one had expected that, in the organization, the cold and arrogant white tiger Konin and the elusive yet overwhelmingly powerful Zero Burial Nagato would be suppressed to this extent by the original Deva Path Pain, who looked like he only had the strength of a Chunin, especially Deidara, the youngest one. When he saw this scene, he laughed so hard he couldn't even straighten his waist, crazily slapping Sasori on the shoulder beside him. And just like that, Deidara and Sasori started loudly arguing again over art. That's enough, Deidara. If you keep yelling, I'm going to stuff your mouth shut with paper. Konin finally couldn't take it anymore and roared at Deidara, who was currently grabbing Sasori by the neck while the two of them fought each other. Wow, Konin. You've really become more and more violent. You're actually threatening people. Hearing Konin say that only made Yahiko even angrier, and he immediately launched into a furious scolding. Then he dragged in Nagato too, who was shrinking to the side like a quail, blaming him for not taking good care of Konan and actually letting the formerly gentle and virtuous Konan turn into this. Hey Kakuzu, since we're both idle anyway, why don't we go out and find some sacrifices for Lord Jashin? The utterly bored Haiden looked at Kakuzu, who was silently counting money nearby, and spoke. Fine. We can also finish the mission we took from the bounty station earlier. Hearing Haiden's words, Kakuzu's hand paused in the middle of counting money. Then he nodded, stuffed the money in his hand into the bag he carried on him, turned around, and was just about to leave. Then, Itachi-san, what should we do? Gizame looked at Haiden and Kakuzu, the immortal duo who had already left, and then at Sasori and Deidara, the artistic duo who were still arguing beside him. For a moment he did not know what he should do, so he asked his partner, Uchiha Itachi, beside him. Gizame, Lord Ryunosuke called me earlier and told me to go find him. I still need to go see him later, Uchiha Itachi said calmly. Itachi's words sent Kisame into thought. Lord Ryunosuke? Just hearing that name made Kisame remember what happened before in Amigakure, when Uzumaki Ryunosuke had pinned him to the ground and given him a thorough beating. Now that he thought about it, he still hurt all over. If possible, Kisame really did not want to stay near that person. But he truly had nothing else to do. After thinking about it, he decided he might as well go with Itachi to find Uzumaki Ryunosuke and see whether he could give him some advice. Ever since coming here, he had been completely idle. If he stayed like this any longer, even his hand seals would start to get rusty. After making the plan, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi also left the scene. Sensing the suddenly quiet atmosphere, Sasori and Deidara also stopped fighting with each other. Deidara then suddenly realized something. He had just been choking a puppet's neck the whole time. At the time, Deidara had even been surprised that Sasori could endure it so well. He had squeezed that hard, yet Sasori still had no trouble breathing. Now that he thought about it, it was so stupid and embarrassing. Surely no one had noticed that the genius explosive artist Deidara had tried to strangle a puppet, right? Deidara silently looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, slowly let out a breath. Good. No one noticed. Deidara, why did you stop choking it? A teasing voice came from behind him. Deidara turned his head with difficulty and saw a white-haired boy with sharp teeth, the same as Kisame, smiling at him. Damn it! Hozuki Suigetsu, if you dare spread what happened today, I'm not letting this go. Deidara roared wildly there, while Sasori silently turned around and left. After coming here, Deidara's IQ seemed to be getting lower and lower. Sasori no longer wanted to stay with him, afraid it would affect his own development of the mecha that Ryunosuke had mentioned. Ah, so scary. As expected of Deidara-sama, who was going to strangle a puppet to death. Hozuki Suigetsu danced around wildly, mocking Deidara. C1 Clay. Watching Suigetsu's reckless behavior, Deidara put his hands together and kept rubbing them. Just as he was about to release a jutsu, his body suddenly stiffened, as if something had controlled him. Deidara turned his head and saw that one of Sasori's hands was controlling him with chakra strings. Hey, Sasori, what are you doing? Let me go. I'm going to blow him up with my art. He actually dared to laugh at me. Hey, Sasori, did you hear me? You really are. Very quickly, Deidara was pulled away by Sasori's control. Along the way, Deidara kept shouting, but he still had no intention of breaking free from those tiny chakra strings on his own. And so, after all the pushing and pulling, the original group had already dwindled down to just a few people. Uchiha Sasuke also went straight to the training room after Uchiha Itachi left, and Karen followed right behind him. Hozuki Suigetsu found Deidara getting dragged away boring, so he left with Yugo as well. Orochimaru had also collected the data, and before anyone knew it, he quietly slipped away. In the end, only a few people remained. Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto, chatting as they walked toward Naruto's room. Yahiko, who was fiercely lecturing Konan and Nagato off to the side, and Jiraiya, who was stuck not knowing which side to go with. Looking at the noisy trio and the Uzumaki mother and son who were already walking farther away, Jiraiya silently sighed and went out for a drink. On Ryunosuke's side, after recording the experimental data for Uzumaki Kushina and Yahiko, Orochimaru hurried over to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's place without stopping. Orochimaru was extremely interested in the Black Shadow Kingdom that Ryunosuke had mentioned earlier. For a researcher, there was nothing more interesting than the unknown. Lord Ryunosuke, may I come in? Orochimaru stood respectfully at the door and knocked politely. Behind Orochimaru was Kabuto Yakushi, carrying some experimental equipment. Orochimaru, come in. Ryunosuke's reply quickly came from inside. After getting the answer, Orochimaru could not wait to push the door open. Lord Ryunosuke, can I explore and study your Black Shadow Kingdom now? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, his eyes filled with excited light. It was the kind of light that a researcher had when faced with something unknown. Looking at Orochimaru, who was full of excitement, Ryunosuke stood up and grabbed Orochimaru and Kabuto's hands. Don't resist. I'll take you inside. The next instant, A black substance like water appeared on the ground beneath the three of them, slowly swallowing them in. At that moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto both became visibly even more excited. Soon, the three of them entered the world of the Black Shadow Kingdom. Orochimaru and Kabuto looked around curiously, their eyes full of excitement and anticipation. So this is the so-called Black Shadow Kingdom? It really is full of black everywhere. Orochimaru happily looked at everything in front of him, moving his body around the nearby area in delight. He touched this, looked at that, like a child full of curiosity toward the world. This is really wonderful. I haven't been this excited in a long time. Kabuto, quickly take out the instruments. Let us collect some samples now and bring them back for experiments. After enjoying himself enough, Orochimaru hurriedly called Kabuto to take out the prepared instruments and begin collecting samples. Watching the two of them busily at work, Ryunosuke suddenly remembered Uchiha Obito, whom he had locked inside the Black Shadow Kingdom before. Now that Uzumaki Kushina had also been revived, it was time to tell her about it and see how she wanted to deal with that traitorous bastard. Hey, Orochimaru, when you're done collecting everything, just call these shadow troops. They can take you out directly. They can also help you out normally. Ryunosuke brought over a few ordinary shadow ninjas to Orochimaru's side and interrupted him while he was collecting materials to explain. Got it, Lord Ryunosuke. But could you please lift your foot? You're stepping on what I need to collect. Without even looking up, Orochimaru casually answered Ryunosuke while lightly patting his calf to signal him to move. Ryunosuke's face went dark as he shifted a step to the side. Then he gave Orochimaru a deep look and directly left the Black Shadow Kingdom. Mother, what happened after that? What happened to you and Dad? Naruto lay on the bed, looking curiously at the loving Uzumaki Kushina as he kept asking about what had happened between his parents back in those days. Well, after that, your father held a Rasengan in one hand and Flying Thunder God in the other, and he made the name Yellow Flash for himself on the battlefield. And because of your father's overwhelming strength, the ninja villages of every country even issued notices saying that if they encountered the Yellow Flash, they could abandon the mission outright and would not be punished by their village. Uzumaki Kushina spoke with great excitement to Naruto, as if the one rampaging across the battlefield had been herself. But it was exactly this passionate speech that drew cries of amazement and admiration from Naruto. This also gradually reduced the distance between the mother and son, who had never met before. It looks like the two of you, mother and son, are getting along pretty well. I thought with how Naruto was acting before, it'd still take another 2 or 3 days for your relationship to improve. Hearing that familiar voice, Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly threw himself into Uzumaki Ryunosuke's arms. With his voice choked with emotion, he expressed his gratitude to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. So it's the young clan leader. This matter really troubled you. Even though I don't know what price you paid, I know the cost of reviving someone can't be small.
I'm deeply grateful.
Words can't express my thanks. Uzumaki Kushina stood there obediently. If someone didn't know better, they might have thought she was some family's well-behaved daughter. It's nothing. We're all from the same clan after all. And I already promised this little guy. If I went back on my word, then I probably wouldn't have the ability to lead the clan. Uzumaki Ryunosuke waved his hand without caring, then turned to Uzumaki Kushina and said, when I went to Amigakure before to bring Nagato back, I ran into the real culprit who caused your death and Naruto's father's death. Right now, I've locked him up in the Shadow Kingdom. I think family matters should still be handled by the family itself. So I'm planning to hand him over to you. I want to ask how you intend to deal with him. The real culprit? You mean that Uchiha Madara from back then? Uzumaki Kushina immediately recalled those terrible memories and at once spoke aggressively. I'll beat him to death. Where's the Shadow Kingdom? Take me there right now. I'm going to make him pay. Uzumaki Ryunosuke connected to the Shadow Kingdom and yanked Uchiha Obito, who had been tossed in a corner, out. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the person who had fallen to the ground. At first, she was full of rage. But the moment she got a clear look at the face of the person lying there, she instantly froze. Uchiha Obito? Uzumaki Kushina muttered to herself, then shook her head in disbelief. No. Uchiha Obito clearly died in the Third Great Ninja War. How could it be Uchiha Obito? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't believe the truth in front of her. She grabbed Uchiha Obito by the collar and violently hauled him up from the ground, gritting her teeth as she said, "You're not Obito. Who exactly are you? Why are you pretending to be Obito? Why are you framing him? Why? As Uzumaki Kushina questioned him, she kept shaking Uchiha Obito back and forth without stopping. But as she shook him, she gradually came to a stop. She gently leaned against Uchiha Obito's chest and cried as she said, "Obito." He was such a bright, cheerful boy, such a helpful young man. Obito was clearly a hero of the war. Back then, everyone was heartbroken for so long. Since you were alive, why didn't you come back to the village? Do you know how sad we were back then? I had even hoped that when Naruto was born, I'd let you and Rin help me take care of him. I wanted Naruto to learn that helpful kindness from you. Why did it turn out like this, Uchiha Obito? Say something. Say something. Why? Why exactly? Looking at the weeping Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Ryunosuke hurried forward and pulled Uzumaki Kushina away from Uchiha Obito. During all this time, Uchiha Obito remained silent, just standing there blankly. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina struggled wildly in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's arms, her mouth still shouting non-stop. Seeing his mother crying like this, Naruto Uzumaki was completely at a loss for what to do. He could only tightly hold onto Uzumaki Kushina's hand. Feeling Uzumaki Kushina give up struggling in his arms, Uzumaki Ryunosuke loosened his hand, and Uzumaki Kushina immediately slid down to the ground. In that instant, Uzumaki Kushina looked as helpless as a child, hugging Naruto Uzumaki as she sobbed uncontrollably. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the stunned Uchiha Obito, then slowly walked forward and punched him in the stomach. In an instant, intense pain shot through his entire body. Uchiha Obito bent over on the ground like a boiled shrimp. I don't know your past, so I can't judge you for it. But no matter how I think about it, someone who betrays his teacher and destroys his own clan can't possibly be that good, no matter what. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's voice, Uchiha Obito endured the pain and raised his head to look at him standing there. An unwilling voice came from Uchiha Obito's mouth. You think I wanted this? You think I never wanted to go back? When I was pinned under that huge boulder, do you think I wasn't scared? But what could I do? At the very last moment, all I could do was give my eye to Kakashi and tell him to leave quickly. But what about him? I clearly told him to protect Rin, so what did Kakashi do? And that teacher of ours, the one called the Yellow Flash, why was he always so late at every crucial moment? Obviously, if he'd just been one step faster, just one step. At this point, Uchiha Obito lay on the ground crying helplessly, like a child in the middle of the night who couldn't find the way home. On the battlefield, completely entrusting your so-called hope to others is an unbelievably foolish thing to do. Looking at Uchiha Obito kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly, Uzumaki Ryunosuke frowned as he looked at him. At this moment, even Uzumaki Ryunosuke truly couldn't judge this person. If you said he was good, he had betrayed his teacher and destroyed his own clan without the slightest hesitation. If you said he was bad, he had only dared to make an enemy of the entire ninja world because of the obsession in his heart. You bad guy. You actually made mom cry. I'll make you pay. Seeing his mother holding him and crying non-stop, the line of reason in Naruto Uzumaki's mind seemed to be cut by something. A layer of red chakra covered in bubbling energy formed around Naruto Uzumaki's body, and even those sky-blue eyes of his turned red. The hair all over his body stood on end, and ears and a tail formed from that red chakra appeared on his head and back. He glared viciously at Uchiha Obito on the ground, sharp claws growing from both hands, like a wild beast about to hunt. Ha 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 ha. See? Conflict can't be erased. This world is filled everywhere with sin and rage. This world is false. Only the Eye of the Moon plan can bring true peace. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki in his tailed beast state, Uchiha Obito laughed wildly without stop, even though Naruto had only transformed to the one-tail state. What are you laughing at? Naruto Uzumaki roared and lunged at Uchiha Obito at high speed. Hatred had already filled his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki's reason was now gradually being consumed by the nine tails. No, Naruto. Feeling the figure in her arms suddenly disappear, Uzumaki Kushina shouted loudly toward Naruto Uzumaki. Even though Uchiha Obito had killed Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, her husband and wife, Uzumaki Kushina still didn't want her child to bear this sin. Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly made his move and caught Naruto Uzumaki in midair. Feeling his movement being blocked, Naruto Uzumaki kept struggling non-stop in the air. It looks like Kushina still hasn't decided how to deal with you. In that case, you'd better keep staying in the Shadow Kingdom. In the end, Uzumaki Ryunosuke still decided to lock Uchiha Obito back inside the Shadow Kingdom. After all, he had already said before that he would hand him over completely to Uzumaki Kushina and the others to deal with. And after living in this world for so long, this was also the first time Uzumaki Ryunosuke had met someone with a personality like Uchiha Obito's. Back in the Warring States era, even though people faced death every day, faced separation from wives and children, and the destruction of their families, none of them had turned into someone like this child. Looking at Uchiha Obito as his entire body sank into the shadows, Uzumaki Ryunosuke kept thinking to himself, could it be because this child was from the Uchiha clan? But back when Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, was killed by Senju Tobirama with a single blade, I didn't see Madara react that wildly, like he wanted to destroy the world or something. Could it be that the one who died wasn't Hashirama? Then what if, back then, the one who died was Hashirama? What would happen then? Uzumaki Ryunosuke stood there holding Naruto Uzumaki, his thoughts running wild. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Clan leader, could you put Naruto down? I want to strengthen the Nine-Tails seal first. Uzumaki Kushina wiped away her tears and reached out to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. That one sentence pulled Uzumaki Ryunosuke back to reality. Sorry. I got too absorbed in thinking. Uzumaki Ryunosuke subconsciously handed Naruto Uzumaki over to Uzumaki Kushina, but then he suddenly thought of something and pulled his hand back halfway. The Nine Tails is indeed a rare war weapon for ordinary people, but for us, it's a bit useless. We might as well use this chance to pull the Nine Tails out of Naruto. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Kushina, who had been stunned by his actions, and spoke. Though phrased as a question, it was really just a notification. Before Kushina and Naruto could even agree, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was already walking off on his own. No, clan leader, wait. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke carrying Naruto away, Uzumaki Kushina hurriedly came back to her senses and chased after him. When they arrived at the place where Shikaku was sunbathing, Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at the carefree-tailed beast, then walked over to the side and prepared to act. Boss, what are you doing? Shikaku looked at Naruto Uzumaki, whose hands and feet were sealed as he squirmed non-stop there, and asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke in confusion, already making calculations in his mind. Could it be that this kid committed some terrible crime? Did the boss stop liking him? That must be it. Looks like that idiot Kurama pissed the boss off. TSK. Serves him right. Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at Shikaku, who was shaking his head to himself, and was also completely baffled. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina tightly clasped her hands together, her palms covered in sweat. Uzumaki Ryunosuke withdrew that look he had given Shikaku like he was looking at an idiot, placed his hand on Naruto Uzumaki, and then once again a holy white light flashed. The Nine-Tails chakra that had appeared on Naruto's body instantly vanished. In its place, a huge figure appeared beside Shikaku. That startled the still self-satisfied Shikaku, and he immediately evolved on the spot into a fire of Konoha keyboard warrior. Kurama, I'm really convinced by you. Hey, you're just plain rotten to the core. Look at you look like some top laner. Shikaku, just the moment Kurama came out he heard Shikaku warmly welcoming him. He didn't waste any words either. With a backhand swing, he slapped Shikaku's chubby face hard. In an instant, the entire back mountain fell into a deathly silence. Kurama, watching Shikaku and Kurama furiously greeting each other as ancestors, Uzumaki Kushina was also completely stunned. This was the terrifying war machine? This was the thing that Minato had once sealed with the dead demon consuming seal? If I had known the Nine Tails had this personality, why go through all that trouble back then? Looking at Shikaku and Kurama enthusiastically exchanging family greetings, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was also speechless, his face full of black lines. He turned around, picked up Naruto Uzumaki, who had fainted on the ground, and took Uzumaki Kushina by the hand as he left without looking back, leaving Kurama and Shikaku there to continue caring about each other's relatives. Clan leader, the Nine Tails and the One Tails are just fighting like that. Is it really okay? On the way back, Uzumaki Kushina was still worried. After all, they were tailed beasts. If they ran off, it would be a huge disaster for the entire ninja world. Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't directly answer Kushina's question. Instead, he asked her calmly, do you know who was the first to subdue the nine-tailed beasts? Uzumaki Kushina said uncertainly. Could it be you? Though she said it that way, Kushina didn't believe it at all. But right now, that was the only guess she could make. You're right not to believe it, because the one who first subdued the nine-tailed beasts was the legendary sage of six paths, Uzumaki Ryunosuke said without turning back. When Kushina heard that, her face also darkened. Is that supposed to be a cold joke? Of course not. Uzumaki Ryunosuke raised his head, watching sunlight spill through the gaps in the leaves overhead, forming beautiful patterns. But I am the second one. What? Uzumaki Kushina was a little unconvinced, so she asked again instinctively. I said I am the second one. I'm the second person to subdue the nine-tailed beasts. The reason the Sage of Six Paths was first is because the tailed beasts were created by him. As for me being second, that's because I subdued them one by one with my own strength. So you really don't need to worry. At least for now. There's no place where the tailed beasts would be more comfortable than staying by my side. At the very least, I don't need to lock them up. He handed Naruto Uzumaki in his arms over to Uzumaki Kushina, and Uzumaki Ryunosuke strolled back with his hands behind his back. Watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke gradually walk away, Uzumaki Kushina still found it unbelievable. But feeling the aftershock of the power caused by the two-tailed beasts fighting behind them, she had no choice but to believe it. Lord Ryunosuke, did something happen in the back mountain? I could feel it from the tavern, the Nine-Tails chakra fluctuation. Just as they returned to Orochimaru's base, Jiraiya, the Akatsuki members, and the remaining subordinates in Orochimaru's base all swarmed up around Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Especially Jiraiya, whose face was visibly full of anxiety. Nothing serious. Just the result of the Nine-Tails and the One-Tails beating each other up. It's nothing major. Everyone, disperse. As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke finished speaking, everyone who didn't know the danger of it left. Only Jiraiya and the members of Akatsuki remained. Lord Ryunosuke, don't lie to me. Why would the Nine-Tails fight the One-Tails? Where are Naruto and Kushina? How are they? At this moment, two familiar figures also appeared at the door, And it was precisely those two figures that froze everyone in place. Kushina? Naruto. You two are here, so who is the Nine-Tails fighting the One-Tails in the back mountain? Jiraiya fell into confusion, but then he suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Yes. Uzumaki Kushina said calmly, giving the still sleeping Naruto in her arms a gentle look. Right now, it's just a simple fight between the One-Tails and the Nine-Tails. The Jinchuriki is no longer involved. Kushina's words shocked everyone present. Once a tailed beast left its Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki would die. That was already common knowledge in the ninja world. But today, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had once again broken that common knowledge. From the revival at the beginning to the current cost-free separation of Jinchuriki and tailed beast, none of these things were something a normal person could do. Even the sage of six paths alive in this era might not be more than this. Jiraiya stared with his mouth wide open, muttering to himself unconsciously. Then, clan leader, will separating this tailed beast have any impact on you? Could there be some loss you don't know about? Or didn't he notice? At that moment, Nagato's worried voice rang out beside everyone's ears. Most of the people who heard Nagato's words felt their hearts sink. Only Kisame suddenly showed a look of joy, the corner of his mouth rising uncontrollably. There's no loss at all. You're worrying too much. This ability excludes all external forces that do not belong to oneself, including wounds, illnesses, and a whole series of other outside factors. So something like a tailed beast or power as obviously not your own as impure world reincarnation would be directly expelled. So the loss you're worried about simply does not exist. Kisame, there's really no need for you to be this happy. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, the smile on Kisame's face instantly froze in midair. Slowly, it changed back into his original resentful expression. So, if there's nothing else, disperse. Although there's no real loss to me personally, you all crowding around me like this makes me feel like some monkey on display. So put away those looks like you're staring at some rare animal. I'm gonna rest now. After speaking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke ignored everyone else's expressions and whatever thoughts were going through their minds. He walked straight past the crowd and headed toward his room. Uzumaki Kushina also carried Naruto Uzumaki and followed behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke toward her own room. The others looked at each other for a moment, then all scattered. Some of them, like Haiden and Deidara, ran off together to where the Nine-Tails and the One-Tail were fighting, clearly wanting to watch the fun. The Yahiko trio went back to their room to continue deepening their bond. As for the rest, they all went off to handle their own business. Jiraiya stood where he was and thought for a moment, then decided he should still go check on Naruto's current condition. And the ability Uzumaki Ryunosuke had just mentioned was extremely tempting. After all, his old friend, and the woman he had a crush on, Tsunade, had long suffered from hemophobia. If Uzumaki Ryunosuke's ability really could exclude external forces, then Tsunade's hemophobia should be curable, right? So right now, Jiraiya planned to first check on Naruto's condition, then go beg Uzumaki Ryunosuke. He would ask whether he could help Tsunade. Maybe Uzumaki Ryunosuke could even help revive Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki. As for that guy named Dan Kato, he should just stay dead. Trying to steal Tsunade from me. Not a chance. Not even a rat hole. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya's thoughts ran wild in his heart. By the end of it, he threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, instantly startling the people passing by. So even Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama, who stand alongside Orochimaru-sama as the Sannin, both have illnesses. Orochimaru-sama really has it hard inside. The subordinates passing by all silently complained on behalf of their lord in their hearts. Then, when they thought of Konoha driving Orochimaru out back then, anger instantly surged up again. It's all that damned Konoha's fault. All that damned third Hokage old man's fault. Otherwise, how could Orochimaru-sama have become like this? I must help Orochimaru-sama. Destroy Konoha. After firming up the conviction in their hearts, all these subordinates became full of fighting spirit. Even the way they walked turned imposing, as if they were striding with wind at their feet. Jiraiya came back to his senses. On the way to Naruto Uzumaki's room, seeing all these subordinates brimming with fighting spirit, he nodded in satisfaction. Didn't he expect it? Orochimaru himself isn't much, but his subordinate spirit is pretty good. They've got at least half the bearing I had back then as the Toad Sage. Ignoring Jiraiya narcissistically admiring himself on the side, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had shut himself inside his room, had also fallen into confusion. What exactly is going on here? By all logic, the horse talisman shouldn't consume chakra. But when I revived Yahiko and Kushina, all the chakra in my body really was drained dry. And that feeling of being watched was clearly there at the time. But this time, when I expelled Kurama from Naruto's body, I didn't consume even a bit of chakra. And I didn't feel like anyone was watching me either. So what exactly is wrong here? While Uzumaki Ryunosuke was still thinking about the problem with himself, the matter of him bringing Orochimaru and a little girl to destroy the entire Kusagakure had already spread throughout the whole ninja world with the passage of time. For a while, the entire ninja world was filled with shock. Konoha Hokage building. Hiruzen, look at the mess you made. How long has it even been? Your precious disciple is already taking Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others to destroy another ninja village. At this rate, after a little more time, will it be Konoha's turn to be destroyed next? Shimura Danzo viciously slammed the cane in his hand against the floor, and loud banging echoes filled the entire room. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, simply sat in the Hokage's seat without saying a word, calmly puffing on the pipe in his hand. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi like this, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado at the side also couldn't keep watching in silence. They both began trying to persuade him. Hiruzen, say something. What are we supposed to do now? Even the Ninetales was taken away by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. If people from the other ninja villages find out about this, it'll be a huge disaster for Konoha. Exactly. At the very least, we have to get the Ninetales back first. As for the Jinchuriki, we can completely find someone in the village who is absolutely loyal to us to take the role. At the very least, we can't stay this passive. Hearing the words of the two old friends beside him, Shimura Danzo suddenly seemed to gain some confidence as he recalled how Hiruzen Sarutobi had blocked him back then from controlling Naruto Uzumaki. I told you before, Hiruzen. I told you to hand the Jinchuriki over to me. I would have made him completely loyal to Konoha. But you refused to listen. You insisted on using your so-called will of fire to brainwash the Jinchuriki. And now look, the brainwashing didn't happen, and both the person and the Ninetales were taken away by that damned Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Let us see what you're going to do now. Hearing Shimura Danzo's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a deep breath and gently set the pipe in his hand down on the table. Since all of you are so eager to target Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and think he is easy to bully, then fine. Right now, in the name of the third Hokage, I order you to bring back the Ninetales at all costs and kill Uzumaki Ryunosuke. You can go handle it yourselves. After saying that, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. In an instant, his whole body felt much lighter. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt relaxed, but the other two were completely stunned. Those two were Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado. Normally, letting them sit in the Hokage building and throw their weight around was one thing. But if it really came down to facing a powerful enemy, especially Uzumaki Ryunosuke, someone who could contend with both the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, then whoever went would be an idiot. But right now, there really was one idiot present. Shimura Danzo. Hearing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had finally relented, Shimura Danzo felt indescribably excited. As if afraid Hiruzen might go back on his word, he rushed off toward the root base in a storm, moving so fast that he only left behind one sentence for the three people still standing there. Good. After I bring the Jinchuriki back, the Ninetales will be handed over to my root to choose a new Jinchuriki. Watching Shimura Danzo rapidly leave the Hokage building, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado directly froze on the spot. This Danzo. Could he really be an idiot? No, where did he even get the courage? He is completely insane. Koharu Yutane hurriedly snapped back to her senses and screamed at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, stop Danzo right now. Do you really intend to let him provoke Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Do you really not want Konoha anymore? Hearing Koharu Yutane's words, Hamura Mitokado also nodded repeatedly. But after taking 2 puffs from his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi said unhurriedly, the one going to trouble Uzumaki Ryunosuke is Shimura Danzo. What does that have to do with me? Hiruzen Sarutobi? Besides, do you really think that just because we don't provoke Ryunosuke Uzumaki now, he won't come looking for us? Ever since the first Hokage was disappointed back then, a lot of people in the Umbu have been leaving one after another. Some of them are even planning to defect from the village and go join Ryunosuke Uzumaki. The entire Konoha is already Konoha in name only. As for me, I'm just sitting in this position now, waiting for Ryunosuke Uzumaki to come kill me. Otherwise, when have you ever seen me this relaxed? After saying that, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't forget to take a few pleasant drags from his pipe. But Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado were completely frozen in place. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi's face covered in age spots, the thoughts the two of them originally had were completely worn away. Yeah. Someone who could fight the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, someone who possessed that kind of power. How could they possibly be a match for that kind of person? After figuring it out, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado left the Hokage building in silence. For the days to come, the two of them planned to enjoy life properly. There wasn't much time left anyway. If they could enjoy one day, then that was one day earned. Unlike the three of them, who had already completely given up and gone full salted fish, Shimura Danzo was still full of fighting spirit after returning to Root. He immediately began arranging manpower to capture the Ninetales back. If possible, Shimura Danzo would kill Ryunosuke Uzumaki on the spot. But if there was an opportunity, Shimura Danzo wouldn't mind it. Looking at Root spring into action, Shimura Danzo contentedly stroked his right hand. Moving upward along his arm, he then touched his right eye. Feeling the existence of that right eye, Shimura Danzo let out a relieved and satisfied breath. Ryunosuke Uzumaki, just wait. I'll make you the most capable right-hand man under me. When that time comes, no one in the entire ninja world will be my Shimura Danzo's opponent. I will bring the whole ninja world under my command and fulfill the wish the first Hokage failed to complete back then. While Shimura Danzo was actively preparing for war in Konoha, Ryunosuke Uzumaki on this side, under Jiraiya's constant nagging, finally set out with Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki, and the others on the road to find the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, one of Konoha's great Sannin, the representative of gambling among the slug, gambling, and poison, the legendary great philanthropist of the ninja world, Death's capable assistant, the greatest money-scattering child of the ninja world, the legendary big fat sheep, Tsunade. Achoo! In Tensaka town of the Land of Fire, Tsunade, who was currently playing the role of a money-scattering child, suddenly let out an enormous sneeze. Damn it! It's definitely that bastard Jiraiya talking trash about me. After rubbing her itchy nose, Tsunade came back to her senses and excitedly stared at the dice cup in the dealer's hand again, chanting in her heart non-stop. Small, small, small. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered around her gambling were all staring fixedly at the dice cup that was about to be opened, also chanting non-stop in their hearts. Big, big, big. At that moment, the long-awaited dealer finally lifted the tightly covered dice cup. 5, 5, 6. Big. As the dealer's voice fell, Tsunade's fury formed a sharp contrast with the excited gamblers around her. Meanwhile, the young girl holding a pink little pig looked worriedly at Tsunade, who was clearly planning to keep gambling. Lady Tsunade, if you keep going, we're going to be sleeping on the streets again tonight. Shizen leaned close to Tsunade's ear and whispered softly. The little pig in her arms also squealed in full agreement. Oinky! Hearing Tantan's cry, Shizen lifted the pig closer to Tsunade's ear. Lady Tsunade, listen, even Tantan says she can't bear to watch this anymore. Faced with the persuasion from the two beside her, Tsunade helplessly propped up her cheek with one hand and lazily waved the other. I know, Shizen. I'll leave enough money for food and lodging. Just let me gamble in peace for a bit, and stop nagging me for now. Sigh. Looking at Tsunade's utterly hopeless state, the helpless girl and pig could only sigh silently. And everything happening right now had been clearly seen by Ryunosuke Uzumaki, Jiraiya, Kushina Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki, who couldn't really see much at all, standing behind the crowd. Mom, what are you guys looking at? I want to see too. Naruto Uzumaki, suffering from being too short, stood on tiptoe unwillingly, trying to make himself a little taller. But seeing that the three of them weren't moving at all, Naruto Uzumaki could only think of a way himself. It's not like I can't get taller too. Transformation Jutsu. Naruto Uzumaki formed hand seals with both hands. As soon as the seals were complete, someone who looked exactly like Jiraiya appeared on the spot. What, it's just a bunch of people gambling. I don't get what's so interesting. After seeing clearly what was happening in the crowd, Naruto Uzumaki curled his lips in boredom. You sure? She's really Hashirama's biological granddaughter? Looking at Tsunade, who was still losing money non-stop, Ryunosuke Uzumaki found it hard to believe. They had been standing here for quite a while. From the moment they arrived until now, Tsunade hadn't won even once, let alone before they came. The reason the four of them had found Tsunade so quickly was entirely thanks to Orochimaru's intelligence network. After learning that Tsunade's latest trace was that she had appeared in Tensaka town in the Land of Fire, Ryunosuke Uzumaki had directly flown over with the group. Then, under a sea of people search tactic, they quickly found Tsunade in the middle of scattering wealth. Even though she looks like this, that really is Tsunade. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched the back of his head, while Ryunosuke Uzumaki nodded in agreement. With that kind of gambling luck where she loses every single bet, I think in the entire ninja world only Hashirama ever had the same thing. In just the few short minutes Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Jiraiya were chatting, Tsunade lost several 100,000 ryo again. Seeing that Tsunade was still planning to keep gambling, Ryunosuke Uzumaki couldn't wait any longer. He directly pushed through the crowd, stepped forward, and grabbed the back of Tsunade's collar while she was still sitting there. Ignoring the shouting from the people around them, he simply walked straight out of the casino in front of the crowd of onlookers and the gamblers with grieving faces. Seeing Ryunosuke Uzumaki charge up, Jiraiya failed to stop him for a moment, and it wasn't as if he could have stopped him anyway. And just like that, the whole group grandly left this place where Tsunade had been diligently glowing and heating up as a living bodhisattva of generosity. Ryunosuke Uzumaki just carried Tsunade openly down the road like that. Meanwhile, Tsunade dangled in midair like a little chick, swaying back and forth. Tsunade was only about 1.63 meters tall, while Ryunosuke Uzumaki was over 1.90 meters. That height difference of nearly 30 centimeters made it so he could hold Tsunade up in the air like a child. Tsunade's brain had completely frozen, causing her limbs to flail aimlessly in the air. But under the mocking gazes of the people around them, Tsunade suddenly snapped back to her senses. Her body tensed, and she threw a punch straight at Ryunosuke Uzumaki's face. But Ryunosuke Uzumaki simply reached out casually and caught Tsunade's fist in his hand. That only made Tsunade feel even more awkward. And because she was being carried like that, Tsunade didn't see Jiraiya, Shizune, or Kushina Uzumaki and Naruto following behind. But when Shizune chased after them, she had already seen Jiraiya. So after Jiraiya gave her a nod, Shizune obediently followed behind him and simply watched as her lady Tsunade got carried all the way down the road. After casually finding a nearby forest and ducking into it, Ryunosuke Uzumaki tossed Tsunade onto the ground with one hand. Then he picked up a long handy wooden stick from the ground and walked towards Tsunade with a dark expression. Wait a second. Why you? What are you trying to do? Looking at the tree branch in Ryunosuke Uzumaki's hand, Tsunade, who had just climbed up from the ground, immediately felt that something was wrong. This man, whose strength was no weaker than hers, had dragged her out of the casino for some unknown reason. But no matter how she thought about it, the current situation felt completely wrong. Also, this man had a head full of red hair. That kind of iconic hair could only belong to the people of the now-destroyed land of whirlpools. Thinking of that, Tsunade started to grow suspicious. Could it be that he was one of the surviving remnants of the land of whirlpools, here to get revenge on her for Konoha not going to help back then? After convincing herself she had figured out the cause of all this, Tsunade's confidence rose quite a bit. She straightened up, put on a stern face, and said to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, "I don't know what your name is, but it's wrong for you to come after me for revenge. I wasn't the one who destroyed the land of whirlpools. You should go find the Kumogakure ninja and the Iwagakure ninja instead. They were the main force behind destroying the land of whirlpools. And besides, my grandmother is Mito Uzumaki, the daughter of the former daimyo of the land of whirlpools. Maybe I'm even your elder. You're just a little brat, and you actually dare lay hands on your elder?" The more she spoke, the angrier she got. By the end, Tsunade's furious roar had spread far into the distance. But Uzumaki Ryunosuke still kept a dark expression as he walked up to Tsunade with the wooden stick in hand. Then, directly from Tsunade's shadow, he summoned a ninja from the troll army. With just one arm, it pinned Tsunade tightly between its arm and waist, locking her in place completely. The moment she was caught, Tsunade felt the chakra in her body get restricted. That immediately rendered her pride and joy, her monstrous strength, completely unusable, and all she could do was kick her legs wildly. "Hold her legs too." Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the constantly struggling Tsunade and shouted angrily. After receiving the order, the troll ninja directly used its free hand to grab Tsunade's two legs that were flailing in the air. Looking at Tsunade now completely restrained, Uzumaki Ryunosuke gripped the wooden stick and viciously smacked it down on her butt. Tsunade had still been struggling, but when she suddenly felt the sharp pain coming from her butt, she froze on the spot. Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't care at all. He kept hitting her while cursing nonstop. "Of all things you could learn, you learned gambling. Throwing money away like some lucky mascot. Ruining the family name. And you still dare call yourself my elder. What nerve you've got. You've really grown bold. Still not behaving. And you even dare yell at me? Today, I'll discipline you properly for your grandmother." Every time he cursed a sentence, the wooden stick in his hand came crashing down hard on Tsunade's but once. After the brief shock passed, Tsunade started twisting her body again, trying to dodge the blows. But clearly, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was one step ahead. It didn't take long before Tsunade was crying from the pain. That completely shocked Jiraiya, Shizune, and the mother and son pair, Kushina Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki, who were watching from behind. Watching Tsunade get beaten there, crying while cursing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's entire family line, Kushina lowered her head and looked at the frightened Naruto Uzumaki whose hand she was holding. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, as if she were thinking about something. Very quickly, she silently made a decision in her heart. And that casual decision made today would later contribute greatly to Naruto Uzumaki's determination to pull out Kushina Uzumaki's oxygen tube in the future. Seeing that Uzumaki Ryunosuke was still about to keep hitting Tsunade, Jiraiya couldn't stand still anymore. He hurried forward and grabbed Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hand before the next strike could fall, saying quickly, "Enough, Lord Ryunosuke. If this keeps going, Tsunade really won't be able to take it. This lesson is enough for this time. Besides, she didn't know who you were. You haven't seen each other for so long, so a little misunderstanding is normal." Shizune also came up carrying Taunton and tried to persuade him. "My lord, please spare Lady Tsunade." Looking at Jiraiya blocking him and Shizune anxiously standing there with nowhere to put her hands, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suppressed the anger in his heart. He pointed at Shizune with the wooden stick and said, "You, go treat her. Bring this insensible junior over to me. I want to ask just what the Senju Hashirama family taught her. How did they raise a junior like this?" When Shizune heard Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, she hurriedly put Taunton down from her arms and anxiously tried to snatch Tsunade from the troll ninja's grasp. But after trying for quite a while, Shizune discovered tragically that with her current strength, She couldn't move that massive figure in the slightest. With no other choice, Shizen could only ask Uzumaki Ryunosuke for help. My lord with the red hair, don't you think you should put Lady Tsunade down first? Only then can I properly treat Lady Tsunade's wounds. Shizen looked at the red-haired lord holding the wooden stick and staring fixedly in this direction, and she couldn't help feeling a little scared. After all, after traveling across the ninja world with Tsunade for so long, this was the first time she had ever seen Lady Tsunade beaten like this. Back then, wherever Lady Tsunade went, she was treated like an honored guest at the very least. Even if not, people still wouldn't dare offend her and would address her as an equal. But those people were usually the leaders of nations like daimyo or various nobles. Yet today, Lady Tsunade had been dragged straight out of the casino with absolutely no dignity at all, and in front of all those gamblers too. Shizen could already imagine it. The next time they entered a casino, someone would definitely say to Tsunade 34, "Isn't that Lady Tsunade the one who got dragged straight out of the casino?" Dear me, how embarrassing. The moment she thought of that, Shizen felt that her future days would be spent under endless mockery. At once, she felt like maybe the world would be better off destroyed. After all, if there was no sunlight left in her future anyway, then the whole world might as well sink into darkness. Forget it. Move aside. I'll do it. Uzumaki Ryunosuke held the wooden stick in one hand and walked toward Tsunade expressionlessly. And Tsunade, who was still being restrained, glared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with eyes full of murderous intent from sheer fury, wishing she could punch this hateful man in front of her straight to the Sage of Six Paths. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke walking over, Shizen subconsciously stretched out her arms and stood in front of Tsunade. Even though her body was trembling terribly, her gaze was incomparably firm. "Shizen, come here. Lord Ryunosuke said he won't hit her anymore, so he won't. This is their family matter. Why are you butting in?" As Jiraiya looked at Shizen standing in front of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he first felt a wave of sincere admiration from the bottom of his heart. Then, right after that, he directly used the body flicker technique to bring Shizen back to where they had been watching the show earlier. Admiration was admiration, but Jiraiya definitely didn't want something as foolish as blocking Uzumaki Ryunosuke to happen to one of his own people. As for Tsunade, it had already been said. This was a family matter between the Senju and the Uzumaki, and since it was a family matter, it wasn't something outsiders like them could interfere in. Besides, Uzumaki Ryunosuke could even revive people who had been dead for ages. So beating Tsunade to death was completely impossible. Okay? Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked up to Tsunade and casually waved his hand. The butt that had just been swollen beyond recognition from the beating instantly returned to normal. Even the pain disappeared. Feeling that strange sensation from her butt, Tsunade ground her back teeth and asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke curiously, "Who exactly are you? Why did you bring me here? What's your relationship with Jiraiya?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Tsunade, whose face was still full of defiance, then lowered his head and looked at that beautiful face as he said, "First, my name is Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Second, I already said this was just an elder disciplining a junior. Third, I have no relationship with that Jiraiya whatsoever. If we're talking about relations, then I have one with you." Hearing that introduction beside her ear, Tsunade froze instantly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke. This name, the one her grandmother had talked about for more than half her life. How could Tsunade possibly forget it? At once, Tsunade became even angrier. Because in the stories her grandmother told, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was the hero of the Uzumaki clan. His influence within the Uzumaki clan was no less than her grandfather Hashirama Senju's influence in Konoha. If anything, it was even greater. The entire Uzumaki clan's fanatical trust and unwavering faith in Uzumaki Ryunosuke far surpassed even the trust all of Konoha had placed in her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. It was precisely because of this that Tsunade felt even angrier than if she had been humiliated herself. In an instant, the diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead began to reveal its true form on her skin. A massive surge of chakra burst out from Tsunade's body at that moment, nearly even making the giant troll ninja lose control. Seeing the enraged Tsunade, Uzumaki Ryunosuke ordered the giant troll ninja in his mind to release Tsunade's arm. Freed from control, Tsunade was like a wild horse without reins, charging straight at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Heavenly foot of pain. With a furious roar, Tsunade suddenly stomped down on the ground at close range from Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Instantly, the ground cracked in a massive spread, and Tsunade used that enormous force to launch herself into the air, kicking straight toward where Uzumaki Ryunosuke stood. Boom! Looking at Tsunade's incoming attack, Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't T-dodge at all and just charged straight in, blocking her downward strike with only one fist. Her attack, carrying tremendous momentum from above, was stopped dead. What? Tsunade was shocked. Her monstrous strength, combined with the force of an aerial strike, was impossible to calculate, but its power was definitely not small. After all, no one had ever been able to withstand that blow of hers before. No, forget that blow. Ordinary people couldn't even block her usual monstrous strength, much less an attack like this. Little girl, you don't have much skill. But your temper sure is big. Huh? Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke still able to tease her with a grin, Tsunade felt an indescribable frustration in her chest. Humph. Talk to me after you survive this. Tsunade forcefully stepped on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's fist, planning to use that force to retreat. But how could Uzumaki Ryunosuke let her get away so easily? His fist turned into a palm, and he directly grabbed Tsunade's ankle. After catching her, he smashed her down hard onto the ground. In an instant, a huge cloud of dust rose into the air, completely obscuring Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Shizen watched the two disappear into the dust, deeply worried. Ignoring the danger, she rushed straight into the cloud. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Kushina immediately followed after seeing Shizen run in, because they were just as worried about Tsunade's safety. Although they knew there probably wouldn't be any danger, they still didn't want to keep watching Tsunade fight Uzumaki Ryunosuke. No matter how it ended, the only one who would get hurt was Tsunade. As for Uzumaki Ryunosuke, how could someone who could revive people possibly get hurt? Cough cough cough. Damn it. Why does this brat have so much strength? As Shizune and Jiraiya entered the dust-filled haze, Tsunade was lying face down on the ground. She looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was standing there, completely puzzled. What's more, Tsunade noticed that all the dust drifting everywhere never landed on Uzumaki Ryunosuke, as if there were an invisible barrier around him that blocked all the dust outside. Lady Tsunade, seeing Tsunade in such a miserable state, Shizen quickly hurried over and helped her up from the ground. Hey Tsunade, you okay? Jiraiya asked worriedly as he looked at her. Though he was usually unreliable, he was still very dependable when it mattered. Jiraiya, you were here too just now? Tsunade looked at her long unseen old friend and felt a little awkward. Jiraiya didn't mind at all and said carelessly, it's not just me and Shizune. Kushina and Naruto have been here the whole time too. With that, Jiraiya stepped aside, revealing the worried Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto Uzumaki, who was craning his neck to watch the show. Seeing living people standing not far away, Tsunade had trouble accepting it. Who could imagine the feeling of someone long dead suddenly appearing right in front of you? Tsunade couldn't quite put it into words. What kind of feeling was that? Mixed with happiness, sadness, excitement, disbelief. But in the end, all of it turned into doubt. No way, this has to be a genjutsu. All of this is fake. Shizune is fake, Jiraiya is fake, Kushina and Naruto are fake too, and most importantly you have to be fake as well. Looking at everyone in front of her, Tsunade kept stepping backward while shaking her head. Her face was full of disbelief, and in the end, she even roared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Then Tsunade quickly formed hand seals with both hands, continuously drawing out the chakra in her body. But she soon realized that she hadn't fallen under any genjutsu at all. If she wasn't under a genjutsu, then everything in front of her was real. Jiraiya was real, Shizune was real, Uzumaki Kushina running toward her was real. Could it be that the person calling himself Uzumaki Ryunosuke was real too? Tsunade collapsed onto the ground. Shizune and Uzumaki Kushina each supported one of her arms, trying to pull her up, but Tsunade was like a puddle of soft, lifeless flesh. No matter how hard Kushina and Shizune tried, she wouldn't budge. Hey you pervy sage, is that older sister the Tsunade you mentioned the one who is over 50? No matter how I look at her, she seems only in her 20s. ISNT that blatant fraud. Seeing that even two people couldn't pull Tsunade up, Naruto quietly leaned close to Jiraiya's ear and said. Jiraiya only scratched the back of his head with a smile and didn't explain to Naruto. But his expression grew more and more serious as he looked at Tsunade. Damn, could it be Lord Ryunosuke's blow was just too much for her? I've only seen Tsunade like this twice. Seeing the utterly dejected Tsunade, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was about to step forward to check on her. But Tsunade, who had just been sinking into despair, suddenly yanked her arm out of Shizune's hands and grabbed Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina was startled by Tsunade's move and instinctively tried to pull her arm back. But Tsunade held on tightly, not letting go at all. Tsunade didn't care about that and immediately started touching here and there, looking Kushina over from top to bottom. Tsunade's actions immediately angered Naruto. He raised his fist and was about to rush at Tsunade, but Jiraiya, quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed the back of his clothes, leaving Naruto only able to bounce in place. Hey, you pervy sage, what are you doing? Can't you see she's bullying my mom? Why are you stopping me? Naruto struggled for a long time, but couldn't break free from Jiraiya's grip. He turned his head and asked Jiraiya in confusion. Relax, Naruto. If there's anyone in this world who wouldn't hurt Kushina, I think Tsunade is definitely one of them, right after Lord Ryunosuke, Jiraiya said. Naruto still didn't understand, but he stopped struggling anyway. Narrowing his eyes, he looked seriously at Jiraiya and asked curiously, Pervy sage, why is that? Because, by strict reasoning, Tsunade is still Kushina's older sister. She's your aunt, you know. Naruto was immediately shocked after hearing that. So before his great-uncle appeared, he had actually had so many relatives. and they were all such powerful figures in the shinobi world, yet they had just left him in Konoha to live or die on his own, never once coming to see him. Not to mention that even during holidays, not a single word of concern ever came. If it weren't for his great uncle. Naruto looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke standing off to the side, and while Jiraiya wasn't paying attention, he suddenly burst forward, turned around, and ran straight into Uzumaki Ryunosuke's arms. What's wrong, Naruto? Feeling that something was off with Naruto in his arms, Uzumaki Ryunosuke gently patted Naruto's back and asked softly, Uncle Grandpa, tell me, why is it that when they all counted up, they're my relatives? But back then, not a single one of them ever came to see me? I always thought I was an orphan, but later I found out I had a dad's teacher, Jiraiya, and a mom's older sister, Tsunade. But I never knew any of them, even though I'm clearly the fourth Hokage's child. But Konohamaru, the third Hokage's grandson, has a whole crowd around him, caring about him. Yet when it comes to me, I become the village's demon fox that everyone wants to beat down. The people in the village practically want to kill me. We're all the same kind of person, so why is the difference so huge? Uzumaki Ryunosuke listened to the muttering in Uzumaki Naruto's arms and felt a little surprised. Back when he brought Naruto out of Konoha, he had already asked him about it. At that time, Naruto gave Ryunosuke the impression of a good-natured kid. Along the way, he even talked about becoming a strong man, then going back to protect Konoha and become Hokage. Ryunosuke only thought Naruto was a little too naive and didn't think much of it. But the overall feeling Naruto gave others was still that of a good-natured kid. But now, this good-natured kid had changed a bit. He had become negative, started complaining about the world, and grown hostile. These were all things the old Naruto never had. Back then, he would only be struck down for a moment, then quickly adjust on his own. But now, Naruto had started to become someone Ryunosuke could no longer fully understand. It was just like what people used to say, this child had grown up. That was the feeling Naruto now gave Ryunosuke. Although to 99% of the world, this wasn't called growth. Becoming hostile toward the world and learning to complain was what they thought growth was. For Naruto it really was like that. Because this meant he had started to think about right and wrong, to think about who was truly good to him and who was only being perfunctory. That would greatly change how Naruto handled things in daily life. Instead of like before, stupidly giving everything without end, never considering whether others treated him well or badly in everyday life, and simply believing that as long as he was good to others, others would be good to him too. Naruto, thinking for yourself is a good thing. I think this matter should be left for you to handle yourself. You need to think about why they all didn't care about you at first. But I have to tell you this. In this world, no one will truly care for you, including me, including your mother. We're not truly loving you with all our hearts. Sometimes we'll ignore your feelings. Worse still, at times we may even ignore your existence. When Naruto heard this, he looked up at Ryunosuke with a smile on his face, still somewhat puzzled. So, Uncle Grandpa and Mom don't like me? Is it because I'm the demon fox? But wasn't he that fox already released? Ryunosuke thought about it, then slowly stroked Naruto's head. What I mean by true care is very narrow. Sometimes even we ourselves don't truly care about ourselves. This kind of care only exists in imagination. In reality, it's very hard to exist. Or rather, it simply doesn't exist at all. Ryunosuke's words made Naruto even more confused, to the point that he started doubting life itself. I don't understand. Uncle Grandpa, what do you mean? Ryunosuke pulled Naruto out of his arms, placed both hands on Naruto's shoulders, and looked into those curious sky-blue eyes. True care means putting your whole heart into one person, to the point that because of that person's existence you lose your own judgment. Whatever this person says, you do. But when that happens, it gets very strange. In everyday life, we describe those people as if they fallen under a genjutsu, only acting according to the will of the one they care about. It's just like being controlled by someone else's illusion. But ordinary people won't do that, because besides the person they care about, they also care about other things. For example, me. Besides caring about you, I also care about the other remnants of the land of whirlpools. That makes you feel like I don't care enough about you, like I've neglected you. For another example, your mother. Besides caring about you, she also cares about her husband, your father. That's also one reason you'd feel her care isn't enough. There are too many things like this. Jiraiya, besides caring about you, he also thinks about world peace. And for him, world peace is far more important than you, so you'll feel like he doesn't care enough about you again. Tsunade, for her, there will definitely be people and things even more important than you that she needs to care about, so her care for you is reduced. This whole chain of things proves that no one will truly care for you, because in their hearts there are always people or things more important than you. Naruto felt like he understood, yet not completely, but he still nodded seriously. Ryunosuke looked at him and could only lightly pat his shoulder in encouragement. If there's still anything you don't understand, go find the answer yourself. Some things, when others tell you, you won't feel much. But if you experience them yourself, you'll have different insights and understanding. Do your best, boy. Naruto did understand this sentence, and he nodded hard. At the same time Ryunosuke was talking with Naruto, Tsunade was also talking with Kushina nearby. Tsunade excitedly pinched Kushina's skin, touching here and looking there, completely treating Kushina like a puppet she could fiddle around with however she wanted. Tsunade, what are you doing? Kushina finally couldn't take being handled like this anymore and said angrily to Tsunade. After hearing Kushina's angry tone, Tsunade didn't mind at all. After carefully examining Kushina from head to toe, she said excitedly and suspiciously, Kushina, you really came back to life? Not the second grandpa's Edo Tensei? Kushina looked utterly speechless, but she could only answer Tsunade seriously. Yes, Tsunade. I was really revived by the young clan leader. Look, am I not perfectly fine? After saying that, Kushina even spun around in front of Tsunade, using action to show her current condition as truthfully as possible. Looking at the lively and kicking Kushina in front of her, Tsunade finally chose to believe it. She hugged Kushina tightly with all her strength, tears falling in huge drops. In an instant, the famous Tsunade in the ninja world was crying like a little child. Well, I really caught something unbelievable. Behind Ryunosuke, a familiar voice sounded. Ryunosuke subconsciously turned around, and Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were climbing out of the shadows. Lord Ryunosuke, your shadow kingdom really is amazing. Seeing Ryunosuke looking at him, Orochimaru said respectfully. To be honest, Orochimaru had roughly observed Ryunosuke's shadow kingdom. Inside it was like a real world, yet there wasn't any chakra at all. Even the creatures within the Shadow Kingdom were beings that didn't possess chakra to begin with. But it still held this mysterious power, and it was precisely the strange power that kept attracting Orochimaru, this top-tier scientist of the ninja world. So after collecting the samples, and after hearing that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had brought Uzumaki Kushina and her son, along with Jiraiya, to look for Tsunade, he tried using the Shadow Kingdom to move over to Ryunosuke. Come to think of it, Orochimaru felt even more amazed. It clearly felt like he had only just slipped into the Shadow Kingdom, but before long, he had already gone from the land of tea back to the land of fire. Back when he rode Shikaku to travel, it had taken quite some time, yet here it happened so quickly. As long as it's convenient, later I'll need you to prepare the materials for Tsunade's brother's Edo Tensei. I have something I need her to observe, and I want you to come too. The two of you, I think, will discover something different. Ryunosuke greeted Orochimaru while once again preparing to revive someone. This shocked Orochimaru. It had only been not long since he revived Uzumaki Kushina and that kid called Yahiko, and now he was going to keep reviving more people? If this kept going, where would there still be any dead people in the ninja world? But Orochimaru still arranged for Kabuto Yakushi to go back and prepare, then stepped forward and asked, May I ask, Lord Ryunosuke, what exactly do you want us to study? That way I can prepare in advance and avoid holding you up later. After hearing Orochimaru out, Ryunosuke told him about the consequences of reviving Uzumaki Kushina and Yahiko. That instantly got Orochimaru interested. His tongue excitedly licked the corner of his mouth. So reviving yourself doesn't cost anything, but reviving others consumes chakra? That did not sound like a huge drain at all. Compared to bringing the dead back to life, this kind of consumption was practically negligible. By comparison, that gaze of being spied on that even Lord Ryunosuke had failed to notice was far more worth studying. Who could possibly have that kind of ability? Orochimaru muttered to himself as he turned to personally prepare the scene for reviving Nawaki. This time, it was not just a simple revival. More importantly, there would be experiments after the revival. Orochimaru felt that this was also a test from Ryunosuke, and he had to make sure nothing went wrong. All right.
Tsunade-sama.
It's fine now. I'm fine, aren't I? Uzumaki Kushina, like a mother soothing a crying child, was radiating motherly warmth throughout the world. Lord Ryunosuke, may I discuss something with you? At that moment, Jiraiya took advantage of everyone's attention being elsewhere and quietly slipped up beside Ryunosuke, then leaned close to his ear and spoke awkwardly in a low voice. What is it, Jiraiya? Ryunosuke found Jiraiya's behavior odd. When they revived his disciple Yahiko earlier, he had not seen Jiraiya this awkward. That only made Ryunosuke even more curious about what Jiraiya was about to say. This is my own selfish request. Come to think of it, in my entire life, I've never asked for something like this unless I was looking for creative inspiration. Seeing Jiraiya's fidgety appearance, Ryunosuke's face darkened. Grinding his back teeth, he roared, if you don't say it now, then forget it. Even if you kneel and beg me later, I still want to help you. Seeing that Ryunosuke was angry, cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiraiya. He waved his hands wildly in front of Ryunosuke, trying to block Tsunade and the others from seeing, while also glancing over at Tsunade from time to time. After confirming that no one had noticed his movements, Jiraiya finally let out a heavy breath to calm his wildly pounding heart, then turned around and said softly to Ryunosuke, Lord Ryunosuke, don't be so loud. I just want to ask you later, could you not revive Kato-dan? Kato-dan? Who is that? Ryunosuke naturally had never heard of this person. But now that Jiraiya had brought him up, Ryunosuke was a little confused. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched the back of his head, using a laugh to cover his embarrassment, then seemed to remember something and said very seriously to Ryunosuke. Lord Ryunosuke, Kato-dan was Tsunade's lover, but because of the war, he died in the Second Shinobi World War just like Tsunade's brother, Nawaki. I saw you talking with Orochimaru just now, so I thought you must have asked him to prepare the materials for reviving Nawaki with Edo Tensei. But I was afraid that after seeing Nawaki revived, Tsunade would still ask you to revive Kato-dan, so I came to ask you about this. Ryunosuke looked at Jiraiya with a baffled expression, but seeing how serious Jiraiya was, he still explained his plans to him. First, who I revive is based on my own will. It's not like if someone asks me to revive someone, I'll just do it. Second, this time reviving Nawaki is, first, to owe Hashirama a favor. Second, I have something I need Tsunade, the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, and Orochimaru's research for. Third, you brat, are you hiding something? Or do you just want to take Kato-dan's place in Tsunade's heart, which is why you're asking me this? Looking at the sarcastic Ryunosuke, Jiraiya was so angry, he wanted to stamp the mark from his wooden getter right onto Ryunosuke's face. But after thinking about it, he realized he probably couldn't beat Ryunosuke, so he could only give up and spill everything he knew. I originally learned about this by accident, so I planned to keep it hidden from everyone for the rest of my life. But now the world has changed. Someone like you exists, with the ability to revive others, and that means some of the secrets that were buried will be exposed along with the people you revive. For example, Naruto's matter. But about this, I still hope you won't tell anyone else. At the very least, don't tell Tsunade. Looking at the compassionate-looking Jiraiya, Ryunosuke felt annoyed to the point of exhaustion. He directly raised his hand and slapped Jiraiya across the face. Jiraiya, caught off guard, was sent flying by the enormous force and landed right in front of Tsunade and Kushina. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Seeing Jiraiya at her feet, Tsunade quickly wiped away the tears on her face. Kushina was also full of curiosity. The palm mark Ryunosuke had left was still bright red on Jiraiya's face. Well, looking up at Tsunade and Kushina staring at him, Jiraiya became even more embarrassed. He had just been talking about Tsunade's matter, and he never expected Ryunosuke to slap him straight over to the person involved. Alright, now that Tsunade is here too, just say it. If you keep beating around the bush, next time it won't be just this little distance you get sent flying. Just as Jiraiya was trapped between the two women's deadly glares, Ryunosuke slowly marched over into this unusual battlefield. My matter? Ryunosuke's words brought Tsunade back to her senses, and at the same time, made her extremely curious. Hey Jiraiya, what's this thing you said is related to me? You're even hiding it from me? Tsunade flew into a rage and grabbed Jiraiya right off the ground with one hand, her terrifying aura crashing down on him all at once. See this? Jiraiya still tried to struggle, but Tsunade gave him no chance at all. She smashed a punch directly into Jiraiya's head. Spit it out. Stop stammering. I want to hear what kind of thing you Jiraiya have to say about me, and why you don't want me to know. Jiraiya looked helplessly at the cold-faced Uzumaki Ryunosuke beside him, the furious Tsunade, and Uzumaki Kushina mother and son, who were watching with great curiosity nearby. Shizune was also holding Tonton, completely clueless about what was going on. I happened to see this in Danzo's archive room. To be honest, I didn't pay much attention at the time, but after reading it, I actually felt that teacher and the others were really. As he spoke, Jiraiya started hinting around again, his whole spirit looking even more listless. Tsunade had always had a fiery temper. Once she heard there was news related to herself, she wanted to know the whole story from beginning to end right away. But Jiraiya kept hemming and hawing here, and Tsunade's already limited patience was completely worn out. I told you to keep stalling. Monster strength. Tsunade gritted her teeth and sent one punch straight into Jiraiya's head, burying it into the ground. Naruto was terrified by Tsunade's brutally violent side. He quickly hid behind Uzumaki Kushina's body and stuck out half his head to look at Jiraiya, who was being beaten up. For a moment, he was also full of resentment. That pervy sage is really something. If there's something to say, just say it already. Dragging it out like this doesn't look anything like what a sage should be. Jiraiya was instantly more awake after taking that hit. He waved both hands at Tsunade again and again. I'll say it right now. Tsunade, calm down first. Wait a moment. Seeing that Tsunade still wanted to keep beating him, Jiraiya panicked completely. He hurriedly begged for mercy, but Tsunade, who had already lost her patience, still felt a little annoyed. Yet she was also afraid that if she kept hitting him without thinking, she'd have to spend some time waiting for him to wake up afterward. For a moment, Tsunade was caught in a difficult position. Her tightly clenched fist could neither strike nor withdraw. It froze there in midair, not dropping down for a long time. Jiraiya let out a quiet sigh of relief when he saw this. By his usual experience, it looked like Tsunade probably wouldn't hit him again. Jiraiya was just about to speak, but Uzumaki Ryunosuke beat him to it and cut him off. Little Tsunade, keep hitting him. Even if the Shinigami comes today, it won't take him away. I want to see just what kind of thing could make a person's mouth this hard. Looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, whose hair had also started rising on its own just like Uzumaki Kushina's, Jiraiya immediately felt that he was doomed. Just now he had only been thinking about Tsunade and completely forgotten that there was another man here, one even more ruthless than Tsunade. Jiraiya suddenly remembered the last thing Uzumaki Ryunosuke had said to him earlier, and terror surged through him. He desperately rubbed his butt on the ground, trying to crawl backward and run. After hearing Ryunosuke's words, Tsunade first felt a bit unaccustomed to the way he addressed her. After all, for nearly 50 years, no one had called her that, but she adapted quickly, because Uzumaki Kushina had already explained everything in detail to her. After learning the situation, Tsunade didn't feel as resistant as before. After all, by seniority, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was her grandmother's older brother. He was her great-uncle from the Uzumaki clan. And she was also happy because according to Kushina's introduction, this great-uncle of hers had the means to revive people, so there was no need to worry about accidentally beating someone to death. Not to mention, her great-uncle also possessed extremely advanced medical ninjutsu. Tsunade had personally experienced that ability. The way it could instantly erase pain and restore injuries. Its effect was even far beyond the palm sage jutsu that ordinary people in the shinobi world could learn today. At least for now, Tsunade felt that the only thing comparable to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's medical ninjutsu was the forbidden jutsu she had created herself, Creation Rebirth, after activating the strength of 100 seal. But Creation Rebirth shortened the user's lifespan. She didn't know whether Ryunosuke's jutsu had the same side effects. Uzumaki Ryunosuke-sama, that kind of jutsu should have some limitations, right? Maybe there are after effects or something. The moment Tsunade finished speaking, Ryunosuke chopped the top of her head with a hand knife. What did you call me? Looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with that fake smile that wasn't quite a smile, Tsunade instantly felt the same fear she had as a child when she was caught after doing something wrong by her grandmother. She was terrified. Great uncle? In the end, under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's murderous gaze, Tsunade still changed her address. But her voice was no longer as loud as before. Now it was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. That kind of jutsu doesn't harm me at all. It's just an ordinary jutsu. Hearing Tsunade call him that so quietly, though quietly, she had still called him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded in satisfaction and signaled that she could continue. After receiving the order, Tsunade immediately dragged back Jiraiya, who had been trying to flee. She turned around and charged in with monster strength unrivaled, venting the pain of being bullied by Uzumaki Ryunosuke on Jiraiya. For a while, the forest was filled only with Jiraiya's screams. Because of this, gamblers in Tensaka town even started spreading rumors that there was a man-eating demon in this forest, and that at night all you could hear were the screams of people being devoured. That boring story spread for a long time, and even got embellished by customers bragging while drinking in taverns. Back to the present, while Tsunade was still dumping blow after blow on Jiraiya, Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked up beside Uzumaki Kushina. Looking at Kushina, who was shielding Naruto, Ryunosuke felt a little helpless. No matter how you put it, he's already a ninja. How long are you going to keep protecting him? Who would have thought that Uzumaki Kushina immediately shot back when she heard that? Even if he becomes the sage of six paths, he's still my child. When he was little and got bullied, I wasn't by Naruto's side. Now I'm here, and I won't let Naruto suffer even a little bit of harm again. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, who was protecting Naruto like she was shielding a chick, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt even more helpless. This is the shinobi world. No matter how much you protect him, you might not be able to protect him for his whole life. Besides, if you think you failed to protect Naruto before, then why not teach him more jutsu instead? Having strong power yourself is better than holding him in your arms every day. And I'm about to start fighting my way back to Konoha anyway. Wouldn't it be better if you teach him properly so he can get his revenge himself? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Naruto, who was peeking through the gap to watch the show, and could only nod blankly. From now on, you can address me the same way Tsunade does. Aren't you sisters? Don't make it seem so distant. After all, right now, the only people from the land of whirlpools left in the entire shinobi world are us. After seeing Kushina nod in agreement, Uzumaki Ryunosuke patted her head and said that. After speaking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked towards Tsunade, who was still raging. If he didn't pull her back soon, Jiraiya might really die. Ryunosuke's tall back as he walked away was deeply imprinted in Kushina's eyes. In that instant just now, Kushina felt a long-lost sense of family from him. In an instant, she could no longer hold back her tears, and they fell like rain. Mom, what is wrong? Looking at the crying Uzumaki Kushina in front of him, Naruto stood there helplessly for a moment. No matter how nice the words sounded on his lips, or how perfect the comforting lines he had memorized from books once were. But when it really comes time to use it, you'll still find that you can't remember a single thing. Not to mention that the current Naruto Uzumaki was still only a 12-year-old kid. And because of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, no one had been willing to get close to him since childhood. That left Naruto Uzumaki not knowing what to do now. But after thinking it over, Naruto Uzumaki still slowly wrapped his arms around the crying Kushina Uzumaki and gently comforted her. Alright, little Tsunade, that's enough. Seeing that Jiraiya had already stopped struggling, Uzumaki Ryunosuke spoke up to stop her. After Tsunade stepped aside, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stepped forward to take a look. Good grief. Jiraiya had been beaten so badly he didn't even look human anymore. All his teeth had been knocked out and scattered around him, and he was in a state of more out than in. If they had been a little later, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had no doubt that Jiraiya would have gone to the Pure Land. Ugh. Looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke standing in front of him, Jiraiya, whose face had been beaten into a pig head, crawled toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke while crying on the ground. His mouth, leaking air from everywhere, kept trying to say something. At this scene, anyone who didn't know better would have thought a group of villains was ganging up on an old man in his 50s. Watching Jiraiya struggling on the ground non-stop, Uzumaki Ryunosuke helplessly shook his head and casually waved his hand. A green glow flashed by and Jiraiya, who had just been beaten beyond recognition by Tsunade, instantly returned to normal. So amazing. Is this your medical ninjutsu, grand uncle? Seeing Jiraiya recover from his injuries in just an instant, Tsunade found it very novel. At this moment, Shizune, standing nearby, also walked up in great surprise, her face full of shock. Really? It's way stronger than Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Bang! Hearing Shizune's words, Tsunade immediately angrily punched her on the head. In an instant, she knocked Shizune unconscious. For this, the pig she was holding, Tonton, was also left speechless. Alright, I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't tell the truth this time, see you in Edo Tensei'd, Jiraiya. Ignoring Tsunade and Shizune's antics, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Jiraiya, who was checking his own body, and said seriously. After hearing that, Jiraiya hurriedly waved his hands to stop Tsunade, who was still about to come over and keep hitting him, and quickly shouted, I'll talk. I'll say everything. I'll tell you everything I know this time. Seeing Tsunade stop, Jiraiya couldn't help but let out a breath. At that time I was in the root archives under Danzo's place, and I accidentally found a secret mission Danzo had once given Kato Dan. Wait, you're saying that dead old man Danzo gave Dan a mission? Tsunade clearly did not believe it. Jiraiya had only said one sentence before Tsunade interrupted him with a question. To that, Jiraiya only nodded very seriously to show that what he said was true. That's impossible. Dan clearly. Alright, little Tsunade, let Jiraiya keep talking. I'd like to hear just what those worms did. Tsunade was still trying to defend her former lover, but as soon as the words left her mouth, Uzumaki Ryunosuke cut her off directly. Tsunade's grievances had nowhere to vent, and she looked like a pufferfish, cheeks puffed up in anger. At the time, I was curious what kind of mission Danzo would give Kato Dan, so while no one was paying attention, I quietly opened it and took a look. It clearly recorded the mission Danzo assigned to Kato Dan. Danzo wanted Kato Dan to build a relationship with the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade. The closest relationship possible, like lovers or something. After that, Danzo also arranged for Kato Dan to secretly make a move during the Second Shinobi World War, so that Tsunade would lose the ability to continue being a ninja. Best case, he directly cripple Tsunade, in order to prevent Tsunade from becoming the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya's usually careless voice now sounded so cold in Tsunade's ears, like the ice-release Kekii Genkai from Kirigakure, freezing her straight through. Impossible. Jiraiya, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to die? Hearing her friend slandering her former lover, Tsunade was obviously even angrier. Her aura rose even more than before, and her delicate pink fists clenched tightly, as if she might erupt the next second. Seeing Tsunade like this, Jiraiya, who had grown up playing with her, naturally knew she had fallen into extreme rage. He instantly flashed and jumped up into a tree. Tsunade, you know this. I have absolutely no reason to lie to you, and in front of so many people too. Besides, if I were telling such a lie, wouldn't that make me look too stupid? You can find this matter in Danzo's root files. Why would I need to lie to you in front of Lord Ryunosuke? Jiraiya kept flickering his body on the tree to dodge Tsunade's attacks, while seizing every opening to explain himself. I don't believe it either. How could Uncle be that kind of person? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Shizune also fell into a rage. How could she allow the person she respected most to suffer such an unclear injustice? She casually tossed away Tonton in her arms, gripped a chakra scalpel in her right hand, and charged straight at Jiraiya. With Shizune joining in, Jiraiya looked even more miserable. After narrowly dodging Tsunade and Shizune's attacks several times, Jiraiya seized the chance and flashed behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, clearly treating Uzumaki Ryunosuke as his final shield. Looking at the two women in front of him, one clenching her fist and using monstrous strength, the other holding her palm flat and using a chakra scalpel. Uzumaki Ryunosuke also felt a headache coming on. Grand uncle, I respect you as Granny Mito's older brother. But now I'm asking you to step aside. Today, Jiraiya has to give me an explanation. That's right. I won't allow anyone to smear my uncle. Not even Jiraiya-sama. One of the three ninja like Lady Tsunade. Tsunade and Shizen said one after the other, and with their furious expressions, they looked like they were ready to fight to the death. Rebellion. Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly surged his chakra outward. In an instant, the entire forest was filled with immense pressure. Tsunade and Shizen were like leaves on a rushing river, helplessly drifting in that sea of chakra pressure. Fortunately, the chakra pressure from Uzumaki Ryunosuke did not last long. Very soon it stopped. The moment Uzumaki Ryunosuke withdrew his chakra, everyone present looked like they had just been hauled out of a river, completely soaked. Especially Tsunade and Shizen. The moment Uzumaki Ryunosuke withdrew his chakra, the two of them collapsed onto the ground. They gasped for air again and again. Just now, under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's immense pressure, the two of them had actually been so suppressed that they forgot to breathe, nearly suffocating to death. Seeing the powerless Tsunade and Shizen, Uzumaki Kushina quickly stepped forward to support Tsunade. As for Shizen, Uzumaki Kushina handed her over to Uzumaki Naruto to take care of. With someone's help, Tsunade and Shizen could barely stand steady on the ground. But their eyes were still fixed dead on Jiraiya standing behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and both of them wore expressions ready to fight to the death. You two just said you wanted an explanation. Then let me ask you, what exactly are you trying to get an explanation for? And who are you trying to get it for? Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the two of them with disappointment, his face full of anger at their failure. Tsunade and Shizen were still angry, and Naruto Uzumaki's sudden question left them both stunned. Tsunade and Shizen looked at each other. For a moment, they had nothing to say, and both lowered their heads, which had just been held high. Only then did Jiraiya come out from behind Naruto Uzumaki with relief, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The moment they ran into a problem, they lost all reason and judgment. All they knew was to pick on other people. And they call that seeking justice? Watching the two of them being lectured by Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya fanned the flames from the side. That's right. I clearly learned a little about the situation out of kindness and came to share it with you. But what about you two? You attacked me without even asking what happened. That's really heartbreaking. Looking at Jiraiya, who was making snide remarks beside him, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help it. He directly punched Jiraiya and shut him up, sending him crouching on the ground and crying with his head in his hands. I don't know how Hashirama, Mito, or your parents raised you, but gambling, violence, and never analyzing things when something happens. You've got a whole pile of problems. Little Tsunade, you're already over 50 years old. How are you still so immature? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Tsunade, who was about to bury herself in the ground like an ostrich, and started lecturing her directly. He looked exactly like an old father disappointed in his useless child. Jiraiya also said he saw the file en route. Setting aside whether that file was real or fake, it had nothing to do with Jiraiya anyway. If you wanted to find out the reason, shouldn't you go ask the person involved? Or go straight to that brat Danzo? What good is it to find Jiraiya? What could he possibly know? Isn't that just wasting your time? Vortex Kushina was standing to the side, holding Naruto Uzumaki, watching as Naruto Uzumaki alone scolded the three of them until they couldn't even straighten their backs. Seeing this, Vortex Kushina could only sigh and shake her head helplessly. She didn't know why. Only 12 years had passed since she and her husband Minato Namikaze died, and yet the famous three legendary Sannin had turned into this in the blink of an eye. Then Vortex Kushina thought of something. Her bright eyes rolled around, and she stared unblinkingly at Naruto Uzumaki's broad back, clearly having some little scheme in mind. Come to think of it, I've been revived, but Minato is still stuck with the Shinigami. Looks like I need to find a way to get Grandpa Uncle to revive Minato too, and try to get our family of three back together. While thinking this, Vortex Kushina smiled and stroked Naruto's hair. Feeling the movement on top of his head, Naruto looked up curiously, only to see his mother looking at him with a mischievous smile. That nearly scared the life out of Naruto. If he didn't know this was his biological mother, he would have suspected some kind of villain had shown up from nowhere. Lord Ryunosuke, everything is ready. We can start any time. What do you think? Just as Naruto Uzumaki was still lecturing the three of them non-stop, Orochimaru emerged from Jiraiya's shadow. This immediately startled Jiraiya, who had already been staring at his own shadow, and Tsunade and Shizen were also shocked. Orochimaru, why did you come out of Jiraiya's shadow? Is this a newly developed use of the Nara clan's secret technique? Tsunade had never felt that Orochimaru was as handsome as he was now. That brave and towering figure was so captivating. Jiraiya and Shizen felt the same way, especially Jiraiya, who was so moved he was almost crying. Already? Then let us go straight over. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. I've been running around these past few days and Haven T had a proper rest. After speaking, Naruto Uzumaki waved to Vortex Kushina and her son. Then, under Tsunade and Shizune's terrified gazes, he directly pulled the two of them into the Shadow Kingdom. If it weren't for the fact that the others beside them all looked calm, as if this was perfectly normal, Tsunade would have broken free on the spot. After entering the Shadow Kingdom, Tsunade and Shizun curiously examined everything before them. Looking around, there was eerie black and red everywhere, and from time to time, strange and bizarre creatures could be seen swimming through this space. Tsunade and Shizun were startled by the sight, but seeing that the old friends around them all looked like they were watching a show, the two of them awkwardly straightened their clothes and pretended nothing was wrong. Even so, they could clearly feel the gazes around them growing even stranger, especially Jiraiya's peculiar look, which was like he was looking at some kind of strange animal. That made Tsunade and Shizun, who were already feeling awkward, even more uncomfortable. Bastard! What are you looking at? Jiraiya, are you trying to die? Tsunade had always been the explosive type, and since Jiraiya made her uncomfortable, she immediately cursed at him. But what everyone didn't expect was that Shizun also started cursing Jiraiya along with Tsunade. With Shizun's previous temperament, even asking her to speak loudly in front of Jiraiya would have been impossible. Yet after what happened with Kato-dan, her respect for Jiraiya had dropped off a cliff, and now she even dared to directly yell at him. Alright, there's no time for you lot to chat here. Follow me. Naruto Uzumaki turned back and said that to the still stunned group, then floated off directly. Orochimaru also glanced at Jiraiya and Shizun before closely following behind Naruto Uzumaki. Just like that, under Naruto Uzumaki's lead, the group floated forward one by one, leaving Jiraiya alone behind. Ah, wait for me. Don't be so heartless. After coming out of the Shadow Kingdom, everyone arrived directly at the same place where Yahiko and Vortex Kushina had been revived last time. Unlike last time's simplicity, this time, because Naruto Uzumaki needed to do research, all kinds of research equipment were neatly arranged in a huge open space. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Ryunosuke, everything is ready. Seeing the group emerging from the shadows on the ground, Kabuto Yakushi put down the instrument he had already finished calibrating and respectfully looked at Orochimaru and Naruto Uzumaki. Good. Kabuto, go find Kato-dan's cells. We'll need them this time too. On the way back, Naruto Uzumaki had already told Orochimaru about it. So as soon as they came out, Orochimaru immediately ordered Kabuto Yakushi to bring over the Kato-dan cells he had collected before. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Kabuto Yakushi walked wordlessly toward the equipment room that held many cell samples. At the same time, he was also weighing the matter he had previously planned in his mind. However, since Kabuto Yakushi had never brought this request up to Naruto Uzumaki before, he couldn't be sure Naruto Uzumaki would definitely help him. Even so, after getting Kato-dan's cells, Kabuto Yakushi still couldn't help taking out the cells of the person most important to him, Yakushi Nono, which he had stored away for a very long time. On the way back, Kabuto Yakushi felt that this was the most difficult, longest, yet somehow shortest road he had ever walked. Before Kabuto Yakushi could even figure out how to beg Naruto Uzumaki to help him revive Yakushi Nono, he came back to his senses and realized he had already returned to the prepared experimental site. Lord Orochimaru, these are Kato-dan's cells. Kabuto Yakushi secretly hid the container holding Yakushi Nono's cells behind his back, then took out the Kato-dan cells Orochimaru needed. Good. Then let us begin. Kabuto, Lord Ryunosuke thinks very highly of us. Orochimaru took the container handed over by Yakushi Kabuto, not even noticing Kabuto's strange expression. After turning around, he continued preparing. Yes.
Orochimaru-sama.
Kabuto lowered his head and did not look at Orochimaru, who was busy working. Behind those round glasses, his eyes flickered with an unreadable light. As long as I keep serving Lord Ryunosuke, I think one day he'll fulfill this wish of mine. Kabuto thought this to himself as he helped Orochimaru with the final adjustments to the equipment. It's all ready, Lord Ryunosuke. I think we can begin. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had just lifted his foot to step forward when Tsunade suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. Granduncle, you still haven't told me what experiment you're going to do with Orochimaru next. Looking at Tsunade's panicked expression, Uzumaki Ryunosuke straightened up. Didn't I tell you? I'm going to revive your younger brother with Orochimaru. Brother? You mean Nawaki? But reviving the dead like that? After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's plan, Tsunade was obviously startled, and she subconsciously wanted to stop what he and Orochimaru were about to do. But the moment she thought about being able to see her younger brother, who had died in the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade fell into conflict. Not letting Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Orochimaru continue was because she couldn't get past the knot in her heart. She didn't want to disturb her brother's rest in the Pure Land, but wanting them to continue was because she would soon be able to meet her brother here again. Seeing Nawaki and Kato-dan again had been one of her old obsessions. Tsunade cared deeply about the two of them. Otherwise, She would never have developed hemophobia from the deaths of those two in the Second Shinobi World War. Don't worry. This revival of Nawaki isn't just a simple resurrection. I still need you and Orochimaru to observe the strange phenomena that appear in my body when I revive someone. Uzumaki Ryunosuke gently patted Tsunade's hand, which was gripping his tightly, soothing her emotions as he spoke. At the same time, he brought up his request. Ryunosuke wanted to quickly figure this out. He did not want to be living well one day only to suddenly die because his chakra had completely dissipated. So there was another reason. Okay, I'll give it 10,000% effort. After hearing Ryunosuke's request, Tsunade thought for a moment, then firmly nodded. After that, she walked over to Orochimaru's equipment and prepared to work with Kabuto to collect data on Ryunosuke's resurrection. As for why it wasn't Orochimaru but Yakushi Kabuto performing Edo Tensei'd, Orochimaru still needed to personally cast it. Alright, after Kabuto finished explaining which piece of equipment did what, Tsunade, standing behind the instruments, gave Ryunosuke and Orochimaru an okay sign. After receiving the signal, Orochimaru immediately began casting Edo Tensei'd. The bandits captured from outside by the sound for Orochimaru's subordinates were trapped on the ground. After a round of painful struggling and constant twisting, they were surrounded by many paper-like fragments that appeared from the ground. Immediately after, Nawaki's figure broke through from above that mass of paper. Looking at the familiar figure standing in the center of the field, tears nearly burst from Tsunade's eyes. But thinking of what was coming next, she directly waved her hand and wiped away the tears that were about to fall. After all, what was about to happen was extremely important, and there was no room for carelessness. Lord Ryunosuke, it's your turn. After finishing Edo Tensei'd, Orochimaru instantly used body flicker to return beside Kabuto. He shouted toward Ryunosuke in the field, while his gaze kept flicking toward the equipment they had prepared. Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded, then looked at Nawaki, who was standing in the field, looking around and scratching the back of his head with a completely baffled expression. Ryunosuke also used body flicker to appear behind Nawaki and placed his hand on Nawaki's shoulder. Who? Nawaki, who still didn't know what was happening and was observing his surroundings, was startled by Ryunosuke's sudden touch. He subconsciously tried to use the substitution technique to flash away. But after forming the hand seals, Nawaki realized he couldn't use even a single bit of chakra in his body. He clearly had a massive amount of chakra, but he couldn't use it. This was the first time Nawaki had ever seen such a situation. Just what? Seeing that he couldn't escape, Nawaki was about to continue asking questions. But the moment he turned his head to look behind him, a violent green flash suddenly erupted from his shoulder, blinding his eyes and cutting off the rest of his words in his throat. As the blinding green light slowly faded, Nawaki quickly discovered that he could use chakra again. But it was no longer as vast as before. Instead, it was about the same as when he was alive. Thinking this, Nawaki instantly noticed something wrong with his body. His current state seemed not much different from when he was alive. No, it could even be said to be exactly the same. Taking advantage of the fact that the person behind him was no longer controlling him, Nawaki's hands began forming seals at high speed, while his body lunged forward. Water release, water wave. As Nawaki finished his hand seals, a massive stream of water spat from his mouth and rushed toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke, trying to wash him away. Is this all the strength you have? And you're going to the battlefield like that? Ryunosuke tilted his head, somewhat puzzled by Nawaki's strength. From Ryunosuke's perspective, the way this kid performed ninjutsu did not look like someone with the ability to go onto the battlefield at all. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen have deliberately arranged this? Seeing that Ryunosuke did not take his attack seriously, Nawaki felt as though he was being ignored. Bastard! You dare look down on me? Water release, water dragon. Nawaki's hand seals were not even finished before his head was directly smashed. A huge wave of pain shot from the top of his head, and Nawaki was beaten down to the ground, crouching there and clutching his head while crying. It's been a long time, Nawaki. At this moment, a voice that Nawaki was extremely familiar with rang out. The crying Nawaki instantly froze, then turned back to look. Those three figures he knew so well were standing there. Big brother? Sensei?
Cease.
You died too? Looking at the familiar three before him, Nawaki could not help but exclaim. Hey, what are you saying? Are you hoping we're dead? Tsunade punched Nawaki on the head. This suicidal scene made Jiraiya and Orochimaru beside her lower their heads, as expected of Nawaki. Looking at Nawaki, who had been punched to the ground by Tsunade, Orochimaru remarked sincerely, "Welcome back, Nawaki." After punching Nawaki once, Tsunade, who had been holding it in the whole time, could no longer endure it. She hugged Nawaki and started crying. Tsunade's mysterious move immediately left Nawaki completely confused. He just stood there stiffly while being hugged by her, wondering whether he should push away the sister who was smearing tears and snot all over his clothes. How is it? Did you find anything? Looking at the harmonious atmosphere among the four, Uzumaki Ryunosuke knew it was not a good time to interrupt. but he was still very curious about the results. Moreover, this time Uzumaki Ryunosuke clearly felt that the gaze watching him was gone, but the chakra in his body was still being drained. It was not as much as when Yahiko and Uzumaki Kushina were revived for the first time, but a little was still taken away. Ryunosuke-sama, right now we only have one set of data, so we still can't tell anything specific. I need a set of consumption data where your body data is the same, but the person revived is different, so I can clearly know where exactly the problem is. Isn't that what you know? Just now you even told me to prepare Dankado cells, so next we are reviving Dankado? Looking at Orochimaru, who had misunderstood him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke silently shook his head. Only then did he tell Orochimaru everything that had happened in that forest earlier. Unexpectedly, after hearing it, Orochimaru nodded as if he agreed. So that was really the case. Back then, I would go look for Danzo from time to time because he would arrange laboratories for me to research in. There, I ran into Danzo talking with Dankado several times. I was curious at the time, but I never expected it to be something like this. Then who does Ryunosuke-sama want to revive next? After all, I thought you were going to revive Dankado just now, so I didn't make any other preparations. Even when I was reviving Nawaki earlier, I was still sighing that you were so good to Tsunade. I never expected it to be like this. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke also shook his head in annoyance. At the start, Ryunosuke had not thought that much either. He had thought one was enough, and he did not know he would need two. Orochimaru had misunderstood him again, which left the two of them standing there, dazed, with nothing else arranged. Then how about reviving Mito instead? I haven't seen her in a long time either. Back then, because of that damn system, I never even got to properly say goodbye to Mito. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded firmly, then spoke to Orochimaru, who was standing there dazed while staring at Nawaki, Tsunade, and Jiraiya in the distance as they chatted. Do you have Mito cells here? Then let's revive Mito. But who would have thought that after hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's suggestion, Orochimaru would regretfully shake his head and spread his hands helplessly. Ryunosuke-sama thinks too highly of me. How would I dare go after Lady Mito's cells? After all, I still have a very clear understanding of my own level in sealing jutsu. I don't think I can control Lady Mito, who is known as a master of seals, with just that little talisman paper. Seeing Orochimaru praising Uzumaki Mito like that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt a little strange. He felt like Orochimaru was insulting him, but he had no real evidence. You mean I'm not as good as Mito? You think my attainment in sealing jutsu, as Mito's older brother, would be lower than Mito's? Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly said this, and Orochimaru also became extremely awkward. Of course not. It's just that I searched through a lot of records about you from back then, and all I found was that you could summon ninja from the darkness, and that you were a man who could form a three-way standoff with Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara Uchiha by relying on those dark ninjas' sheer numbers. Among all the information I found, everything described you as someone whose own strength wasn't that strong, who didn't know the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu, but who had many dark ninja as subordinates. That's why I dared to summon you. Otherwise, after learning about your actual strength, who would still dare disturb you? Weren't those all just like Lady Mito? Even if they knew you were very strong, they still wouldn't dare summon you. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's face grew darker and darker as Orochimaru explained. Who could explain to him? Who wrote all this damn information? Own strength not strong? Didn't know sealing jutsu? Only knew how to summon the Shadow Legion? Uzumaki Ryunosuke really wanted to throw the person who wrote that information into the Shadow Kingdom and let him properly experience the Shadow Kingdom's warmth and hospitality, then ask him whether he himself was strong or not. Putting his own matters aside for now, then what you mean is you can't control Mito, but you can control Hashirama and Tobirama? Did you test it before? Or who gave you such huge courage to dare summon the two of them directly in Konoha? If you couldn't control them, how were you planning to deal with the aftermath? Speaking of Orochimaru directly using Edo Tensei on Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in Konoha, there were unreasonable parts everywhere. If you said that after summoning them all you found out Mito couldn't be controlled, that was understandable. But without ever testing it, he still dared to directly Edo Tensei Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt like Orochimaru might have lived too long and was looking for excitement for himself. That Orochimaru awkwardly scratched the back of his head, unable to explain where to start for a moment. The Edo Tensei that second Hokage Senju Tobirama-sama developed back then wasn't like it is now. The Edo Tensei I use now has been improved by me. Also, the strength of the person revived by Edo Tensei is limited by the material used for the summoning, which is why Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama couldn't display their full strength. That's the reason I dared to control Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama. But no matter how restricted the summoned person is, the method of control still fundamentally relies on that little talisman paper covered in sealing jutsu. I don't want to Edo Tensei someone whose attainments in sealing jutsu are top tier in the ninja world. That's the fundamental reason I never went looking for Lady Mito. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Uzumaki Ryunosuke could only nod helplessly. But what happened next gave Ryunosuke even more of a headache. No matter what, if he wanted to figure out the reason related to his own body, he was still missing one set of data. But he also did not want to revive some irrelevant person. Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke was shaking his body around and thinking, Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto happened to walk out from a nearby intersection. Looking at the mother and son walking hand in hand while talking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then how about reviving Naruto's father? I think you should have the cells of that brat named Minato Namikaze, right? While Orochimaru was still thinking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke used body flicker and appeared beside him, then said to him. Just when Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought this might work, Orochimaru still regretfully shook his head and said helplessly, earlier, when I attacked Konoha, I already tried summoning him, but I couldn't summon Minato at all. Maybe it was because of the Shiki Fujin Minato used back then. His soul was taken away by the Shinigami, so he couldn't be summoned. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt like his whole person was about to go numb. This won't work, that won't work. Why was it that he just wanted to know what had happened to his body, and there were so many damn problems? Ryunosuke-sama, how about using mine? Just when Uzumaki Ryunosuke was at his wit's end, Kabuto Yakushi spoke up with a nervous heart. In an instant, Kabuto regretted it. Damn it, was I being too deliberate? Although no one knew what Kabuto was thinking, his voice still drew the gazes of Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Orochimaru over. There, Kabuto was holding a well-maintained container with someone else's cells inside. Standing there at a loss. Kabuto, whose cells are you holding? They're not mine, are they? Orochimaru recognized at a glance that the cells in Kabuto's hands were not the ones he had stored. This made Orochimaru, who had already been suspicious, even more suspicious. He did not want to Edo Tensei some ignorant fool who would offend Uzumaki Ryunosuke in the end. This is the principal cells. Kabuto was silent for a moment first, then slowly said. He had already prepared himself to be rejected by Uzumaki Ryunosuke, but Yakushi Kabuto still held onto a sliver of hope. It was precisely that sliver of hope that made Kabuto step forward just now. So that's how it is, Orochimaru exclaimed. The moment he heard Kabuto mention the word director, Orochimaru already knew whose cells were inside. The director of the Konoha orphanage, the best spy under Root. Yakushi Nono, known throughout the ninja world as the walking shrine maiden. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Do you know who it is? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked. Seeing the look of understanding on Orochimaru's face, Orochimaru directly explained. Ryunosuke-sama, what Kabuto is holding is the cells of the orphanage director, who used to be one of Danzo's spies. Kabuto also grew up in the orphanage. Orochimaru's last sentence was a reminder to Uzumaki Ryunosuke that Kabuto had his own selfish motives. But Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't care whether Kabuto had selfish motives or not. What he cared more about was the identity Orochimaru mentioned. Danzo's spy. So the owner of these cells probably knows some of Danzo's dirty secrets. Huh? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked. His question made Orochimaru pause. He hadn't expected Ryunosuke to focus on that. Orochimaru had thought Ryunosuke would be angry over Kabuto's selfishness, but he never expected Ryunosuke wouldn't even ask about it. By rights, that should be the case. Since Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't care, Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to worry either, and answered very straightforwardly. Then let it be her. It might just help with what comes next. After getting Orochimaru's answer, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded in satisfaction, then called for Kabuto and Tsunade, who were still talking, to get ready to record the data. Tsunade didn't drag her feet either. After all, her great-uncle had just helped her with a huge favor. After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, she picked up Nawaki and shun-shined behind the instruments. Nawaki and Jiraiya stood together, watching the unfamiliar young man and his own sister busily preparing. He still felt a strong sense of unreality. When he looked back at Uzumaki Ryunosuke standing in the huge open space with his teacher Orochimaru, Nawaki's curious gaze stayed fixed on Ryunosuke. After all, his sister had already explained it to him just now. It was this great-uncle of his, the Uzumaki Ryunosuke whom he had heard his grandmother Uzumaki Mito mention again and again, who had brought him back to life.
Alright, Orochimaru-sama.
While Nawaki was still letting his imagination run wild, Kabuto's excited voice came from the side. The excited shout next to him successfully pulled Nawaki back to reality. And then he saw a scene he would never forget in either of his two lives. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru used the same hand seals to perform Edo Tensei. When Yakushi Nono was summoned, Orochimaru also used body flicker to return to the instruments and take Kabuto's place. The summoned Yakushi Nono looked blankly at the man standing in front of her, completely confused. She clearly remembered that she had died at Kabuto's hands under Danzo's arrangements. Why was she here now? Uzumaki Ryunosuke gave Orochimaru an okay gesture, then stepped forward and placed a hand on Yakushi Nono's shoulder. Instinctively, Nono tried to break free from this man's hand. But before she could even move, Her eyes were forced shut by the blinding green light coming from the palm on her shoulder. When she opened them again, the unfamiliar man in front of her had already been replaced by a familiar figure. Kabuto? Yakushi Nono asked in disbelief. After hearing that familiar voice, Kabuto could no longer hold it in and suddenly buried himself in Yakushi Nono's arms. Welcome back, director. Feeling the body in his arms trembling with sobs, Nono temporarily put aside her confusion, gently patting Kabuto's back the way a mother would, softly comforting him. Alright, stop looking. Are the data out yet? Uzumaki Ryunosuke's voice pulled the people who were immersed in this beautiful scene back to reality, and he mercilessly asked Orochimaru and Tsunade for the data they had just collected. TCH? Great uncle really is, Tsunade muttered angrily under her breath as she looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had interrupted her emotional moment. He doesn't know how to read the mood at all. He just ruins the atmosphere. But everyone around here was a famous powerhouse of the ninja world, Nawaki excluded, and they all heard Tsunade's muttering clearly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at Tsunade and ignored her, continuing to look at the instrument in front of Orochimaru, where numbers kept jumping. This is truly a miracle, Orochimaru suddenly exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, instantly drawing everyone's attention. How is it, Orochimaru? Did you find anything? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked hurriedly, looking at the excited Orochimaru. Yes, Ryunosuke-sama. Your body is truly too strange. It's practically a miracle. Don't speak in riddles, Orochimaru. Say it directly. Tsunade couldn't stand Orochimaru's roundabout way of talking. She was also very interested in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's body and hurriedly pressed him for an answer. According to the comparison of these two sets of data, we can determine that the life energy Uzumaki Ryunosuke-sama uses when reviving others comes from his own body. The moment Orochimaru said that, exclamations erupted from the people around them, especially Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade. As a top medical ninja in the ninja world and a member of the Uzumaki clan, which itself possessed tremendous vitality, Kushina and Tsunade understood far better than others what the cost of using one's own life energy meant. What about the rest? Orochimaru, what else are you going to say next? Tsunade, already fiery-tempered to begin with, became even more impatient after learning that Uzumaki Ryunosuke was using his own life energy. She hurriedly pressed Orochimaru for more. What comes next is the part where I say Ryunosuke-sama's body is a miracle. Based on the observations from the experiment, after Ryunosuke-sama finished using the ninjutsu to revive someone, the life energy that had been consumed was actually fully restored the instant he stopped using the technique. In other words, Ryunosuke-sama reviving others not only does no harm to his body, it is instead a miracle achieved without paying any cost. Because chakra is formed by the combination of life energy and spiritual energy, that's why Ryunosuke-sama would feel his chakra being drained. Also, depending on the strength of the person being revived, the amount of chakra drained from Ryunosuke-sama will differ. That explains why Ryunosuke-sama was drained dry when reviving Kushina and the child named Yahiko. But it also explains why there was no such feeling when reviving Nawaki and Yakushi Nono. As for the matter Ryunosuke-sama mentioned earlier about a gaze of spying eyes, I deeply apologize. I did not manage to collect any useful data on that. Under Orochimaru's explanation, everyone's expressions changed from shock at the beginning to numbness at the end. By now, the way they looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke was like they were looking at some kind of strange being. And Uzumaki Ryunosuke himself, under Orochimaru's explanation, gradually understood everything that had happened. If they couldn't explain it, then Uzumaki Ryunosuke could explain it himself. When Uzumaki Ryunosuke revived other people, the chakra, or rather, the life energy, drained from him had been replenished by the dog talisman after it was taken away. After all, the dog's ability was eternal youth and true immortality. In this world, any power that could kill a living being would be unable to kill someone who possessed the dog talisman. Uzumaki Ryunosuke also recalled that when he first obtained the dog talisman, its power could only be used on himself. Now, just like the sheep talisman, the dog talisman could actually heal others through Uzumaki Ryunosuke as a medium. It seemed the talismans on his body had undergone some kind of mysterious change. What is it, Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Did you think of something? Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke fall into deep thought, Orochimaru grew a little curious. After all, the ability to instantly replenish the life energy one lacked and keep the body in its best possible state at all times. That was exactly the power Orochimaru had been pursuing from the very beginning. No, it's nothing. Since the experiment is over, then next, let us take a look at what exactly is going on with little Tsunade's lover. Orochimaru's voice pulled Uzumaki Ryunosuke out of his thoughts. After brushing aside Orochimaru's question, Uzumaki Ryunosuke decided to change the subject and completely settle Tsunade's matter. Is that so? How interesting, Lord Ryunosuke. Just what kind of surprise will you bring me next? Watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke shift the topic and start talking with Tsunade, Orochimaru felt an increasingly inexplicable excitement. Maybe the man before him really could bring him a different kind of future. Since there was no need to gather data beforehand this time, and all they had to do was summon the person with the impure world reincarnation, there was no need for much preparation. Orochimaru and Uzumaki Ryunosuke decided to directly use the impure world reincarnation on Dankeido. However, because Tsunade and Shizen had always remained suspicious about this matter and wanted to know the result immediately, the two of them disguised themselves as Danzo's subordinates and followed behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. As a burst of white light wrapped around Uzumaki Ryunosuke's body, once the light faded, the Uzumaki Ryunosuke standing there vanished completely. In his place stood a man with exactly the same appearance and presence as Shimura Danzo. Amazing. I didn't expect Great Uncle S transformation jutsu to reach this level. Even the chakra aura coming off his body is exactly the same as Danzo's. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would thought Danzo himself had come. Tsunade kept pinching here and touching there on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's body, irritating him to no end. With a dark expression, he said, "Tsunade, you are being too presumptuous." As the slug princess praised throughout the ninja world, I hope you can show a little restraint. Shimura Danzo's voice came out of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's mouth, startling the fully focused Tsunade badly. Not only Tsunade, even everyone present who knew Shimura Danzo was shocked. It was too similar. If they didn't know Shimura Danzo couldn't possibly appear here, everyone would have been completely fooled by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Alright, Orochimaru, begin. As for you two, keep your disguises on and follow behind me. After speaking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke shut his eyes like Shimura Danzo and stood there without saying another word. After exchanging a glance, Tsunade and Shizun took out masks similar to those worn by Danzo's root and put them on. Then they hid their bodies beneath loose robes and waited for what would happen next. As for why they did not use the transformation jutsu, Tsunade was worried that the chakra fluctuations later might alert Dankeido. After all, according to what Jiraiya had said, whatever Dankeido and Shimura Danzo had plotted was definitely not something good. If they could avoid even a little trouble, that was still trouble avoided. Impure world reincarnation. Seeing the three of them ready, Orochimaru immediately began summoning Dankeido with the impure world reincarnation. After the familiar round of struggling that everyone had already grown used to, Dankeido's figure appeared in the middle of the area. The moment Tsunade and Shizun saw the familiar man before them, both of them became visibly emotional. "Are you Lord Danzo?" After awakening, Dankeido swept his gaze over the surroundings before fixing his eyes on the person in front of him. He was not quite sure how long he had been dead, nor what had happened during that time, but he felt that being cautious could never be wrong. "It's been a long time, Dan. Tsunade's matter was truly troublesome for you. You created a very good situation for me. Now the Senju clan can be said to exist in name only." Uzumaki Ryunosuke slightly opened his eyes and looked at the man before him, speaking to Dankeido in Danzo's tone. The moment he heard Uzumaki Ryunosuke's voice, Dankeido instinctively refuted him. "My apologies, but I don't understand what you're talking about." Uzumaki Ryunosuke ignored him and continued on his own. "After this war ended, Tsunade developed hemophobia because of your death and Nawaki's. She can no longer go to the battlefield, and she can't even continue being a doctor. All of this is thanks to you, Dan. I truly did not misjudge you. But what's also regrettable is your death. You really didn't need to go that far. I told you before, so long as Tsunade, or rather the Senju clan, gave up hope of the Hokage's seat, that would have been enough. Your death did accelerate the final outcome, but it also cost me a capable subordinate, Dan. I had very high hopes for you. I thought that after this matter you would continue serving me. But I never expected you to choose such an extreme method." As Dankeido listened to what Uzumaki Ryunosuke said, his thoughts drifted. He had never expected that woman would actually go that far for his sake. At the same time, he also chose to believe the person before him. "This is what I should have done, Lord Danzo. Being able to serve you is my honor." Dankeido lowered his head slightly and spoke to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Looking at the extremely respectful Dankeido before him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke fell silent for a moment. In truth, where in this world was there any absolute right or wrong? What existed was only whether it had anything to do with one's own interests. You could say Dankeido was wrong, but he was carrying out the mission Shimura Danzo had given him. You could also say Dankeido was not wrong, but he was still carrying out the mission Shimura Danzo had given him. Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly understood. So the root of all mistakes lay with Shimura Danzo himself. As Uzumaki Ryunosuke figured this out, the plan in his heart was quietly moved forward. Still lost in thought, he stood there like a stone statue. As time passed, the already less than harmonious atmosphere in the area sank into an even more awkward situation. "Lord Danzo." In the end, Dankeido could not hold back any longer and was the first to speak, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Dankeido's voice pulled Uzumaki Ryunosuke back to reality. Even so, Uzumaki Ryunosuke still said nothing. He just stood there, staring fixedly at Dankeido. Lord Danzo, Is there something on my face? Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke continue staring at him, Dan Kato immediately felt all the hair on his body stand up. I heard some rumors that Lord Danzo has those kinds of preferences. Could that be why he summoned me out? Wouldn't he even spare a corpse? The more Dan Kato thought about it, the more terrified he became. He glanced around, and when he felt no one was paying attention to him, he quietly took a few steps backward and started edging toward the exit. Although Uzumaki Ryunosuke wasn't looking at Kato-dan, his sensing had been locked onto him the whole time. The moment he noticed Kato-dan's movement, he immediately felt a little confused. Did he notice something? That shouldn't be right. The monkey talisman combined with the transformation jutsu shouldn't be that sloppy. Could it be because of the spirit transformation technique? But from what he remembered, that jutsu had only been SOSO. Unless over the years that technique had been strengthened and improved? At that thought, Uzumaki Ryunosuke no longer dared to be careless. No matter what, he had been dead for more than 60 years already. And according to Orochimaru, even the jutsu Tobarama Senju invented decades ago had been modified by him, so it was perfectly normal for present-day ninjutsu to be somewhat different from what it had been during the Warring States era. I'm done asking. You all already know what happened. I'll leave the rest to you. As soon as that thought settled in his mind, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly stepped aside, giving up the positions of Tsunade and Shizune behind him. The two of them, who were still too shocked by the news just now to recover, were instantly snapped back by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's voice. They yanked off the loose robes covering their bodies and removed the root-like masks from their faces, their eyes locking tightly onto Kato-dan, who had been startled by the scene in front of him. Tsunade? Kato-dan was so frightened by the two people who suddenly sprang out from behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke that he collapsed onto the ground. Just now, he had only finished talking about Tsunade with Danzo in their conspiracy, but now the person involved was standing right there at the scene. He had been caught red-handed on the spot. When you died, I was devastated. Because of that, I even developed hemophobia. Do you even know how much of a blow that kind of condition is to a medical ninja? With one hand, Tsunade hauled Kato-dan up from the ground. Shizune also stood to the side, the expression on her face changing constantly. You're not Lord Danzo. Who exactly are you? Kato-dan was being shaken non-stop in Tsunade's grip. In the middle of it, his gaze swept over Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had been standing there silently. After finally finding a target to vent at, Kato-dan loudly questioned Uzumaki Ryunosuke. You're talking about me? Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned around and looked at Kato-dan, who had been shaken by Tsunade until he barely looked human. A flash of white light passed over his body, and he directly revealed his original appearance. My name is Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I'm little Tsunade's granduncle. I think with just those 2 points alone, I'm more than qualified to interrogate you. Impossible. Uzumaki Ryunosuke was a person from the Warring States era. How could he appear here, and still look this young? Kato-dan suddenly exploded with force, wrenching Tsunade's hand off his collar in one motion. He lunged forward, grabbed Uzumaki Ryunosuke by the collar, and glared at him viciously as he gritted his teeth and said, You liar. You just want to trick Tsunade into trusting you. I saw through you a long time ago. Just now, I was only acting along with you. Did you really think I'd casually believe someone who suddenly appeared in front of me? It had to be said, anyone capable of deceiving Tsunade was no ordinary person. In this emergency, Kato-dan's brain spun wildly and came up with a very reasonable explanation. Tsunade, don't let him fool you. Uzumaki Ryunosuke has been dead for decades. How could he suddenly appear? And after all these decades, how could he possibly know who you are?
Kato-dan smiled craftily.
As if he had already caught the tail end of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's scam. If you ask me, he is nothing more than someone who got Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke's cultivation methods and power from who knows where. And since he also knew about your family's relationship with Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he used that connection to latch onto you and gain a way into Konoha.
Brat.
I've already exposed all your damn little tricks. What else do you have left to argue about? You've really got some nerve. Enough. With tears in her eyes, Tsunade roared at the sick-looking Kato-dan. Shizune's face was also full of anger. She had never imagined that the uncle she had always been proud of would actually be this kind of person. Thinking back on how she used to treat her uncle as a role model to motivate herself in studying now made her feel sick.
Dan.
You've gone too far with your words. At this time, the group that had been hiding nearby, Kushina Uzumaki and her son, Jiraiya, Nawaki, Orochimaru Nono Yakushi, and Kabuto Yakushi, all walked out from the shadows, every single one of them staring at Kato-dan with unfriendly eyes. Damn it. Looking at the large crowd that had suddenly appeared around him, Kato-dan's body couldn't stop backing away. If an Edo Tensei body had the ability to sweat, then by now he would already have been drenched. At first I didn't believe what Jiraiya said was true, but now I realize I was wrong. Terribly wrong. I never thought I'd stay depressed for so long over someone like you. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly and took several steps forward. The fury in her eyes looked as if it wanted to burn Kato-dan to ashes. Wait, Tsunade, didn't I already say it? I was just playing along on the spot. You should know me. How could I possibly work with Lord Danzo to frame you? And besides, if it was only for the sake of framing you, I even threw away my life over it. Doesn't that sound way too unreasonable? Besides, at worst, I just didn't know Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke, which is why I spoke rudely to him. A magnanimous person like Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke surely wouldn't hold it against a junior like me, right? I only just woke up and still hadn't figured out what was going on. Wasn't I just afraid that Tsunade was being deceived? Looking at the situation before him, Kato-dan's mind started spinning at high speed again. In just a few sentences, he turned the charge of conspiring with Shimura Danzo to frame Tsunade into nothing more than speaking rudely to Uzumaki Ryunosuke without understanding the situation. Between those two offenses, the latter was obviously much lighter than the former. And with that one line about how a senior wouldn't hold it against a junior who didn't understand the situation, Kato-dan had also blocked Uzumaki Ryunosuke's mouth. After that whole string of words, forget Tsunade and Uzumaki Ryunosuke, even Jiraiya was starting to wonder if he had been set up by Shimura Danzo. Hey Jiraiya, what the hell is going on here? Explain yourself clearly. What exactly did you see at Shimura Danzo's place? Tsunade's words clearly gave Kato-dan, who had no idea why he had been exposed, an extremely important piece of information. At the very least, he now knew how the matter between himself and Shimura Danzo had been exposed. That also soothed his wildly pounding, though practically useless, heart a little. In Kato-dan's view, as long as he wasn't caught in the act by hand, then everything still had room to be manipulated. I only happened to see it by accident once when I went to Route to get some intel from Danzo. Your name and Dan's were written on it, so I got curious and opened it to take a look. That's how I found out about this. Jiraiya's words gave Kato-dan even more room in his heart to explain himself to the others. At the same time, in his mind, he thoroughly and very politely greeted the female relatives of Shimura Danzo's last 18 generations. That idiot Shimura Danzo. For something this important, he actually recorded it on a scroll. Was he really not afraid of someone finding it? Couldn't he at least hide it better? I'm seriously impressed by that old bastard. You really are something else. Haha, Lord Jiraiya, then weren't you just fooled by Danzo? How could Lord Danzo possibly have a scroll recording some matter about framing Lady Tsunade together with me? Even if such a thing did exist, shouldn't Lord Danzo have hidden it away? Why would it just so happen to be found by you? Although Lord Danzo is the leader of Root, he is not a Hokage, and framing the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama-sama, would definitely affect the third Hokage, wouldn't it? No need to say anything else, even the third Hokage wouldn't agree to that, right? Kato-dan's words made Jiraiya even less confident. Could it be that he had really been used by Shimura Danzo before? Then wasn't he basically guarding that fake information like an idiot for so long? And in the end, Tsunade even beat him up for no reason? She almost killed him, too? Kato-dan's words sent Jiraiya straight into deep doubt, and when Tsunade saw his expression, she also became uncertain. If she thought about it carefully, everything Jiraiya said really was unreasonable. Why did it just happen to be discovered when Jiraiya was there? Why would Shimura Danzo record something like that and keep it on a scroll that wasn't sealed with a sealing jutsu? You have to know that every archive scroll in the ANBU was encrypted, let alone a place like Root, where the light never reached. The things they did absolutely could not be discovered by anyone else. The encryption was probably the most basic kind. An archive scroll about framing the granddaughter of the first Hokage shouldn't even exist, let alone be found by someone. Boom! Just as everyone was still thinking, a massive tremor suddenly came from above. Although it happened so suddenly, everyone present was a battle-hardened veteran. Except for Nawaki, Kushina Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki. Nawaki and Naruto, who looked about the same age, were so frightened that they hugged each other tightly, repeatedly asking what had happened. Kushina Uzumaki pulled both of them into her arms, then looked firmly at the calm and unreadable Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Lord Orochimaru, this is bad. Shimura Danzo has attacked. At that moment, a blood-soaked sound ninja appeared at the doorway, clutching his severed arm. He brought news no one else knew. Everyone's expression changed when they heard it, especially Kato-dan. Right now, he really wanted to personally kill Shimura Danzo, that teammate pitfall of a bastard. He had finally managed to clear the suspicion off himself after so much effort, and now the real culprit had delivered himself right to the door. He couldn't even cry if he wanted to. Let us go. Let us go see what our Lord Danzo is up to. Ryunosuke Uzumaki walked out in front of everyone. When he passed the doorway, he reached out and touched the sound ninja. The blood-covered ninja, who had just been on the verge of death, instantly recovered. The severed arm still hadn't been reattached. But that little thing wasn't a problem at all for Orochimaru. Could just be fixed after everything was over. Thank you, sir. Feeling the change in his body, the sound ninja was ecstatic. He had really been seconds away from dying just now, yet this lord had casually touched him and healed him. It was a miracle. When they arrived upstairs, everyone saw a group from Akatsuki locked in fierce battle with Shimura Danzo's subordinates. As for the tremor just now, it had been caused by that freak Deidara because on the scene, he was the only one who was enthusiastically unleashing his art. Take this, C2 dragon. Standing atop a giant dragon made of explosive clay, Deidara controlled it as it fired bombs at Shimura Danzo's men below. The entire open area in front of Orochimaru's base had already been blasted into a mess. Ryunosuke Uzumaki patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. After this is over, tell him to clean it up. Isn't he a student of the current Tsuchikage? He can't even use a little earth release? Hearing Ryunosuke Uzumaki's words, Orochimaru could only smile helplessly. Shimura Danzo, as Akatsuki and Danzo's men officially clashed, an angry Konin moved to confront Shimura Danzo, who had been hiding at the very back to watch the battle. Oh, so it's you, the three children from back then. Ninja art, paper shuriken jutsu. Konin didn't want to waste words with Danzo. She immediately activated her paper jutsu and rushed forward. Wind release, vacuum wave. As expected of a student of Senju Tobarama, Shimura Danzo's opening wind release was no joke. Even though Konin tried her best to dodge, the wind still grazed her arm. In an instant, her arm was badly damaged. Konin! Seeing Konin injured, Yahiko and Nagato could no longer hold back. They both unleashed their strongest jutsu, clearing out the surrounding Konoha ninja who fought like they had no regard for their lives. Damn it! Why are these Konoha ninja all acting like lunatics, completely disregarding their own lives? Since he also had to protect Yahiko, Nagato was under pressure from all sides. The puppets he usually used were also incomplete because Yahiko had been revived, so he couldn't bring out his full strength. Jiraiya, watching from the back, was also on the verge of losing control when he saw Konin injured. If it weren't for Naruto and Nawaki holding him down beside him, he would have already charged in. As the sounds of battle grew louder and louder, Sasuke Uchiha, Karen, and a whole string of usually hard-to-find people all ran out from their training. Seeing Danzo fighting Konin, Sasuke Uchiha couldn't hold back either. He gripped a kunai and rushed in. Sasuke, seeing his best buddy rush forward, Naruto Uzumaki, who had just been clinging to Jiraiya's leg in terror, somehow found courage from nowhere. He used multi-shadow clone jutsu and charged after Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, Sasuke, seeing her son and her best friend's son rush in, Kushina Uzumaki also worriedly charged forward. Her sealing jutsu was so smooth and fluid that, to outsiders it looked like Kushina Uzumaki simply touched someone, and then they collapsed limply to the ground. When Kushina Uzumaki first entered the battlefield, she really was the center of attention for a moment, but soon the root ninja stopped fighting her in close combat. They all began attacking from a distance with ninjutsu instead. Damn it! Kushina Uzumaki manipulated the chakra chains extending from her back to smash apart every ninjutsu aimed at her. The downside was that while no one could hit her, she also couldn't just ignore them and go straight to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Rasengan, fire release, great fireball jutsu. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, who had already charged headfirst into the battlefield, were also being heavily targeted by the root ninja. Because at the start of the assault, Shimura Danzo had already given orders. If there was a chance, capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha survivor on the spot. So it wasn't just Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha had also always been heavily watched by Root. Otherwise, they wouldn't have failed to notice that his little brother had already charged into the battlefield. Damn it! These ninja are so strong. After another failed attack, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha stood back to back, panting hard. Sasuke Uchiha also gasped as he stared through his Sharingan at the ninja surrounding them, and for a moment, he deeply regretted how reckless he had been just now. Mind-body switch technique. Outside the circle surrounding Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, a reddish-orange figure hid at the back. Taking advantage of the two of them not paying attention, he immediately used his secret technique and instantly took control of Naruto Uzumaki. Ding! Sasuke Uchiha sensed an attack coming from behind him and reflexively blocked it. He thought Naruto Uzumaki had been silently defeated by someone else and was about to mock him a little, but when he looked closely, it was actually Naruto Uzumaki attacking him. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? After blocking Naruto Uzumaki's first wave of attacks, Uchiha Sasuke took advantage of the force and stepped back a long way, warily watching Naruto and the root ninjas around them. That is the Yamanaka clan's secret technique? After activating the Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke saw chakra on Naruto Uzumaki that did not belong to him. After thinking of the Yamanaka girl from his class back then, he immediately remembered everything. He really is useless, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke muttered as he tightened his grip on the kunai and charged at Naruto Uzumaki. Lord Ryunosuke, do we really not need to go in? That guy Naruto is being controlled by the guy under Danzo, the one called Yamanaka Fu, right? He is a genius from the Yamanaka clan. Jiraiya stared anxiously at the battle on the field. If Naruto Uzumaki Ryunosuke had not specifically told them not to join in just now, Jiraiya would have already rushed out. A chick sheltered under protection will never be able to fly. Neither of us can keep watching over them forever. Jiraiya, you've seen plenty of the cruelty of the ninja world. Since you've chosen your own path, then even if you crawl, you have to crawl all the way through it. Vortex Ryunosuke obviously knew that Naruto Uzumaki had been controlled by the Yamanaka clan, but he also knew that this rather unrigorous battle was exactly the opportunity to let these kids, who had only just left the academy, see a corner of the true face of the ninja world. Karen, go help them. Let me see just how much of the shadow core you've mastered. Although those harsh words had been said, Ryunosuke also did not want the younger generation to suffer too much injury. So he turned around and said to Karen, who was also standing to the side, worriedly watching Uchiha Sasuke, After hearing Ryunosuke's words, Karen nodded firmly and ran forward while summoning the ninjas of the Shadow Core. Sasuke, are you okay? Under the cover of the many Shadow Core ninjas, Karen successfully reached Uchiha Sasuke's side and worriedly looked at the still bleeding wounds on Uchiha Sasuke's body, then extended her arm. Quick, bite me. These injuries will heal very quickly. Looking at the fair and tender arm in front of him, Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously looked toward Vortex Ryunosuke's position. He remembered that back then, it seemed like Ryunosuke had gone to take revenge because Karen had been bitten all over by someone else and her body was full of bite marks. And because Ryunosuke had openly brought Orochimaru and Karen with him, Uchiha Sasuke also knew about the destruction of the Grass Ninja Village. Don't mind the young clan head. This is my own choice. He won't blame you. Bite me. Karen said that and once again held out her arm in front of Uchiha Sasuke. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Sasuke still bit down hard on Karen's arm. At this time, while Karen was treating Uchiha Sasuke, the ninjas of the Shadow Core she had summoned were charging at Shimura Danzo's route. Although both sides were fearless in the face of death, the Shadow Core had many different types, varied methods, and could even slip into shadows. In an instant, the number of root ninjas under Shimura Danzo rapidly decreased. Damn it! Is this the power of Vortex Ryunosuke's ninjas? If I could get this kind of power. Shimura Danzo looked unwillingly at his subordinates rapidly decreasing at an uncountable rate, and the hatred in his heart toward Vortex Ryunosuke and his desire for a force like the Shadow Core grew quickly with time. And you're still distracted on the battlefield, Shimura Danzo. Konan looked at the distracted Shimura Danzo and used the paper release secret technique to attack him again, instantly pulling his attention back. Damn Akatsuki! Looking at that familiar figure before him, as the root of Konoha, Shimura Danzo had worked with Akatsuki people many times, but he had never expected the leader of Akatsuki to actually be a clansman of Vortex Ryunosuke. When Shimura Danzo got that news, he was completely stunned, but since he had already led his men to the land of sound, the arrow was already knocked and had to be fired. With no other choice, Shimura Danzo could only brace himself and go through with it. No, if I don't undo that, then if Vortex Ryunosuke makes a move, I'll really die. Shimura Danzo thought of something and directly blasted Konan back with a wind release before shouting toward Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun, who were fighting the Shadow Core ninjas. Fu, Toryun, buy me some time. You two go play with them first. As soon as Shimura Danzo finished speaking, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun, who had received the order, also flashed to Shimura Danzo's front in an instant, staring fixedly at Konan, who was floating in the air. And after Uchiha Sasuke was healed by Karen, he also came to Shimura Danzo's front under the cover of Karen and the many Shadow Core ninjas. Cough cough. So that was what it felt like to be controlled by someone else. Really unpleasant. At this moment Naruto Uzumaki, who had finally awakened after Yamanaka Fu himself released the secret technique, was lying on the ground. Looking at the three people Shimura Danzo, surrounded by a group of people in front of him, he quickly stood up and walked toward Uchiha Sasuke's side. I really am still too weak. Looks like after this is over, I need to properly learn the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu from Mom. Although Naruto Uzumaki had been given special attention by the root ninjas just now, he still saw the fierce display his mother had shown earlier. You really are too weak. Naruto Uzumaki. Someone like you isn't fit to join this battle. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the figure beside him and, as usual, mocked him out loud. But unexpectedly, this time Naruto Uzumaki didn't refute him. Instead he nodded and said, yeah, after everything is over I'm going to learn ninjutsu with Mom. Mom? A gentle figure suddenly flashed through Uchiha Sasuke's mind. That mother is gentle as a clear spring in the mountains. But because of the person before him, she had fallen in that crimson night. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke's rage grew even stronger, and even his eyes, his Sharingan, began to slowly change. From here on, this is my battle with Danzo. No one is allowed to interfere. Uchiha Sasuke stared fixedly at Shimura Danzo with his 3-tomo Sharingan. But the words he spoke were ice cold. This brat. Konan looked down from the air at Uchiha Sasuke, who was radiating killing intent all over his body. Although she didn't know where his courage came from, she still wanted to give him a chance. After all, from the current situation, if she didn't use that move, there was no way to take care of Shimura Danzo. But that move needs time to set up. Konan felt that this was the perfect chance to prepare it. Once Uchiha Sasuke lost, she would use that move to take Shimura Danzo's old life. Fine. Don't lose too badly, Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki nodded in agreement, then looked at Yamanaka Fu, who had just controlled him, and formed hand seals to use the multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, this battlefield became crowded beyond belief. A group of Naruto Uzumakis just staring at the dazed Yamanaka Fu. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. That amount of chakra is absurd. Way more than Kisame. The members of Akatsuki, who had been called back by Vortex Ryunosuke to stand together, looked at Naruto Uzumaki in shock, amazed by his chakra. Hey, joke on you. My Naruto is the strongest. Vortex Kushina listened to the sounds of praise beside her and stood proudly next to Vortex Ryunosuke, her face full of that look of see? This is my treasure. But at that moment, Tsunade's voice instantly shattered Vortex Kushina's pride. Yeah, aside from being a little weak, everything else is pretty good. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Tsunade's provocative gaze, and in an instant, she transformed into a red octopus. Her hair shot up and danced wildly in the air like tentacles, and even her eyes turned whiter than a Hyuga Byakugan. Ah, yeah. I wonder who it was. An old lady in her 50s still trying to act young like a girl. Tsunade had originally been smiling as she watched the show, but after hearing Kushina's words, she also took the smile off her face. Her delicate eyebrows pressed together, and a fierce light flashed in her eyes. Say that again if you dare? Tsunade and Kushina just stood there staring each other down, sparks practically flying between them. For a moment, neither of them gave an inch. Is this the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the wife of the fourth Hokage? Hozuki Suigetsu was lying behind Yugo, looking at the two women radiating powerful auras, and he was practically turning into a puddle. Tsunade, Kushina, come on, come on. Naruto and the others are still fighting. I senti this a little out of place. Jiraiya saw the atmosphere between the two growing heavier and heavier, and carefully stepped in to smooth things over. But he never expected the answer to be a united front from both women. Noisy. Shut up. Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade roared at Jiraiya together, scaring him into stepping back several paces. You two, enough. Seeing the two of them getting more and more outrageous, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stared at the battlefield without turning around and said. But that one light remark immediately made the two women who had just been competing with each other become close as family again. Seriously? These two are all bark and no bite. Jiraiya looked at the two women pretending to smile there, and for a moment he didn't even know how to complain. Even though they were making three juniors face Danzo and his two most capable subordinates at the same time, because of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he didn't feel worried at all. Looking at the noisy crowd around him, Orochimaru couldn't feel even a trace of the heavy atmosphere of a battlefield. After seeing the figure of Uzumaki Ryunosuke standing in front, for some reason Orochimaru's own heart also slowly calmed down. Compared to the chaos behind them, the pressure on the little trio and one beauty in front was not small at all. After all, they were all kids who had only just come out of the ninja academy, and those three juniors were still genin. So when they suddenly faced a lineup of Shimura Danzo, Yamanaka Fu, and Aburame Toryun, one Kaga level and two elite jonin, each of the four immediately went on full alert. Toryun, two each. As soon as Yamanaka Fu finished speaking, he rushed toward Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. On the side, after hearing Fu's words, Aburame Toryun also rushed toward Konan and Karen. Naruto Uzumaki relied on a large number of shadow clones, along with Rasengan, while Uchiha Sasuke occasionally fired off Chidori and other jutsu to wear him down. For a time, they managed to pin Yamanaka Fu in place. As for Konan and Karen, they were flying in the sky, one by relying on the shadow ninja of the Night Bat Core, the other by using her paper release secret technique. And they were toying with Aburame Toryun. As time passed, Aburame Toryun looked like he was about to cry. These two women were completely unreasonable. Fine. Flying in the sky so he couldn't hit them was one thing, but one of them even summoned a bunch of ninjas from Uzumaki Ryunosuke's Black Shadow Corps to surround and attack him, while the other, just like that Uchiha leftover beside her, kept launching jutsu attacks at him from time to time. Aburame Toryun felt that if this kept up, even if he wasn't beaten to death, he'd be worn down to death by the two of them. At this moment, Shimura Danzo finally removed the device sealing his right arm. As the bandages on his right arm slipped away, a white arm even paler than Karen's appeared in everyone's sight. No way, the whole right arm is Sharingan. Tsunade couldn't help but cry out when she saw Shimura Danzo's right arm, while Kushina instantly felt her scalp go numb. Ugh, gross. Those eyes are still moving. They're looking over here. In the end, Shimura Danzo proudly held his right arm in front of him, the eyes on it staring straight at Uzumaki Ryunosuke's group. Aside from Orochimaru showing an interested expression and Uchiha Itachi frowning, everyone else, including Uzumaki Ryunosuke, felt a wave of disgust. These are Looking at the dozens of Sharingan still spinning non-stop on Danzo's right arm, Uchiha Sasuke also felt a wave of nausea. These are the real reason your leaf higher-ups tricked Itachi into slaughtering the Uchiha clan. For the power of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke opened his 3-tomo Sharingan as he stared at the unhurried Shimura Danzo, his rage with nowhere to vent. He only felt unbearable pain in his heart. Rather than letting your Uchiha clan continue to possess this evil power and threaten Konoha, it's better to hand it all over to this old man and turn it into power to protect Konoha. Shimura Danzo's words not only provoked Uchiha Sasuke on the battlefield, but even Uchiha Itachi, who was standing at the very back of the group, suddenly opened his eyes wide and vanished from where he stood with a body flicker technique. You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Looking at Shimura Danzo's wrinkled head wrapped in white bandages, Uchiha Sasuke felt more and more disgusted. He activated Orochimaru's curse mark of heaven and was about to charge forward, but he was thrown back by Uchiha Itachi, who charged in at the same time. Bastard! Uchiha Itachi! Seeing Uchiha Itachi take the lead and attack Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet from the ground. That move from Itachi had shown no mercy at all, and Sasuke felt like his bones were about to fall apart, but he still endured the pain and rushed toward Danzo. The Uchiha leftovers? Uchiha Itachi, I really shouldn't have listened to Hiruzen back then and left you and this brat alive. Uchiha Itachi first sent a great fireball technique flying toward Shimura Danzo, and then Uchiha Sasuke, following right behind, also spat out a great fireball technique smaller than Itachi's. But both were easily dodged by Danzo, and after steadying himself, Danzo even mocked Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Shut up, it's so annoying. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke's shouting, Uchiha Itachi said nothing, but the killing intent gathering around him grew thicker and thicker. Watching the others up front fight like their lives depended on it, the people in the back looked extremely careless. Aside from Uzumaki Kushina, who was worrying about Naruto Uzumaki, the one paying the most attention was Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Ah, what a bore. So no one gets to see my art, Deidara said lazily with a yawn, hands behind his head, while glancing at the battlefield and giving his own evaluation. Konan-san and that red-haired girl are only so. They can fly, but their jutsu has no artistic value at all. Unlike me, Deidara-sama, my jutsu can fly, and it has the most perfect art. That stupid-looking boy has so much chakra. Even after splitting into so many shadow clones, he still has energy to spare. As expected, anyone with Uzumaki in their name is a freak. As for the two Uchiha brothers, Uchiha Itachi is still passable, but isn't his little brother a bit too weak? They're not even on the same level. Hey, what is going on here? So lively? Just as Deidara was sizing up the battle, Haiden and Kakuzu, who had been missing for several days, walked out of the nearby forest. Looking at the fight in the distance, they were incredibly excited. Alright, then I'm going in. Haiden, as careless as ever, didn't notice the situation at all. But if there were people around, then of course he had to go up and ask whether they wanted to believe in the great Lord Jashin. But before Haiden had even jumped out more than a few steps, Kakuzu grabbed him back with one hand and dragged him across the ground like a corpse. He didn't care about Haiden's non-stop cursing at all, and obediently went to stand at the very back of the group, feeling the gazes on him disappear. Even though Kakuzu was also an old monster who had lived for decades, he still couldn't help but let out a long breath. Kakuzu had already noticed it earlier. Aside from Itachi, Uchiha, and Konan, the ones fighting over there were all juniors. It was obvious this battle was being used to train those three youngsters. Only a brainless idiot like Haiden would go charging in while yelling. Watching Haiden get dragged back by Kakuzu, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned his attention back to the battlefield. He also knew that this training had pretty much reached its limit. None of them had especially strong methods or overwhelming power. For them to fight Danzo Shimura's two elite Jonin subordinates to this extent already meant they were going all out. Karen was still doing fine because she could summon shadow soldiers with Jonin-level strength, and Konan would occasionally help her, so she was able to keep Toryun Aburame suppressed. Not to mention, that was only because the two of them were fighting from the air instead of confronting Toryun head-on. Uzumaki Ryunosuke knew that if they fought Toryun Aburame directly, there weren't many people present who could beat him. It wasn't that Toryun Aburame was especially powerful. It was just that his secret technique was incredibly bizarre. Nanoscale poison insects. To be honest, Uzumaki Ryunosuke hadn't even known before that the Aburame clan had such a heaven-defying secret technique. As for saying that this was a secret technique unique to Toryun Aburame, Uzumaki Ryunosuke wasn't saying he didn't believe it. But for someone who looked only in his teens to create a secret technique powerful enough to destroy the entire ninja world. No matter how you put it, that was a little too shocking. As for Naruto Uzumaki and Fu Yamanaka on the other side, it was basically just Naruto Uzumaki relying on a huge number of shadow clones to play hide-and-seek with him. One lacked the strength to deal effective damage, while the other couldn't see through where the real body was and could only attack them one by one. So the two of them remained locked in a stalemate. Alright, come back. I've seen your strength. It's time to end this farce. Uzumaki Ryunosuke took a few steps forward, and his loud voice spread throughout the forest. After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Karen and Naruto Uzumaki eagerly returned to his side. But Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, and Konan still stared fixedly at Danzo Shimura. Lord Danzo. With no one holding them back anymore, Fu Yamanaka and Toryun Aburame quickly returned to Danzo Shimura's side as well, warily watching Sasuke Uchiha's group of three. Seeing this, Danzo Shimura also let out a sigh of relief. Because Uzumaki Ryunosuke was standing right there, Danzo Shimura didn't dare go all out against Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Every time he faced the brothers' attacks, he dodged whenever he could, because Danzo Shimura definitely didn't want to finish dealing with the Uchiha brothers only to get easily cleaned up by Uzumaki Ryunosuke rushing in right after. But now, with Fu Yamanaka and Toryun Aburame helping him, Danzo Shimura could take this chance to recover some of the chakra he had just used up. After all, he wasn't deaf. Uzumaki Ryunosuke had shouted so loudly just now that there was no way he hadn't heard it. In Danzo Shimura's view, the next battle would be one with no suspense at all. As long as he used Uchiha Shirsue's power while Uzumaki Ryunosuke wasn't paying attention, the strongest genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami, and turned Uzumaki Ryunosuke into his subordinate, then not to mention becoming the fifth Hokage, even taking the entire ninja world into his own hands would be easy. The more Danzo Shimura thought about it, the more excited he became. He was already impatient to see Uzumaki Ryunosuke kneeling at his feet and bowing his head in submission. Uzumaki Ryunosuke tilted his head and looked at Danzo Shimura, who was smiling at him with obvious ill intent. He could clearly feel that the little brat in the distance was thinking bad things about him. But Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly shivered hard. He truly hadn't expected this. He was already nearly 100 years old, and now a junior in his 50s or 60s was actually coveting his body. The world really was getting more and more perverted. Itachi, take your brother and leave. At the same time, tell Lord Ryunosuke and the others to get farther away. Next, I'm gonna make Danzo pay for what he did to us back then. Itachi Uchiha looked at Konan, who was flying in the air with a serious expression, then nodded. He turned around and grabbed Sasuke Uchiha, rapidly retreating. Only after taking 2 steps as one and withdrawing all the way back to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side did Itachi Uchiha put Sasuke Uchiha down. Lord Ryunosuke, Konan requests that we retreat farther away. Itachi Uchiha said this flatly, speaking his first words to Uzumaki Ryunosuke since arriving at Orochimaru's base. His voice was cold to the extreme, carrying not a trace of emotion, like stagnant water. Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded, but showed no intention of moving. Seeing that, the others also continued standing behind him. Anyone who had entered the Shadow Kingdom knew that no matter how far you ran, it wouldn't be safer than another space entirely. So if that was the case, what was the point of running? After firming up that thought, everyone stopped worrying and all watched with great interest to see how Konan would deal with Danzo Shimura, who possessed more than 10 Sharingan. I didn't expect you to be this foolish. You actually think you can oppose me by yourself alone? Danzo Shimura slightly opened his left eye and looked disdainfully at Konan flying through the air, not taking her seriously at all. In Danzo Shimura's view, although the paper release secret technique only had this one current example, at that point Danzo Shimura's eye, which had only been slightly opened just now, opened fully. He looked Konan up and down, then nodded in satisfaction. Although paper release secret technique only has this one current example, as long as I capture her and take her back to root to breed with other bloodlines, then I'll have many paper release ninja, or even other ninja with entirely new secret techniques. The more Danzo Shimura thought about it, the more excited he became. He hadn't expected that what started as a simple mission to eliminate Uzumaki Ryunosuke would end with so many gains. The paper release secret technique, the Rinnegan, and more importantly, Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Fu, restrain her. As long as she doesn't die, that's enough. Seeing Konan already starting to use a jutsu, Danzo Shimura roared at Fu Yamanaka. He didn't want some female ninja with little real strength wasting his time. Ninja art, mind-body switch technique. Just as Fu Yamanaka was about to use his jutsu, the ground suddenly split apart, and the cracked earth transformed into burning paper bombs one after another. Wait, paper bombs? Danzo Shimura looked around in disbelief. The place they were standing had already completely turned into a sea of paper bombs. One glance out, and there was no end in sight. Damn it, I didn't expect that this was your plan from the very beginning. While using the special secret technique of the Uchiha clan that he had once obtained, Danzo Shimura roared furiously at Konan. Danzo Shimura looked at Fu Yamanaka and Toryun Aburame beside him and shook his head helplessly. He himself didn't even know whether he could survive this wave of attacks, let alone Fu Yamanaka and Toryun Aburame, who had no real life-saving ninjutsu. In a normal battle, once a ninja realizes they're no match, they turn and run. But where could they run now? Everything around them had already turned into explosive tags. The ground, the trees, the stones. There was nowhere to step, let alone escape. Danzo, D. Konan roared. Just from the strange look Danzo had been giving her earlier, how could she not know what he had been thinking? He and Hanzo of the Salamander had already conspired to kill Yahiko, and now he even dared to look at her like that. He really did deserve to be killed 10,000 times over. As Conin's shout fell, endless explosive tags began detonating. In an instant, the entire area was filled with flames, smoke, and deafening blasts. Amazing. So great. This is truly a miracle. This is the art of explosions. Sister Conin, you're seriously amazing. Yahoo Deidara, like everyone else, was lying on the edge of the entrance to the Shadow Kingdom, sticking his head out to stare at the endless explosions in the distance. But unlike the other shock, Deidara was more excited, overwhelmingly excited. He never expected that someone as gentle-looking as Conin would have such magnificent art. Deidara already felt like he was about to pass out from happiness. But while Deidara was only about to faint, Kakuzu beside him had already fallen straight into a cycle of passing out, waking up, then passing out again the moment the explosion started. Finally, after waking up once more, the miserable Kakuzu cried out loud, "My money!" That roar carried unwillingness, anger, helplessness, and endless killing intent. Even the sound of the explosions couldn't drown it out. It was so miserable that anyone who heard it would feel heartbroken and anyone who saw it would shed tears. The hatred in it was even more vicious than that of the most bitterly dead vengeful spirits. Then, after more than 10 minutes of explosions, the last explosive tag finally went off, and the world briefly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone also walked out from the Shadow Kingdom and looked at the devastated land, all of them clicking their tongues in amazement. Conin, Nagato and Yahiko were the first to notice Conin, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. By now, the Akatsuki robe she wore was badly torn, revealing large patches of fair skin to the air. Seeing this, Yahiko quickly took off his own clothes, draped them over Conin, and helped her back into the group. Seeing that, Kushina Uzumaki covered Naruto Uzumaki's eyes with one hand while angrily shouting for all the boys to turn around. At first, some people, led by Suigetsu Hozuki, didn't care at all, but under the threat of Jiraiya being punched by Tsunade hard enough to be embedded into the ground, everyone quickly turned around. "Tsunade, why did you hit me?" Jiraiya asked helplessly, his face swollen like a pig's. What he got back was Tsunade's careless reply. "She's your student. What if she gets looked at by everyone? What then?" "But I know she's my student too. I wasn't looking either. I turned around immediately." "I know that, but some of the others didn't turn, did they? Then they should naturally be made to understand the consequences." Looking at the unreasonable Tsunade, Jiraiya was truly close to tears. What was this supposed to be? Why was he getting dragged into this for no reason at all? Jiraiya glared angrily at the group of teenagers before him and was already thinking about how to make them suffer. While everyone was messing around, the smoke drifting through the air finally began to clear. But what no one expected was that, as the smoke dispersed, a familiar figure appeared before everyone. No way, right? He didn't die from that? Seeing Danzo Shimura appear, Kushina Uzumaki's mouth fell open in shock. Surviving more than 10 minutes of non-stop explosions was not something a human could do no matter how you looked at it. Although Danzo's body had been blown to pieces in many places, simply surviving in that situation was already a miracle. So that's how it is one of the clan's secret techniques. Itachi Uchiha was the first to notice Danzo's right arm. The more than 10 Sharingan that had just been spinning on it were now all gone, and the places where the Sharingan had been embedded were tightly shut. That immediately made Itachi think of a secret technique from his own clan. Izanagi, a secret technique that turns death into a dream. But the price is that the user's Sharingan will permanently lose its light. Under normal circumstances, any Uchiha could only use it twice in their life if nothing unexpected happened. But clearly, for Danzo Shimura, who had more than 10 Sharingan, that price was nothing. To take an Uchiha secret technique and turn it into nothing more than a life-saving ninjutsu, only Danzo could do that. Looking at the Danzo who had barely survived and was still gasping for breath, Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward directly. Naruto Uzumaki lowered his body and looked at the old face before him. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. In the end, all he could say was a flat sentence. "So this is how Tobarama taught you." Danzo Shimura struggled to raise his head, silently gathering the little chakra left in his body and channeling it into his covered right eye. "Naruto Uzumaki, do you know who was the one that blocked the ninja reinforcements headed for Uzushio back then?" Danzo said slowly and calmly. After all, he only had one chance to use Kodo Amitsukami on Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo knew very well that a person who wanted to accomplish great things couldn't be impatient. So he planned to first lower Naruto Uzumaki's guard and then take him down in one strike. "What are you trying to say?" Seeing Naruto Uzumaki indeed lower himself and ask closer, Danzo took the chance and suddenly raised his head. "Kodo Amitsukami." Danzo immediately unleashed the ability of the Sharingan in his right eye, and in an instant Naruto Uzumaki was controlled by him. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki standing before him with an expressionless face, Danzo could no longer hold back and burst into loud laughter. Just as everyone wondered if Danzo had gone crazy, Itachi Uchiha's panicked voice rang out. Damn it, that is Shursui. Danzo must have already controlled Naruto Uzumaki, although no one knew what ability Shursui Uchiha's Sharingan had. Seeing Itachi's panicked expression, everyone also sensed that something was wrong. Now, with Naruto Uzumaki under my control, I'm invincible in the entire ninja world. Danzo laughed incredibly happily. The joy of decades of effort finally about to bear fruit made him completely fail to notice the change in Naruto Uzumaki. And the people standing there, after hearing Itachi's explanation of Shursui Uchiha's ability, also showed shocked expressions. Damn it, being controlled by the one who cast the jutsu without even realizing it, and then acting completely according to the caster's will? Tsunade looked at the laughing Danzo and Naruto Uzumaki standing beside him, and said through clenched teeth, Then all we have to do is kill the caster, right? After saying that, before anyone else could react, Tsunade was the first to charge forward. Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed behind her in silence as well. And now you still want to resist me? You're all too naive. Naruto, stop them for me. Seeing the three of them rushing toward him, Danzo issued his first command to the Naruto Uzumaki beside him. Uzumaki Ryunosuke spread his hands and pressed them against the air. Countless figures of the Shadow Corps emerged from the ground. Shimura Danzo gave them a rough glance. All kinds of Shadow Corps ninjas stood around them, directly surrounding both Danzo and Ryunosuke so tightly that not even water could pass through. Great. A powerhouse with this kind of strength has now become my subordinate. Watching the large number of Shadow Corps rushing toward Orochimaru and the other two, Danzo could not help but burst into happy laughter again. In a place no one noticed, a strange little thing, not even the size of a thumb, appeared at Danzo's feet. As it lay on the ground and suddenly inhaled, Danzo's shadow was instantly swallowed by that strange thing. Danzo, who had just been laughing, fell straight to the ground just like that, but the smile on his face did not fade in the slightest. The moment Danzo collapsed, all the Shadow Corps attacking Orochimaru and the others vanished from where they stood. This left the three of them, who had been ready for a big fight, completely dumbfounded. Even Uchiha Itachi, who was standing at the back, fell into confusion as he looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was still standing there, unable to make sense of it no matter how much he thought about it. Tsunade did not care about any of that. Since there was no longer anything blocking her, she ran straight to Ryunosuke's side, placed both hands on his forearms, and kept shaking him. Hey, great uncle, are you okay? Great uncle? Seeing that Tsunade was determined to keep shaking him, Ryunosuke directly raised a hand and pressed it onto Tsunade's head, stopping her next move. You're really okay? Great uncle? Tsunade looked at Ryunosuke happily, but Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others at the side did not let down their guard at all. Who knew if this was one of Danzo's tricks, making them think Ryunosuke had broken free of Danzo's control, only to kill them the moment they relaxed. If he wants to control me, he can cultivate for another 30,000 years first, Ryunosuke said calmly. Then, without caring about the wary looks Jiraiya and Orochimaru were giving him, he told them to carry Danzo and follow him before taking the lead back into the base. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood there at a loss for a moment. After thinking it over, they ultimately still followed Ryunosuke's arrangement, lifting Danzo and following behind him. Lord Ryunosuke, how exactly did you break free from Danzo's control? On the way, Uchiha Itachi still could not figure it out, so he walked up beside Ryunosuke and asked. After giving Itachi a deep look, Ryunosuke stopped walking and suddenly thrust his hand straight into his own body. That ferocious move gave everyone present a huge fright. But right after that, Ryunosuke pulled out a stone engraved with the pattern of a sheep from inside his own body, making everyone even more curious. The sheep talisman. One of my abilities. Normally, its user can let their soul leave their physical body and wander outside. In that state, the user looks as if they are asleep. But in my case, aside from its basic effect, it can also strengthen my spiritual power, to the point that my mental strength alone exceeds the combined total of everyone here. And it is also constantly increasing my spiritual power at every moment. In other words, if someone wants to control me, they first need more spiritual power than I have. Otherwise, all genjutsu are the same to me. After all, none of them are of any use against me. So that's how it is. Is this the reason Lord Ryunosuke was able to break free from my Tsukuyomi back then? Uchiha Itachi looked at Ryunosuke, who was stuffing the sheep talisman back into his body, and muttered softly to himself. The others nearby also revealed looks of sudden realization, while the way they looked at Ryunosuke grew even stranger. After all, who would have thought that a stone could actually exist inside a person's body, and that this stone could grant such powerful abilities? But unlike the others, who were focused on the power brought by the sheep talisman, Naruto Uzumaki kept feeling all over Ryunosuke's body. Ryunosuke was completely baffled by Naruto's actions. A kid openly groping all over your body without the slightest restraint would feel strange to anyone. When he saw Naruto about to touch somewhere important, Ryunosuke grabbed Naruto's sinful hand in one motion. Naruto, what are you doing? Ryunosuke asked with black lines all over his face. But Naruto looked at him innocently and said, Great-great-uncle, where did you put that stone just now? Did you really take it out from inside your body? Hearing Naruto's pointless question, Ryunosuke nodded with a cold face. After tossing him over to Uzumaki Kushina, Ryunosuke's expression finally looked a little more normal again. So then, Lord Ryunosuke, what are you planning to do next? After Naruto's fooling around was finally stopped, Orochimaru stepped forward and asked. What came next was the matter of future arrangements. After all, the people they needed to find had already been found, and the things they needed to do had already been done. What followed now would be Ryunosuke's plans for everyone going forward. Next, Ryunosuke rested his chin on one hand and thought seriously for a moment before saying, for the next step, Nagato, you should first complete your 6 paths of pain. After that, take the members of the Akatsuki and Orochimaru's sound ninja subordinates and move out first to surround the whole of Konoha. I'll have Karen go with you. If you don't have enough people, just ask Karen for help. Nagato, who had originally been sitting in a wheelchair, stood up from it after hearing Ryunosuke call him first. He nodded at Ryunosuke, showing that he would obey Ryunosuke's arrangements. After hearing Ryunosuke's orders, the members of the Akatsuki behind Nagato immediately understood that Ryunosuke was about to make a move on Konoha next. One by one, they excitedly rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Deidara especially was shouting that he would make everyone in Konoha witness his art. As for Orochimaru, come with me to the land of whirlpools first. I need to make a trip to the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. Before things begin, I need to retrieve something I left there before. Right after that, Ryunosuke looked at the excited Orochimaru and made arrangements for him as well. But when Uzumaki Kushina heard that Ryunosuke was going to the former site of the land of whirlpools, she clearly stated that she wanted to go too. Unable to outstubborn Kushina, Ryunosuke could only nod and agree. After that, Ryunosuke said nothing more and simply told those who had been assigned tasks to go do what they needed to do. Nagato and the others agreed to set out in 3 days. Those 3 days would be used for Nagato to create the Deva Path of Pain. After saying that, Ryunosuke was just about to leave when Tsunade grabbed his arm. Ryunosuke looked at Tsunade in confusion, and she immediately explained, Great uncle, all of you are going, so what about the rest of us? What are we supposed to do next? Ryunosuke turned back to face her and looked at the serious Tsunade, as well as the others behind her with their grave expressions, before saying, by now, the situation should already be clear to everyone. My next plan is to make a move against Konoha. But Kosunade, your Hashirama's granddaughter, and not to mention, the target of this operation is the group currently in Konoha led by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. One of those two is your grandfather, and the other is your teacher. No matter what, I don't think you want to be put in a difficult position. But what Uzumaki Ryunosuke did not expect was that after hearing his words, Tsunade only became even more determined. Uncle great-grandpa, you said it yourself. I'm the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Protecting Konoha is one of my responsibilities. Before, because I still held on to the kindness my teacher had shown me, I could only choose to leave the village and wander outside. Back then, I naively believed that my teacher would protect the village forever. But now it's different. I already know that Sarutobi Hiruzen's sense of responsibility toward Konoha has changed. He no longer has the firm resolve he once had to protect Konoha. And with everything he has done, he is no longer my teacher. The bond between us ended long ago, the moment he agreed to let Shimura Danzu send the entire Senju clan to the battlefield to die, and when he allowed people of the Senju clan to be kidnapped for would release experiments. Besides, when we go to Konoha next, it's not to destroy it. First, we're going to save the other innocent people who are still being held in Hiruzen's grasp and persecuted by him. Only after that will we fight those who firmly support Sarutobi Hiruzen. In other words, we're going to save Konoha. So how can I, as the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, not be there? Looking at Tsunade, who was unwavering in her resolve, Uzumaki Ryunosuke also agreed to her request and made arrangements for the people remaining from earlier. Shizune and Tsunade followed behind Nagato. After Nagato and Karen surrounded the entire Konoha, Tsunade would take the lead with Jiraiya following behind to persuade the villagers of Konoha first. Although Uzumaki Ryunosuke knew that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen's image of righteousness did not collapse, this would not be very effective. It was a request from both Tsunade and Jiraiya, so he could only agree. At the same time, when they headed to Konoha, Shimura Danzu and Kato Dan would be placed under the supervision of Jiraiya and Shizune. Uzumaki Ryunosuke also explained to everyone that the reason Shimura Danzu and Kato Dan had fainted was entirely because of the existence of the Shadow-Devouring Legion. Everyone looked at the small figure standing on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's palm, but the more they looked, the less they believed it. Shikage also felt the disdain from the people in front of him. Immediately, he jumped off Uzumaki Ryunosuke's palm and crazily devoured the shadows of the nearby Orochimaru subordinates. And so, before everyone's eyes, A little thing that had originally been no bigger than a palm had already grown to half a person's height after swallowing the shadows of others. The people whose shadows had been eaten just collapsed stiffly to the ground, and no matter how everyone shouted at them, even if a kunai stabbed them, they still would not wake up. Feeling the disbelief radiating from the people in front of him, Shikage grinned, bearing a mouthful of sharp teeth. But before he could stay proud for long, under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's command, he spat out all the shadows he had just absorbed. Then everyone saw that the sound ninja, who had just been lying on the ground and could not be awakened no matter what, slowly woke up again after getting their shadows back. Seeing this miraculous scene, Orochimaru's curiosity was immediately ignited, and he asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke for one Shikage, so he could study the secrets hidden within it carefully. The young Shikage had never seen a scene like this before. A group of people crowding around him tightly, admiring him non-stop, and occasionally even lifting him into the air. He had originally been very happy, but now he could not even smile. His face completely fell, and unexpectedly, this only made the group surrounding him even more excited. Unable to bear it any longer, Shikage took advantage of everyone's inattention, jumped once, and returned from the shadow on the ground into the Black Shadow Kingdom. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Shikage could not help but let out a long breath. Then he smiled and went to find his own team again. Watching Shikage merge into the shadows and disappear, the crowd that had just been chattering away also inevitably felt disappointed. Seeing this bunch of people only playing around with Shikage and showing no sign at all of preparing for battle, Uzumaki Ryunosuke could only clap, clap, clap. Uzumaki Ryunosuke clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back to him. Alright, stop playing around. There's still a lot to do next. Everyone, go do what you need to do. And Kakuzu, stop being sad. After we take Konoha, I'll allow you to exchange the dead shinobi by then for money. And once we enter Konoha, the financial power will be in your hands. What are you still worrying about? As he was calling everyone over, just before leaving, he suddenly spotted Kakuzu still drowning in the sorrow over how Konan had wordlessly used all the money he had saved up for so long to buy explosive tags, and after thinking it over, he spoke up. And the moment Kakuzu heard such great news, he immediately threw the sadness from earlier to the back of his mind and left happily. Next, Kakuzu was going to carefully flip through that huge roster filled with the names of every bounty target and make sure he remembered every valuable head in Konoha. After arranging everything, Uzumaki Ryunosuke dragged his tired body back to his room. He had only just lain down for a few seconds before he directly slipped into a dream. After all, since being revived by Orochimaru through Edo Tensei'd and resurrecting himself, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had only slept 3 times in total. Although the dog talisman was continuously supplying him with life force, the feeling of going without sleep and rest for such a long time was truly unbearable. Because Orochimaru needed to summon his subordinates from bases all over the ninja world, everyone stayed at the base to recuperate for 3 days. After 3 days, the Sound Ninja army led by Tsunade and Jiraiya directly set out toward Konoha, and even the One Tail and the Nine Tails followed behind the main force. During those 3 days, Nagato and Sasori also worked together to create an identical Tendo Pain according to Yahiko's appearance. After restoring everyone's strength to its peak, they all headed toward Konoha village with full confidence. After Tsunade and the others left, Orochimaru's lively base from the past few days instantly became quiet. Now only Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Naruto, and Orochimaru remained. Glancing at the departing crowd, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned around and said to the 3 of them, "They've already left. Next is our turn. Let us go." As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly picked up the 3 of them and, under their terrified gazes, flew toward the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Half an hour later, the 4 people who had still been in the Land of Fire were already standing on the ground of the former Uzushio. As soon as they stopped, Naruto immediately dropped to his knees and vomited violently, looking like he was about to throw up his stomach too. Although Orochimaru and Uzumaki Kushina were not as unbearable as Naruto, the 2 of them still found it a little hard to take such rapid movement for the first time. After all, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's movement relied on the Rabbit Talisman's high-speed ability, not space-time ninjutsu that directly shifted position. There was still quite a big difference between the 2. Not bothering with the 3 people collapsed on the ground, Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked alone across this desolate land. Now and then, beneath some broken walls and ruins, he could even see bones that might or might not have belonged to members of the Uzumaki clan. Looking at this bleak scene, Uzumaki Ryunosuke seemed to hear once again the fraught days of the Warring States era. In his ears were the heartfelt cries of respect from the members of the Uzumaki clan, and those repeated calls of young clan leader still echoed as if they had been spoken yesterday. But no one could have imagined that, in just a few decades, those 3 powerful clans would already be practically wiped out. Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked helplessly through Uzushio, while Uzumaki Kushina held Naruto Uzumaki's hand and followed behind him. From time to time, she would introduce her old hometown to Naruto. As for Orochimaru, He had already run off on his own to look for the Uzumaki clan's Naminakato. After all, he had no feelings for the Uzumaki clan. Soon, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stopped in front of a shabby house. Looking at the house that had been damaged beyond recognition, Ryunosuke's heavy mood sank even further. Mom, is there something special about that house? Why has great-great-uncle been staring at it in a daze? Naruto did not quite understand Ryunosuke's behavior and asked Kushina curiously. After taking a closer look, Kushina said to Naruto, that house seems to be your great-great-uncle's old home. I think he must be feeling nostalgic. After waking up, the people of his clan were already all gone. I think anyone would be heartbroken in this situation. After standing in front of his old house for a while, Ryunosuke led Kushina and Naruto toward the former Naminakato. As soon as they arrived, Ryunosuke saw Orochimaru surrounded by a group of shadow soldier troops, who kept attacking him from time to time. Orochimaru was also in a miserable state under their siege, and his clothes were already tattered. Lord Ryunosuke, help me. While dodging, Orochimaru spotted Ryunosuke standing outside. He immediately rolled on the ground to dodge the shadow ninja's blade, then quickly called for help toward Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke glanced at the miserable Orochimaru. With a wave of his right hand, the shadow soldier troops that had been attacking Orochimaru instantly stopped moving, then merged into the ground and disappeared. Why did you run here alone? Orochimaru lay on the ground, gasping for breath as he recalled his current situation. Ever since he had been revived with Edo Tensei'd by Ryunosuke, his life had been constantly swinging between misery, hardship, excitement, and shock. Where was the former glory of one of the Sannin, Orochimaru the cold gentleman? I'm very sorry, Lord Ryunosuke. First, I only planned to come and take a look, but I didn't expect to be surrounded as soon as I got here. And I noticed that the shadow soldier troops here seemed to be much stronger than the ones before. After lying there for a minute or two, Orochimaru stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes before explaining to Ryunosuke. This is the Uzumaki clan's important ground. How could there be no defenses? Besides, don't tell me you thought that because I can stand against Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha in the Warring States period, my subordinates would only have this much strength? Ryunosuke glanced at Orochimaru unhappily, then stepped forward and pushed open the long-sealed door of the Uzumaki Naminakato. As Ryunosuke opened the door that had been sealed for a long time, sunlight finally poured into the Naminakato. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Ryunosuke ignored the many Shinigami masks hanging on the walls of the first floor and walked straight upstairs. After Kushina brought Naruto and Orochimaru into the Naminakato, she first looked in shock at the many Shinigami masks hanging on the walls, then quickly followed Ryunosuke upstairs. There were not as many masks on the second floor. There were only 8 in total, but unlike the Shinigami masks downstairs, these masks had vivid colors instead of being all white. Great uncle, are these masks the things you're looking for? What are they used for? Kushina looked at the masks in front of her and asked Ryunosuke curiously. She did not know why he had gone to such great lengths to come to the Uzumaki Naminakato to look for these masks. Ryunosuke looked at Kushina, then reached his hand into the shadow on the wall beside him and pulled out 2 more masks from within. You'll know why soon. After saying that, Ryunosuke hung one of the masks in his hand on the wall. The instant he did, the 9 masks on the wall all began to flash with white light. At the same time, Kushina and the others saw that the masks, which had been fine just a moment ago, were now cracking. Great uncle, what is happening? Why are they suddenly cracking? Kushina could not believe what she was seeing. If the masks cracked, did that not mean they had come all this way for nothing? Unlike the puzzled Kushina, Orochimaru was now staring vigilantly at the gradually cracking masks. When they were still hanging there earlier, Orochimaru had been able to sense that these masks were completely ordinary. At first, he had even wondered what use they had. But after seeing Ryunosuke hang the 9th mask up, Orochimaru began to sense a powerful aura from them, and that aura kept growing stronger as the cracks expanded. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, under the gazes of the 4 of them, all 9 masks shattered into pieces on the floor. After the masks broke, 9 tall figures unexpectedly appeared in their place. Kushina and the others discovered that the faces of these 9 people were actually the same as the masks that had just shattered. Welcome back, master. After the 9 demon generals clearly saw the person standing before them, all of them knelt respectfully on the ground, much to the shock of Kushina and the others. Ryunosuke ignored the 9 men kneeling on the ground. He loosened his tightly clenched left hand, and the red mask that had been quietly lying in his palm began to rotate slowly. Streams of strange dark energy gathered toward the spinning mask, and then a red figure appeared there. I'm finally back. Thank you for summoning me, master. An aged voice came from the red figure. After seeing who stood before him, Terra also knelt respectfully on the ground. Welcome back, my loyal generals. Ryunosuke looked at the 10 figures kneeling before him with great joy. Even his tone became excited. Great uncle, who are they? Kushina hesitated as she walked to Ryunosuke's side and asked carefully while looking at the figures before them. Orochimaru was also extremely curious. After living in the ninja world for so long, He had never seen such strange people. And just now, he had heard Ryunosuke call these 10 people generals. That was not a title a shinobi should have. Ryunosuke glanced at the frightened Kushina and Naruto, then at Terra and the others kneeling on the ground and said, "You also know that I can summon shadow soldier troops. Since they are soldiers, there have to be generals to lead them, and these 10 are the generals who lead the shadow soldier troops." Ryunosuke pointed at the 10 people kneeling on the ground and said. Hearing his words, Orochimaru and Kushina were both extremely shocked. As for Naruto, he did not understand the meaning behind Ryunosuke's words at all. He only felt that the 10 people kneeling before his great-great-uncle looked very scary. This is General Manny, General Retsu, General Nija, General Leizu, General Bart, General Samo, General Ika, General Minta, General Kabo, and finally General Terra. Uzumaki Ryunosuke introduced the 10 Shadow Legion generals in front of them one by one, and also explained to the 3 of them which Shadow Legion soldiers each of them could summon. Only then did the 3 get a rough understanding of these strange generals. Uzumaki Ryunosuke called them all over. Looking at the 10 who were extremely respectful toward him, the worry that had been lingering in his heart finally eased. After all, back then, he had been able to control those 10 masks thanks to the system's power. Now that the system was gone, Ryunosuke didn't know whether these 10 were still under his control. Not to mention that Terra had originally been the leader of the Shadow Legion, the Emperor of the Shadow Kingdom. Right now, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was basically occupying Terra's former position, which made him even more uneasy. But now it seemed the result was still good. It looked like the system had truly only erased his life and had not taken back any of the abilities he had exchanged for before. Alright, since my business is done, then let us take care of Kushina's matter next. As for you, return to the Shadow Kingdom first. I'll summon you again when I need you. As soon as Ryunosuke finished speaking, the 10 generals first exchanged glances, then all bowed respectfully to him before entering the Shadow Kingdom together. My matter? I don't think I have anything to do, right? Uzumaki Kushina was stunned by Ryunosuke's words. After thinking it over carefully, it seemed like she really had nothing to do, so she looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with some confusion. Who knew Ryunosuke didn't explain it all, and just walked down the stairs first, arriving at the wall on the first floor covered in white masks. After taking down one of the masks, Ryunosuke's hands began forming seals. Dead Demon Consuming Seal, release. As the technique was completed, a figure appeared in front of the 4 of them. White clothes, white hair, a short blade in its mouth, and a pair of red horns. So this is the Shinigami? Orochimaru said softly as he looked at the white figure floating in the air. Under the gaze of the 4, the Shinigami took the blade from its mouth and slit open its own abdomen. Then a ball of blue light floated out from inside. Just as the Shinigami was about to take Ryunosuke's soul, Ryunosuke clapped his hands together, and the Shinigami instantly dispersed on the spot. This move made the other 3 stare blankly for a moment. Then Ryunosuke calmly stepped forward and collected all the Shinigami masks on the Namasu Hall into the Shadow Kingdom world. After finishing everything, he walked over to Orochimaru with a calm expression. Orochimaru stared dumbly at what had just happened, looking utterly shocked. He never would have imagined that the Uzumaki clan actually had a jutsu that could undo the Dead Demon Consuming Seal without any price. After all, it had once been said that the Dead Demon Consuming Seal was an unbreakable jutsu. Although it had been said that the Dead Demon Consuming Seal couldn't be undone, Orochimaru had studied it carefully. If you wanted to release the soul absorbed by the Shinigami, you would need to exchange it with your own soul. No one in the ninja world would do something that stupid, so in a sense, this jutsu was an unsolvable existence. But today, right now, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's series of actions clearly shattered that lie. Ryunosuke used actual proof to show that the Uzumaki clan had a method to control the power of the Shinigami. At the same time, Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Kushina beside him, only to find that even she was full of shock. So that's how it is. Even Kushina didn't know about this? Ryunosuke turned around and looked at the blue mass floating in midair, then beckoned to Orochimaru. Did you bring the person and the cells I told you to bring before? Orochimaru was asked this and suddenly remembered that it had been the day after Shimura Danzo attacked his base. Early that morning, Ryunosuke had found him and told him to bring a sacrifice for Edo Tensei'd and the cells of Namake's Minato when leaving. So this is the 4th Hokage's soul? After understanding Ryunosuke's plan, Orochimaru studied the blue mass with great interest. Uzumaki Kushina, standing to the side, also immediately understood what Ryunosuke was about to do after hearing Orochimaru's words, and her eyes instantly filled with gratitude as she looked at Ryunosuke. Alright, stop wasting time. We still have to go to Konoha later. Ryunosuke interrupted Orochimaru's plan to carefully study Namake's Minato's soul, and directly told him to hurry up and act. Got it. Lord Ryunosuke is really impatient. Seeing that his plan had come to nothing, Orochimaru no longer lingered on it. He directly used summoning jutsu and took out the sacrifice and Namake's Minato's cells that had been stored in Ryuchi Cave earlier. I'm starting. Orochimaru said to Uzumaki Kushina while undoing the seal on the box containing Namake's Minato's cells. Edo Tensei'd, as Orochimaru's right hand fell, a struggling face covered in cracks slowly emerged from within. Uzumaki Kushina looked at that familiar figure, and tears of excitement streamed down her face. Bending slightly, she said to the confused Uzumaki Naruto, "Naruto, this is your dad. He was once Konoha's great hero." Hearing his mother say that, Uzumaki Naruto also began studying the blonde youth before him. After looking carefully, Naruto realized that this person really did look a lot like the fourth Hokage's portrait he had once doodled before. Then he thought about it again and felt that he had been foolish. The face on the Hokage rock was made according to the Hokage's actual face. It should naturally be the same. Why would he think they only looked alike? It's my turn. Looking at Namake's Minato, who had already been fully revived through Edo Tensei'd, Ryunosuke directly slapped a palm onto his chest before he even came back to his senses. Immediately after, a green light that everyone was familiar with flashed by, and a living, breathing Namake's Minato appeared before them just like that. Orochimaru-senpai? And Kushina? Namake's Minato looked at the green light on his body, then glanced around and saw two familiar figures. For a moment he still wasn't sure, and spoke with a tone of confusion. Minato. Hearing her beloved call out his name, Uzumaki Kushina could no longer hold back. She immediately let go of Uzumaki Naruto's hand and rushed into Namake's Minato's arms. "Kushina? Is it really you?" Feeling the warmth in his arms, Namake's Minato still couldn't quite believe it. He remembered that back then, he and Uzumaki Kushina had clearly been pierced through by the Nine-Tails claws, and he had even used the dead demon consuming seal. But now, why were the two of them both standing here unharmed? Could it be because of Orochimaru? And what was the green light that had just flashed from his body? As expected of Konoha's fourth Hokage, his mind really was different from ordinary people. In just an instant, his small head was filled with huge questions. Minato, hear us what happened. Very quickly, Uzumaki Kushina adjusted her state and took the initiative to explain everything to Namake's Minato. After hearing it, Namake's Minato first felt shock, then disbelief, and finally endless fury. How could this be? Why would Lord Third do this? We clearly agreed on the will of fire, so in the end I'm the only one paying the price. Minato Namake's knelt on the ground, holding the bewildered Naruto Uzumaki in his arms, the fury in his heart impossible to suppress. Very soon, an orange-red chakra appeared around Minato Namake's body. "Kurama, stop!" Just as Minato Namake's was about to be controlled by Kurama, Uzumaki Ryunosuke shouted angrily. The moment his voice rang out, the orange-red chakra that had been eroding Minato Namake's instantly retreated. "Boss? Why is he here?" In a space resembling a dark sewer, the Nine-Tails was still puzzled by the voice that had just called to him. "Ha, thanks, senior. You must be the uncle that Kushina mentioned, right?" Feeling the control of his body return to him, Minato Namake's let out a long breath. Then he stood up and bowed respectfully to Uzumaki Ryunosuke in thanks. "Alright, it's nothing serious. After a while, I'll let the Nine-Tails out, and you won't need to worry about its chakra affecting you anymore." Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, the Nine-Tails felt extremely happy, but Minato Namake's was very worried. "Senior." But the Nine-Tails, Minato Namake's was just about to say something when Uzumaki Kushina covered his mouth with one hand. Under Minato Namake's confused gaze, she agreed wholeheartedly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded, then directly walked outside. Orochimaru quickly followed as well. After all, this family of three had just reunited. As an outsider, staying there would only be awkward beyond measure. Orochimaru felt that rather than standing there as an outsider, it was better to quietly follow behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. At the very least, Uzumaki Ryunosuke would occasionally create some surprising moments that could broaden his horizons. After coming out to the entrance of the Naka Shrine, Uzumaki Ryunosuke first recalled all the Shadow Corps that had been guarding here back to the Shadow Kingdom, then found a place to sit and prepared to wait here for the family of three to come out. Standing behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Orochimaru looked at this young man who appeared even younger than Minato Namake's, and his heart was filled with emotion. Back then, he had only wanted to get Uzumaki Ryunosuke to work for him. He never expected that, in the end, he would dig himself a huge pit instead, to the point that even now, Orochimaru felt like he had become some kind of tool whose job was specifically to reanimate other people. Not long after, Minato Namake's brought the other two out of the Naka Shrine and stood respectfully before Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was quietly resting with his eyes closed, Minato Namake's spoke respectfully. "Senior." As soon as Minato Namake's finished speaking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke opened his eyes and looked at the somewhat delicate-looking Minato Namake's. With a rather cold tone, Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked, "I think Kushina already told you everything that happened, and what we're gonna do next, right?" Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's cold voice, Minato Namake's nodded solemnly. To be honest, Minato Namake's had never expected that after his death, Konoha, or rather, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, would treat his child like this, treat the child of a Hokage like this. So what's your decision? Go back and report? Keep serving Hiruzen's Konoha? Or come with us? Rebuild a new Konoha? After Uzumaki Ryunosuke finished speaking, his gaze locked tightly onto Minato Namikaze. If he made even the slightest move to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uzumaki Ryunosuke wouldn't mind letting him die a second time. Since the third Hokage, Minato Namikaze glanced at Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto beside him, his whole body releasing killing intent as he said through gritted teeth. Since the third Hokage treated us like this, there's only one answer. I will swear loyalty to you. When you become the new Hokage, I hope you can properly lead us onto the path of the will of fire. Minato Namikaze's answer clearly shocked everyone present to the ground. No one had expected that the man known as the Little Sun would now be carrying such intense killing intent, and that it would be aimed at Konoha. No, I think you've misunderstood something. I'm going after Konoha because of Hiruzen Sarutobi's inaction when the land of whirlpools was destroyed, not for some bullshit Hokage title or will of fire. Uzumaki Ryunosuke waved his hand and said to Minato Namikaze. Those words really did shock Minato Namikaze. It's not for the Hokage title? For the first time, Minato Namikaze seriously studied this person in front of him, who looked not much older than himself on the outside but was actually older than the village of Konoha itself. From the conversation earlier in the Naka Shrine with Uzumaki Kushina, this man named Uzumaki Ryunosuke was incredibly powerful. At the time, Minato Namikaze had thought Uzumaki Ryunosuke was plotting something huge, which was why he assumed Ryunosuke wanted the Hokage position. But to his surprise, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had no such intentions. After all, Minato Namikaze didn't think Uzumaki Ryunosuke had any reason to lie to him. Although he was known across the ninja world as the Yellow Flash, those things probably wouldn't matter much to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. After all, judging from what Uzumaki Kushina said, those all-black ninjas by Kushina's side back then were only soldiers under Uzumaki Ryunosuke. With those immortal soldiers, let alone Konoha, probably the entire ninja world wouldn't be a match for Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Then even if your goal isn't the Hokage position, my answer won't change. I'll still make Hiruzen Sarutobi give me an explanation, but I hope you won't lay a hand on the villagers of Konoha. After hearing Minato Namikaze's answer, Uzumaki Ryunosuke gave a strange smile. Don't worry, no matter how you put it, I'm still the young clan head of the land of whirlpools. I won't attack unarmed civilians. After all, the ones making the move are someone else. When Minato Namikaze heard the first half of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, his heart finally settled back into his stomach. But the latter half immediately made the heart he had just put down jump back into his throat. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to ask clearly, he saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke take the lead and sink into the shadows. Then Uzumaki Kushina also pulled Minato Namikaze and Naruto as they slowly sank down together. As for Orochimaru, he was already following behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke without the slightest carelessness. Long before Uzumaki Ryunosuke sank into the Shadow Kingdom, Orochimaru had already kept close behind him. After entering the Shadow Kingdom, Minato Namikaze was indeed startled by the scene before him at first. But very quickly, his concern for the villagers of Konoha overtook his curiosity about everything around him. After thinking for a long time and still failing to figure out who exactly would attack Konoha as civilians, Minato Namikaze decided to take things one step at a time. Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke and his group were rushing toward Konoha, the news that Tsunade was charging toward the village with a group of ninja and the two great-tailed beasts had already reached Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was smoking in the Hokage building. After all, Tsunade and the others hadn't intended to hide their movements. Traveling through the ninja world with the two great-tailed beasts like that, anyone who wasn't stupid would know something was wrong. Hiruzen, Tsunade's actions are clearly betrayal of Konoha. Hurry up and think about what to do. Inside the Hokage building, Koharu Yutane looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was still smoking non-stop, with anger and worry on her face. No matter what, Tsunade was still Hiruzen Sarutobi's disciple, and Koharu Yutane hoped this matter would be best kept from growing too large. After all, in the ninja world, no one would be stupid enough to make enemies with the two-tailed beasts. Back then, Konoha lost the young and promising fourth Hokage just because of the Nine-Tails rampage. And now that there was no one like the fourth Hokage who was willing to sacrifice himself, who knew how much more loss Konoha would suffer. What terrified them even more was that they might even lose their lives because of it. That's right, Hiruzen. You're the Hokage, so you need to come up with a solution. And where was Danzo today? He should have been here by now. Hiruzen. The two Hokage advisors were now arguing like vegetable vendors at a market, making Sarutobi Hiruzen's already bad mood even more irritable. Right after Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news that Tsunade was bringing the two-tailed beasts and a group of shinobi toward Konoha, he knew his old friend Shimura Danzo had been in trouble. More likely than not, he had already been killed by those two-tailed beasts. Thinking about losing such a powerful assistant, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but sigh. Enough! This is the Hokage building. What are you two shouting about? Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not stand their non-stop bickering and directly cut them off. And the moment he finished speaking, the two people who had just been arguing furiously immediately shut their mouths. Go down and prepare. This time we may not get off easy. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he suddenly looked several decades older in that instant, slumping in the Hokage's seat while smoking continuously. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the two advisors also stopped making a fuss. Like eggplants beaten by frost, they silently walked out of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained slumped in the chair, watching the two leave. Then he reached his hand toward a hidden compartment beneath the desk, glanced at what was inside, and sat back down with ease. Looking at the slowly setting sun in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, Tsunade, Uzumaki Ryunosuke. If I can't have a good time, then neither will you. When people were worried, time always passed unnoticed. Just as the Konoha shinobi were anxiously on edge, Tsunade finally arrived at Konoha with a group of shinobi and the two-tailed beasts. Unlike the excitement they used to feel when seeing the three Sannin, the Konoha shinobi truly did not want to see the legendary Sannin in a situation like this. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had his flaws no matter what, he was still the Hokage who had held office the longest in Konoha, so his ability as a leader did not need much explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the Konoha shinobi and stood guard at the village gate, watching Tsunade and Jiraiya approach with guarded expressions. Behind Jiraiya was a red-haired young man sitting in a wheelchair. Was this the Uzumaki boy the ANBU mentioned, the one with the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? If he belonged to Konoha. Looking at Nagato, Sarutobi Hiruzen's resentment toward Jiraiya deepened even more. After all, when the Second Great Ninja War ended, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not possibly not know about Jiraiya staying in Amigakure to teach 3 children from a foreign village. He clearly remembered arguing fiercely with Shimura Danzo over that matter. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Jiraiya was only teaching 3 ordinary war orphans from Amigakure. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had wanted to use Jiraiya teaching those 3 children as a way to establish an alliance with Hanzo of the Salamander. He never expected Jiraiya's disciples to be anything but ordinary. Tsunade, Jiraiya, what are you trying to do? Looking at the 2 disciples standing before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen still asked out of habit. He only meant to ask casually, but unexpectedly, Tsunade actually gave him an answer. Third Hokage, I always thought that no matter what, you were the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. I'm not asking you to be like Grandpa and Second Grandpa. But I never expected that you and Shimura Danzo would destroy the Hokage my grandfather built just for your own selfish interests. My clansmen, the people of the Uchiha clan, the 4th Hokage's family, these all became political tools for you to secure your Hokage position. You were clearly the 2nd Hokage's disciple, and back then you clearly had the spirit of selfless dedication to Konoha. But, I don't know when it started, but you changed. You became unfamiliar, cold, and cowardly. Because of these flaws, the village my grandfather built into the strongest in the ninja world has now become a village that can only survive through negotiations and compromise. Today, I'm going to ask you properly, 3rd Hokage, what exactly are you plotting? Tsunade's barrage of words not only caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard. Even the Konoha shinobi standing behind him became somewhat uncertain. They looked left and right at the people beside them, then shifted their gazes to Sarutobi Hiruzen in front. They also hoped that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the 3rd Hokage, could give a perfect explanation. Ha, Tsunade, being Hokage isn't as simple as you think. Back then, I also didn't want to let Konoha fall into the flames of war again, so I had no choice but to negotiate with the other hidden villages. But think about it, if a problem can be solved through negotiation, why must we ignite meaningless war again? Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the gazes coming from behind him, and now he had no choice but to speak. After all, he had lived his whole life as Konoha's light. He did not want Tsunade's few words to push him into an irredeemable, universally condemned state. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer, some of the Konoha shinobi standing behind him began praising him. People were blind followers by nature. When the people around them cheered, they cheered too. Very quickly, all the Konoha shinobi behind Sarutobi Hiruzen loudly praised his accomplishments. And Tsunade, who had never experienced politics, naturally did not understand any of this. But seeing the Konoha shinobi defending Sarutobi Hiruzen and praising him, Tsunade's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Looking at Tsunade's expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly let out a long breath when no one was paying attention. Hearing the praise from behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the people he had arranged among the shinobi before had done the right thing. In fact, if one looked carefully, it was obvious that the first ones to speak were all from the Sarutobi clan. As for the others, they were only swept along with no independent thought at all. Tsunade, Jiraiya looked at the frenzy of the Konoha shinobi before him, and even he had not expected it. Under Konoha's bright and prosperous exterior, There was actually a group of people who had been completely brainwashed. They had no independent will of their own and were easily led by the thoughts of others. So the village I've always loved is actually this unbearable? Not only Tsunade, even Jiraiya fell into endless self-doubt. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya, the leaders already defeated by his words, and felt extremely pleased. He was just about to persuade Tsunade and Jiraiya not to do anything stupid when, at that moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke brought people out from within Tsunade's shadow. Looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke who had appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen became extremely vigilant. This person was not as easy to fool as Tsunade and the others. After all, he was someone from the Warring States period. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew today's matter would not end so simply. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen's caution, the Nara clan representative among the Konoha shinobi behind him, one of the Inoshikacho families, lit up at Uzumaki Ryunosuke's move. Especially Shikamaru Nara, who was from the same class as Naruto Uzumaki, and his old man, Shikaku Nara. The way they looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who had emerged from the shadows, was exactly like they were looking at a naked woman. With Naruto Uzumaki's appearance, everyone involved in this operation against all of Konoha had finally arrived. At the same time, the appearance of the other three people who came with Naruto Uzumaki instantly caused an uproar among the shinobi on Konoha's side. Hey, isn't that the fourth Hokage-sama? It really is the fourth Hokage. But why is the fourth Hokage over there? Look, the fourth Hokage even has the fox demon with him. The last Konoha shinobi who spoke was coldly glanced at by the surrounding clan shinobi. Oh, so he's just a normal civilian Chunin. It's understandable that he doesn't know the truth. That Chunin was also left awkward by those looks, scratching the back of his head in confusion. What's going on? Wasn't he the fox demon always called that in the village before? Why is everyone acting so strange today? Very quickly, the news that the fourth Hokage had appeared was spread by some shinobi who weren't qualified to be here and had secretly climbed walls to peek in. After confirming that the news was true, a huge crowd of Konoha villagers rushed out, welcoming the return of their fourth Hokage-sama. Damn it, didn't we already arrange for all the villagers to evacuate? Why are people still running out now? The consequences of the Konoha villagers all rushing out were self-evident. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly sensed the commotion coming from behind him, and his face darkened instantly. Unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was worried about the villagers coming over, Naruto Uzumaki was currently asking about Tsunade's arrangements. After learning that Tsunade and Jiraiya had been hit so hard by just one sentence from Hiruzen Sarutobi that they had lost confidence, he couldn't help but poke Tsunade's forehead with his index finger and say, "You actually thought about arguing with an old fox who has spent more than half his life in the political center? I said you only know how to hand money to others, and you still didn't believe me? Has your intelligence been sucked away by those two useless things on your chest?" Naruto Uzumaki's poke didn't hurt, but his words were like knives, slicing into Tsunade's heart. But this also made Tsunade come to her senses and start thinking back on the stupid thing she had just done. It really did seem that way. She had babbled at Hiruzen Sarutobi for half a day, but the effect wasn't even as useful as one sentence from him. Not only did he rally the ninja behind him, he also directly crushed her and Jiraiya's confidence. More importantly, the target of this attack was the village founded by her grandfather. Tsunade knew she absolutely couldn't use force, and Hiruzen Sarutobi knew it too. So after all that, Hiruzen Sarutobi could be said to have won without fighting. The more Tsunade thought about it, the more ashamed she felt, her head dropping so low it was almost buried in her magnificent peaks. Watching Tsunade turn into an ostrich, Naruto Uzumaki snorted unhappily, then directly took over control of the scene. Lord Uzumaki, I think there's really no need for us to make such a huge commotion. We can sit down and have a proper talk with third Hokage and the others, and try to minimize the losses. Minato Namikaze, who had just been shouting loyalty to him at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, had now begun to hesitate again after seeing his former subordinates, friends, and the village he had once risked his life to protect. He said this to Naruto Uzumaki in a conflicted tone. Naruto Uzumaki gave Minato Namikaze a deep look and didn't care about his thoughts at all as he said directly, "I don't know what so-called political tricks you learned from the third Hokage, but here I don't need politics. Only the strong can speak. Once war starts, it's not something you can just stop whenever you want. What do you think we're doing? Playing house with them?" A huge black hole filled with an eerie aura appeared beneath Naruto Uzumaki's feet. Under everyone's terrified gazes, the 10 ghost generals emerged from the black hole. Damn it, what are those things? With such a massive move, not only Hiruzen Sarutobi, but all of Konoha's shinobi could see it. Everyone looked at the warriors in armor with strange skin standing in front of Naruto Uzumaki, and cold sweat poured down their backs. So this is the target this time. It's been a long time since we've had a good rampage. Terra spoke in a demon's unique double voice, and the other 9 ghost generals behind him all echoed excitedly. They were just waiting for Naruto Uzumaki's order. Once he gave it, Terra and the others would lead the Shadow Corps soldiers to break through Konoha's defenses. So scary. Why is the 4th Hokage-sama standing on the side of the bad guys? I think he's negotiating with the bad guys, just like 3rd Hokage-sama. Look at that damned fox demon still standing next to the 4th Hokage-sama. Damn it, he should have been killed back then. Yeah. It's just that I don't know why 3rd Hokage-sama kept him around. The Konoha villagers looked at their familiar 4th Hokage-sama truly having returned. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all spoke excitedly. Of course, none of the people present were deaf, and all of the conversation was heard clearly by everyone there. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just been shocked by the subordinates Naruto Uzumaki had summoned, and the moment he came back to his senses, he heard the villagers of Konoha talking. His heart immediately sank. He looked toward Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and the couple's faces became even more solemn. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that the indulgence he had once shown Shimura Danzo's actions had now all come back to him. After hearing the villagers' conversation, Minato Namikaze, who had still been trying to persuade Naruto Uzumaki, also fell completely silent. He tightly held Naruto Uzumaki's hand, his face full of conflict. At this point, Minato Namikaze had become just like Jiraiya from earlier. His worldview had completely collapsed. He never would have thought that the village he had desperately protected back then would become like this. Behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, everyone who knew the relationship between Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki was sweating profusely. Sakura Haruno looked at her Jonin instructor beside her, Kakashi Hatake, and was also full of confusion. She had seen Kakashi's embarrassed look, his vigilant look, and his carefree, unserious look, but this trembling all over from fear was the first time Sakura Haruno had ever seen it. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, are you okay?" Sakura Haruno gently tugged at Kakashi Hatake, but she never expected that when Kakashi felt her movement, he would turn around like he had seen a ghost. Sakura Haruno was instantly startled. Kakashi Hatake's eyes, filled with fear, guilt, and killing intent, were staring straight at her. "Hey, Kakashi, what are you doing?" Seemingly sensing something was wrong with his friend beside him, Might Guy grabbed Kakashi Hatake's arm and pulled his gaze away from Sakura Haruno, looking at his strange old friend. Might Guy patted Kakashi Hatake on the shoulder and silently stood beside him. Listening to the curses coming from time to time beside his ear, Naruto Uzumaki remained calm. He pulled Naruto Uzumaki away from Minato Namikaze's hand, bent down so that his eyes were level with Naruto's, and looked at the blue eyes before him. Naruto Uzumaki placed his hand on Naruto's neck, leaving a mark. When Orochimaru saw Naruto Uzumaki's movement, he couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. He had already foreseen what kind of bloody storm Konoha was about to face next. Then he sneaked over to Uchiha Sasuke's side and whispered something to him. As Orochimaru spoke, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes grew brighter and brighter. After thinking for a moment, he still walked toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke. After finishing the mark, Uzumaki Ryunosuke straightened up and summoned the soldiers from the Shadow Kingdom to carry out Shimura Danzo. He also returned Danzo's shadow to him. Uzumaki Ryunosuke wanted everyone to see the consequences of what they had done. So how could he forget such an important player as Shimura Danzo? With a casual toss, Uzumaki Ryunosuke threw Shimura Danzo to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not knowing what Uzumaki Ryunosuke was planning, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only first check on his old friend's condition. And Uchiha Sasuke finally came to Uzumaki Ryunosuke from behind, looking at him with a face full of hope. "I hope you can help me get the power to destroy Konoha." Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with eyes full of hope, his hands clenched white from nervousness. Looking at the embarrassed Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought for a moment, then asked him with a smile, "Then why should I help you?" What? Clearly, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's question caught the unprepared Uchiha Sasuke completely off guard. After freezing for a moment, Uchiha Sasuke began thinking about what he had that was worth Uzumaki Ryunosuke's help. After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Sasuke still couldn't figure out what he could give Uzumaki Ryunosuke. He stood there at a loss, then spotted Uzumaki Naruto and suddenly pointed at him. "Then what did Naruto give you that made you help him so much?" Uchiha Sasuke couldn't understand why Uzumaki Naruto, who had once been the most hated person in class, could keep getting Uzumaki Ryunosuke's help, getting power, even having his parents revived. Could it really be because of that ridiculous family connection? Uchiha Sasuke kept pointing at Uzumaki Naruto while talking to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, which made Uzumaki Naruto a little unhappy. He hugged Uzumaki Ryunosuke around the waist and stared at Uchiha Sasuke warily. "Stupid Sasuke, I'm the son of the 4th Hokage, the great-grandson of my great-great-aunt's father's side. So why can't he help me?" Listening to Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Ryunosuke smiled and patted his head, then said to Uchiha Sasuke, "Naruto is right. Yes, my junior. How can a senior not help his own junior?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke's answer was like the last straw that broke Uchiha Sasuke. After hearing it, Uchiha Sasuke walked back to Uchiha Itachi in a daze. Orochimaru looked at the dejected Uchiha Sasuke, licked his lips and said, well, Sasuke got rejected? I thought Lord Ryunosuke would help you. Seeing the completely dejected Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little sorry for him. He was just about to ask Uzumaki Ryunosuke to help when his attention was drawn by the voices of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen talking. Hey Danzo, are you okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked worriedly at his old friend, who was in a dispirited state, and asked with concern. Shimura Danzo didn't have much strength left to answer, so he could only shake his head to show that he was fine. Inside the Konoha camp, the clan heads of the various Konoha noble clans were all looking in shock at Shimura Danzo, who had lost one arm. They hadn't expected that Shimura Danzo had led several hundred people to attack Uzumaki Ryunosuke, only to return in such a pathetic state all by himself, even being tossed back like garbage by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. All the clan heads looked at Shimura Danzo's miserable state and Sarutobi Hiruzen's complete lack of confidence, and silently began thinking. In particular, Hyuga Hayashi of the Hyuga clan even secretly recalled the Hyuga clan members scattered all over the place. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who looked like two drowned dogs, Uzumaki Ryunosuke grew more and more bored. I didn't expect the Uzumaki clan to have fallen into the hands of people like you. Truly as pathetic as it gets. But what Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't expect was that just when all the smart ones could see Sarutobi Hiruzen was the weaker side, those Konoha villagers who had just been insulting Uzumaki Naruto stood up again and started cursing Uzumaki Ryunosuke indiscriminately. What are you? How dare you talk about Lord Third like that? Humph, just looking at him standing with the fox demon is enough to know he is no good. They should be killed outright. Look at his hair, it's red. He doesn't look like a good person at all. As the villagers' curses rang out, the expressions on both sides gradually became the same, full of fear. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo even did anything over there, people on this side like Namikaze Minato Tsunade, Jiraiya, Nawaki, and the others who had once been from Konoha all came up to persuade Uzumaki Ryunosuke. But when the Konoha villagers saw them gathered around Uzumaki Ryunosuke trying to talk him down, they not only showed no gratitude, but instead turned around and directly began cursing the Konoha heroes they had once been proud of. Hatake Kakashi looked at the Konoha villagers beside him, and the current situation was so much like when he was a child. His hero of a father had also been denounced by the Konoha villagers like this. Thinking of that, the killing intent around Hatake Kakashi grew even stronger. Seeing that something was wrong with Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy frowned, then made up his mind. He lifted Hatake Kakashi up in one motion and jumped straight to the front of Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Might Guy's move not only stunned the Konoha villagers who had been cursing away happily, but even those who had been persuading Uzumaki Ryunosuke just now were stunned, completely unable to understand what Might Guy was doing. Lord Fourth, and all you other lords, hello. Seeing that he still had the mood to greet them, Namikaze Minato asked in confusion. Guy, what are you doing? Lord Fourth, I think you also know about Kakashi's father. And I also think that this foolish Konoha is no longer worth protecting. I hope to bring Kakashi to join you. But I need to make one thing clear. I will not lay a hand on the Konoha villagers. That is my final bottom line. As Might Guy answered loudly with a serious expression, the entire scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Then the Konoha side burst out with even louder curses, while on this side even Namikaze Minato didn't know how to evaluate Might Guy's move. Strictly speaking, Might Guy's actions could be judged as defecting right before battle, the kind that wouldn't be forgiven even if he was killed. But seeing Hatake Kakashi's condition and thinking of what happened to Hatake Tsukumo back then, Namikaze Minato and the others didn't know what to say. And on the Konoha side, with Might Guy taking Hatake Kakashi as the first example, many Konoha ninja who knew the truth from back then, and could no longer stand it all ran over to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side. Very quickly, the power gap that had originally been small between the two sides was directly widened by the defection of Konoha ninja. After a careful look, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that most of those who had joined Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side were ninja from Konoha's noble clans. What made Sarutobi Hiruzen even angrier was that some of them had even defected along with their clan heads. For example, Hyuga Hayashi of the Hyuga clan, the Ino Shikacho families, and the Aburame clan. Without counting them carefully, Sarutobi Hiruzen tallied it up and found that besides a few small clans behind him, only his own clan and the Shimura clan were left. And now, after seeing the gap between them, some of the remaining Konoha ninja had also begun to side with Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Just as some ninja were rushing toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side, the Shimura clan's leader, under Danzo Shimura's covert signal, directly unleashed a jutsu at the departing ninja. Shimura Kazuma, what are you doing? Looking at the Konoha ninja struck by wind release, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted instinctively. Yet after the attack, Shimura Kazuma just stood there in silence. At that moment, Danzo Shimura stepped forward. It was my order. Kazuma attacked. Danzo Shimura said to Hiruzen Sarutobi with a dark expression. And after hearing Danzo's answer, Hiruzen Sarutobi was left stunned. What are you doing, Danzo? They're villagers of Konoha. Humph. The moment they chose to join Uzumaki Ryunosuke's camp, they were no longer villagers of Konoha. Danzo Shimura's words instantly calmed Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had still been burning with rage. He stared blankly at the ninja who had been knocked down by Shimura Kazuma's attack, silent for a moment. Alright, let us end this already. I'm tired of it. Just as the scene fell into silence, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stepped forward, his face full of impatience. After all, if not for Uzumaki Ryunosuke wanting to give Uzumaki Naruto a chance to take revenge with his own hands, this would have already been over. There was no way he'd still be standing here listening to both sides arguing back and forth. Naruto, go. Follow these generals and destroy Konoha. Uzumaki Ryunosuke patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder and said to him. And after hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's arrangement, Uzumaki Naruto also walked forward with a cold expression. Normally, with Azura's chakra influencing him, Uzumaki Naruto should not have had such a cold look. But now Azura's chakra had already been covered by the mark Uzumaki Ryunosuke had left on Uzumaki Naruto's neck, and its influence on Naruto had been reduced to the lowest level in history. Then Uzumaki Naruto was again consumed by anger over Konoha's villagers insulting his parents. In Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, it was fine if you treated him however you wanted, but if you bullied the parents he had finally gotten back after losing them once, he'd grind your ashes to dust. And so, under everyone's gaze, Uzumaki Naruto led 10 tall, strange-skinned figures as they slowly walked toward Konoha. As Naruto drew closer and closer to Konoha, the opening of the Shadow Kingdom beneath his feet also grew larger and larger. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto stopped less than 3 steps away from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar person before him, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not help but feel regret. Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi was still planning to talk, but he never expected Danzo Shimura to suddenly grip a kunai and, in a single step, rush to Uzumaki Naruto's front. You brat. Within Danzo Shimura's calm eyes was an endless excitement at the thought of Uzumaki Naruto dying by his hand. Seeing Danzo's move, everyone was startled. Just as Namake's Minato was about to use Flying Thunder God to teleport to Uzumaki Naruto's side, Danzo's hand was already being held in a death grip by a man with a single horn. Hey, what do you think you're doing to our young master? Minta lifted Danzo Shimura up with one hand and mocked him. After speaking, he casually tossed him back, sending Danzo crashing hard to the ground. At this time, Terra, fully red, also stepped forward and looked down at Uzumaki Naruto. Let us see it. The darkness in your heart. Let us see whether you truly have the right to become our young master. Uzumaki Naruto gave Terra, who had just spoken, a deep look, then stepped forward alone and walked toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Come out, my soldiers! Uzumaki Naruto roared as he walked. In an instant, densely packed shadow army soldiers drilled out from the ground, trees, walls, and even the gate of Konoha, surrounding all the villagers of Konoha without the slightest gap. Looking at the massive number of shadow army soldiers, everyone present was shocked. Earlier, while resting at Orochimaru's base, Uzumaki Kushina had once asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke about this, because she discovered that the number of shadow army soldiers she summoned was far lower than the number Uzumaki Karen could summon. Then she got the explanation from Uzumaki Ryunosuke. The number of shadow army soldiers one could summon was related to the darkness in the summoner's heart. The darker a person's heart was, the more shadow army soldiers they could summon. After getting the explanation, Uzumaki Kushina instantly radiated a loving maternal glow and pulled Uzumaki Karen into her arms, because she knew that Uzumaki Karen could summon so many shadow army soldiers. Uzumaki Kushina also didn't know what Uzumaki Karen had gone through for her heart to become so dark. Then she recognized Uzumaki Karen as her daughter as well, so now Uzumaki Karen also inherited the Uzumaki surname. She was now called Uzumaki Karen. And because Uzumaki Karen was quite a bit older than Uzumaki Naruto, it was practically as if Naruto had suddenly gained an older sister for no reason. Of course, this had already been told to Namake's Minato at Noodle House. So Minato now knew that besides a son, he also had a daughter. To think that Naruto's heart had actually become this dark? Uzumaki Karen had the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Shingon. She knew just how warm Uzumaki Naruto's chakra was, but the current situation was silently telling them just how dark Naruto's heart was. Those memories of being bullied, ostracized, and insulted since childhood kept surging through his mind, all of them turning into the driving force behind Uzumaki Naruto's summoning of the Shadow Army. Soon, not only around Konoha's gate, but even throughout all of Konoha, Shadow Army figures could be seen everywhere. Ha ha ha. I never expected the young master's heart to contain so much darkness. This is truly wonderful. I General Ika acknowledge him. The blue General Ika looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was still continuously summoning the Shadow Army, and laughed wildly, his eyes full of excitement. It seems he has the qualifications to earn our loyalty. It's just that his own strength is too weak. After everything is over, he'll need proper training. Terra also nodded in agreement, but after seeing Uzumaki Naruto's somewhat frail body, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. Naruto, stop now. Don't do anything foolish. Don't you want to become Hokage? Someone who can't protect the villagers of Konoha can't become Hokage. Seeing the situation grow more and more serious, Hiruzen Sarutobi began pleading with Uzumaki Naruto, bringing up Naruto's old dream to persuade him. Third grandpa, but I no longer want to become Hokage. Rather than protecting these foolish villagers who hurt me, no matter how I think about it, they're still better off destroyed. Uzumaki Naruto stared straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a pair of crimson eyes, making him feel a chill down to his scalp. Cough, cough. Hiruzen, this is the result of your weakness back then. If you had handed him over to me earlier, the Nine Tails would have already been completely under our control. At this time, Danzo Shimura came out again to make his presence known, casually pointing out the Nine Tails that had been sitting on the sidelines watching the show. The Nine Tails, suddenly called out like that, was completely baffled and looked at Danzo with a hostile expression. Ha 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 ha. Stupid fox, you're being looked down on by someone else. That old man actually wants to control you. After hearing Shimura Danzo's words, Shikaku naturally would not let go of this chance to mock Kurama to his heart's content. This made the already irritated Kurama's anger surge even higher. Damn it. Shut that filthy mouth, you stupid raccoon dog. If you don't speak, no one will treat you like you're mute. Damn bandage man. I'm going to make him pay. Kurama was just about to rush forward when Uzumaki Ryunosuke stopped the furious Kurama. What's wrong, boss? You're not going to stop me, are you? Kurama said with a sour face. Even though he still called Uzumaki Ryunosuke boss, his tone was no longer so friendly. I remember, Kurama, you can also tell good from evil in people, right? Uzumaki Ryunosuke shook his head, then asked Kurama. Yeah, that's right. But what does that have to do with anything? Kurama was a little thrown off by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's sudden question. He looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke uncertainly, not knowing why he was asking this now. Then next, you take Naruto and make a big mess in Konoha. Deal with everyone who bears malice toward Naruto. After getting Kurama's exact answer, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded at him, signaling that he could act now. So that's how it is. It would have been more fun to just destroy the whole thing completely. How boring. Though he said that, after getting Uzumaki Ryunosuke's approval, the smile on Kurama's face never stopped. Back when he was sealed, Kurama had dreamed of destroying the village founded by Senju Hashirama, the one who had captured him. He never expected that dream to be about to come true now. Get on, kid. From here on out, this damn village is our stage. Kurama stepped forward and held out his hand, signaling Naruto to get on. After Naruto stood firmly on top of his head, he leaped straight into Konoha. After that, Kurama used his senses to tell Naruto which people bore malice toward him and which did not. At the same time, while Naruto commanded the Shadow Legion soldiers to kill those who were full of malice toward him, they also destroyed those people's houses. The rumbling sounds of destruction came from inside Konoha, along with the screams of the villagers. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to those screams, and his expression grew darker and darker. Finally, after making some kind of decision, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward. Enough! Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Everything targeting Naruto was done by us higher-ups. Stop killing the villagers of Konoha. They were all misled by us. They are all innocent. If you have any grievance, come at us. Please, please spare them. By the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already prostrating himself on the ground in a full Dajiza, begging Uzumaki Ryunosuke with tears streaming down his face. Seeing the former top leader of Konoha lying there with no dignity at all, the people behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke who had originally supported Hiruzen Sarutobi now felt a little sorry for him. Especially Jiraiya, that emotional fool. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had given up the dignity of the third Hokage for the sake of Konoha's villagers, Jiraiya tried several times to beg Uzumaki Ryunosuke. But Jiraiya also knew that he had absolutely no qualifications to speak to Uzumaki Ryunosuke now. So for a moment, an eerie silence fell over Konoha's gate. Do you think begging will work? At this moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke slowly walked toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally stopping in front of him. He looked down at the old man, whose face was already covered in age spots, and spoke in a gentle voice as if telling some story. Suddenly, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's tone changed sharply, shifting from gentle to impassioned. If begging worked, then what war would there still be in this world? What tragedy would there still be? They just need to kneel on the ground, begging, praying, hoping, and say to those who came to punish them, insult them, humiliate them, and try to kill them, spare me. I didn't do anything wrong. Please. And then they can get forgiveness, pardon, and really be let go. Ha! As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke crouched down, bringing his gaze level with Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Then he threw an arm around Hiruzen Sarutobi's shoulder, acting just like they were good friends. Uzumaki Ryunosuke pointed at the group of people who had been standing behind him and said one by one, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. You know this couple, right? They gave everything they had for the so-called will of fire in your mouth, including their lives. And what did they get in return? Their property was taken away, seized by others. Their child grew up with one meal uncertain and the next not guaranteed. More than that, he grew up being cursed at, bullied, and beaten by an entire village. Then, Uzumaki Ryunosuke pointed at Tsunade, who was tightly clenching both fists. Tsunade, she seems to still be your disciple, Hashirama's granddaughter. But what did she end up getting? Her clan was wiped out, and even her own younger brother died on the battlefield. He was blown to death by a ridiculous exploding tag. Hey, let me ask you this. Even in the Warring States period, no one died from being blown up by an exploding tag, so how did it suddenly happen with him? The funniest part is that, damn it, his internal organs were blasted away. Tell me, how the hell is that possible? Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words hammered into Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart like a giant mallet, and this reminded him of the days when he and Shimura Danzo had hidden in the Hokage building plotting together. Those were all my. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who stammered for a long time without being able to say anything, Uzumaki Ryunosuke once again patted his shoulder, drawing his attention back. Then Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly pointed at the one person Hiruzen Sarutobi least wanted to mention right now. Kakashi Hatake. You see him, right? I heard his father failed to complete a mission because he saved someone, and in the end he was forced to death. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a playful expression. By now, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face had turned deathly pale, and both hands were tightly gripping the dirt, leaving very clear scratches on the ground. Enough. All of this was done by this old man alone. It has nothing to do with Hiruzen. No matter how much you force Hiruzen, it's all fake. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to explode, Shimura Danzo shakily walked forward and took all of the crimes that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had just mentioned onto himself. Danzo. Looking at Shimura Danzo, who had stood up for him at this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt an indescribable surge of emotion. In fact, after standing out, Shimura Danzo had already started to regret it, because after so long of helping Hiruzen Sarutobi take the blame, he had subconsciously started taking the blame again. Now Shimura Danzo looked at the ninja all around him, every one of them filled with killing intent, and he regretted it to death. What? What are you going to do? At this point, even if Shimura Danzo was the so-called leader of Root, it no longer mattered. Almost all the ninjas of Konoha were staring at him with murderous intent. This scene reminded Uzumaki Ryunosuke of a kind of animal he remembered. Hyenas. At night, hyenas always used those eyes glowing green in the dark to search for prey, and once they found prey, they would even have the courage to face lions. Although Shimura Danzo was nowhere near a lion, the ninjas of Konoha at this moment could absolutely be called a proper pack of hyenas. Damn it. Just as Shimura Danzo was about to say something, Kurama descended from the sky once again, interrupting the words Danzo was about to say. It's done, boss. Kurama sneered at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, his entire body radiating the sinister chakra that represented a tailed beast. Even Naruto Uzumaki, standing on top of Kurama's head, now had a fierce, murderous expression, completely unlike the foolish look he had before. What? Kurama's words clearly shocked Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had never expected that, in just a brief moment, Kurama would have already taken Naruto Uzumaki and destroyed Konoha once. Looking at the shinobi who were standing behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Hiruzen Sarutobi's already aged appearance now looked even worse. His whole spirit seemed to drain away in an instant. Hey old man, you're the third Hokage personally chosen by the second Hokage. How can you let an outsider from another village crush your fighting spirit like this? At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma, who had been standing silently to the side, clenched the Fujin in his hand and said this. Asuma's stand also made the Ino Shikacho trio standing behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke worry deeply. Asuma-sensei. Ino Yamanaka looked worriedly at her instructor, and beside her, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi were also full of concern. That's enough, Asuma. It's enough. Just as Sarutobi Asuma was preparing to fight with everything he had, Hiruzen Sarutobi timely stopped him. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi no longer had the radiant demeanor of the third Hokage. He looked utterly despondent, like an old man on the verge of burial. It's enough. My crimes have already been established. Although I've done many wrong things at this final stage, I don't want Konoha's civil war to give other ninja villages an opening to invade. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly stood up. His whole body looked like a candle in the wind, as if it would be snuffed out in the next second. Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I know that on the matter of the Uzumaki clan, I've wronged you, including everyone present. I bear an inescapable responsibility. But now, the Ninetales has almost destroyed the villagers in the village. As for these people standing behind me, I still beg you to spare them. Put all the blame on this old man. With pleading eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke also lowered his head once more to look at the old man. In the end, Under Hiruzen Sarutobi's collapsing gaze, he slowly shook his head. Why? Why is that? They were just misled by us. Why are you so relentless? Uzumaki Ryunosuke, you're a man from the Warring States period. Are people from that era all this cold-blooded? I think you've got it wrong, monkey. Whether I spare them or not isn't up to me. Strictly speaking, I only have a grudge with you people for standing by and watching the Uzumaki clan die. So whether your Konoha higher-ups die, or don't need to die, that can all be settled. But now, this is no longer my problem. Uzumaki Ryunosuke pointed behind him at the large group of people, signaling Hiruzen Sarutobi to look for himself. The two sides stood quietly in place, listening to the conversation between Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The situation at the scene had gradually turned into a negotiation between the leaders of both sides. Uzumaki Ryunosuke hated using words to settle things. He usually just fought directly. But as more and more subordinates gathered under him, Ryunosuke slowly discovered that sometimes, even after fighting, it brought no benefit to either himself or his men. At times, Ryunosuke couldn't help but feel that reality really did change a person. In every way. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi understood the current situation. The reason he spoke to Ryunosuke was to hope that Ryunosuke would personally say to spare these villagers. That way, even if there were still people resentful toward these villagers later on, they wouldn't dare directly attack them without considering Ryunosuke's face. But what Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't expected was that Ryunosuke would directly throw this matter over to the people behind him. Seeing that Ryunosuke refused to budge, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only use his final method. Edo Tensei'd. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly leaped backward, grabbed 3 members of the Shimura clan, and began performing the jutsu. Damn it, Hiruzen, what are you doing? Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi strike at his own clan members, Danzo obviously hadn't expected this and immediately shouted angrily. The Shimura clan members also clearly hadn't expected the Hokage to suddenly move against his own people, and for a moment they all froze in place. Naturally, Hiruzen Sarutobi completely ignored Danzo's shouting. Then, as Hiruzen Sarutobi finished forming the seals, changes began appearing in the bodies of the 3 Shimura clan members lying on the ground. Very quickly, the original 3 Shimura clan members disappeared, and in their place appeared Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Mito Uzumaki. Who was it, summoning us at a time like this? Tobarama Senju was the first to react. After looking around, he fixed his eyes on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Damn monkey! Tobarama Senju roared furiously and lunged at Hiruzen Sarutobi, but was stopped by Hashirama Senju beside him. Tobarama, control your emotions. Hashirama Senju also shouted at Tobarama Senju, and the chakra bursting from his body with that shout shocked everyone present. Tobarama, why are you still so impulsive? And Hashirama too. Both of you put your chakra away. On the side, Mito Uzumaki looked at the embarrassing brothers and punched each of them on the head once. Seeing that Mito Uzumaki was already angry, Hashirama Senju could only obediently withdraw his chakra. Even Tobarama Senju, full of reluctance, stopped in his tracks, though his eyes were still locked tightly on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Monkey, why did you call us out? Looking at the 2 brothers with different expressions, Mito Uzumaki felt utterly exhausted, and then she looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and asked, I'm very sorry for disturbing the 3 of you. I'm not asking the 3 of you to help us either. The reason I summoned the 3 of you this time was only to ask you to persuade Lord Ryunosuke. The cells of Mito Uzumaki and the others had all been secretly left behind by Hiruzen Sarutobi, just for the hope that someday in the future, when Konoha faced a catastrophe, these 3 adults could turn the tide. But because of what had happened earlier, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew he had already offended Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. In that case, this trump card could be considered useless. However, if it was for protecting Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi believed they would still make a move. Persuade someone? Who do you want us to persuade? Mito Uzumaki was a little confused. She didn't think Danzo and the others needed the 3 of them, including Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, to persuade anyone. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind Mito Uzumaki. Grandma! Mito Grandma! Mito Uzumaki turned around and saw Tsunade and Kushina Uzumaki rushing toward her with delighted expressions. Mito Uzumaki opened her arms and hugged the 2 of them, happily looking at her 2 granddaughters, who had already grown into adults. Her heart was filled with indescribable joy. Ah, little Tsunade, you've grown this big already? Looking at the little girl from back then now grown into a young woman, Hashirama Senju was also overjoyed. He stepped forward and gently stroked Tsunade's hair. Unlike Senju Hashirama, who had reunited with his family nearby, Senju Tobarama still stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold expression. But compared to before, Hiruzen could clearly feel that his teacher was now looking at him with killing intent. Teacher. The moment Hiruzen spoke, Tobarama raised a hand and directly stopped him from continuing. I'm not your teacher. I don't have disciples like you, disciples who betray their own ancestors. As for Konoha's affairs, say what you need to say. I'll help. But from this day on, none of you are my disciples anymore. Tobirama's words instantly chilled Hiruzen's heart. Still, Hiruzen told him the current situation, and after finishing, he very self-awarely did not say another word. Tobirama gave Hiruzen a deep look, then walked straight toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke and said something that made Hiruzen regret it to no end. Ryunosuke, go ahead and do it. I won't stop you. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Tobirama strangely, then asked in confusion. How do you know you can stop me? Tobirama's expression sank at those words. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he decisively dispelled Edo Tensei'd, and his entire body just vanished like that. Ha, after all this time he still has that temper. Uzumaki Ryunosuke snorted speechlessly, then ordered Terra to clean up every enemy force on the scene. And so, under Terra's lead, a group of Shadow Legion ninja charged toward the opposing ninja and civilians. At the same time, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned back and said to the children with worried expressions, if you want to save someone, you'd better hurry. My soldiers won't stop until it's over. After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, the children who were worried about their Jonin instructors all ran toward them, and when the Shadow Legion moved, they brought them out. Ryunosuke, you can't do this. The civilians are innocent. Such a huge commotion naturally drew Senju Hashirama's attention, and now Hashirama was glaring angrily at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't care at all, only waving a hand at Hashirama. Hashirama, you should know that when an avalanche comes, not a single snowflake is innocent. His meaning was obvious, and Hashirama didn't know how to argue back. In the end, he could only stand there and watch the ninja fighting those ghost generals, and the Konoha civilians desperately trying to hide. Lord Hashirama, why are you only watching? As he used ninjutsu to attack Terra, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at Hashirama. Lord Hashirama, don't you care about Konoha's villagers either? Lord Hashirama, you are the first Hokage. Finally, just as Hiruzen shouted that last line, he was knocked flat onto the ground by Terra's punch. The moment Terra was about to finish Hiruzen off with another blow, Uzumaki Ryunosuke spoke. Everyone stand down. After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's order, the Shadow Legion that had been relentlessly pursuing them all stopped at once, then sank into the ground and disappeared. People always had to pay for their own mistakes. When that time came, even if the price was life, it was only right. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words sounded like a devil's whisper, echoing in the ears of the civilians who had survived the Shadow Legion's hands. Then, with a single raise of his hand, a massive fireball appeared out of nowhere in the air and shot toward the civilians. A huge explosion rang out together with a cloud of dust. When the dust finally settled, only a giant crater remained where Konoha's gate had been. As for the people who had been there just moments ago, they were all gone. You monster! You only bully unarmed civilians. What kind of skill is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen lay on the ground and roared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. No matter how hard Hiruzen thought about it, he never expected that even after calling in the first Hokage and the others, this would still be the outcome. I never said I had any skill. Besides, slaughtering civilians, wasn't that something you people always did during war? Sarutobi Hiruzen had already given up. Lying there like a corpse, he was finally annihilated completely under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's laser. As for Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yutane, and Hamura Mitokado, they had already been instantly killed by Ikazuchi and the others. Thus, most of Konoha's civilians, along with several of Konoha's highest leaders, were completely erased from this world. Watching everything before him, Senju Hashirama could not help but feel deep sorrow. He had clearly wanted to build a village without war, yet after only a few dozen years, it had become like this. And so, under everyone's gaze, Hashirama also dispelled Edo Tensei'd. Alright, it's over. I'll leave the rest to you. Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned around and said to the people behind him. Under Minato Namake's arrangements, they began repairing and reorganizing Konoha. Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade also said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito. They knew the next part was a conversation between siblings. You shouldn't have done this. I know about the Uzumaki clan too. After the arrangements were made, Uzumaki Ryunosuke came before Uzumaki Mito. Looking at her older brother, still in his youthful appearance, Uzumaki Mito wiped her tears excitedly and said reproachfully, someone had to do it. Besides, they even went after little Tsunade. Uzumaki Ryunosuke hugged his long unseen younger sister and gently stroked her back. Then, in a wash of green light, Uzumaki Mito truly came back to life. This is. Feeling the changes in her body, Uzumaki Mito found it hard to believe, but in the end, she still said nothing as she looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke's smiling face. Come on, Mito. You wouldn't want your brother to be alone in this world, would you? Kushina even gave you a great-grandson. Don't you want to see him? In the end, after Uzumaki Ryunosuke's persuasion, Uzumaki Mito also took the first step into Konoha. Lord Ryunosuke. As they entered the village, the ninja who were busy repairing it all stopped what they were doing when they saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke approach, looking at him with awe. Uzumaki Ryunosuke. who had been chatting with Uzumaki Mito, heard someone call his name. After realizing they were just ordinary Konoha ninja, he casually waved a hand, signaling that they needn't mind him. On the way to the Hokage building, Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked with Uzumaki Mito while sizing up the remaining people of Konoha and listening to Mito tell him the stories that had happened after his death. I didn't expect that after I died, Madara and Hashirama would end up in such a huge conflict. Looks like Madara is still as radical as ever. After hearing Uzumaki Mito say that Uchiha Madara had once captured the Nine Tails to confront Senju Hashirama, he could not help but sigh. Back in the late Warring States period, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already noticed that although the two of them shared the same goal, their methods were different. Senju Hashirama was far too idealistic, while Uchiha Madara was far too radical. Back then, neither of them could persuade the other. He never expected that the two people who had once been like sworn brothers would eventually turn against each other. As expected, this world was still just as dramatic as ever. Before Uzumaki Mito had finished telling the story, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito were already standing before the door of the Hokage conference room. Looking at the plain, ordinary door in front of him, Ryusuke Uzumaki could not help but sigh inwardly. If Mito Uzumaki had not led the way just now, he never would have guessed that behind such a normal-looking room was the most important Hokage conference room. The moment the door was pushed open, the voices inside stopped abruptly. Everyone in the room instinctively looked toward the open door. When they saw the two standing there, everyone inside immediately stood up and looked respectfully at Ryusuke Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki as they walked in. Lord Ryusuke, Lady Mito, even Minato Namikaze, who was sitting in the Hokage's seat, broke out in a cold sweat for a moment. He honestly did not know how to face Ryusuke Uzumaki. If he gave up the position of Hokage to him, the man had already made it clear back at the Uzumaki Noodle Mask Hall that he had absolutely no interest in the seat. But if he did not give it up, then the other party was a highly respected senior from the Warring States era, and also Kushina Uzumaki's great-uncle. Right now, Minato Namikaze felt awkward whether he stood or stayed seated, to the point that he looked even more uncomfortable than everyone else present. Alright, I just came to take a look. Don't be so tense. I'm not some man-eating beast. Even though Ryusuke Uzumaki said it with a smile, everyone present still could not help but complain inwardly. No, he was not some man-eating beast, but he was much more terrifying than one. Minato, I've already finished arranging things over at Konoha Hospital, so what do you think? At that moment, Tsunade barged straight into the Hokage conference room with Shizune in her usual carefree manner. But the instant she stepped through the door, the two people in front of her made her jump. Great uncle, grandma. Seeing Tsunade turn into a meek little kitten in a single second, everyone in the conference room secretly laughed to themselves. Who would have thought that Lady Tsunade, who was lawless across the ninja world, would also have a day when she was scared? This was truly a rare sight. Little Tsuna. Mito Uzumaki looked at the grown woman before her, who had already become a fine young lady yet was still this unreliable, and for a moment, she truly had nothing to say. Alright, we came here to arrange Konoha's future, not to chat about family matters. If you have anything to say it after we get home. While Tsunade kept picking at her fingernails to distract herself, Ryusuke Uzumaki spoke up, and at the same time tugged lightly at Mito Uzumaki's sleeve to remind her to mind the occasion. After all, Mito Uzumaki was Senju Hashirama's wife. Once Ryusuke Uzumaki gave her that little tug, she put away her earlier angry expression. Now she looked like nothing more than a quiet, beautiful woman. Alright, let us hear it. I want to know how you plan to shape your future. Ryusuke Uzumaki gave Mito Uzumaki a subtle glance, then turned back and asked the people in the conference room. Lord Ryusuke, we plan to first deal with Konoha's losses from this operation against the third Sarutobi. Minato Namikaze had originally intended to say the third Hokage, but then he remembered that the third had just been killed by one laser eye from Ryusuke Uzumaki, so he changed his mind and planned to call him Hiruzen Sarutobi instead. But then he thought that no matter what, the man had still been his senior. For a moment, Minato Namikaze truly did not know how he should address Hiruzen Sarutobi. Just call him the third. Although he was at fault, he was still someone who devoted his whole life to Konoha. He deserves the respect he should have. At that moment, Ryusuke Uzumaki spoke in time, and at the same time confirmed Hiruzen Sarutobi's position within Konoha. Yes, Lord Ryusuke. We plan to first restore the houses in Konoha that were damaged in this battle, and also make arrangements for the Konoha ninjas who died in battle following Hiruzen Sarutobi. After that, there is the matter of the Shimura clan's inheritance, as well as the arrangements for the Sarutobi clan that still remains. For now, these are the main things that need to be done. Afterward, we can just continue development as before. There is no need for too many additional adjustments. As Ryusuke Uzumaki listened to Minato Namikaze's plans, he nodded from time to time, as expected of the fourth Hokage. These arrangements were all reasonable. Alright, There are also some Konoha ninjas who originally stood on Hiruzen Sarutobi's side, but were pulled over to our camp at the very end by their own disciples, along with some Jonin instructors and teachers from the Konoha Ninja Academy. These people are currently in a completely dispirited state. Then there's also the issue of the arrangements Lord Ryunosuke originally made for Lord Orochimaru and some other ninjas who were not originally from Konoha, as well as the Nine Tails and One Tail currently staying temporarily in the Forest of Death. None of them have been properly arranged yet. Just as Ryunosuke Uzumaki was about to nod and leave everything to Minato Namikaze to handle on his own, Minato brought up 3 more troublesome matters. After all, those Konoha ninjas had all been loyal to Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for those outside village ninjas, there was even less need to mention them. They would not listen to him, the Hokage of Konoha. The one they had always listened to was Ryunosuke Uzumaki's orders. And as for the tailed beasts, there was even less to say. Arrange them? The fact that they had not turned hostile on the spot was already giving Ryunosuke Uzumaki face. These people. Minato Namikaze's words made Ryunosuke Uzumaki fall into thought, but very quickly he made the decision. As for those ninjas still loyal to Hiruzen Sarutobi, gather them together. I'll give them one warning first. If, after that warning, they still remain loyal to Hiruzen Sarutobi, then send them down to the Pure Land to continue serving him there. As for the tailed beasts, I have my own arrangements. Don't worry about them. As for the outside village ninjas I brought, after I finish warning the Konoha ninjas, I'll arrange them as well. But regarding the Akatsuki members, I already promised them before, so just arrange them according to what I already agreed to. After Ryunosuke Uzumaki finished speaking and confirmed that there were no other problems, he left the Hokage building with Mito Uzumaki. His observation on the way over earlier had not been complete. Now, he still wanted to see how many civilians were left in all of Konoha. The Uzumaki brother and sister once again walked along the roads of Konoha. Looking at the ninjas busily carrying out repairs in front of her, Mito Uzumaki could not help but sigh softly in her heart. Then she turned her gaze to Ryunosuke Uzumaki at her side. Brother, can those people you brought from outside the village really be trusted? I heard from little Tsuna just now. Those are all Kage-level missing nin, and they're from different villages too. Ryunosuke Uzumaki looked at the worried Mito Uzumaki and smiled as he patted the top of her head. Don't underestimate your big brother. I'm the strongest. They're just a bunch of Kage-level missing nin. Even Hashirama can't beat me now, let alone them. Mito Uzumaki irritably slapped away the bad hand that had messed up her hair and scolded him in mock anger. Don't mess with my hair. No matter what, I'm already an old woman, and you're still trying to fool me with the same tricks you used when we were kids. You may be strong, but human power is still limited in the end. Even Hashirama couldn't claim to be the strongest existence in the world. And you'd better give it a rest. Mito Uzumaki's words made one little stress mark after another slowly appear on the forehead of the still smiling Ryunosuke Uzumaki, until in the end he could only let out a helpless sigh. Yes, Hashirama is the strongest in the world. I'm just a tiny speck of dust. As he spoke, Ryunosuke Uzumaki raised his hand in front of Mito Uzumaki and made a tiny gesture with his thumb and index finger. Seeing Ryunosuke Uzumaki acting silly like that, Mito Uzumaki was immediately amused. She scolded him with exasperation. You're already nearly 100 years old, and you're still this unserious. When are you ever going to act properly? Mito Uzumaki gently poked the forehead of Ryunosuke Uzumaki, and Ryunosuke could only keep smiling along beside Mito. After Mito Uzumaki felt she had teased him enough, Ryunosuke Uzumaki suddenly became serious. He looked into Mito Uzumaki's eyes and said each word clearly. Even though we're both people from the last era, you're still my little sister. So no matter when it is, even if this world is destroyed, in my eyes you'll still be that little girl with a smile like a flower. You were then, you are now, and you always will be. Seeing Ryunosuke Uzumaki suddenly turn serious, Mito Uzumaki was momentarily stunned. After she came back to her senses, she looked at the very serious Ryunosuke Uzumaki and happily nodded. In the end, as the sun slowly set, Ryunosuke Uzumaki finally finished touring all of Konoha with Mito Uzumaki. This was still because Kurama had led Naruto Uzumaki to destroy more than half the village. If it were the original, intact Konoha, Ryunosuke probably would have needed several days to finish walking around it. On the way home, Mito Uzumaki kept thinking about the scenes of Konoha she had seen that whole day, and the more she thought about it, the more upset she became. So she asked Ryunosuke Uzumaki, "There are so few of the original common villagers left in the village now. The rest are either ninja from the clans, or outsiders you brought in from other villages. How are you going to handle this?" Who would have thought that Ryunosuke Uzumaki would say indifferently? Though they may seem like innocent villagers, ordinary people dragged in by their leader's mistake, who knows what the truth is? There is no real right or wrong in this matter. Whether they are innocent or we are innocent, someone has to pay for the mistake. I can't just decide they're not guilty because they don't know. Although I often told you that the ignorant are innocent, that only applies to this matter. Outside of this matter, The harm they caused can't be forgiven. Besides, I wasn't the one who did it. I already told Naruto that at the time. Those who are guilty can be dealt with, but those who are innocent must be let go, and they can't be disturbed. This was clearly done by your great-grandson, the victim. Why are you blaming all the fault on his great-great-uncle? Ryunosuke Uzumaki's words all reached Mito Uzumaki's ears. She clearly felt that Ryunosuke was wrong, but for a moment she couldn't figure out exactly where the mistake was. In the end, under Ryunosuke's shocked gaze, she suddenly grabbed his ear and yanked hard. You've got some nerve now, huh? I only said one sentence and you fired back 10 at me. Are you trying to rebel? Although Ryunosuke Uzumaki's ear was being pinched by Mito Uzumaki, it didn't really affect him thanks to the talisman's enhancement on his body. Still, Ryunosuke leaned his head aside under the force of her hand and kept begging for mercy. Mito Uzumaki also knew full well that her brother's recovery ability was even stronger than her husband Hashirama Senju's. Back when Hashirama Senju fought, he would at least get injured from time to time. But ever since Mito Uzumaki could remember, her brother had hardly ever been injured. Even a sharp kunai couldn't cut through Ryunosuke Uzumaki's skin. So just pinching an ear wouldn't make Ryunosuke scream and beg like that. Thinking of this, Mito Uzumaki's heavy mood from just now instantly improved. She smiled and let go of Ryunosuke Uzumaki's ear, looking at him with the expression of someone magnanimously sparing him. During their playful fighting, Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki finally found the front door of the house. The house they lived in now had been left behind when Ryunosuke Uzumaki had earlier summoned the Shadow Soldier Corps to clear out Konoha's villagers. He hadn't noticed it at the time, but only afterward did he learn that this house had originally been Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze's home. Seeing her own little detached house become someone else's property, while her son was living in a shabby apartment building, Kushina Uzumaki had been furious to the point of madness. She had wanted nothing more than to drag Hiruzen Sarutobi out of the Pure Land and beat him again. Later, Kushina Uzumaki also found out from Minato Namikaze that all the money, the house, and everything useful for Naruto's cultivation that Minato and she had saved up for Naruto had all been taken away by Hiruzen Sarutobi. But the moment Hiruzen turned around, he had given all of his own inheritance to the people of his clan. When she learned all of this, Kushina Uzumaki went completely into a nine-tailed transformation state, with chakra surging violently around her body. If she hadn't still had a sliver of reason left knowing that Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki were coming here to spend the night, she would have already charged into the Sarutobi clan with adamantine sealing chains. So when Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki arrived at the door, they saw Kushina Uzumaki sitting on the sofa and sulking alone, while Minato Namikaze could only give a helpless, bitter smile. He couldn't do anything about this. After all, who wouldn't be angry if this happened to them? In fact, Minato Namikaze felt that if he hadn't been sufficiently rational, he would have been rushing toward the Sarutobi clan with a Rasengan the moment he learned about it. After hearing the whole story from Minato Namikaze, even Mito Uzumaki couldn't help but sigh. She never imagined that Hiruzen Sarutobi, whom she once thought had inherited Tobirama's will very well, would end up so rotten under the corruption of power. In the end, Mito Uzumaki could only shake her head helplessly, then followed Minato Namikaze's guidance to go find her great-grandson. The three of them were left in the living room discussing things, which was a habit Mito Uzumaki had formed after staying by Hashirama Senju's side for so long. After knocking on the door with Naruto's portrait on it, Mito Uzumaki saw a blonde boy with 6 whisker marks on his face open the door. Big sister, who are you? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Mito Uzumaki standing at his bedroom door and felt a little confused. Then he noticed her hair, the same color as his mother's, and immediately shouted excitedly, I know! Could it be that you're another surviving member of the Uzumaki clan found by great-great-uncle? Naruto's shout also drew out Karen Uzumaki from the room beside him. Mito Uzumaki looked at the two little ones and immediately smiled, reaching out to pat their hair as she shook her head. I count as a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan too, but I'm Ryunosuke Uzumaki's biological little sister. I'm your great-grandmother. Mito Uzumaki's words froze the two of them on the spot. Looking at this beauty whose appearance didn't seem much older than their own, they found it hard to accept. You've got to be kidding. You look about the same age as my mom. How could you be the same age as great-great-uncle? Naruto obviously didn't believe it. He scratched the back of his head and looked at Mito Uzumaki. As for Karen Uzumaki, she was calculating Ryunosuke Uzumaki's age in order to figure out the true age of the beauty in front of her. You little brat, doesn't your great-great-uncle also look about the same age as your dad? Why don't you believe it when it comes to me? Mito Uzumaki copied the way Ryunosuke had once punished her, clenching her fist so that the middle knuckle stuck out, then trapping the other person's head under her armpit and spinning wildly. Ah, that hurts. Although Uzumaki Mito's words had been understood by Naruto Uzumaki, looking at the Uzumaki Mito in front of him who looked to be in her 20s, and then thinking of Tsunade, who also looked to be in her 20s but was actually over 50, Naruto Uzumaki still couldn't help complaining in his heart. What the hell? Isn't this basically a scam? Feeling Naruto Uzumaki's narrowed-eyed gaze on her, Uzumaki Mito directly slammed a fist onto Naruto Uzumaki's head. I can feel your malicious gaze. Kid. Looking at Uzumaki Mito's smiling face, Naruto Uzumaki directly pointed at her face and said, what the hell? She doesn't look anything like great-granduncle at all. Great-granduncle was so gentle and approachable. Unlike you, all you do is bully kids. Naruto Uzumaki's words immediately sent Uzumaki Mito into reflection. Indeed, ever since she married Senju Hashirama, no. To be precise, ever since she learned that her older brother, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, had been killed by someone unknown, she had never acted this recklessly and unruly again. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito suddenly let out a laugh. So I'm still the Uzumaki clan's little princess, spoiled by my older brother. Even though I'm already almost 100 years old. Thinking about it like this is a little embarrassing. Naruto Uzumaki looked helplessly at the constantly changing expressions on Uzumaki Mito's face, with a whole pile of complaints in his heart and no idea how to let them all out. Uzumaki Karen was the same. Looking at the extremely expressive Uzumaki Mito, she was also speechless for a moment. Cough, alright. I'm just here to see what my great-grandson looks like, and from the looks of it, he's pretty good. Sensing the two of their gazes, Uzumaki Mito finally adjusted her mood and expression, returning to the gentle grandmother image that Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina were both extremely familiar with. She touched Naruto Uzumaki's blonde hair as she spoke. At the same time, she also turned her gaze to Uzumaki Karen, looking at her with some curiosity. After all, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had only told her that Uzumaki Kushina had given birth to a boy. So who was this girl here? Seeing the puzzled look on Uzumaki Mito's face, Uzumaki Karen took the initiative to introduce her background. I see. A villager who escaped from Uzushio. After hearing Uzumaki Karen's introduction, Uzumaki Mito let out a helpless sigh and looked at Uzumaki Karen apologetically, also reaching out to pat her head. I'm sorry about what happened to Uzushio. Faced with Uzumaki Mito's sudden apology, Uzumaki Karen was a little confused for a moment, so she subconsciously looked at Uzumaki Mito with a puzzled expression. When Uzushio was destroyed, I was actually still alive. Of course, my current state is because Ryunosuke revived me. At that time, I failed to persuade Hiruzen Sarutobi to provide timely support to Uzushio. In the end, they only brought Kushina back, and even told me that Kushina was the last member of the Uzumaki clan. At that time, I didn't like getting involved with Konoha's upper ranks, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was hiding things from me as well, which ultimately led to things turning out like this. This is a responsibility I can't escape as the younger sister of the Uzumaki clan's former young clan head. So I truly feel sorry for what happened to Uzushio. After Uzumaki Mito finished explaining everything, Uzumaki Karen finally nodded in realization, but she still didn't know what to say. After all, it was already something that had happened, and no matter how much it was pursued now, it would be meaningless. I never thought that third grandpa, who I thought had been so good to me back then, would turn into this. Mentioning Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto Uzumaki also lowered his head in disappointment. The Naruto Uzumaki from before had been striving toward the goal of becoming Hokage. But during this recent period, Naruto Uzumaki's thoughts had kept changing because of everything happening around him. Today, he had even teamed up with the Ninetales to wipe out those people who had kept humiliating him back then. And yet, his goal was supposed to be becoming a Konoha hero acknowledged by the people. But when he saw those people cursing at his father, who was a Konoha hero, simply because they didn't know the truth, Naruto Uzumaki once again felt that he had been so foolish to think about protecting such a group of people. Not to mention the matter he had learned from his mother earlier regarding the father of his Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hatake. On the surface, Naruto Uzumaki looked no different from before, but in truth, his heart was already in utter chaos. That was why Naruto Uzumaki had locked himself in his room just now. He had been constantly thinking about who he was doing this for, and what exactly he was doing. Because of her Kagura mind SI, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Karen both sensed the evil chakra emanating from Naruto Uzumaki at this moment, and neither of them knew what to say. After all, this was the collapse of a person's beliefs in life. He could only slowly work his way out of it himself. In the end, Uzumaki Mito could only comfort him by patting Naruto Uzumaki's shoulder, then followed Uzumaki Karen into her room after being invited, with Naruto Uzumaki following behind as well. I don't know much about you, and you don't know much about me either. How about we get to know each other? Let us start with introductions? Uzumaki Mito asked with a smile. Uzumaki Karen had never experienced this, so she was a little curious about Uzumaki Mito's words. Introductions? What that? Who would have thought that Uzumaki Karen's question would instead draw Naruto Uzumaki's laughter? Idiot, you don't even know what an introduction is. Before Naruto Uzumaki could properly lecture his bargain sister, he was silenced by Uzumaki Karen's fist. In the end, under Uzumaki Karen's threat, Naruto Uzumaki was the first to do the introduction. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. What I liked before was instant noodles and Ichiraka ramen in the village. As for now, I also have to add the food made by my dad and mom. What I hated most before was waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles. As for now, I don't really have one anymore. My current interest is traveling with dad and mom, and of course my sister, to taste all the delicious food in the world. As for my dream, I haven't figured it out yet. After hearing Naruto Uzumaki's introduction, Uzumaki Karen also understood what an introduction was supposed to include, so after Naruto Uzumaki finished, she began her own. My name is Uzumaki Karen. The things I like are okonomiyaki and katsudon, and now the food made by my foster father and foster mother too. What I hate is dumplings. My hobby is collecting all the perfumes in the world. My dream right now is to become Lord Ryunosuke's disciple. Looking at the two who had finished their introductions, Uzumaki Mito also began hers. My name is Uzumaki Mito. I'm not telling you what I like or dislike. As for my future dream, it's just like that. As for hobbies, studying Fuinjutsu counts as one. Naruto Uzumaki and Uzumaki Karen listened to Uzumaki Mito's introduction with black lines all over their faces. What the heck? Great-grandma is just like Kakashi-sensei. In the end, she didn't say anything, and we still know nothing. Naruto Uzumaki looked displeasedly at Uzumaki Mito, unable to figure out why these adults always hid things and refused to tell the truth. Alright, stop dwelling on it. Let us just chat. Uzumaki Mito softly comforted the sulking Naruto Uzumaki, then changed the topic, shifting the two of their attention elsewhere. Finally, Uzumaki Mito sat in Uzumaki Karen's room, watching the two great-grandchildren chattering non-stop beside her. She also felt incomparable happiness and satisfaction. Grandma, Naruto, Karen, come downstairs for dinner. When night had completely fallen, Uzumaki Kushina's voice finally came from downstairs, calling them to eat. Great, finally dinner.
I'm starving.
Hearing Uzumaki Kushina's shout, Uzumaki Naruto sprang up from his chair at once. While rubbing his flat stomach, he walked downstairs. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Karen looked at the easygoing Uzumaki Naruto, and for a moment they couldn't tell who this child took after. When they reached downstairs, the three of them were greatly shocked by Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was wearing an apron. But the reason each of them was shocked was different. Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Naruto never would have imagined that Uzumaki Ryunosuke, as the young head of the Uzumaki clan, would actually cook for himself. As for Uzumaki Mito, she never thought she would get to taste Uzumaki Ryunosuke's delicious dishes again. Looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Namikaze Minato busy in the kitchen, and Uzumaki Kushina sneaking bites from the dining table from time to time, Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Mito finally realized who Uzumaki Naruto took after. One more bite. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Namikaze Minato turn around, Uzumaki Kushina quietly stretched out her sinful little hand toward the dish Uzumaki Ryunosuke had cooked, muttering softly under her breath. Watch it. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito stepped forward and swatted away Uzumaki Kushina's sinful little hand. Then, under the shocked gazes of the three, she naturally grabbed the dish Uzumaki Kushina had just been about to take and swallowed it in one bite. Still this delicious. Sensing the gaze from the kitchen, Uzumaki Mito gave Uzumaki Ryunosuke a thumbs up with righteous conviction. In the end, this meal also ended in laughter and conversation. After everything was cleaned up, no one in the room kept playing around either. They all tidied up and went to sleep. And that night, for the vast majority of people in Konoha, it was a sleepless night. But for some people it was a night of sound and peaceful sleep. Soon, the next day arrived as promised, and the whole of Konoha once again returned to the hectic process of repairs. Inside the Hokage building, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the clan heads and jonin of the various Konoha clans gathered together. Today, what they needed to resolve was the problems inside Konoha. Then, since everyone is here, I'll keep this brief. I only have 3 demands for all your clans and the other shinobi. Fairness, and still fairness. Looking at the people present, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stated his demands for the various clans and shinobi, but these demands left the clan heads and jonin utterly confused. The people in the room looked at one another, and in the end it was Namikaze Minato who had to be the unlucky one to speak up. Lord Ryunosuke, could you be more specific about those 3 demands? Sitting in the seat of honor, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the confused people below and then explained. The first fairness is toward the sound ninja who came with me and were originally under Orochimaru. I need you to treat them all equally, because from now on, they'll be new villagers of Konoha. Of course, if they break the rules, then handle it according to Konoha's village regulations. The second fairness is aimed at the former Konoha higher-ups. All the wrongful convictions, false accusations, and unreasonable arrangements made during their time in office must be dug out as soon as possible. And they must make amends. Of course, just like with Hitaki Kakashi's father. For consequences caused by decisions that were wrong from the start, we must bear them as well. So in the future, if you uncover any dead shinobi who suffered the same kind of injustice as Hitaki Kakashi's father, you can go to Orochimaru. After Orochimaru uses Edo Tensei for you, come find me, and I'll help you revive them. Of course, there are conditions for this too. I'll only help if they were loyal to Konoha, this village. Don't bring me someone from another hidden village. If I find out, I'll send the two of you back to the Pure Land together. The last fairness is about the places occupied by the former Konoha higher-ups that didn't belong to them in the first place. Like the old Senju clan compound, Namikaze Minato's own house, the places occupied by Root and so on, using other people's things to support their own clans. This also has to be resolved. Sarutobi Asuma, I heard you're now the head of the Sarutobi clan. This matter will be handled by you. Take it as atonement for your father. Also, let me say this here. I personally hold no malice toward innocent people. As long as you do your jobs properly, I can let the past go. But if anything like this happens again in the future, then I can only say sorry to all of you in advance. After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's arrangements, Sarutobi Asuma nodded numbly. In the end, this first meeting after the Konoha War ended amid everyone's laughter and conversation. Everyone was looking forward to a better tomorrow for Konoha. As everyone in the conference room received their orders and left, Uzumaki Ryunosuke also stood up and stretched his body after sitting for an entire morning. Alright, then bring Orochimaru and the rest of Akatsuki in. We've wasted too much time. While stretching, Uzumaki Ryunosuke subconsciously said this to Namikaze Minato beside him. And Namikaze Minato, after hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, subconsciously went out to call Orochimaru and the others, even remembering to close the door on his way out. Do things like this really need a Hokage to go personally? After hearing the door close, Uzumaki Ryunosuke subconsciously turned back, only to find that it was Namikaze Minato who had gone out. He was a little baffled. Meanwhile, on the way to invite Orochimaru and the others, Namikaze Minato also realized something was off as he walked. Standing there speechlessly and conflicted, looking back at the road he had just taken, Namikaze Minato could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head and go personally. He didn't keep Uzumaki Ryunosuke waiting in the conference room for long before using Flying Thunder God to bring Orochimaru and the members of Akatsuki into the room. So this is Flying Thunder God. It's amazing. Deidara was also very interested in his own instant movement. After coming out, he subconsciously looked around, then saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke standing by the window and immediately stopped fooling around, standing quietly back in place. Lord Ryunosuke, everyone has been brought here. Namikaze Minato stepped forward and reported to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who had already become a secretary, Uzumaki Ryunosuke could only nod mechanically. You did well, but next time just hand this kind of thing over to the ANBU. Doing it yourself is beneath your identity as Hokage. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words made Namikaze Minato, who was already embarrassed, even more embarrassed, but he could only smile helplessly and agree with what Uzumaki Ryunosuke said. Alright, I called you here to make arrangements for your identities going forward. The suggestions I gave you before can remain unchanged. Of course, if you have any requests, you can bring them up now. No longer looking at Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Ryunosuke shifted his gaze to Orochimaru and the members of Akatsuki. I don't have any other demands. I just want to be able to make some of my own money outside. After all, the money I saved up over decades was spent by some people in less than 10 minutes. As he spoke, Kakuzu's eyes full of hatred fell on Konan. Thankfully, Konan was a cool and aloof girl. If that kind of dead-staring gaze were aimed at a normal person, they really wouldn't be able to handle it. I can make this decision, but normally you need to leave a shadow clone in Konoha to handle things. Also, I'll give you some permissions for the Shadow Legion, and you can directly use them to lend a hand and whatnot. Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought about it for a moment, then nodded in agreement. No matter how you looked at it, Kakuzu was a Kage-level fighter. It was obviously unrealistic to keep him locked inside Konoha all the time. It would be better to just let him out and have the giant shadow keep an eye on him normally. Kakuzu also knew very well that although Uzumaki Ryunosuke said he was giving him authority over the Shadow Legion so they could help him, it was definitely also to monitor him in the dark. Kakuzu had no complaints about this. He had seen Uzumaki Ryunosuke directing those Shadow Legion ninjas to move things around several times. With such good subordinates, not using them would be a waste. Then I want to go out with Kakuzu too. Staying in the village all day is too boring. And this damn village doesn't even have anyone who believes in Lord Evil God. How disgusting. Seeing that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had agreed to Kakuzu's request, Haiden immediately followed up with his own. At the same time, he was still brooding over the fact that none of Konoha's villagers followed Lord Evil God. His temper was absolutely terrible right now. If Haiden didn't know better, knowing he couldn't beat Uzumaki Ryunosuke and couldn't lay a hand on the remaining villagers in the village, he would have already swung the bloody crescent scythe in his hands and shown these people who insulted Lord Evil God what for. After Haiden finished making his request, the rest of the Akatsuki members also put forward their own. Konan wanted to go with Yamanaka Inoichi to take care of the orphans in the Konoha orphanage. Yahiko wanted to stay by Namikaze Minato's side to learn. Nagato had no real requests, but after Uzumaki Ryunosuke's suggestion, he started taking over Shimura Danzo's position and became the new leader of Konoha's route. Of course, most of the previous ANBU personnel had died in yesterday's conflict. As for Root, it had already been wiped out in the land of Tea. Even the last survivor had been used for Edo Tensei'd to bring back Namikaze Minato. The current ANBU was still a temporary force hastily assembled. As for Root, forget about it. Nagato would have to develop it himself. As for Deidara and Sasori, they didn't have any major demands. They just wanted a place where they could create and experiment with art. Orochimaru was even simpler. He only needed a laboratory to do his experiments. As for the remaining two, Kisame had become extremely low-key and Buddhist-like ever since he was beaten up by Uzumaki Ryunosuke and learned that the Uchiha Madara he had been following all along was fake. His sense of presence was almost on par with the Aburame clan. Looking at the shark-faced man who seemed to have suddenly appeared, Uzumaki Ryunosuke recalled the awkward moment from earlier when he had searched everywhere for the Aburame clan head. The man had clearly been standing right in front of him, yet he had instinctively ignored him. Kisame, since you don't have any needs, how about becoming a Jonin instructor? Looking at Kisame, Uzumaki Ryunosuke himself couldn't think of any better position to suggest. In the end, it was Namikaze Minato who cautiously proposed it. But that suggestion shocked even Kisame himself. After all, Kisame was from Kirigakure no Sato no matter what. If people from Kirigakure found out he was working in Konoha as a Jonin instructor, who knew how furious they'd get? If you asked a normal person this, there was no way they would agree. But who was Kisame? Was he a normal person? Kisame immediately smiled and agreed. He was really looking forward to the days ahead, when he would be out on missions with Konoha Genin teams and run into shinobi from Kirigakure. What kind of scene would that be? Just thinking about it made Kisame even more excited, his body trembling slightly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Namikaze Minato glanced at the strangely acting Kisame, then finally turned their attention to one troublesome person. Uchiha Itachi. This man even Namikaze Minato didn't know what to do with. In the end, they came up with a solution that wasn't really a solution at all and transferred Uchiha Itachi back to the ANBU. And just like that, everyone's positions were assigned. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the people standing below and slowly spoke. Alright then, I can agree to all of your requests. But considering that all of you were once missing Nin from other villages, or missing Nin from our own village, from now on, your identities as missing Nin can no longer be used. So in the days ahead, all of you will live as Konoha shinobi. That's all I have to say. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder, then strode out of the meeting room, leaving behind a group of people staring brightly at Namikaze Minato. After leaving the Hokage building, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the sky and found that it was already nearing noon. He then headed toward the little shop called Ichiraku Ramen that Uzumaki Naruto had mentioned before. When he was out shopping with Uzumaki Mito yesterday, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already noticed that unusual noodle shop. What made it unusual was that most of Konoha's buildings had suffered varying degrees of damage. Yet that noodle shop could be said to be completely unharmed. You had to know, the location of Ichiraku Ramen was considered a fairly busy area. There were many shops and residences around it. But in such a bustling place, only Ichiraku Ramen's building suffered minor damage. And that minor damage had been caused when the villagers were being chased by the Shadow Legion soldiers and, in order to survive, instinctively threw stones at them, and one of those stones hit the shop. So Uzumaki Ryunosuke had a vivid memory of this special ramen shop as well. Thinking about it, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already reached the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. He lifted the norin hanging at the door and stepped inside. What entered Uzumaki Ryunosuke's eyes was a small shop that didn't look particularly special. Oh, you must be Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke. May I ask what you'd like to order? The owner, Tuchi Ichiraku, naturally noticed Uzumaki Ryunosuke after he came in. Once he clearly saw who it was, he immediately became a bit restrained and politely asked him, "Just give me some noodles. I don't really have any requirements." Uzumaki Ryunosuke casually found a seat, glanced at the menu and waved his hand. He handed the choice over completely. Tuchi Ichiraku looked at how unconcerned Uzumaki Ryunosuke was with his ramen shop, and immediately felt a surge of anger as a ramen shop owner. He looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke somewhat unhappily and said, "In that case, I'll show you what I can do. Please take a look at my skills." After saying that, Tuchi Ichiraku turned around and started making the bowl of noodles he felt could conquer Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Watching Tuchi Ichiraku suddenly change his aura, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was a little puzzled, so he looked curiously at the girl standing nearby. "I'm very sorry, but whenever it involves noodles, my father always gets this strange burst of motivation. Tuchi had originally felt a little awkward seeing her father looking so serious, but when she saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke's puzzled expression, she still spoke up to explain on her father's behalf. So, just a very ordinary ramen shop owner. If Uzumaki Ryunosuke had been merely interested in the matter of the Ichiraku ramen shop before, then now he had completely let down his guard. After all, Uzumaki Ryunosuke knew his own sensing had never gone wrong. And in his senses, the father and daughter in front of him were just two ordinary villagers. Alright, Ichiraku Special, Ichiraku Ramen, Ryunosuke-sama Edition. While Ryunosuke was still thinking, Tuchi had already placed the bowl of noodles in front of him. Looking at the steaming bowl of ramen before him, Ryunosuke, who hadn't been that hungry to begin with, was actually tempted into feeling hungry by the smell drifting off it. Then I'll dig in. Ryunosuke gave a slight nod, picked up the chopsticks on the table, and started stirring the noodles. Then, under Tuchi's solemn gaze, he took his first bite. Very good. Seeing Ryunosuke's satisfied expression, the worry in Tuchi's heart finally settled back down, and he smiled from the bottom of his heart. After finishing the noodles, Ryunosuke strolled over to the death forest, which was surrounded by barbed wire fencing. Not long after stepping into the forest, Ryunosuke heard a huge commotion, and his heart instantly tightened. Could something have happened to Kurama and Shikaku? Thinking of that, Ryunosuke quickened his pace and rushed toward the source of the sound. Then Ryunosuke saw the two-tailed beasts fighting each other. Clearly, the earlier noise had been made by the two of them fighting. After learning what had happened, fury suddenly surged from the bottom of Ryunosuke's heart. You two bastards! With a furious roar, Ryunosuke descended from the sky. His clenched fist carried the immense power of the Ox Talisman and the momentum of falling from above, smashing hard into Kurama and Shikaku's heads. In an instant, both giant-tailed beasts were knocked unconscious. Damn it, boss. Why the hell were you so heavy-handed? Do you know I got a concussion from that? After a long while, just as the sun was about to set, the two-tailed beasts slowly woke up. The moment Kurama opened his eyes, he started rubbing the huge lump on his head and complaining to Ryunosuke. Shikaku was also quietly rubbing the bump on top of his head on the side, staring at Ryunosuke without saying anything. Who told you two to have nothing better to do than fight and make such a huge racket? I thought something happened to you. Ryunosuke didn't respond to that. Instead, he scolded the two-tailed beasts for their mistake. Alright, let us get to the point. I came here this time to ask what you two plan to do next. Are you just going to stay in the forest? Or do you have other plans? Before Kurama and Shikaku could speak, Ryunosuke immediately cut them off, stuffing their words back into their stomachs. Of course we're following you, boss. What else is there to say? Since Ryunosuke had brought up the matter, Kurama also voiced his own thoughts. By the way, the Ninetales had already been completely merged by Ryunosuke yesterday, when the Ninetales attacked Konoha with Naruto Uzumaki. In other words, the current Ninetales was already complete. Kurama's words were strongly agreed with by Shikaku. After all, in their eyes, apart from the Sage of Six Paths, Ryunosuke was the one who treated them best in this world. At the very least, he didn't treat tailed beasts like the rest of the ninja world did, as mere tools of war. In Ryunosuke's hands, they at least still had the most basic right to choose. So after the one man and two beasts finished talking, Ryunosuke took an orange-red little fox and a yellow-brown raccoon dog home. As soon as they walked through the door, the others in the house couldn't help but come up and play with the two incredibly cute tailed beasts, especially Uzumaki Kushina. Until dinner, Kurama had been suffering in Kushina's hands the entire time. As for Shikaku, he was lying quietly in the arms of Uzumaki Mito, occasionally mocking Kurama, who had been turned into a toy by Kushina. Thus, a world where only Kurama got hurt was born. And if Kurama hadn't been worried about Ryunosuke, he would have long since reverted to his true form and properly counterattacked Kushina. Damn it, Kushina. Let go of me already. I'm not your pet toy. At night, when Kurama learned that Uzumaki Kushina planned to hug him to sleep, he finally couldn't take it anymore. A miserable howl instantly spread throughout all of Konoha. This immediately frightened the original villagers of Konoha, who thought that the Ninetales incident from back then was about to happen again. Just as the whole of Konoha was undergoing repairs according to the arrangements made by Ryunosuke and Minato Namikaze, news of Ryunosuke leading a group of people to wipe out the third Hokage gradually spread through the ninja world, shocking everyone. At that time, as long as you walked into any tavern or restaurant, you could hear people drinking and chatting about this matter. Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Why does that name sound so familiar? In Kumogakure, in the land of lightning, the fourth Raikage, A, was listening to a report from one of his shinobi about the news coming from Konoha. Just as A was thinking about where he had heard that familiar name before, his female secretary, Mabui, standing beside him, spoke up. Uzumaki Ryunosuke was the person the first Raikage and the others were extremely wary of back then. He was the young clan head of the Uzumaki clan that was wiped out. Oh, that person. I finally remembered where he had seen that name after Mabui reminded him. I remember the record saying he was on the same level as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, one of the 3 heroes of the Warring States period. But I also remember the record saying Uzumaki Ryunosuke was already dead, didn't he? Supposedly he was assassinated by unknown people and died. Why is that old fossil from the Warring States period alive again now? I was somewhat puzzled by Ryunosuke's sudden appearance. At this point, Mabui continued to add, according to the information sent back by the spies we planted in Konoha, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was originally brought back to life by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei'd. But it seems like he had some method of reviving himself, so he revived himself. What? Revived himself? After hearing this, I stood up excitedly and punched the desk in front of him, smashing it to pieces. Looking at the excited Mabui said a little helplessly, Reikage-sama, this is already the 7th desk you've broken this month. Hearing Mabui's complaining voice, I only silently shook off the desk debris that had flown into his shoe, then waved his hand carelessly. That stuff doesn't matter. What you just said about him being able to revive himself, was that true? Is that reviving jutsu some forbidden secret technique? I didn't care at all about Mabui's complaint. He was only extremely interested in the jutsu that could revive Ryunosuke himself, thinking to himself, as long as I can obtain that kind of jutsu, then father. Unfortunately, regarding this matter, our spies didn't find anything. After all, not long after Ryunosuke appeared, he left Konoha. However, our spies discovered that among the people who returned to Konoha with Ryunosuke, there was the 4th Hokage. So we suspect that Ryunosuke's jutsu can completely revive others, and it's very likely a forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan that was wiped out back then. Mabui's words first drove hope into the ground, then sent it soaring into the sky. According to Mabui, although no one knew exactly how Uzumaki Ryunosuke brought people back to life, it was very clear that his secret technique could indeed revive others. That made A.'s original plan to simply seize A off the bat vanish. So we can only think of another way. Looking at A, who had fallen into deep thought, Mabui had already guessed what he was thinking. However, she did not intend to get too involved in this matter. She simply reminded A, Lord Reikage, our relationship with Konoha is not exactly good, and the 4th Hokage's wife is also a member of the Uzumaki clan of Uzumaki Ryunosuke. You also know what we did before. With these connections, I don't think Uzumaki Ryunosuke will agree to your request. After all, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Minato Namikaze are not like 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. They won't be as weak as Sarutobi Hiruzen. I think you understand that too. Who was already in a foul mood, became even more irritable after hearing Mabui's words. According to the records of the first Reikage, although Uzumaki Ryunosuke was mentioned on the same level as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, his danger level was far above those two. After all, no matter how dangerous Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were, they were still just one person. Person had limits. If a group fought one person, there was always a chance to catch an opening. But in the first Reikage's records, Uzumaki Ryunosuke possessed a secret technique that could summon ninjas from shadows, and those shadow ninjas were endless. Even if they were killed, new ones would emerge from the shadows again. In other words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke alone was equal to an entire ninja village, and even more exaggerated than that. This was also the reason the Reikage had once sent ninjas to the Uzumaki clan, to obtain that one man is a village secret technique. Shadows? Thinking of what the first Reikage had written, I stared blankly at his own shadow on the ground. It was something that normally felt like it barely existed, but now, after thinking about Uzumaki Ryunosuke's power, he actually felt that even his own shadow was unimaginably dangerous at this moment. No, this kind of monster is too dangerous. Mabui, send the message. Say that I'll take the lead and hold a 5-Kage summit in the Land of Iron. The specific matter is to discuss Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Yes, Lord Reikage. After receiving the Reikage's order, Mabui quickly walked down to arrange the specific matters. As for the ninja who had just reported, he had already withdrawn after finishing his report. At the same time, in Iwagakure of the Land of Earth, the 3rd Tsuchikage, known as Inoki of the Tuton technique, was also venting his anger from the Tsuchikage seat. That bastard Deidara. First he ran off to Akatsuki, and now he ran to Konoha, and even became a ninja of Konoha. Is he trying to anger me to death? Looking at the intel in his hand, Inoki's beard nearly flew up from rage. He slammed the desk hard to show his anger, but after only a few hits, his body suddenly stiffened, and then he seemed to deflate quite a bit. My back. Inoki clutched his old waist, unable to even catch his breath for a moment. Fortunately, his son Kuratsuchi helped massage him gently beside him, which made Inoki feel much better. What's the big deal? Big brother Deidara wearing a Konoha forehead protector is pretty handsome too. Seeing his unserious daughter, Kuratsuchi, who was helping Inoki massage him, said with anger on his face. Enough, Kuratsuchi. Don't anger your grandpa at a time like this. Really, TCH. It was obvious that Kuratsuchi did not care about her apparently angry father. She kept looking at the photo in her hand of Deidara wearing a Konoha forehead protector. It had been sent together with the intel in Inoki's hands. Lord Tsuchikage, news just came in from the 4th Raikage side. They said the Raikage will take the lead in holding a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron to discuss matters regarding Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Just then, a ninja from Iwagakure entered from the door and reported the news that had just come from the Land of Lightning. Inoki clearly froze when he heard it. Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Hearing that name, Inoki clearly did not quite believe it at first. He hurriedly picked up the message on the desk again, and it indeed reported information related to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Clearly, Inoki, who had just been focused on his disciple, had not noticed such important news. After fully reading the message in his hand, Inoki said to the ninja who had just reported, "You go reply to the Raikage and say that this old man understands. I will attend the 5 Kage summit on time." Just as Raikage A and Tsuchikage Inoki received the message from Konoha, Sunagakure and Kirigakure, as 2 of the 5 great ninja villages, also received the news one after another. At this time, Chiyo in Sunagakure was sitting in the Kazekage seat, looking at the intel in her hand. Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Such a dangerous person has appeared in the ninja world again? This is really too reckless. Looking at the intel concerning Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Chiyo's thoughts drifted back to the era of her childhood along with the photo attached to the intel. Back then, it had not been long since the various countries had followed Hashirama Senju's lead and established their own ninja villages. The now elderly Chiyo was only a little girl at the time, but even then, she had already heard of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's great name. Young clan heir of the Uzumaki clan, a war machine with strange black soldiers by his side, a master of sealing techniques in the ninja world, and the title of the 3 heroes of the warring states, these were all referring to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. At that time, Chiyo was very curious about what the frightening Uzumaki Ryunosuke her elders spoke of actually looked like. But only a few years later, Chiyo heard the news of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's death. For this, Chiyo had even felt lost for a while, because with Uzumaki Ryunosuke's death, she would never again be able to see the man who had made even the adults of Sunagakure fearful. And then today, Uzumaki Ryunosuke once again appeared in the ninja world. This time, Chiyo finally knew what the Uzumaki Ryunosuke she had longed for all those years looked like. Looking once more at the red-haired young man in the photo, who carried natural authority even when angry, Chiyo tightly squeezed the photo in her hand and said with some anger, "A person who's already dead, what is he coming back to the ninja world for?" Then Chiyo tiredly let go, and looked down at the intel. But then boom! That bastard! This old woman will definitely kill him. Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Ebizo on the side was directly frightened half to death by his sister's outburst. Confused, he looked at the intel in Chiyo's hand, and it turned out that it mentioned her grandson named Sasori. "Sister, don't get so angry. It's bad for your health." After learning what was going on, Ebizo first tried to calm his sister down. That bastard Sasori actually followed Uzumaki Ryunosuke to Konoha. What is he doing? Does he not know his parents were killed by Konoha's White Fang? Does he think he can face his dead parents like this? The more Chiyo muttered, the angrier she became. By the end, she could not even breathe properly. She could only gulp in huge breaths while glaring fiercely at the matter mentioned in the intel. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, it's all his fault. I will never forgive him. Although the intel did not say why Sasori joined Konoha, Chiyo knew this had to be related to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. And just like that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke inexplicably ended up being targeted by an old lady. "Lord Chiyo, news has come from Kumogakure. The 4th Raikage A plans to hold a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. Saying it is about Uzumaki Ryunosuke." Before the ninja under her had even finished reporting, Chiyo only heard Uzumaki Ryunosuke's name and loudly answered, "Promise them. Send back a message saying we agree. This old woman will go to the meeting as the acting Kazekage." Yes. Lady Chiyo. The sand shinobi who had just come in to report was startled by Chiyo's excited reaction. After a brief moment of shock, he hurriedly stood up, finished speaking, and went back to deliver the message. On the other side of the sea, Mei Terumi, dressed in a fishnet outfit, lazily looked at the intelligence in her hand. Though she seemed to be reading the report, she was actually staring at a photo of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, secretly swallowing her saliva. Uzumaki Ryunosuke? So handsome. I wonder if he's married. Seeing their own Mizukage acting like a love-struck girl, Ao and Chojuro were already sweating bullets. They all knew their Mizukage wanted to get married. But did she really need to turn into this just from looking at a photo? Mizukage-sama, please mind your image. In the end, Chojuro really couldn't take it anymore. Only after seeing Genjutsu enter the room did he quietly remind their Mizukage. Unfortunately, Mei Terumi, lost in her fantasies, didn't hear her loyal subordinate's kind reminder. As a result, Genjutsu caught her red-handed. As the Mizukage, your behavior is too rude. Mei Terumi. Genjetsu's roar snapped Mei Terumi out of her fangirling. Facing the furious Genjetsu, she hurriedly straightened her clothes, and still managed to ask in between, Genjetsu-sama, did you come here because... Genjetsu looked at the flustered Mei Terumi and could only sigh helplessly. 4th Reikage A of Kumogakure just sent a message. They plan to hold a 5 Kage summit regarding Uzumaki Ryunosuke. You must take this seriously. If possible, try not to come into conflict with Uzumaki Ryunosuke. From the way you say it, Genjetsu-sama, do you know this Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Now that it was a serious matter, Mei Terumi finally looked a bit more like the 5th Mizukage, staring at Genjetsu with a solemn expression. Yes. I remember it was at the end of the Warring States period. The 1st Mizukage and I were planning to follow Senju Hashirama's example and establish our own hidden village when we heard news about Uzumaki Ryunosuke. It was a warm dusk. At this moment, a person with a dumpling-shaped nose suddenly appeared in time and space, making an immediate stop gesture.
Hello, I'm Achiha Shisui.
Please stop your water-patting behavior at once. So Uzumaki Ryunosuke is an extremely dangerous person. After hearing Genjetsu's story, Mei Terumi finally heard the fear toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke hidden between the lines. It was a terror deeply carved into the bones. Yes, and this time, even though it looks like the 4 great hidden villages are joining forces against Uzumaki Ryunosuke, it's still best not to clash with him head-on. That's the best outcome. Alright, I understand, Genjetsu-sama. Mei Terumi looked straight into Genjetsu's eyes and nodded solemnly. Seeing her like this, Genjetsu was still worried, but he could only let them do as they wished. After all, he did not have much time left to live. Even if he wanted to do more for Kirigakure, he lacked both the strength and the energy. Byakuren, please bless the village. On the way back, Genjetsu looked up at the foggy sky and silently pleaded in his heart. Let me use the last bit of my strength for the village. For these juniors, Byakuren, your spirit in heaven had better support me. In the end, under Genjetsu's worry, Mei Terumi set out for the land of iron with Chojuro and Ao. At the same time, the Kages of the other 3 hidden villages also brought their guards and headed for the land of iron. Each of them had different motives, but in the end, their final goal was the same. While the hidden villages were looking at their intelligence reports, Uzumaki Ryunosuke led Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto into the Hokage building. Ah, Lord Ryunosuke. Nara Shikaku looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke approaching and politely greeted him. Ah, Shikaku, are you going somewhere? After recognizing the person who greeted him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded back. Yes, I'm about to go arrange things for the new ANBU. Then if you have something to do, go ahead and take care of it. After hearing Nara Shikaku's reply, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded and stepped aside to let him pass first. Then I'll take my leave. Nara Shikaku quickly left the Hokage building and headed toward the ANBU area. Now it's our business. Let's go. Watching Nara Shikaku leave, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned to Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto and said this before pushing open the door to the Hokage office. Minato Namikaze, who was working inside, was drawn by the sound of the door opening. After seeing who had come in, Minato first smiled happily. Lord Ryunosuke, Kushina, and Naruto. Is there something you need from me? Although Minato was very happy to see who had come, that happiness came with a lot of confusion, because he really couldn't figure out what Uzumaki Ryunosuke bringing Uzumaki Kushina and her son here was for. After locking the door, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Minato Namikaze with a serious expression. Lord Ryunosuke, may I ask what's going on? Uzumaki Ryunosuke's unblinking stare made Minato feel uneasy, and even his voice began to tremble a little. I came here today because of one thing. As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke released Uchiha Obito from the Shadow Kingdom, and it was Obito's appearance that made Minato, who had just been sitting in the Hokage's seat, stare in shock before quickly stepping over to the person lying on the ground. Obito, how are you here? Minato helped the figure on the ground up and asked Uchiha Obito in confusion. He clearly remembered that Obito had already heroically sacrificed himself during the Third Shinobi World War, so what was going on now? Countless questions surged into Minato's mind the instant he saw Uchiha Obito, but because of his confusion and excitement, he couldn't say a single word. He could only stare at Obito like that. Ah, right, there was one more. Seeing Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly remembered another thing he had sealed and tossed into the Shadow Kingdom. But when Uzumaki Ryunosuke searched the Shadow Kingdom, he couldn't find it anywhere. In the end, after his questioning, he learned that Black Zetsu had taken advantage of the moment when Uzumaki Naruto fully summoned the Shadow Corps soldiers and possessed one of the ninja soldiers to escape. Damn it, that Black Zetsu is still just as slippery as ever. Even after being sealed inside the Shadow Kingdom, he could still get away. What a damn ghost. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly get angry, Uzumaki Kushina was a little confused. Uncle Grandpa, what's wrong? Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt there was no need to add to anyone else's worries over this matter. Besides, a small-time nobody who could only do sneaky little things from the shadows was not worth mentioning at all. so he waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Let's deal with this brat first." As he said that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Uchiha Obito with an unfriendly expression. At this moment, Minato suddenly stepped in front of Obito, looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with a face full of guilt.
Lord Ryunosuke.
Although I do feel bad for Kushina, I still want to find out why Obito did this, so please leave this matter to me. Please. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze suddenly bowed to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. When Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto Uzumaki saw their husband and father doing this, they also looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with pleading faces. This instantly left Uzumaki Ryunosuke completely flustered, at a total loss. "You three bastards. Do you think I'm some kind of bad guy? Seriously, if I'd known this would be so troublesome, I should just done it myself back then. I've been keeping it in the Black Shadow Kingdom for so long for nothing." TSK. Uzumaki Ryunosuke sat down on the sofa in anger, his expression turning a little ugly. Seeing him like that, Minato Namikaze felt even more guilty. Thankfully, with Kushina's signal, Naruto quickly ran over to Porti for Uzumaki Ryunosuke and even massaged his shoulders. Only then did Uzumaki Ryunosuke's expression finally improve a bit. Once Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked normal again, Minato also hurriedly poured several cups of water for Obito Uchiha, who had gone without water for a long time. Obito didn't hold back either, and after drinking a full 4 large cups of water, he finally recovered. "Obito, what exactly happened to you? Why did you become the masked man? And didn't Kakashi say back then that you had already died in battle? What the hell is going on?" Looking at his teacher and teacheress wife, both of whom were anxious before him, Obito Uchiha's long-dormant heart started beating again. Carrying the anger, dissatisfaction, and last trace of guilt from back then, Obito Uchiha told them everything that had happened. After hearing it, Minato and the others were shocked, but Uzumaki Ryunosuke showed a teasing expression. "From what you're saying, you mean Madara, who once mocked Hashirama as an idiot, ended up becoming an idiot himself after that." Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke smiling, everyone present except the confused Naruto Uzumaki all showed speechless expressions. "So after Obito Uchiha told you all that, the only thing you remember is that Uchiha Madara got tricked by Black Zetsu and became an idiot? Is that how the brain of an old man from the Warring States period works?" After being shocked by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's thought process for a moment, Minato opened the door and called over the ANBU standing guard nearby, telling them to bring Kakashi Hatake here. Not long after, Kakashi Hatake, who had "I have no will to live" written all over his face, swayed into the Hokage's office. The moment he entered, Kakashi saw Obito Uchiha standing in the center of the room. After trying to open and close the door several times, he was finally dragged in by the impatient Kushina. "Obito, it really is you." Dragged in, Kakashi finally accepted reality. Excitedly staring at his friend who had died who knew how long ago, he immediately started poking and grabbing Obito Uchiha in front of everyone present. Unable to stand Kakashi's touching anymore, Obito Uchiha directly slapped away the hand that was still trying to verify whether he was real or fake. He glared at Kakashi with rage on his face, his voice low as he asked, "When I was pinned under the rocks back then, what did you promise me? You clearly promised me you'd take good care of Rin, and yet not long after I died, Rin was killed by you too. Is that how you kept your promise to me?" As he spoke, Obito Uchiha took advantage of everyone's momentary distraction and suddenly pulled out the kunai he had kept on him, stabbing it toward Kakashi. "Stop!" The first to react was Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Already harboring resentment toward Obito Uchiha, Uzumaki Ryunosuke simply snatched the kunai from Obito's hand and stabbed straight through his heart. Having lost his heart, Obito Uchiha coughed up a mouthful of blood. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, expression unchanged, pulled out the arm that had already pierced through Obito's body. As the arm was withdrawn, Obito coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Obito!" Seeing his friend spitting blood, Kakashi rushed forward anxiously to check on him, only to have his hand slapped away by Obito. "Actually, I knew everything that happened to Rin back then. The white Zetsu monitoring you told me everything. But I never expected Kakashi, you to be so weak that you actually killed Rin." As he spoke, Obito placed both hands over his hollow heart and said to Kakashi, "You saw it, didn't you? There's already nothing in my heart. I can't even feel pain. I used to be full of pain, but later I realized all of it was meaningless. You think I was wrong? The one that's wrong is this world full of despair. A world full of despair has no value for existence. That's the reason I worked with Madara. I'm going to create a world with only Rin in it. Obito, after you died back then, Rin and I were both deeply saddened too. We also hoped you were alive. But none of that was the reason you went after the teacher's wife, and even Naruto back then. You." Kakashi Hatake was still trying to persuade Obito Uchiha, who had fallen into madness, but who would have thought Obito would directly cut him off and calmly say, "Whether I lived or died doesn't matter at all. But if I had to give a reason, it would be because you stood by and did nothing when it came to Rin." Seeing the cold look on Obito Uchiha's face, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he muttered in a daze. So this is why you disguised yourself as the masked man and unleashed the Ninetales to attack the village? Humph, I'm no one, and I don't want to become anyone. This world is full of despair everywhere. A world full of despair has no value for existence. Watching Obito Uchiha, already completely deranged, Kakashi, Minato, and Kushina were all stunned. Who could have imagined that the good kid who once aimed to become Hokage and help the village's elders everywhere had turned into this? Smack! At that moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly slapped Obito Uchiha across the face. The loud sound dragged the stunned group back to reality once more. Looking at the defiant Obito Uchiha, Uzumaki Ryunosuke said lazily, "So your so-called Moon Eye Plan S Super Genjutsu is a reality full of hope? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Lived in it? Have you seen your so-called Rin in there?" Facing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's string of questions, Obito Uchiha couldn't answer for a moment. After all, who would go play around inside a genjutsu for no reason? Besides, the things needed to complete the Moon Eye Plan hadn't even been gathered yet. How could Obito have possibly seen it? Seeing Obito Uchiha fall silent, Uzumaki Ryunosuke also understood the truth of the matter and sneered. "So you knew nothing at all? And just because of what Uchiha Madara said, you believed everything? And when I stabbed through your heart just now, I clearly felt something strange on it. If I'm not wrong, that is a curse mark Madara placed on you, right?" Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke lay everything bare, Obito Uchiha no longer bothered hiding anything and directly faced him. "You've already figured it out. What's left to say? What? Are you trying to squeeze more intel out of me?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke smiled and shook his head, then pointed at himself and asked Obito Uchiha, "Do you know who I am?" Obito Uchiha was a little thrown off by the sudden leap in logic, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the young clan head of the Uzumaki clan?" But Obito Uchiha never would have expected Uzumaki Ryunosuke to raise his right index finger and wag it slightly, signaling that his answer was wrong. "You only got one of my identities right. Since you know I'm the young chief of the Uzumaki clan, then you should understand what the Uzumaki clan became famous for in the ninja world. Sealing jutsu?" Uchiha Obito seemed to think of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "You guessed right. The curse mark on your heart was one of the jutsu I created back then. To be precise, it was something Uchiha Madara asked me to help create. I remember he was worried that the clans joining Konoha might betray Konoha, so he asked me to create a sealing jutsu that could restrain their actions without controlling their minds. And that's how this curse mark came to be. But unfortunately, because Hashirama strongly opposed it, those clans that joined Konoha escaped disaster. But who would have thought that, in the end, this curse mark would be used by Madara on his own clan members? What irony!" Uzushio Ryunosuke clapped his hands with a smile, then poked at the chest of Uchiha Obito, whose body had already recovered, and said, "Do you know what effects this curse mark has?" Seeing that Obito said nothing, Uzushio Ryunosuke instantly lost interest, but in order to explain it to the others, he continued, "The purpose of this curse mark is to turn someone into a puppet on strings. If the person tries to remove it from within their body, their actions will be suppressed. That's just what this curse mark is." Then Uzushio Ryunosuke slowly took a sip of the tea Naruto Uzumaki had poured for him, and smiled as he looked at everyone present. Very quickly, Namikaze Minato was the first to react. "Lord Ryunosuke, do you mean that Rin had this kind of thing on her too? So that's why she couldn't say the reason, and could only let Kakashi kill her?" Namikaze Minato's answer made Uzushio Ryunosuke happily slap his thigh, and he laughed. "That's right. You've got a talent for answering questions. With this curse mark on her, even suicide wouldn't be possible. I'm sure Obito, you know that, but someone figured it out even earlier than you did, and found a way to break it even earlier." Uzushio Ryunosuke looked at the shocked Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, then continued, "Looking at it, you two are complete idiots. Aren't you? You can't even compare to a little girl. Honestly, I kinda want to meet her now. What does such a smart girl even look like?" As he spoke, Uzushio Ryunosuke began to drift off mentally, leaving the rest of the matter to others to handle. And after hearing Uzushio Ryunosuke's explanation, Uchiha Obito fell completely into a dazed state. Hatake Kakashi was the same. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito roared loudly. "Then you're saying Uchiha Madara was the real killer who murdered Rin? How could that be? How could that be?" Uchiha Obito tightly clutched his head. He couldn't accept this fact no matter what. The fact that he had been working for his enemy. This hurt even more than when he had seen Hatake Kakashi kill Rin in front of him back then. That flame of hatred once again ignited in Uchiha Obito's heart. "Obito, calm down." Seeing Obito holding his head and shouting, Hatake Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Obito's hands, looking at him with concern. "Obito, do you remember anything strange at the time?" At this moment, Namikaze Minato suddenly asked Uchiha Obito. That question directly stunned Obito, who was still venting his emotions. But after going through so many things, Uchiha Obito was no longer the young man he used to be. Namikaze Minato's question also made Obito start carefully recalling what had happened that day. There wasn't anything strange. After thinking for a long time, Obito still couldn't remember anything unusual, so he looked at Namikaze Minato and helplessly shook his head. But according to what Kakashi-sensei said, Obito was pinned under a huge boulder at the time, right? He was already beyond saving. So why was Uchiha Madara able to know exactly where Obito was and rescue him on time? Isn't that strange enough already? Seeing the group fall silent, Naruto Uzumaki, who was giving Uzushio Ryunosuke a massage, suddenly spoke up. And it was Naruto's words that pointed out what everyone felt was off. Right, that's it. How did Uchiha Madara know where Obito was? And during the war before, there were quite a few dead members of the Uchiha clan. Why didn't he save anyone else and only save Obito? Naruto's words directly opened Namikaze Minato's train of thought, and those two questions left Uchiha Obito speechless. Now, you can discuss things like that later. Have you already decided how to punish this kid? Uzushio Ryunosuke gently pushed away Naruto Uzumaki, who was massaging him, and stood up from the sofa, stretching his body. At the same time, he threw the question to everyone present. Hearing Uzushio Ryunosuke's question, Uchiha Obito, who had just been lost in thought, came back to his senses and looked at Uzushio Ryunosuke with a blank expression. Namikaze Minato and Hatake Kakashi also silently looked at each other, and at that moment Uzumaki Kushina suddenly spoke to Uzushio Ryunosuke. Great uncle, although I wasn't there at the time, Obito is a child we watched grow up. We know him very well, and this clearly means Uchiha Madara deceived Obito. Please forgive him this once. Uzumaki Kushina's words made both Hatake Kakashi and Namikaze Minato's eyes light up, and they also looked at Uzushio Ryunosuke with eager expressions. But after hearing Uzumaki Kushina's words, Uzushio Ryunosuke, who had still been stretching, suddenly froze. Slowly lowering his raised arm, he looked at Uzumaki Kushina with a dark expression. Do you know what you're saying? Uzumaki Kushina nodded very firmly, clasped her fists to her chest, and looked at Uzushio Ryunosuke with determination. I do. Although Obito did indeed do terrible things to us, that wasn't his intention. I believe Obito has already realized his mistake. And didn't you say before that this matter should be left to us? So this is the result of how you handled it. At this point, Uzushio Ryunosuke's words were already clearly full of anger. He looked at Hatake Kakashi and Namikaze Minato, and it was obvious that both of them also agreed with Uzumaki Kushina's proposal. Do you know that without me, Naruto still wouldn't know what kind of bullying he'd be suffering right now, and you people would never have had the chance to meet again. Let alone standing here safe and sound like this. I even gave you the chance to discuss this criminal, and this is the result of your discussion. The more Uzushio Ryunosuke spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, he even loudly shouted at Uzumaki Kushina. Seeing Uzushio Ryunosuke already furious, Uzumaki Kushina was also somewhat afraid in her heart. But looking at the people standing there, Uzumaki Kushina knew that at this moment only she could speak normally with Uzushio Ryunosuke, and then she once again gathered her courage. But this has already changed. Hasn't it? We were also furious at the masked man who suddenly attacked before. When I found out that the masked man was Obito, I became even angrier. But everyone has been discussing this here for so long, and the root of this matter is Uchiha Madara. In this matter, Obito was just deceived by Uchiha Madara. Great uncle, we should be targeting Uchiha Madara, not Obito. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, who was speaking to him at the top of her lungs, Uzushio Ryunosuke was so angry for a moment that he couldn't even say anything. The trembling index finger pointed at Kushina Uzumaki, but in the end, could only be lowered helplessly. Humph. Let us see how you're gonna clean this up then. With that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke abruptly pushed open the door to the Hokage office, startling the people eavesdropping outside. Great uncle, don't be angry. Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had suddenly opened the door, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. She blurted out that line awkwardly. Who would have thought that after hearing that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's expression would turn even darker. He waved a hand and strode off, leaving the group standing there, looking at each other in silence. In the end, it was Kushina Uzumaki who broke the silence first. Looking at Uchiha Obito in front of her, Kushina planned to pat his head like she had done back then, but she quickly realized that she was clearly too short now. In the end, Kushina could only settle for second best and touch the left side of Uchiha Obito's face, which was covered in patterns. She let out a soft sigh and said to Uchiha Obito, "Don't worry. After this is over, Great Uncle won't make things hard for you anymore. Just stay in Konoha like you used to." After saying that, Kushina Uzumaki took Naruto Uzumaki's hand and left. She still had to hurry back and tell Grandma Mito about the situation here, and ask Grandma Mito to persuade the angry great uncle. After Kushina Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki left, the few people standing at the door also walked in. When Minato Namikaze saw that the ones who had come were Tsunade, Jiraiya, Nagato and Narashikaku, he asked teacher, Lady Tsunade, and you too, what brings you here together? After Minato Namikaze told Kakashi Hatake to take Uchiha Obito away, he asked them why they had come. Minato Namikaze's voice pulled the few people who were still immersed in what had just happened back to reality. Jiraiya already knew about Uchiha Obito, but what shocked him even more was that Kushina Uzumaki had actually dared to talk back to Uzumaki Ryunosuke head-on. Fourth Hokage-sama. Just now, the Cloud Ninja sent word that, regarding Uzumaki Ryunosuke-sama's revival, their fourth Raikage plans to hold a new 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. This is the detailed intelligence. Narashikaku handed the intelligence report in his hand to Minato Namikaze, and Minato Namikaze also looked at Narashikaku with a serious expression before taking it and reading it carefully. So that's how it is. They're worried about Ryunosuke-sama's Black Shadow troops. Huh? After reading the report, Minato Namikaze let out a long breath. But after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but feel a little scared too. An ability that could drill out of his shadow at any time and place. If I were an enemy of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, I'd be very worried about this ability too. After sighing for a bit, Minato Namikaze looked at the remaining people again and asked, so, is there anything else? Lady Tsunade, teacher, and Nagato. The three who were named first looked at each other, and in the end, it was Nagato who spoke first. Although I followed the young clan leader and joined you, I'm still the leader of Amigakure no Sato. After all, not to mention that I still have to stay here and continue being the leader of that so-called root organization. No matter what, I can't leave my village unmanaged for too long. Nagato's words gave Minato Namikaze a terrible headache. This situation had already lasted for several days, and the identity of Hokage was really pressing down on him so hard that he could barely breathe. In the end, after thinking for a long time, Minato Namikaze came up with a solution that was barely a solution. I remember you used to manage Amigakure under the name of Pain, right? Nagato nodded in agreement after hearing Minato Namikaze's words. Then Minato Namikaze looked straight at Nagato and said, then continue managing Amigakure. Although you're the root leader, the current route is actually empty anyway. If you have your own people, you can build one yourself. But you have to make sure your subordinates are completely loyal, and you can't leak any information about Konoha. Minato Namikaze's words made Nagato's eyes light up, but when he thought about having to return to Amigakure alone, Nagato became a little unhappy again. He couldn't bear to leave Konoha's sunlight and go back to that dark environment from before. But Nagato still nodded. At the very least, now he knew Konoha's attitude toward Amigakure, and that was a good thing. After Nagato finished, Tsunade stepped forward and slapped her hand onto Minato Namikaze's office desk. She had come to ask Minato Namikaze to agree to her going to Root to investigate the files about what happened back then. After all, Root wasn't the kind of place she could just storm into. At the very least, she needed the Hokage's permission on the surface. And although Shizune was still studying under Tsunade, the two of them no longer had the old family relationship. Now they were simply master and apprentice. As for Kato-dan, Tsunade actually understood everything in her heart. But now she no longer wanted to bring up those painful matters. This time she was going to Root's archive room to give an account to the clansmen from back then. Alright, you can decide this yourself. Looking at the murderous Tsunade, Minato Namikaze shrank into himself and gave a bitter smile while waving his hand. Last was Jiraiya. Just as Minato Namikaze was looking at Jiraiya's solemn expression and thinking that something big had happened, Jiraiya suddenly seemed to wake up, scratching the back of his head and laughing. I came to look for Ryunosuke-sama, but I saw how angry he was just now and didn't dare follow him, so I stayed here. Jiraiya's words left Minato Namikaze with a face full of black lines. But thinking back to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's expression from earlier, Minato Namikaze also nodded in deep agreement. While the Hokage office was noisy, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was walking comfortably down the streets of Konoha, and after seeing that the surrounding repair work was nearly finished, he nodded in satisfaction. Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke was taking a stroll, he ran right into Rope Tree, who had come out to buy something. Who would have thought that when Rope Tree saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he reacted like he had seen something ghostly and took off running. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had been about to greet him, immediately activated the rabbit glyph and sped over to his side, grabbing the fleeing Rope Tree by the collar. You brat! Why are you running when you see me? Did you do something shameful? Looking at the unfamiliar great uncle in front of him, Rope Tree suddenly felt an unknown grievance rise up in his heart. Tears actually began to well up in his eyes, and he looked like he was about to cry. Seeing this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke frowned tightly and scolded. A man should stand tall. Why are you crying like a little girl? What were you running for when you saw me? After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Rope Tree hurriedly wiped away his tears, then said with a face full of grievance, I really want to see Grandma. Uzumaki Ryunosuke was completely baffled by that. He looked at Rope Tree in his hand with confusion and said, Your grandma was already revived by me. If you want to see her, then go see her. Why are you telling me? Also, if I remember right, when your grandpa came out at the village gate back then, you were the first one to run, weren't you? Who knew that once Uzumaki Ryunosuke said that Rope Tree became even more like he wanted to cry. But back then, I didn't make any merits on the battlefield. And I was even blown to death by the enemy with a paper bomb. A completely embarrassed grandpa. How could I have the face to see them again? After hearing Rope Tree's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke became even more speechless. After putting Rope Tree down, he patted his head and said, "For other people, as long as they could survive the battlefield, that alone would make their families happier than any military merit ever could. After all, merit was for glory, but living on was for family." As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke took Jiraiya's hand and walked toward Uzumaki Kushina's home, all the while comforting the frightened Jiraiya along the way. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina, who had run all the way home, threw herself straight into Uzumaki Mito's arms and accused Uzumaki Ryunosuke of his crimes. "Exactly, Grandma. Great uncle even scolded me." Seeing her mother throwing a tantrum in her own great-grandmother's arms, Uzumaki Naruto's worldview shattered. And Uzumaki Mito, just like back then, sat on the bed and gently patted Uzumaki Kushina's back, comforting her. Not long after, Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked in with Jiraiya in tow. By then, Kushina, who had already heard the commotion, had returned to her earlier image of a dutiful wife and mother, though she still sneaked worried glances at Uzumaki Ryunosuke's face. After seeing that his expression was no different from usual, Kushina finally let the hanging worry in her heart drop. Looking at Jiraiya hiding behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Uzumaki Mito found it somewhat amusing. How had the same man who once shouted about becoming the second Senju Hashirama ended up so afraid to even see people? Hearing his grandmother tease him, Jiraiya's face turned even redder, and he buried his face even deeper like an ostrich. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito pulled Jiraiya out from behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke and made him stand properly before sizing up the very uncomfortable Jiraiya from head to toe. MHM. Still just like before. You look like a real man." Uzumaki Mito's warm voice soothed the uneasy heart in Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya finally gathered the courage to look at her. Looking at the beautiful woman who seemed even younger than he remembered, Jiraiya could no longer hold back his tears, and he threw himself into Uzumaki Mito's arms and cried out loud, "Grandma, I was so scared. I just died like that on the battlefield. I was so scared." Jiraiya's crying made Uzumaki Mito's voice grow choked as well. She gently patted his back, comforting the child's frightened heart. Hey, you damn fox. What do you think they're crying about?" Shikaku and Kurama were lying on top of the dressing table of Uzumaki Mito's mirror, hiding behind the mirror and secretly watching everything that had just happened. Because they were hiding there to avoid someone's claws, the two beasts did not dare speak loudly, and could only whisper in tiny squeaky voices. "Humph, you stupid raccoon dog. How could you possibly understand such a profound reason?" Kurama's reply made Shikaku's tiny bead-like eyes flash brightly, and he hurriedly asked, "So you know? Hurry up and say it." Who would have thought that Kurama would turn around and say speechlessly, "I already said the problem is profound. How could I know?" Kurama's answer immediately made Shikaku realize he had been tricked. He kicked Kurama's butt and roared, "Damn it, you hateful fox, you actually dare to play me." Because of Shikaku's fuss, Kurama immediately realized something was wrong. Their hiding place had already been exposed. Just as Shikaku was about to keep kicking Kurama, both tailed beasts were lifted up by someone. Well, so you were hiding here." Hearing that familiar voice, Shikaku also realized he had made a huge mistake. Uzumaki Kushina grabbed one tailed beast in each hand and walked right out of Uzumaki Mito's room like that. "Damn it! Let go of me, you damned woman. Lord Shikaku will not let you get away with this." Compared to the quietly obedient Kurama, Shikaku, who was born with rebel bones, clearly refused to accept his fate and struggled madly in Uzumaki Kushina's hands. And so, amid Kushina's flying red hair, Kurama was let off just like that. But Shikaku was seized and thoroughly tormented by Kushina. After Uzumaki Mito comforted Jiraiya's emotions, Jiraiya continued following Orochimaru to study under her guidance. Though right now, Orochimaru was busy researching the materials taken from the Shadow Kingdom and might not necessarily have time to care about Jiraiya. While Kushina was fooling around with Shikaku, the tailed beasts hiding all over the ninja world and inside the Jinchuriki's bodies all learned that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had returned. Even the Seven Tails and its Jinchuriki hiding behind some waterfall in Takigakure knew the news. As a result, every tailed beast in every Jinchuriki body for the first time actively begged their Jinchuriki to help them, with Isabu being the exception. All the tailed beasts hoped their Jinchuriki would bring them to find Uzumaki Ryunosuke. When Killer Bee heard Gyuki's words, he had already been sneaking around, preparing to slip out of the lightning-released deep sea. Now that Gyuki brought it up, Killer Bee also became curious about Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and the two of them discussed it before running toward Konoha. The next day, when the fourth Raikage heard that his little brother had run off, he angrily smashed the 8th table of the month, then ordered the Cloud Ninja to mobilize fully and investigate Killer B's whereabouts. Under that arrangement, Yujito, who had originally not known how to leave the village, also left Kumogakure and headed for Konoha to find the mysterious man Matatabi had said could strengthen a tailed beast. Matatabi had also told Yujito that the 8 tails would go looking for him too, so Yujito simply set off alone for Konoha. In the end, before their village's 8 tails had even been found, the 2 tails was gone too, enraging the 4th Raikage A, who immediately smashed the newly fixed 9th table to pieces. At the same time, the other Jinchuriki in the ninja world were also tricked by their respective tailed beasts into heading for Konoha. The most unusual of them was the 3 tails Isabu. It had gone alone, slipping into the sea and running over to find Uzumaki Ryunosuke by itself. A few days later, just as Namikaze Minato was taking Tsunade and Jiraiya to the Land of Iron, all the Jinchuriki who had been scattered across the ninja world were standing together at the gates of the Konoha ninja village at the exact same time. As for why it wasn't Uzumaki Ryunosuke, that was because Uzumaki Ryunosuke was too lazy to waste time traveling. He said that once he arrived, he'd just call for the ninja corps to take him there. Yo, all the Jinchuriki, all of you are here, but none of you can compare to Killer B-sama. Ooh, standing at Konoha's gates, Killer B suddenly blurted that out and rendered everyone present speechless. You guy, are you an idiot? Looking at Killer B, who was waving his arms and legs around, Rashi couldn't understand him at all. Just then, Namikaze Minato, who had been about to leave, arrived at Konoha's gates with a group of Konoha ninja. Earlier, right as he was about to depart, Minato had received a report from patrolling ninja, saying that all the Jinchuriki were gathered at Konoha's gates and had surrounded Konoha. Hearing that, Minato thought some other village was about to declare war on Konoha, so he hurriedly brought ninja over to check the situation. Which one of you is Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Seeing the Konoha ninja who had appeared, Han, the 5 tails Jinchuriki, stepped forward and asked. Hearing Han's question, Minato directly ordered the ninja corps to send a message to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. And so, under everyone's watchful eyes, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly drilled out from inside Han's shadow, frightening all the Jinchuriki present. It seems those reports were true after all. Uzumaki Ryunosuke possessed the power to move through shadows. After clearly seeing Ryunosuke Uzumaki's movements, Yujito, who knew about him, quietly thought to herself while also thinking about how to guard against this jutsu. So, you people were the ones looking for me? Ryunosuke Uzumaki emerged from Han's shadow and coldly looked at the 6 people in front of him, a little curious about why they had come to find him. At this moment, the 2-tailed beasts lying on Ryunosuke Uzumaki's shoulders, to avoid Uzumaki Kushina's persecution, had already sensed the familiar aura on these people. Shikaku immediately said to Ryunosuke Uzumaki, "Boss, it's the others." Hearing Shikaku say that, Ryunosuke Uzumaki immediately understood why these people had come looking for him. He then used the rabbit talisman and tapped each person once. In the end, the former Jinchuriki all felt their bodies suddenly lighten, and the result was that 6 enormous tailed beasts appeared on the spot. Just then, Isabu of the 3 tails also happened to arrive, and so, 7 incomparably massive tailed beasts stood there just like that, their roars shaking the heavens and the earth. So awesome. Are these all the tailed beasts? Standing beside Minato Namikaze, Naruto Uzumaki stared at those giant beasts, his eyes shining non-stop. As for the ninjas who had never seen a scene like this before, they were so shocked by Ryunosuke Uzumaki's power that they couldn't say a word. Of course, the most shocked of all were the former Jinchuriki themselves. Compared to the relaxed expression of the former 6 tails Jinchuriki Yudakata, the curious face of the 7 tails Jinchuriki Fu, and the excitement of the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer B, the remaining 3 Jinchuriki were all panicking and completely at a loss. Hey Matatabi, Son Goku, Kokuo, what is going on? This isn't what you told us before. Actually, it wasn't just the Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts themselves were also completely dumbfounded, all thinking the same thing in their hearts. Since when did boss know how to separate a Jinchuriki from a tailed beast? Then they remembered something and sighed inwardly. Alright, we were never sealed before anyway. Those were the thoughts of all the other tailed beasts besides Shikaku when they were separated from their seals. Even Kurama had been the same. That was why Kurama had been stunned for a long while back when his seal was undone. But compared to the shock of the other tailed beasts, Shikaku looked completely calm. After all, he was the earliest tailed beast to know that Ryunosuke Uzumaki could undo seals. Thinking of that, Shikaku even felt a little proud for no reason. After all, he wasn't some country bumpkin like these guys who had never seen the world. At that thought, Shikaku recalled the past. Back then, not long after he had been sealed by the first Kazekage, his temper had been at its most violent, and every day he crazily tried to destroy the sealing barrier. It was during that time that Shikaku met Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Well, it couldn't really be called a meeting, because only later did Shikaku learn that Ryunosuke Uzumaki had come looking for him on purpose, and it had even been on Kurama's suggestion. Shikaku clearly remembered that it had originally been a completely ordinary day. As usual, He was trying to use the sealing techniques he had learned to undo the first Kazekage seal. It was at that moment that Shikaku suddenly heard a mocking laugh. With those pathetic skills of yours, you're still dreaming of undoing the seal? Shikaku looked toward the voice. It was a red-haired man who looked extremely young. Although he looked young, the faint killing intent coming off him was enough to show just how unusual this man was. After that, there was nothing much to say. Ryunosuke Uzumaki opened a hole in the first Kazekage seal just big enough for himself to pass through, and right after that came a brutal beating. It went on for several whole days. In the end, Shikaku finally couldn't take it anymore and acknowledged Ryunosuke Uzumaki as his boss. Only then did the matter come to an end. After that, Shikaku lived through a fairly peaceful stretch of time. But only a few years later, news of Ryunosuke Uzumaki's death reached him. Not long after that news arrived in the Land of Wind, the Sunigakure ninjas, who had originally spared Shikaku out of consideration for Ryunosuke Uzumaki, sealed Shikaku up once again. And now, in front of Konoha's main gate, a group of ninjas could only stare at the 7 gigantic tailed beasts before them, completely unable to say anything at all. Hey you guys, make yourselves smaller. It's exhausting having to tilt my head up just to talk to you. What shocked the former Jinchuriki even more was Ryunosuke Uzumaki's completely casual tone toward the tailed beasts. There was even a hint of command in it. But what no one expected was that the tailed beasts, who previously only listened if people spoke to them nicely, instantly shrank their bodies the moment Ryunosuke Uzumaki finished speaking, all obediently becoming about the size of dolls. After shrinking down, Matatabi of the Two Tails was the first to pounce into Ryunosuke Uzumaki's arms, rubbing her head non-stop against his chest. The tailed beasts behind her quickly reacted as well, and all swarmed into Ryunosuke Uzumaki's arms, fighting over spots. Once they started causing trouble, Kurama and Shikaku, who had originally been lying on Ryunosuke Uzumaki's shoulders, were instantly unhappy and joined in the chaos too. And so, under the horrified expressions of the crowd, the tailed beasts, once known by the world as the strongest war weapons in the ninja world, actually started fighting each other over a man, just to compete for a spot in his arms. The people nearby were stunned out of their minds, and Ryunosuke Uzumaki was suffering too. 9 very weighty tailed beasts were constantly fooling around all over him. If Ryunosuke Uzumaki didn't have the Ox Talisman to greatly boost his strength, along with the steel body and iron bones of Ba Jiaogue, one of the 8 demons, he really might not have been able to handle it. Alright. Stop fooling around. As he spoke, Ryunosuke Uzumaki loosened the arms that had been holding them. The tailed beasts instantly lost their support and could only all fall to the ground, looking at Ryunosuke Uzumaki with resentful faces. Ignoring these overly dramatic tailed beasts, Ryunosuke Uzumaki turned around and directly went to speak with Minato Namikaze. Seeing that Ryunosuke Uzumaki wasn't paying attention to them, the tailed beasts obediently followed behind him like little puppies from the Inuzuka clan, not even bothering to respond to the calls of their former Jinchuriki. Leave this to me. You should hurry and go attend that whatever 5 Kage summit. If you're late, then as the Hokage you'll really lose face. Minato Namikaze first glanced at the serious-faced Ryunosuke Uzumaki, then used the corner of his eye to look toward the former Jinchuriki at the back, who looked like a collection of pure resentment, and nodded with difficulty. After that, he prepared to leave with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Before that, the ninjas who had originally been staying to watch the show were also ordered by Minato Namikaze to return. But after seeing such adorable tailed beasts, how could Tsunade possibly be willing to leave? She immediately shook her head and firmly declared that she wasn't going. In the end, there was no other choice. Only Minato Namikaze and his teacher Jiraiya went to the Land of Iron. After settling the mountain of ninjas piled up at the gate, Ryunosuke Uzumaki finally crouched down and picked up the tailed beasts that were looking at him eagerly from the ground. So under Tsunade's envious gaze, Kurama climbed onto the top of Ryunosuke Uzumaki's head and occupied the dominant position. Shikaku, who had failed to beat Kurama for the spot, could only lie unwillingly on Ryunosuke Uzumaki's shoulder. As for the other shoulder, it was occupied by Gyuki. Then, the remaining 5 tailed beasts were held in Ryunosuke Uzumaki's arms. As for why there were only 5, that was because Chome of the 7 Tails was flapping his wings and flying beside Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Looking at Ryunosuke Uzumaki being occupied one after another by the tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki at the side and Tsunade were all so mad their back teeth were practically about to shatter. Let's go. Whatever it is, we can talk about it after we get home. Ryunosuke Uzumaki turned his head with difficulty and said to Tsunade and the Jinchuriki. Then he started walking toward Uzumaki Kushina's house, but in the end, he stopped next door to Uzumaki Kushina's place. This was the house that Namikaze Minato had arranged for Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito. After all, it was not a good idea to keep 2 highly respected seniors living in his own house forever. Not to mention, the couple had not seen each other for more than 10 years. If Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito still were not moved out, not even Namikaze Minato would be able to hold back anymore, and even Uzumaki Kushina would not be able to stand it. Pushing the door open, He saw Uzumaki Mito in the living room teaching Uzumaki Karen the sealing techniques of the land of whirlpools. When they saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke walking in while carrying a bunch of tailed beasts, both of them were shocked hard. Uzumaki Mito quickly stood up and took Kurama off the top of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's head. And the other tailed beasts also obediently climbed down from Uzumaki Ryunosuke's body after seeing Kurama being taken away. After moving his arms and neck, which had gone stiff from staying still for too long, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally looked at the Jinchuriki who had followed him inside. Uzumaki Ryunosuke sat on the sofa and stared the Jinchuriki down from head to toe like a father-in-law inspecting his son-in-law. This instantly put all of these self-proclaimed worldly people under huge pressure. Don't stare at them like that. Show some hospitality. Just as they were about to be unable to stand it, Uzumaki Mito spoke while bringing over tea, and only then did Uzumaki Ryunosuke restrain that look in his eyes. Then, while pouring tea for them, Uzumaki Mito said to the others, "Don't look at him like this. He is actually a good person too. As long as you all talk it over properly, Ryunosuke won't make things difficult for you." After pouring the tea, Uzumaki Mito finally found a chance to talk to Tsunade and ask what had happened just now. And Tsunade told Uzumaki Mito everything that had happened at Konoha's gate. Uzumaki Karen, sitting beside Uzumaki Mito, was also listening with burning excitement, as if she had been the one standing at Konoha's gate just now. Ignoring the chattering voices of Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito talking quietly behind him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally took a proper look at the few Jinchuriki in front of him. Looking over, the first was the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. She was a young, beautiful kunoichi, and from the forehead protector on her head, Uzumaki Ryunosuke knew she was from Kimogakure. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He looked to be the oldest among this group of Jinchuriki, and perhaps because the tailed beast had been inexplicably separated from him, he was now glaring at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with a hostile expression. As for the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, he was actually a burly man with a face covered just like Kakashi Hataki's. He was so tall that even Uzumaki Ryunosuke only reached his shoulder. By Uzumaki Ryunosuke's rough estimate, this guy had to be at least 2.2 meters tall, and he and the Four-Tails Jinchuriki were both ninjas from Iwagakure. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki was a lazy man wearing a light blue robe that was half open on the upper body, almost like a bathrobe. He was also holding something that looked like a flute in his hand. Uzumaki Ryunosuke vaguely remembered that this guy seemed to be a missing nin from Kirigakure and had been hunted by Kirinobi all this time. Next was the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, a girl dressed very lightly with a huge red bundle on her back. Uzumaki Ryunosuke remembered her too, and she seemed to be from the same village as Kakuzu, but he could not remember what that village was called. Finally, there was the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, a tough-looking man wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 swords on his back. He was also staring at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with a hostile look, and like the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, he was a ninja from Kimogakure. Uzumaki Ryunosuke reached out and pulled the Two-Tails, who had been trying to sneak into his arms, aside. This casual action made Yujito ni extremely envious, and then she heard Uzumaki Ryunosuke ask lightly, "Now, all of the tailed beasts are with me. What do you plan to do next?" As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke said this, the states of these people were all clearly visible in his eyes. Some were conflicted, some were furious, and some looked relieved. Uzumaki Ryunosuke first looked at the relaxed-looking man, the Kirigakure Six-Tails Jinchuriki, and asked curiously, "You're different from the others. The only thing I see on your face is relief. What is it? Do you reject Saiken that much?" As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke picked up Saiken and stroked it, his gaze fixed on the Six-Tails Jinchuriki as he intended to carefully observe his reaction. "Yes. Being able to have him removed from my body by you, I feel very relieved. After all, because of him, I've been living in darkness. Now, I can finally step out and stand under the sunlight." Although Uzumaki Ryunosuke's one-handed separation of the tailed beasts was extremely shocking to Utakata, he was genuinely happy that the Six-Tails had finally left him. After all, he would no longer have to be hunted by the ninjas of Kirigakure. But in truth, Utakata was still rather conflicted. After all, his master had died because of the Six-Tails. Still, when he thought about Uzumaki Ryunosuke's terrifying strength, Utakata could only sigh inwardly in the end. "Then Saiken will stay by my side from now on." Uzumaki Ryunosuke lowered his head and looked at Saiken while stroking its head. Both Utakata and Saiken nodded in agreement. Next, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the remaining Jinchuriki and tried to persuade them as well. In the end, aside from the little girl who was the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki and seemed somewhat blank, not understanding anything, the others refused no matter what. Their meaning was, although the tailed beasts had been taken out by you, the matter of where the tailed beasts would go was not something that they, as Jinchuriki, could decide. The remaining Jinchuriki all nodded to show that this was what they meant. They said that no matter what, they had to wait for their own Kage to agree before they could make a decision. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had never had much patience for outsiders in the first place, did not care about any of that. He immediately roared at them to stay in Konoha and go with him to the 5 Kage summit later. Then he controlled the ground to drive all of the Jinchuriki who refused out, and threatened them, if you dare run, then I'll take it as your default agreement. Though your answer doesn't matter to me anyway. As for Utakata, unlike the others who were blasted out, he was personally taken away by Uzumaki Karen after Uzumaki Ryunosuke told her to lead the way, saying that the people in charge of reception in Konoha should take good care of him. After that, under the Jinchuriki's dumbfounded stares, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly closed the door, then returned to the living room to continue letting Tsunade fool the little girl who was the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Watching the little-tailed beasts roughhousing in the living room, Uzumaki Ryunosuke only felt happier the more he looked at them. Although he had been searching everywhere in the ninja world for the tailed beasts before because of the 8 Great Demons mission, now he truly liked them. After all, who would not like a soft, fluffy little bunch like this? Uzumaki Mito looked at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had gone from furious back to easygoing, and also smiled happily. Looking at the 9-tailed beasts playing around on the floor, she said to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, "Your temper is much better than it was back in the Warring States period. If this were before, you would have already thrown them into the ground. You definitely would not be tossing them out the door like this now." Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at Uzumaki Mito, who was teasing him, and finally let out a helpless sigh. "I'm not some bloodthirsty person to begin with. Back in the Warring States period, I only did that because I had no choice. If I were to start killing just because of a few words and their disagreement, that would be way too inhuman. I think if I ever became like that, you'd be the first one to make a move on me." As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the smiling Uzumaki Mito again. After seeing her nod without the slightest hesitation, he could only wordlessly reach out and rub Matatabi, who had slipped into his arms while he was distracted. Compared to the silence from the siblings on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side, Tsunade nearby was still racking her brains to persuade Fu, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. In the end, under Tsunade's silver tongue, Fu finally nodded in agreement. But the little girl had her own condition. She wanted to make friends in Konoha. Looking at Fu, whose eyes were sparkling, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly saw a shadow of Naruto in her. Just like when he first saw Naruto, she was like a hot-blooded idiot, faced with this condition that could hardly even be called a condition, and under those sparkling big eyes, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded in agreement. Immediately, the little girl seemed to have received some priceless treasure and jumped up happily. She is a lot like Naruto. Seeing Fu bouncing around excitedly, Uzumaki Mito smiled from the bottom of her heart. As for why Naruto, under the influence of the Terra tattoo, still acted like a hot-blooded idiot, it was because the tattoo Uzumaki Ryunosuke gave him was just like Orochimaru's cursed seal of heaven. When it wasn't actively activated, the host wouldn't be affected. But once it was activated, it would amplify the darkness deep in the host's heart and grant them enhanced strength. Otherwise, with Naruto's personality, he wouldn't have been able to summon shadow ninjas with too much power, and even the number would only be 4 or 5. That was exactly why Naruto didn't use the Shadow Legion often before. It wasn't strong enough and there weren't enough of them. It was nowhere near as useful as his multi-shadow clone jutsu, where he could casually split into 1,000 clones. During their earlier conversation with Fu, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others had already learned the story that had happened to this little girl. So Uzumaki Mito took Fu's hand, and together with Uzumaki Ryunosuke, they brought her to the place where Naruto and the others were training. Right now, Naruto was training with Uchiha Sasuke and their other teammate, Haruno Sakura, under Terra and the others, because Terra and the rest had previously acknowledged the seemingly boundless darkness in Naruto's heart. They had taken the initiative to ask Uzumaki Ryunosuke for permission to teach Naruto. As for Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, Terra and the others were teaching them as well, mainly because of Naruto. The moment they stepped into the training grounds, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others heard the sounds of Naruto training. When they finally reached the field, they saw it clearly. Terra was training Naruto while Might Guy was making a kid who looked exactly like him do the same exercises at the same time. That kid also had bandages wrapped around his body. Seeing the reckless Might Guy, Uzumaki Ryunosuke frowned and stepped forward to check. As it turned out, this kid had only just finished surgery from Tsunade a few days ago and was still in recovery. Otherwise, Naruto would not have been able to keep up with them at all. Hearing this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke placed his hand on the child named Rock Lee. A green light flashed, and Rock Lee immediately found that the wounds that had been hurting terribly just moments ago were now completely fine. Rock Lee curiously moved his body around. After confirming that he had finally recovered, he excitedly threw himself into Might Guy's arms, tears streaming down his face. Honestly, they were at it again. A girl with 2 buns on either side of her head looked on helplessly at the passionate Might Guy and Rock Lee, while the pale-eyed boy standing beside her stared solemnly at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Sensing the intense gaze beside him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned his head curiously and saw a pale-eyed boy staring at him. But when he felt another gaze on him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked around before finally locking onto a pink-haired girl. After Haruno Sakura noticed that Uzumaki Ryunosuke was looking at her, she quickly withdrew her gaze. She tried to act like nothing had happened, but her eyes still kept drifting toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke from time to time. Master, Terra and the other Oni generals, who were training Naruto and the others, all lowered their heads and greeted Uzumaki Ryunosuke when he arrived. How's the training going? Uzumaki Ryunosuke casually waved a hand, then looked at Terra and asked about the situation. Terra first glanced at Naruto, who was working out, then shook his head and said, "Young master is completely not enough. His physical condition is too poor, so this can only be built up step by step. And he is severely lacking in nutrition. Those problems can only be slowly adjusted as well." Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded at Terra's assessment, then let him handle it freely. He also tossed Uzumaki Karen to Terra for training. Poor Uzumaki Karen had just come back after sending Yukimaru to the reception area. She never expected Uzumaki Ryunosuke to give her such a huge surprise. While Uzumaki Ryunosuke was talking with Terra and the others, Uzumaki Mito was sitting with Fu in the rest area of the training grounds. But then Uzumaki Mito suddenly felt a gaze land on her. Sensing it a little, Uzumaki Mito discovered a small figure hiding behind a tree. Uzumaki Mito walked to the tree, and the figure shyly retreated behind it again. Seeing such an interesting little girl, Uzumaki Mito gently coaxed her. "It's okay. Come out." Only then did the hiding figure slowly peek out from behind the tree. When she saw the white eyes in the girl's face, Uzumaki Mito froze for a moment. She hadn't expected it to be someone from the Hyuga clan. Uzumaki Mito then took her hand and led her back to the resting area. During their conversation, she learned that this little girl was actually the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan head, the princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. Seeing Uzumaki Mito bring back another little girl, Fu, who was sitting on the chair, felt very curious. But because she was still a little reserved, she didn't ask directly. Uzumaki Mito brought Hinata Hyuga back to the seat, then watched the training of Naruto and the others together with the two little girls. After a while, through Uzumaki Mito's observation, Fu became quite interested in the Oni generals, who were obviously different from ordinary people. As for Hinata Hyuga, she was completely focused on Naruto. That made Uzumaki Mito very interested. She had never expected that, in a village where everyone hated Naruto, there would still be someone thinking about him all the time. So, Uzumaki Mito softly asked, "Do you like Naruto?" The moment she asked, Hinata Hyuga's whole face turned red. Her two index fingers pressed together, and she became so excited she couldn't even speak. Under Uzumaki Mito's puzzled gaze, Hinata first nodded, then immediately started shaking her head wildly. "Take that obvious? Your eyes now are exactly the same as mine were when I looked at Hashirama decades ago. It's completely in line with the words of a sunflower. My eyes only have you in them. But if you stay this shy, and just hide behind the trees and keep watching without doing anything, one day you're going to regret it. I think you don't want to be full of regret when you're old, do you, Hinata? Our Naruto is just a foolish blockhead. If you don't tell him how you feel yourself, he'll have no idea at all." As Uzumaki Mito spoke, a gentle breeze happened to blow by. If it had been in the past, Hyuga Hinata would have thought it was just a breeze. But now, Hyuga Hinata felt that it was a sign from heaven. Uzumaki Mito also saw the change in Hyuga Hinata. Though she was still extremely shy, her eyes were already filled with determination. Uzumaki Mito believed that the little girl in front of her was going to be her future great-granddaughter-in-law. Seems I'll have to find a chance to go to the Hyuga clan to propose soon. Such a good girl. What a shame she'll end up with that brat Naruto. That was what Uzumaki Mito was thinking, and her whole person became incomparably happy as well. She felt like all the good things in the world were coming one after another. And Fu, on the other hand, looked at the smiling Uzumaki Mito in confusion, then at the still extremely shy Hyuga Hinata. She was totally baffled by what Uzumaki Mito had just said, but she still remembered the flower name Mito had mentioned. That one, called My Eyes Only Have You in Them. When the sun was setting, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito, the two siblings, were walking home with Uzumaki Naruto and Fu respectively. Because Fu's personality was very much to Mito's liking, Uzumaki Mito directly told Fu to stay at their house for this period of time. As they walked, Uzumaki Mito smiled at the bouncing Uzumaki Naruto and suddenly asked, "Hey, little Naruto, do you have a girl you like?" Uzumaki Mito's sudden question made Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Naruto, who didn't understand what was going on, freeze for a moment. After hearing Uzumaki Mito's question, Uzumaki Naruto awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and his usually carefree personality suddenly became a little embarrassed. "Well, yeah. Did great-grandma see her today too?" Seeing Naruto so excited, Uzumaki Mito thought that Naruto also liked Hyuga Hinata. She was instantly delighted. "Looks like this can work. Yeah, great-grandma saw her today. She's a very nice girl." Hearing Uzumaki Mito say that, Uzumaki Naruto was first a little confused, thinking to himself, Sakura's personality is very nice? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Naruto recalled how violently Haruno Sakura used to treat him, and for some reason, a trace of disgust suddenly welled up in his heart. After sensing the change in his mood, Uzumaki Naruto took a few deep breaths and forced that feeling away, then grinned. Pretty good, I guess. Sakura is still pretty nice to me sometimes. Hearing Naruto mention another girl, Uzumaki Mito, who had been walking with a smile just a moment ago, immediately paused and looked at Naruto in confusion. What's wrong? Great-grandma. Seeing her reaction, the puzzled look returned to Naruto's face as well. Who is this Sakura? Hearing Uzumaki Mito ask that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Fu, who had been listening from the side for quite a while, nearly slipped on the spot, and they looked at the pair with wry smiles. So you two were talking about completely different people? You're not even on the same page at all. Uzushio Ryunosuke looked at the grandmother and grandson who were both stuck in confusion, then stepped forward and directly separated them. Alright, let us talk about this when we get home. If we don't hurry back, Kushina is going to get mad. Interrupted by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Naruto both turned their heads away and stopped looking at each other's expressions, but their increasingly quick steps showed exactly how awkward they had just been. Sigh. Uzushio Ryunosuke let out a helpless sigh, then called Fu to follow him and continued walking toward the Namikaze Minato household. Mom, we're back. The moment he entered, Uzumaki Naruto started shouting at the top of his lungs, instantly filling the whole house with his voice. Oh Naruto, you're back. Uzumaki Kushina, who had been curled up on the sofa watching a soap opera, sprang up at once. But when she saw Fu following beside Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Kushina also looked a bit puzzled. Great uncle, who is this little girl? Uzumaki Kushina walked up to Fu, crouched slightly, and stared at her delicate face. Under Fu's fearful gaze, she carefully sized her up from head to toe. Quit fooling around. This little girl is the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. You should have received the message, right? Uzushio Ryunosuke tapped Uzumaki Kushina on the head with his right palm and said to her with mock anger. Hearing that, Uzumaki Kushina instantly understood the little girl's background and rubbed the spot that had been hit, murmuring, so it's her. I didn't expect her to be this pretty. While Uzushio Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Kushina were talking, Uzumaki Naruto had already helped Uzumaki Karen carry all the dishes onto the table, and was now calling for Uzushio Ryunosuke and the others to hurry up and eat. I didn't expect our Naruto to even have a girl secretly in love with him. That's really impossible to imagine. At the dining table, Uzumaki Mito finally explained everything that had happened at the training field earlier. Unexpectedly, she immediately got teased by Uzumaki Kushina, and Uzumaki Naruto was also blushing as he loudly denied it. But the more Naruto denied it, the more Kushina teased him. The whole house was filled with warmth. Looking at everything in front of him, Naruto felt that it was also unreal. Outside, the sky had already darkened. Inside the brightly lit house, this ordinary everyday life was a warmth that a boy had once never dared to dream of. After dinner, Uzumaki Kushina was still endlessly teasing Uzumaki Naruto. But then the doorbell rang at the least appropriate time. Naruto ran over and opened the door, and there stood Nagato outside with Yahiko and Konan, looking a bit embarrassed. Oh, it's big brother Nagato. Gomein. After seeing who it was, Naruto enthusiastically invited Nagato and the others inside. Uzumaki Karen also got up to prepare tea in the kitchen. Even though Nagato and the others could be considered family, proper manners were still necessary. Nagato, coming by so late. Did something happen? Uzushio Ryunosuke looked at the somewhat hesitant Nagato and asked first. But Nagato still stammered and couldn't explain clearly, so Yahiko stepped in and said it for him. It's like this. Since the fourth Hokage previously handed the affairs of Amigakure back to Nagato to manage, and also told him to develop his own root force in Amigakure, Nagato has gotten used to staying with us, and now he doesn't really want to go back alone. As Yahiko said this, he also felt like something about it sounded off, so he hurriedly added, of course, Nagato doesn't mean to refuse. We all came together today because we wanted to ask you if there's a way to let Nagato manage Amigakure while not having to leave us. After saying that, Yahiko also became a little anxious, because what he had just said was extremely disrespectful for a ninja who obeys orders. Even calling it rude would be too polite. It was outright unreasonable. Looking at the three people kneeling in front of him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke slowly examined them. When Nagato and the others were almost unable to endure it any longer, Ryunosuke finally spoke. Since you don't want to go, then leave it to Terra and the others. They're bored staying in the Shadow Kingdom anyway. It's a good chance to give them something to do. Hearing that Ryunosuke not only didn't blame him, but actually came up with a solution, Nagato felt both ashamed and moved. Konan reacted first, quickly pulling the two of them as they thanked Ryunosuke. Alright, it's not that serious. As for what Minato brought up about asking you to recruit new root ninjas, I think you're focusing on the wrong thing. Hearing Ryunosuke say that, Nagato looked up in confusion at the calm-faced Ryunosuke, completely not understanding what he meant. Seeing that he still didn't get it, Ryunosuke helplessly shook his head and put down the teacup in his hand. When it comes to the surveillance, assassinations, and all the other things Root used to do, I don't think there's a second force in this ninja world more suitable than the ninja of the Shadow Legion. 3 days had passed since the night Nagato and the others came to Ryunosuke to chat. During those 3 days, Nagato first took Terra to Amigakure and announced to the villagers that Amigakure and Kanehagakure had merged. At the same time, he recommended Terra as the new leader of Amigakure. Although this matter seemed a bit explosive to Nagato, unexpectedly, the common people didn't resist much. Instead, they were very happy about being able to go to Konoha for a short stay. And Amigakure, which had rained year-round, finally stopped raining after Nagato cancelled the rain tiger at will technique he had been using. After that, Nagato happily returned to Konoha. After Nagato left, Terra first arranged for the giant demon soldiers to hide in the various dark corners of Amigakure, monitoring everything happening in the village. Then he brought the 9 ghost generals and divided up the territory, splitting the already small Amigakure into 9 parts, with 1 ghost general in charge of each district. As for Terra himself, he stayed in the former office of Amigakure's leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, overseeing every part of Amigakure. Just as Terra was putting his full effort into building his own Amigakure, Ryunosuke finally received news from Minato Namikaze. So, after leaving Fu, who would continue staying in Konoha, Ryunosuke brought the other 7 Jinchuriki into the Shadow Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, Ryunosuke brought these 7 people out of the shadows on the floor of the meeting room in the Land of Iron. After seeing their own Jinchuriki appear, the tense atmosphere at the scene became even more strained. Aside from Chiyo, the other 3 village leaders all looked at Ryunosuke with unfriendly expressions. Lord Ryunosuke. Seeing Ryunosuke arrive, Minato Namikaze immediately stood up and gave up his seat, then stood at the position that had originally belonged to the guard. Ryunosuke didn't refuse Minato's action. He directly sat down in the seat representing the Hokage and looked down at the group in front of him with disdain. Yujito, are you two alright? The Reikage, with his fiery temper, was the first to lose patience. In a flash, he smashed the table in front of him and appeared before Yujito and Killer Bee, examining them up and down. Killer Bee only shook his head, while Yujito directly said everything Ryunosuke had done. Reikage-sama, we're fine ourselves, but all the tailed beasts have been detained by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Hearing Yujito's words, everyone present first froze, then all glared furiously at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was sitting in the Hokage's seat with his legs spread arrogantly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, can I take what you've done as a provocation against the ninja villages of our various countries? Looking at the indifferent Ryunosuke, the 4th Reikage could no longer hold back his anger and roared at him. At the same time, the Tsuchikage and Mizukage also stood up from their seats, staring at Ryunosuke with serious expressions. If you want to think that, then I guess so. What's wrong? You want to fight me? After hearing the Reikage's lead accusation, Ryunosuke still looked completely unconcerned, lazily resting his chin in his hand. He even nodded, indicating that he agreed with what the Reikage said. You bastard! Seeing that Ryunosuke completely didn't take him seriously, the anger A had been suppressing finally exploded at this moment. He activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged straight at Ryunosuke. Lightning release. Lariat. Seeing the Reikage attack directly, Mifune, who had originally been sitting in the neutral seat, suddenly stood up and shouted, Reikage, what are you doing? But before he could finish, the Reikage had already appeared in front of Ryunosuke, his electrified hand blades slashing fiercely downward at him. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. Everyone turned toward the noise and saw that Ryunosuke had caught the Reikage's attack with one hand, and he hadn't even changed his sitting posture. How is this possible? Seeing his attack so easily blocked by Ryunosuke's mouth opened wide, his face full of disbelief. Is this all you've got? This is the strength of one of the 5 Kage right now. Ryunosuke was somewhat disappointed in the Reikage's strength. Then, gripping the very arm that had just struck at him, he threw him back in the direction he had come from, smashing him hard into the wall behind. Big brother.
Raikage-sama.
Seeing their Reikage thrown back, the 2 guards had brought, along with Killer Bee and Yujito, all shouted worriedly. At that moment, a pushed aside the rubble on top of him and staggered out. Don't worry, I'm fine. After saying that, I even wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You old man. After learning Ryunosuke's true age, Mei Terumi looked at him angrily. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Mifune spoke again. Enough. Everyone, stop for a moment. We're sitting here to resolve this peacefully, not to fight. After the neutral country's general spoke, the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage, who had all been aggressive a moment ago, each took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anger in their hearts once more, sitting back down with ugly expressions. As for the Reikage's seat, since he had already smashed it, he could only stand there, looking somewhat out of place. Seeing the 3 calm down, Mifune also finally put his hanging heart back down. Then he looked at the still lazy Ryunosuke and said politely, Lord Ryunosuke, if we can avoid using force, then let us do our best not to. Hearing Mifune say that, Ryunosuke felt extremely disdainful inside, but he still nodded expressionlessly. After seeing Ryunosuke nod, Mifune returned to his seat and continued presiding over this 5 Kage meeting. Alright, speak. But no more fighting. As soon as Mifune finished speaking, the Raikage immediately opened his mouth and pointed at Ryunosuke. As long as he returns our village's tailed beasts, this matter is over. Raikage had originally wanted the jutsu that Uzumaki Ryunosuke could use to summon Black Shadow Ninja and even revive others, but after seeing the true gap between himself and Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Raikage ultimately only chose to take back his village's tailed beast. Anoki and Mei Terumi, who were standing nearby, nodded in agreement after hearing Raikage's words. As for Chiyo, she continued sitting in her seat with her eyes closed, saying nothing. Maki, the Tsunajonin behind Chiyo, and Tamari, Gaara's older sister, grew increasingly anxious when they saw Chiyo acting like it had nothing to do with her. Lord Ryunosuke, what do you think about this? Seeing that Uzumaki Ryunosuke still had not said a word, Mifune reminded him. Only then did Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally sit up straight. Under the gazes of the others, he firmly shook his head. Damn it, you don't want to negotiate at all. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's reaction, Raikage's temper exploded once again. This time, even Mifune looked displeased, frowning as he stared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Seeing that everyone had turned against their side, Minato Namikaze leaned toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke and said with some worry, Lord Ryunosuke, being targeted by all the villages like this isn't good for us either. After hearing Minato Namikaze's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at him, and the sight made the hairs on Minato's body stand on end. Then, a spinning black hole suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and several tailed beasts no larger than dolls jumped out of it. Of course, one of them flew out. After the 9 little ones came out, they all ran onto Uzumaki Ryunosuke and lay on him. This time, even Chiyo, who had been keeping her eyes closed, opened them and looked at the scene in surprise. Looking at the originally ferocious tailed beasts, now all turned into these doll-like forms, everyone present widened their mouths in shock. Uzumaki Ryunosuke didn't care about their out-of-control expressions at all. He casually placed the tailed beasts that were lying on him onto the table in front of him, then waved a hand. The 9 tailed beasts are all here. Pick one yourselves? This scene was exactly the same as when the first Hokage Hashirama Senju had divided the tailed beasts decades ago, yet it was also different. Back then, Hashirama Senju was dealing with tailed beasts he had captured himself, and they had no power to resist. But this time was different. This time, the tailed beasts not only could resist, but they also had backing even tougher than Hashirama Senju. For a moment, the Kage of the various ninja villages all looked at one another. They really had no choice. Pick, and they felt unwilling. Don't pick, and they couldn't bear it. And the tailed beasts directly ignored this group of people who had trapped them for who knows how long. They simply climbed down from the table again and back onto Uzumaki Ryunosuke, found their own spots, and lay there watching the people in front of them. How do you imagine a person with 9 doll-like tailed beasts lying on him could sit there so naturally, while everyone else around him had absolutely no way to deal with him? Seeing that this group still wouldn't say anything after such a long time, Uzumaki Ryunosuke boldly opened the gate to the Black Shadow Kingdom and threw all 9 tailed beasts back inside. If you have nothing else to say, then I think we can leave it at that. What a waste of time. With that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stood up and was about to leave. At that moment, the already dissatisfied 3 Kage of lightning, earth, and water attacked at the same time, each unleashing ninjutsu toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Lightning release, Reiko Sojiki. Dust release, original world severing technique. Lava release. This time even Mifune no longer spoke. He knew this matter was no longer something that could end so easily, so he simply stepped all the way back. Chiyo also retreated with Maki and Tamari, standing together with Mifune to watch everything unfold. They saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke rise calmly, and as he moved, massive walls made of stone rose from the ground, directly taking the 3 Kage's attacks head-on. What? He used such a powerful earth-release ninjutsu without even weaving hand signs? Everyone watched Uzumaki Ryunosuke's actions closely, and the more clearly they saw, the more shocked they became. If you want to play that badly, then I'll play with you properly. As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's entire body became covered in lightning, just like Raikage's. He didn't even use the rabbit talisman to speed up. Instead, he charged straight forward. How is this possible? This guy can use lightning release chakra mode too? Raikage was stunned by the change in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's body. That appearance was exactly the same as his own lightning release chakra mode. Entertain me to your heart's content. Uzumaki Ryunosuke roared, and the lightning that had been covering his body was completely controlled by him as it rushed toward the 3 Kage. How is this possible? Has his control over lightning release reached this level? The three Kage grew more and more shocked as they fought Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Everything Uzumaki Ryunosuke displayed could not be judged by ordinary standards at all. He was completely a monster. As they thought this, the three of them used their own methods to block the lightning flying toward them. In the end, they did block it, but they also became a mess. And there was absolutely no comparison to Uzumaki Ryunosuke simply moving a step and blocking the three of their attacks. Damn it, is the gap really this huge? Inoki panted heavily as he looked at the excited Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and his once certain mindset began to change. At this moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already clenched his fist and rushed straight toward the fourth Raikage. Upon seeing this, A quickly adjusted his body and also clenched his fist, preparing to meet Uzumaki Ryunosuke head-on. He was confident in his own strength too. But to everyone's complete shock, the fourth Raikage, who was famous for speed and power, was sent flying the moment he failed to catch Uzumaki Ryunosuke's punch. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at his own fist and shook his head in disappointment. How boring. Fighting you guys isn't even enough to count as a warm-up. My interest was clearly high, and I haven't moved my hands in a long time, but you all really disappointed me. After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke immediately flashed back to his own side, looking boredly at the messy meeting room. I don't think there's any need to keep this so-called 5 Kage meeting going, but if you still want to fight, then first weigh your own strength. After saying that, he directly took Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, who had never said a word, and sank into the Black Shadow Kingdom. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke left, Chiyo also took Maki and Temari and set out on the road to Konoha. She had never said it before, but Chiyo still needed to go see her useless grandson. At the same time, a black-haired girl also took advantage of everyone's attention and rushed toward Konoha. Thus, this 5 Kage meeting ended in such a hasty and anticlimactic way. This time, aside from Konoha, the 4 great ninja villages could be said to have lost completely. They not only failed to solve anything, but even lost their own tailed beasts. For a moment, the 3 Kage, aside from Chiyo, felt so heartbroken they could barely breathe. So after saying goodbye in the land of iron, Mei Terumi thought it over carefully on the road and decided to change course and head for Konoha. This decision nearly scared her bodyguard Ao to death, because one of Ao's eyes was the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan's main family, transplanted from Konoha. If he followed her there, wouldn't he be beaten to death by the Hyuga clan people? So after discussing it with Mei Terumi took Chojuro to Konoha, while Ao returned to the mist-hidden village to report the news to Elder Genza, who had been waiting for a long time. At this time, Inoki, walking along the road, kept feeling that something was missing by his side. Only after looking left and right did he realize that his granddaughter Kuratsuchi was gone. After thinking it over, Inoki felt that the most likely possibility was that Kuratsuchi had gone to Konoha to look for Deidara. So Inoki immediately changed direction with Kitsuchi and headed toward Konoha as well. So, through all kinds of coincidences, all 3 other village leaders besides the 4th Raikage were heading toward Konoha. Only our 4th Raikage truly went straight back to the village. Along the way, he kept lecturing Yujito and Killer Bee. Compared to Yujito, who sincerely reflected on her mistakes, Killer Bee not only refused to admit fault, but kept talking back to which immediately made even more irritated. Compared to the others who needed to slowly make their way to Konoha, the 3 of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, with the convenient space of the Black Shadow Kingdom, were in Ryunosuke's house in the blink of an eye. Jiraiya stretched and looked around, sighing. Lord Ryunosuke's ability is really useful. It's much faster than your flying thunder god, Minato. Hearing his teacher say that about his signature technique, Minato Namikaze could only force an awkward smile. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. The 3 people who had been talking and laughing instantly fell silent. After exchanging glances, Minato Namikaze was the one who stepped forward and opened the door. 4th Hokage-sama? Seeing who opened the door, the visitor was first stunned, then respectfully bowed. I'm terribly sorry, 4th Hokage-sama. I didn't know you had already returned. Looking at the person in front of him, who was clearly admitting fault but somehow looked even more terrifying, Minato Namikaze didn't know what to criticize for a moment. So he hurriedly asked, Yamato, what did you come to see Lord Ryunosuke for? By this time, Ryunosuke and Jiraiya, who had been standing inside for quite a while, had also reached the doorway. Ryunosuke didn't know who the visitor was, but Jiraiya did. So Jiraiya leaned close to Ryunosuke's ear and quietly introduced the very unnatural-looking man in front of him. I see. A would-release user obtained through experiments? Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others really will do anything. Ryunosuke knew that if this person was created through human experimentation, then the experiment subjects definitely didn't stop with him. He only succeeded. As for those who failed, who knew how many people died, I came to pay a visit through Kakashi-senpai's introduction. At that time, when those things happened in Konoha, I happened to be outside on a mission. Only after I returned did I learn that the village had changed. Originally I planned to visit you first, but Kakashi-senpai said you weren't here, so I came to visit Lord Ryunosuke first. I didn't expect you to have already returned. Yamato explained to Minato Namikaze why he had come. Looking at the meticulous man before him, Minato Namikaze once again put on that forever unchanged bitter smile. Minato Namikaze could clearly feel that ever since he became the Hokage of the new Konoha again, bitter smiling had become the expression he made the most every day, and now even his face had developed muscle memory for it. Minato Namikaze glanced back at Ryunosuke. But by then Ryunosuke and Jiraiya had already gone back into the room. So Minato Namikaze could only say to Yamato, Lord Ryunosuke already knows you're here. Actually, we are very friendly to Konoha villagers who haven't done anything wrong. Just continue doing what you were doing before. After hearing Minato Namikaze say that, Yamato still nodded expressionlessly, then put on his ANBU exclusive mask and vanished in a flash before Minato Namikaze's eyes. Watching Yamato leave, Minato Namikaze let out a heavy breath. Then after standing in place and thinking for a moment, he directly went back to his own home. At this time, inside the room, Jiraiya and Ryunosuke were locked in a standoff. To be honest, this was the first time Ryunosuke had seen Jiraiya this bold. The reason the two were at odds was because of Naruto Uzumaki's training. Ryunosuke wanted Naruto to learn the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques from him and Mito. After all, a person shouldn't forget his roots. But Jiraiya insisted on taking Naruto to Mount Myaboku to learn Sage Jutsu. Naturally, Ryunosuke was unhappy about that. So now the two of them were just staring each other down, and neither was willing to back down. Jiraiya, I'll say this one more time. Naruto Uzumaki, no matter what, is still a member of the Uzumaki clan. Is South not your place as an outsider to teach him? Mito and I can handle it. Hearing Ryunosuke's words, already clearly carrying anger, Jiraiya still firmly shook his head. This time it really pissed Ryunosuke off. You think I wouldn't dare touch you? Getting more and more irritable, Ryunosuke directly punched the table between them into two halves, and Jiraiya was startled by the huge noise. But since this involved the great Toad Sage's prophecy, Jiraiya absolutely refused to give in this time. So, very much acting on instinct, Jiraiya immediately sold out the great Toad Sage and poured out everything about the great Toad Sage's earlier prophecy to Ryunosuke without holding anything back. You mean you took seriously a dream from some old toad in Mount Myaboku? Ryunosuke found what Jiraiya said incredibly unbelievable. After all, Jiraiya's impression on him was that he wasn't the smartest, but he definitely wasn't someone who could be fooled with just a few words. Not to mention, the one who fooled him before wasn't even a person, just an old toad from Mount Myaboku. What old toad? If Lord Ryunosuke says that, then it's extremely disrespectful to the great Toad Sage. Ryunosuke curiously looked at the old man in front of him, whose temperament had suddenly changed. He became even more curious about the great Toad Sage in his mouth. Ryunosuke now really wanted to see what kind of toad the so-called great Toad Sage actually was. After thinking for a while, Ryunosuke finally nodded under Jiraiya's agonized mood and agreed to let Naruto Uzumaki be guided by him in training. However, now that Ryunosuke had already learned from Tsunade what kind of person Jiraiya was, he glared at Jiraiya and said viciously, if you take Naruto to some bad place, or if you have any bad ideas, then let alone me and let alone Mito, even just Kushina alone would take your life. Threatened like that by Ryunosuke, Jiraiya immediately panicked and patted his chest, saying he would seriously and properly teach Naruto Uzumaki. Although he was still a little worried about Jiraiya's promise. The matter had already been agreed to. If Jiraiya really refused to behave by then Naruto Uzumaki, whose personality had already changed somewhat because of the Black Shadow Kingdom's imprint, wouldn't let Jiraiya off either. Waving his hand to signal Jiraiya to leave on his own, Ryunosuke looked at the broken table on the floor and fell into deep thought. That was a mistake. I should made him pay for the table first. In the end, Ryunosuke could only shake his head while collecting the debris into the Black Shadow Kingdom, and at the same time think about how to get through the interrogation from Mito when she got home later. Then, Ryunosuke suddenly remembered the wood-release ninja who had come looking for him earlier, whose strength was clearly nowhere near enough. Although he wasn't strong enough, Naruto Uzumaki thought that making a table should be more than enough. So after tidying up everything at home, Naruto Uzumaki immediately headed to the Hokage building to look for Minato Namikaze. After all, he didn't know where that wood-release ninja had gone. If he couldn't find the employee, then he could only go find the leader. But after Naruto Uzumaki arrived at the Hokage building, he learned that Minato Namikaze hadn't come here at all. Fortunately, Shikakunara, who was handling Minato Namikaze's south work in his place, knew where Yamato lived, and so he suggested that he would take Naruto Uzumaki to find him. Since someone was willing to lead the way, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't be bothered to make another trip. If he hadn't been unsure when Uzumaki Mito would suddenly come back home, Naruto Uzumaki would have directly called the ninja troops to go look for him. On the way to Yamato's house, after hesitating for a long time, Shikakunara still asked Naruto Uzumaki, Lord Uzumaki, about those ninja that came out from the shadows around you, was that your own unique shadow secret technique? After hearing Shikakunara suddenly ask that, Naruto Uzumaki looked him up and down in curiosity. Seeing that Naruto Uzumaki had misunderstood him, Shikaku Nara hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "Please don't get me wrong. Since you know the Nara clan's secret technique is shadows, I wanted to ask whether that kind of technique can be learned. Of course we can pay any price." Looking at the nervous Shikaku Nara, Naruto Uzumaki turned back and said to him, "It's good that you're asking, but unfortunately, the ability for me to summon my black shadow troop from the shadows isn't some shadow secret technique at all. It's just that shadows are the medium they appear through." Hearing Naruto Uzumaki's explanation, Shikaku Nara lowered his head in disappointment. He had thought that his clan's ability could be strengthened. He never expected that the other party's ability wasn't even a secret technique related to shadows. Although he was extremely disappointed at first after getting the answer, Shikaku Nara quickly pulled himself together and began probing Naruto Uzumaki for intelligence about this trip to the 5 Kage summit. After learning that Naruto Uzumaki had defeated the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage by himself, Shikaku Nara was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Fortunately, Yamato's house arrived not long after that, or Shikaku Nara had no doubt that if he stayed with Naruto Uzumaki any longer, his worldview would collapse. After hurriedly knocking on Yamato's door, Yamato, dressed in home clothes, opened it. After understanding Naruto Uzumaki and Shikaku Nara's purpose, although Naruto Uzumaki didn't know what he was thinking, he still happily agreed to the matter. After changing clothes, Yamato went alone to Naruto Uzumaki's house to make the table. As for Naruto Uzumaki and Shikaku Nara, one returned to the Hokage building to continue working, while the other wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. Looking at Konoha, which had now regained its vitality, Naruto Uzumaki smiled happily. Although many of Konoha's original residents had died, and although Naruto Uzumaki's original wish to rebuild Uzushio had not been fulfilled, Konoha now had new residents and in a sense he had established a new ninja village. The two offset each other, and Naruto Uzumaki's mood became even better. As he walked, a familiar three-man team entered Naruto Uzumaki's line of sight. "You're that kid from the Nara family, right? Why the long face?" Looking at the downcast Inoshikacho trio before him, Naruto Uzumaki asked. After all, Shikaku Nara had just helped him find Yamato, so helping his son now could only mean the Nara clan came out ahead. "Ah, you're Lord Naruto Uzumaki." The golden-haired girl among the three shouted loudly after seeing Naruto Uzumaki. Then, realizing her behavior was rude, she hurriedly clammed up and started apologizing. Seeing his teammate like that, Shikamaru Nara's already uninteresting life became even darker. As for the chubby kid at the back, he kept munching on the chips in his hand, occasionally glancing at Shikamaru Nara with his round little eyes. It's like this. Ever since that last incident ended, Teacher Asuma has been drinking at home all day and won't even take us out to do our regular ninja missions. We just came back from Teacher Asuma's house, and our persuasion has been completely useless. Seriously. Hearing Shikamaru Nara say that, Naruto Uzumaki, who hadn't paid much attention to the Sarutobi clan before, immediately frowned. Although Konoha was stronger now than it had been under Hiruzen Sarutobi, it still couldn't withstand someone pulling tricks from behind the scenes. If you were to talk about who held the greatest hatred toward Naruto Uzumaki right now, the Sarutobi clan would absolutely be first. Because of Naruto Uzumaki's actions, the Sarutobi clan was far worse off now than they had been during Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule. And even if they really did start causing trouble, it might not cripple anyone, but the most important thing was that it was disgusting. You would never know when they hit you with something. Thinking of that, Naruto Uzumaki immediately said to Shikamaru Nara, "You lead the way. I'm gonna see what's going on with Sarutobi Asuma." After saying that, he started walking ahead. The Inoshikacho trio froze for a moment, then quickly followed Naruto Uzumaki to lead the way. When they reached the place where the Sarutobi clan lived, Naruto Uzumaki was directly startled by the setup inside. He had never paid attention to it before and it was pretty quiet now, but Naruto Uzumaki could still tell. The Sarutobi clan in the past could be called a village within a village. In other words, anything Konoha had outside, the Sarutobi clan had inside too. Walking along the somewhat empty streets of the Sarutobi compound, Naruto Uzumaki kept curiously looking around at everything. Not long after, the three of them led Naruto Uzumaki to stop in front of a very grand-looking house, and Shikamaru Nara stepped forward to knock on the door. A little boy wearing goggles opened the door. The moment he saw Naruto Uzumaki, the boy was so scared that he repeatedly backed away, then hurriedly ran toward the inner room. Naruto Uzumaki was very confused by the boy's behavior, but still followed the three of them toward the inner room. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, Naruto Uzumaki heard the sound of the boy crying, "Uncle, get up quickly. That bad guy who killed Grandpa is here. Hurry up and get up." Looking into the room, he saw that the scared little boy from before was lying on top of the already drunk, dead asleep Sarutobi Asuma, crying and shaking him while constantly saying that, "Let me see." At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly spoke, startling the boy who had been crying. After reacting, The boy took a kunai out from on top of Sarutobi Asuma and pointed it at Naruto Uzumaki like that. Don't come any closer. If you dare to attack Asuma uncle, I won't let you off. As he spoke, the boy tightened his grip on the kunai and charged toward Naruto Uzumaki. But he was stopped by the three of them from the Nara team. After being persuaded for a long time, the boy finally weakly lowered the kunai in his hand. By this point, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already finished examining Sarutobi Asuma's body. It was completely due to long-term alcoholism and an irregular lifestyle, which had caused his bodily functions to decline. After figuring out Asuma's problem, Ryunosuke raised a hand and lifted him straight up from the tatami mat. The four kids had never seen anything like this before, and they were instantly stunned by Ryunosuke's move. Under their shocked gazes, Ryunosuke directly threw the floating Sarutobi Asuma into the courtyard pool. Ah, Asuma uncle. Seeing what Ryunosuke had done, Sarutobi Kanomaru was completely scared stiff. Tears once again flowed from his eyes. The kunai that had been thrown onto the ground was also picked up by Sarutobi Kanomaru again. This time, he didn't say anything else and rushed straight at Ryunosuke. Stop, Kanomaru. Seeing Sarutobi Kanomaru charge out from beside him, Nara Shikamaru knew something bad was about to happen, and he shouted loudly. But at this moment, Sarutobi Kanomaru could no longer hear anyone else's words. Under the matter-of-fact expressions of the Ino Shikacho trio, Sarutobi Kanomaru was lifted up by Ryunosuke with one hand. Bastard, let me go. You devil, my grandfather, those uncles and aunties, and all those clansmen have already been killed by you. We're already like this, so why won't you let us go? Why did you kill Asuma uncle too? Lifted up by Ryunosuke with just one hand, Sarutobi Kanomaru looked utterly heartbroken. If a person's gaze could kill, then Ryunosuke would have died countless times under Kanomaru's eyes already. Unfortunately, Kanomaru's gaze could not kill, but Ryunosuke's could. Seeing that Kanomaru was still struggling, Ryunosuke's eyes lit up as he prepared to properly teach this brat who didn't know the height of heaven and earth a lesson. Stop! At the critical moment, a voice very familiar to Sarutobi Kanomaru rang out. It was Sarutobi Asuma, dripping wet, standing on the surface of the water with his weapon tightly in hand, looking at Ryunosuke with a serious expression. Lord Ryunosuke, please put down Kanomaru. As Sarutobi Asuma spoke, the light in Ryunosuke's eyes gradually faded, and even the Kanomaru he was holding let go and dropped to the ground. After seeing his nephew released, Asuma, who had been treating the situation like a major enemy threat, also slowly relaxed and walked back into the house again. Asuma uncle. Seeing that his uncle was fine, Kanomaru excitedly scrambled up from the ground. He rushed over and hugged Sarutobi Asuma's leg, refusing to let go no matter how Asuma tried to pry him off. In the end, there was nothing to be done. Sarutobi Asuma could only continue wearing those wet clothes and sit down to chat with Ryunosuke. So what brings you here? Toward the man who had personally killed his father and indirectly killed nearly all of the Sarutobi clan's members, Sarutobi Asuma truly didn't know what kind of attitude he should use to face him. Seeing that Sarutobi Asuma's question carried no emotion at all, Ryunosuke was not surprised in the slightest and directly explained why he had come. I ran into your 3 former students on the road. After hearing from them that their guidance Jonin just drank all day and didn't care about himself at all, I decided to come take a look. When Ryunosuke said this, Sarutobi Asuma shifted his gaze to the 3 little ones standing behind Ryunosuke, stared at them for a few moments, then let out a faint sigh. I know you're irritated because my arrival caused a huge change in your life, but why don't you go take a look at what your father, the 3rd Hokage, was doing behind everyone's backs? Hearing Ryunosuke's words, Sarutobi Asuma, who had already been doing his best to suppress his anger, erupted completely at this moment. What? Don't tell me that, after my father died, you're still going to slander him? SNT that too immoral. Uzumaki clan's young patriarch? Facing Sarutobi Asuma's reaction, Ryunosuke didn't find it strange at all. After saying why he had come, Ryunosuke stood up and prepared to leave. But when he reached the courtyard, Ryunosuke stopped again and turned back to say to Sarutobi Asuma, if you think we're making things up about your great father, then hurry over to the old Root Organization archive room that was under Shimura Danzo. I think Lady Tsunade is checking the records there right now. If you go too late, what you're guessing might really become true. After saying that, Ryunosuke left without looking back. The 3 little ones also immediately bade farewell to Sarutobi Asuma and hurriedly chased after Ryunosuke. As for Sarutobi Asuma, the moment he heard Ryunosuke mention Shimura Danzo's Root Organization, he already felt that something was wrong. After all, Sarutobi Asuma knew very well what kind of position Shimura Danzo held regarding his father. And precisely because he knew this, he understood that everything Ryunosuke and the others had said about his father's actions could very well be true. So after changing clothes and calming Kanomaru down, Sarutobi Asuma directly sprinted toward Root's location. Left alone at home, Sarutobi Kanomaru struggled for a long time before also running out the door. But because he didn't know where his uncle had gone, Sarutobi Konohamaru could only wander aimlessly around the streets. This was also the first time since the major upheaval in Konoha that Konohamaru had walked the village streets again. Looking at Konoha, unchanged as always, the uneasiness in Sarutobi Konohamaru's heart gradually calmed down as well. As he walked, a familiar voice sounded in Sarutobi Konohamaru's ear again. "Konohamaru? Long time no see. What are you doing?" Sarutobi Konohamaru turned toward the direction of the voice, and a boy who looked completely different from before was standing not far away. "You are? Naruto big brother?" Looking at the Uzumaki Naruto whose appearance was completely different from his old dog-like image, Sarutobi Konohamaru was extremely shocked. "Yeah, it's me. What are you doing right now?" Although his appearance had changed, Sarutobi Konohamaru could tell that the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was still the same familiar Naruto big brother from before, so the wariness in his heart eased quite a bit. "I'm not doing anything, just wandering around." "I see. Have you eaten yet?" Walking over to Sarutobi Konohamaru's side, Uzumaki Naruto, just like before, walked around with him and then started chatting about ordinary things. "I already ate." Seeing the somewhat hesitant Sarutobi Konohamaru, Uzumaki Naruto immediately grinned and placed a hand on Sarutobi Konohamaru's shoulder. "You don't need to be so polite with me. I'll treat you to dinner at my place. Let me tell you, my mom's cooking is amazing." Since Sarutobi Konohamaru already knew who Uzumaki Naruto's true identity was, he naturally also knew who Naruto's mother was saying. So Sarutobi Konohamaru also knew the relationship between Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Naruto, and he was a little afraid he might run into Ryunosuke if he went there. Therefore, Sarutobi Konohamaru shook his head repeatedly. But because Naruto Uzumaki was gripping Konohamaru Sarutobi's hand so tightly and refusing to let go, Konohamaru was ultimately taken back home by Naruto Uzumaki. "I'm back." Naruto Uzumaki pushed the door open and shouted loudly at the entrance. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina happened to walk out carrying a pot of soup that had just finished cooking. After hearing Naruto Uzumaki's voice, she happily answered, "Welcome back. Dinner's almost ready, so go wash your hands." Hearing someone answer his return home once again, Naruto Uzumaki happily brought Konohamaru Sarutobi over to Uzumaki Kushina and introduced him. "Mom, this is Konohamaru. He's the little underling I took in back then." Seeing Konohamaru Sarutobi looking very restrained, Uzumaki Kushina warmly called him to wash his hands with Naruto Uzumaki and come eat later. After observing for a while and confirming that Uzumaki Ryunosuke wasn't around, Konohamaru Sarutobi finally relaxed a little and squeezed in beside Naruto Uzumaki to wash his hands. At this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out again. Konohamaru Sarutobi, who had just barely relaxed, once again had his heart leap into his throat, pricking up his ears to listen to the movement outside. It was a very unfamiliar voice coming from the entrance. "I'm back. Is Naruto back?" And Uzumaki Kushina, who had already prepared the meal, warmly replied, "Welcome back. Naruto's already home, and he even brought a friend back today." After hearing that it wasn't Uzumaki Ryunosuke's voice, Konohamaru Sarutobi finally put his heart back in his stomach. By now, the two of them had also finished washing their hands and came out of the bathroom to the dining table. Only then did Konohamaru Sarutobi clearly see the man who had spoken earlier. He was a blonde-haired man, just like his Naruto big brother, and he had a very warm smile. Konohamaru Sarutobi had long known from his grandfather, the third Hokage, that the person before him, warm like sunlight, was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Oh, you're Naruto's friend? Welcome to our home." At this time, Minato Namikaze also noticed Konohamaru Sarutobi following behind Naruto Uzumaki, and greeted him happily. Caught off guard by being called out, Konohamaru Sarutobi also suddenly panicked and stammered out an introduction. I am Konohamaru Sarutobi, the grandson of the third Hokage, and also Naruto big brother's prized disciple." Hearing Konohamaru Sarutobi introduce himself so seriously, Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina exchanged surprised glances. However, what the two of them were focused on was completely different. Minato Namikaze was shocked by Konohamaru Sarutobi's identity and Hiruzen Sarutobi's identity, while Uzumaki Kushina was shocked by Konohamaru Sarutobi's identity and Naruto Uzumaki's identity. So Minato Namikaze only silently looked at Konohamaru Sarutobi. But Uzumaki Kushina's eyes were practically shining as she looked at Konohamaru Sarutobi and asked curiously, "You said you're Naruto's prized disciple. Then can you tell me what Naruto taught you?" Konohamaru Sarutobi wasn't surprised at all by Minato Namikaze's reaction after hearing his identity, but he was somewhat surprised by Uzumaki Kushina's focus. But who was he, Konohamaru Sarutobi? He was a good child of the Sarutobi clan. So he immediately replied to Uzumaki Kushina, "Naruto big brother taught me the strongest ninjutsu in the world, enough to defeat my grandpa." First, Naruto Uzumaki had been quite pleased to hear Uzumaki Kushina ask about Konohamaru Sarutobi being his prized disciple. But the moment he heard Konohamaru Sarutobi's words, his heart suddenly jolted. He hurriedly tried to stop what was about to happen. But how could Uzumaki Kushina let Naruto Uzumaki get his way? She immediately pressed on. Really? I didn't expect my son to be this strong. Then, Konohamaru, can you show it to us? That ninjutsu that can defeat the third Hokage. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's excited expression, Konohamaru Sarutobi gradually returned to his usual personality and answered carelessly, saying okay. She didn't even give Naruto Uzumaki a chance to refuse. So under Naruto Uzumaki's look of utter despair, and with Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina both looking forward to it, Konohamaru Sarutobi began forming hand seals.
Ninjutsu, sexy technique.
With a puff of smoke, a young girl with a full figure and no clothes appeared on the scene. The entire Namikaze household instantly fell into dead silence. Just at this exact moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked in together with Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Karen, and so the siblings of the Uzumaki family, along with Uzumaki Karen, were all stunned as well. Are we here at a bad time? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked a little uncertainly. And that question from Uzumaki Ryunosuke completely shattered the silence in the Namikaze household. Uzumaki Kushina angrily roared, Naruto Uzumaki. As for Uzumaki Karen, she looked at Naruto Uzumaki with resentment, and was so furious that she couldn't speak for a long time. After that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito also learned the whole story from Minato Namikaze. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who had been beaten into a pig head, and Konohamaru Sarutobi, who was so tense that he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet, Uzumaki Ryunosuke let out a heavy sigh and helped Naruto Uzumaki explain. But if this move is used properly, then you can't say it's useless. At the very least, if I saw what just happened on the battlefield, even I would hesitate for a moment. Uzumaki Ryunosuke had originally wanted to help Naruto Uzumaki get out of it, and even Minato Namikaze was thinking about the feasibility of this ninjutsu. But who would have thought that Uzumaki Mito and the others wouldn't see it that way? So what had originally been a lecture for Naruto Uzumaki ended up becoming a criticism session for Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Seeing this scene, Minato Namikaze, who had originally also felt it was somewhat credible, very tactfully closed the mouth he had just opened. And so, when everything was finally over and it was time to eat, the dishes were already completely cold. After the meal, Konohamaru Sarutobi, who had originally been terrified of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, gradually shed his fear of him. But if you wanted Konohamaru Sarutobi to respect Uzumaki Ryunosuke the way Naruto and the others did, he still couldn't do that yet. As for Konohamaru Sarutobi's recent living situation, everyone also learned a bit about it through chatting with him. Immediately, Minato Namikaze stated that it was time to hold a meeting for all the original villagers of Konoha regarding Uzumaki Ryunosuke. This matter received unanimous approval from Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. As for Uzumaki Ryunosuke's own opinion, it really wasn't all that important. After that, once Uzumaki Kushina learned about Konohamaru Sarutobi's living situation, she directly suggested that he move in and live with Naruto Uzumaki, since he himself had introduced himself as Naruto's prized disciple. Although the ninjutsu he had been taught was a little indecent, since he himself believed that Uzumaki Kushina and the others directly acknowledged this identity. As for Konohamaru Sarutobi saying that Asuma uncle was taking care of him, Uzumaki Kushina just shook her head. After all, in Uzumaki Kushina's eyes, it would already be good enough if that big-bearded Sarutobi Asuma could take care of himself. As for taking care of a child, she really couldn't imagine it. Konohamaru Sarutobi still wanted to struggle and say something, but Uzumaki Kushina directly cut him off. She also immediately made the decision, confirming it on the spot. And so, after Konohamaru Sarutobi's resistance proved useless, he ended up moving into Minato Namikaze's house just like that. On the second day after Sarutobi Konohamaru moved into Naruto Uzumaki's house, the three Kage, who had all arrived in Konoha at the same time, finally appeared at the village gate. The two guards, Gord and Shizune, Gotetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, who were on duty, had never seen a scene like this before. In a panic, they immediately pulled the alarm for an emergency situation. As the loud sound rang out over Konoha, all the ninjas staying inside the village rushed to the gate. As soon as they arrived, they saw the three Kage standing outside the gate, and for a moment, they could hardly believe it. Fortunately, at that moment, Namikaze Minato also arrived on the scene using the Flying Thunder God technique. Like everyone else, when Minato saw the three Kage outside the gate, he was also full of confusion and surprise. Fourth Hokage, is this how your Konoha treats its friends? We've been standing here for ages, and we still can't even get into your village? The one who spoke was Chiyo of Sunagakure. Although Chiyo had not said a single word throughout the 5 Kage meeting, that did not mean she was a weak person. On the contrary, when people in the ninja world mentioned Chiyo of Sunagakure, they still felt a bit afraid. After all, Chiyo's poison-making skills were unmatched. Aside from Konoha's slug princess, Tsunade, there were not many people in the ninja world who could break the poison she made. Not to mention Chiyo herself was also a Kage-level powerhouse. And now that Chiyo saw that Uzumaki Ryunosuke was not here, she naturally would not act the same way she had during the 5 Kage meeting. As an elder of Sunagakure, she still needed to show her authority. More importantly, Chiyo herself had an irreconcilable hatred toward Konoha, since both her son and daughter-in-law had died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. It is indeed our poor hospitality. Please forgive us. This way, please. Though Namikaze Minato usually served as a somewhat awkward companion by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side, in fact, he was the second person in the ninja world who, when encountering someone during a mission, could abandon the mission without being held accountable by the village. His arrogance naturally would not lose to these seniors who had long made a name for themselves in the ninja world, so even when facing the Kage of 3 villages, Minato was not the least bit afraid. After that, Minato brought Chiyo and the Mizukage and Tsuchikage to the conference room in the Hokage building and began asking about the purpose of their visit. So, what brought all of you to Konoha? And you even agreed to come together at this time. As the host, Minato had already opened the conversation with the 3 foreign Kage. The 3 Kage did not bother with pleasantries either and directly stated the purpose of their visit. The first to speak was Chiyo, who had already grown impatient. She slammed her palm onto the conference table and said to Minato, "I'm here to look for my worthless grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand. I saw the news that Uzumaki Ryunosuke brought him back to Konoha, and that's why I'm here to find him." Next was Inoki, whose stubborn temper was no weaker than Chiyo's. He also looked at Minato with an unfriendly expression. "I'm here to look for this old man's disciple, Deidara." Lastly was the Mizukage, Mei Terumi. Although she did not yet have the same overwhelming authority as Inoki and the others, her confidence in her own strength gave her a brilliance that did not lose to anyone present. "I'm also here to find the traitor from our village, Hoshigaki Kisame. Even if he is a missing nin from our village to just join Konoha like this, 4th Hokage, that still doesn't sound right no matter how you look at it." Mei's words received unanimous agreement from Inoki and Chiyo, both of whom nodded at Minato one after another. And Minato was already stunned. Originally, he thought the 3 village Kage had agreed to come to Konoha for the tailed beasts in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hands. But he never expected that they were only here for the missing nin from Akatsuki. This gave Minato a slight complaint toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke for having directly arranged for Deidara, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Sasori to join Konoha without any explanation. So, following the principle of whoever made the trouble should handle it, Minato directly sent someone to call Deidara, the others, and Uzumaki Ryunosuke over. As for Sasori and Deidara, who had not shown their faces for a long time, they were currently in the laboratory Minato had given them, developing the new art Uzumaki Ryunosuke had told them about. Because Sasori had already transformed himself into a puppet and no longer needed rest, his progress was much faster than Deidara's. The wooden puppet body he had once used was also gradually being replaced with metal. First, he used a wooden body because would conducted chakra far better than ordinary metal. As for chakra metal, that stuff was much rarer, so Sasori had always used a wooden body. That was why, in the past, he had needed to hide inside that ugly shell, just to protect his true body. But now, with Uzumaki Ryunosuke's suggestion and Orochimaru's help, Sasori had already converted most of his body into metal. Sasori still remembered the look he had given Ryunosuke when Ryunosuke first said he should turn his body into one made entirely of metal, as if he were looking at a fool. Ryunosuke naturally knew that too, so after that, when Ryunosuke described all kinds of mechanical parts Sasori had never heard of before and took out a piece of rare chakra metal, Sasori's gaze instantly changed, from looking at a fool to looking at a god. In the end, after working day and night to build and improve himself, Sasori was no longer what he used to be. Aside from the final part that held his core not being modified yet, Sasori could now honestly be called a complete robot. And Deidara was the same. The fireworks Deidara had been tricked with by Uzumaki Ryunosuke had long since been made, but when Deidara joyfully tested them, he found that aside from the colors being pretty, they were completely useless. The power was not even as strong as the little spiders he could make casually. So after learning that he had been tricked, the dissatisfied Deidara went straight to find Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was sunbathing, and voiced his complaints. And after seeing Deidara, who had been tricked by him and was now jumping around in anger, Uzumaki Ryunosuke mentioned something else that, just hearing the name alone, made Deidara extremely excited, a thing called a nuclear bomb. Although Ryunosuke had long since forgotten exactly what a nuclear bomb was, what he remembered very clearly was the moment he had seen one explode before he transmigrated. A huge mushroom cloud shot into the sky, and even the entire earth seemed to tremble with it. When Uzumaki Ryunosuke described the instant of the explosion to Deidara, Deidara was completely confused at first and could not imagine what kind of scene that would be. In the end, there was no choice but for Ryunosuke to use a genjutsu and let Deidara see the nuclear explosion he had once witnessed himself. When Deidara saw that magnificent scene, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. It even made Ryunosuke think for a moment that Deidara might have some kind of illness. Only later did Ryunosuke realize that Deidara had simply become too excited. So now Deidara had completely shut himself in the laboratory, constantly developing the nuclear bomb Ryunosuke had shown him back then. Even though he could not recreate the exact strange form Ryunosuke had shown him, at the very least, the power was what Deidara was pursuing. Every time Deidara thought of that moment Ryunosuke had shown him, he became even more absorbed in his work, to the point that his daily routine was almost catching up to Sasori's as a puppet. And finally, there was Hoshigaki Kisame from Kirigakure. Kisame was still living together with Uchiha Itachi, and of course, that included Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, Uchiha Sasuke was very resistant to letting this shark-faced guy live in his home. But after Kisame agreed to teach Sasuke and help improve his strength, Sasuke still allowed Kisame to stay with him. So now Kisame was using a shadow clone to go outside and act as an instructor Jonin. That's what Sasuke told him. He said his old Kakashi used to do the same, while his real body stayed at home resting and occasionally teaching Sasuke. Although Kisame himself didn't have much to teach Sasuke, having an elite-level powerhouse train with him still allowed Sasuke's strength to improve rapidly. So after all these changes, Team 7, which had originally been led by Hitaki Kakashi, had now become nothing more than a name. Naruto Uzumaki was training under Jiraiya now, and from time to time, Kushina Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki would also teach Naruto and Karen Uzumaki how to use the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Sasuke Uchiha usually trained under Orochimaru, learning how to use the cursed seal of heaven Orochimaru had given him. If there was nothing else to do, Sasuke would also go find Kisame and spar with him to sharpen his strength. Because Orochimaru was busy researching the Black Shadow Kingdom materials he had obtained from Uzumaki Ryunosuke, even Sasuke's usual lessons were handled by a shadow clone. As for Hitaki Kakashi, he was now sticking to Uchiha Obito all day long, and sometimes even joined Might Guy in talking Obito out of things. So Team 7 and all that had long since been forgotten. In the end, the entire Team 7 was left with only the civilian ninja Sakura Haruno. No matter where she went, it didn't feel right, so she could only train by herself. In the end, Sakura really couldn't take it anymore, and used the excuse of visiting Naruto Uzumaki to pay a visit to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. So when the ninja sent by Namikaze Minato came looking for them, Sasori couldn't go in person, Deidara and Kisame each sent a shadow clone, and Uzumaki Ryunosuke had Sakura Haruno and Naruto wait a moment before slipping into the Black Shadow Kingdom. Uzumaki Ryunosuke was the first to arrive at the meeting room in the Hokage building, and used the same entrance method as he had at the 5 Kage summit. The 3 Kage were already used to it. After that, Deidara, Kisame's shadow clone, and Sasori arrived together at the meeting room door. After receiving Namikaze Minato's permission, the 3 of them entered the meeting room together. As soon as the 3 stepped through the door, they saw the 3 Kage seated at the conference table. Their expressions were all different at once. Kisame was surprised, Deidara was impatient, and Sasori remained expressionless. Sasori, seeing her grandson turned into this fully mechanical appearance. Not only Chiyo, but also Mei Terumi and Inoki were so shocked they couldn't even speak, let alone the guards standing behind them. Kuratsuchi, Temari, and the younger Chijuro were especially shocked, covering their mouths in disbelief. After all, Sasori's appearance was truly unprecedented in the ninja world. His entire body was made of metal, and Sasori hadn't even begun wrapping himself in the skin Uzumaki Ryunosuke had once told him about. So right now, Sasori was just a shining chunk of iron. Bastard. My grandson was turned into this neither human nor ghost thing by you people. Your Konoha is going too far. When Chiyo saw her precious grandson had become a lump of iron like this, she glared furiously at Uzumaki Ryunosuke seated at the head position and Namikaze Minato standing beside him. Under these circumstances, Minato could only smile wryly. After all, when he had been present for Sasori's conversation, Minato hadn't understood a single word. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Back when Konoha's White Fang killed my son and daughter-in-law on the battlefield, that was war. I hated it, but I could only blame our lack of skill. But now, my grandson has become like this in your Konoha. Don't tell me your Konoha doesn't intend to give this old woman an explanation? But just as Chiyo was pressing forward and threatening Minato, Sasori suddenly spoke from behind her, ruining her plan. This state of mind was made by me personally. Konoha only provided the place, and has nothing to do with it. Sasori. Hearing Sasori's words, Chiyo's eyes filled with shock. That shock wasn't only towards Sasori's current condition, but also toward the position he had taken. What Sasori had just said was basically clearing Konoha's name. Because once he said that, Chiyo no longer had anything she could directly use to threaten Konoha. On the contrary, she would have to express gratitude for everything Konoha had provided Sasori. After hearing Sasori finish speaking, Chiyo collapsed weakly into her chair. She couldn't understand it. She had devoted her whole life to Sunagakure with diligence and sincerity, and in the end her son and daughter-in-law died for the village, while the enemy her grandson joined had turned him into a metal monster. In the end, she might not even have anyone to send her off. Chiyo kept asking herself, what had her whole life been for? What kind of sin had she committed that made her have to endure such unbearable pain in her old age? Compared to Sasori's horrifying appearance, Kisame and Deidara beside him looked normal to Mei Terumi and Inoki. So the two of them started trying to persuade the other side to return to the village, and said that the past mistakes could be let go. Deidara and Kisame only instinctively glanced first at the lazily leaning Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and then both of them shook their heads in unison. Seeing that response, Mei Terumi curiously asked Kisame why, while Inoki slapped the table and cursed at Deidara in anger. Having gone a long time without rest, Deidara was already in a bad mood. After being yelled at by Inoki like that, Deidara immediately refused to put up with it and started trading insults with Inoki in the Hokage conference room. Seeing her own grandfather and her senior brother just as they always were, Kuratsuchi awkwardly glanced around. She found that the Sand Village people were comforting Chio, that freak Sasori was just standing there without saying a word, and that Mei Terumi of the Mist Village was having a heart-to-heart with Kisame, though it didn't seem to be getting much result. In the end, only Konoha's Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Namikaze's Minato were left. Minato was still wearing that awkward smile, occasionally stepping in to break up the fight. But Uzumaki Ryunosuke was completely in a watching the show mood, resting his head on one hand as he sat in his chair, looking at the lively chaos in the meeting room and occasionally smiling. When Kuratsuchi caught sight of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's smile, she immediately grew shy. Her cheeks turned red, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted as she smiled while looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Afterward, Deidara really couldn't keep arguing with Inoki anymore. After cursing at Inoki once, he immediately dispelled the shadow clone. What? Just a shadow clone? Seeing Deidara vanish on the spot, Inoki was so furious that he flew into a rage, shouting loudly, "Deidara!" At Inoki's roar, a large number of ANBU ninja instantly appeared inside the meeting room. Coming back to his senses, Inoki was just about to explain something to Namikaze Minato when, because he had moved too abruptly, he strained his waist again. Click! A loud sound rang out in the meeting room, and then Inoki was left clutching his waist, his face full of pain. Damn it, Deidara, my back. The ANBU ninja had never seen the Tsuchikage in such a state before, and they all stood there in confusion, looking at one another. After seeing the third Tsuchikage in that state, Minato Namikaze could only barely hold back his laughter while waving away the confused ANBU ninja. So, aside from Kuratsuchi, who was massaging Inoki with a completely straight face, everyone else had turned around and was secretly laughing. Witnessing the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, looking so miserable in person was something everyone present would probably never forget for the rest of their lives. While laughing, Mei Terumi suddenly came to her senses and looked at Kisame in shock. You wouldn't happen to be a shadow clone too, would you? After seeing Kisame nod in agreement, Mei Terumi's smiling face instantly turned dark. In that instant, Mei Terumi suddenly felt that Inoki was not quite so funny anymore. After Kuratsuchi's familiar massage, Inoki finally made it through. After that, Inoki also knew full well that he was not taking back this unfilial disciple today, and in anger, he directly brought up the matter of taking his leave from Minato Namikaze. Once Inoki said he was leaving, Mei Terumi and Chio also took their leave from Minato Namikaze one after another. After all, when the three of them came here, their goal had been very clear: bring back the missing nin from their own villages. But now all three of them refused to go back with them, and even felt that staying in Konoha was very comfortable. The three Kage were completely helpless. If you were to say they should forcibly drag them away, then Uzumaki Ryunosuke was still sitting there bored out of his mind. What's more, even the strongest of the Kage level, the Raikage, couldn't beat Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Inoki and the others didn't believe Chio could do it just because she was Chio, and so, this visit from the three Kage after the 5 Kage summit could be said to have ended without a result. What's more, this 5 Kage summit had not only solved nothing, it had even left them with a mess to clean up. A huge sense of disappointment filled every Kage's heart. In the end, under Minato Namikaze's escort, the three Kage each went their separate ways and returned to their villages. Watching the three Kage disappear into the distance, Minato Namikaze finally let out a long breath, then walked back toward the Hokage building. By then, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was already home. The moment Inoki and the others took their leave, the already bored Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly slipped into the Shadow Kingdom and used it to return home. After all, someone was still waiting for him at home. Uzumaki Ryunosuke took a sip of the tea Fu had just brewed, then turned his gaze to Sakura Haruno across from him. Looking at this girl who was nervous to the extreme, Uzumaki Ryunosuke said lightly, "Let us continue the topic from before. Where did we leave off?" That, just now we were talking about the Jonin instructor matter. Because the village has always been in teams of 3, but Naruto and Sasuke both have people helping them train now. I hesitated for a long time before coming to ask you, Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's expression grow more and more serious, Sakura Haruno's voice got quieter and quieter, until she simply shut her mouth. After hearing no sound from Sakura Haruno for quite a while, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked up in confusion. Who would have thought that the already somewhat frightened Sakura Haruno would instantly be terrified when she saw his gaze? If that was too abrupt, then please forgive my rudeness. I've disturbed you this time. Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye. After seeing that impatient look on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's face, Sakura Haruno was so frightened that she was about to take her leave right away. Just as she was about to stand up and leave, the long-silent Uzumaki Ryunosuke said calmly, "It's a good thing for a person to want to improve their own strength. Although I can't see anything outstanding about you right now, I believe you know yourself best. Let us do this. I can agree to this matter. But I have no idea how to arrange things for you. Do you have any requirements yourself?" Hearing that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had agreed to help her, Sakura Haruno was subconsciously a little uncertain. But after seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke waiting for her answer, Sakura Haruno finally believed it. She said happily to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, "You can decide how to arrange it. I don't have any requirements." Seeing this little girl, who was clearly surprised but then handed the choice right back to him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke shook his head helplessly with a smile. In the end, thinking of her ties as Naruto Uzumaki's former teammate, he seriously began to consider it for her. Just when he had thought for a long time with no result, the door was suddenly smashed open. It immediately disrupted Uzumaki Ryunosuke's train of thought, and the loud noise also drew everyone's attention in the room. Almost at the same time, they all turned to look toward the doorway, only to see the slug Princess Tsunade storming in with several scrolls in hand. Tsunade walked straight up to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, handed him the scrolls, then directly grabbed the teapot full of tea and drank gulp after gulp. Uzumaki Ryunosuke first took them in confusion, then opened the scrolls one by one and examined the matters recorded inside. The first one was about Kato-dan and Tsunade. The records on it were not much different from what Jiraiya had said back then. Next was Nawaki's matter, with everything that had happened to Nawaki on the battlefield back then recorded clearly. Then there was information on some members of the Senju clan, and even the Uzumaki clan had records as well. After that came the matter of a man named Hatake Tsukumo. It recorded Tsukumo's life and what happened afterward, and the more Uzumaki Ryunosuke read, the more alarmed he became. Finally, there was the intelligence on a boy called Uchiha Shursui, which recorded this Uchiha boy's Mangekyo Sharingan ability. After reading all of the intelligence, Uzumaki Ryunosuke gradually changed from suspicion at first to anger, and then finally back to calm, though beneath that calm was something far more turbulent. But Tsunade didn't know that. When she saw the completely calm look on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's face, she complained at him a little, "Great uncle, this clearly records everything Shimura Danzo did back then. Don't you have anything to say?" The more Tsunade spoke, the more anxious she became, almost bouncing off the ground. But the more she acted like that, the calmer Uzumaki Ryunosuke became, and he even drank tea with complete composure. "Hey, stop drinking already. Don't you have anything you want to say? I saw it clearly. It even records Shimura Danzo capturing the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan and using them for research. Didn't you see that?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke put down the teacup Tsunade had nudged aside. The tea had already spilled all over the tatami, and then he asked Tsunade in return, "I've already read every single thing recorded on there." Uzumaki Ryunosuke had not even finished speaking before Tsunade cut him off. "And then what do you plan to do?" Hearing Tsunade's question, Uzumaki Ryunosuke first looked at her deeply, then turned around and said to Sakura Haruno, who had been standing off to the side for quite a while, "You should head back for today. Once I find out about your teacher, I'll have someone come find you." Only then did Tsunade notice the little girl who had been standing nearby for a long time. She merely glanced curiously at the girl's pink hair, then turned her head back and stared fixedly at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Sakura Haruno also came back to herself after zoning out for a long time at the side. After being called by name by Uzumaki Ryunosuke, she finally snapped back to attention. Hearing his arrangement for her, she could only nod helplessly. After taking one more look at Tsunade, whose appearance was worlds apart from the stories she had heard, Sakura Haruno left Uzumaki Ryunosuke's house. Once she stepped outside, Sakura looked back at the plain-looking house behind her, still a little shaken, then went home while patting her chest. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke sensed that Sakura Haruno had already left, he suddenly burst into action and grabbed Tsunade by the ear. After spinning her around once, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally spoke. Acting recklessly, not reading the situation, ignoring the consequences, acting on impulse, those are all your flaws. After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke let go of Tsunade's ear. It had only been 2 or 3 seconds from the moment her ear was yanked to the moment it was released. If the burning pain in her ear had not reminded her, Tsunade would have thought that Uzumaki Ryunosuke's sudden outburst was just her imagination. Tsunade rubbed her ear with some grievance, while looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke unfriendly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke ignored her and continued on his own. "I already know all of this, but what do you want me to do? Shimura Danzo is long dead. I don't even know which country his ashes drifted off to. What do you want me to do to him? Reanimate him with Edo Tensei so you can vent? After hearing that, Tsunade stopped rubbing her ear at once, and her entire mood turned a little down. But then Tsunade suddenly thought of something. She sprang up and crawled in front of Uzumaki Ryunosuke excitedly, proposing, "Then how about you bring them back to life, great-uncle-grandfather?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke was drinking tea, and Tsunade's sudden words made him spit it all out in anger. He directly put down the teacup and grabbed Tsunade's ear again, twisting it hard. "What kind of nonsense is that? Huh? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Do you think your great-uncle-grandfather reviving people is easy? Huh? Do you know that bringing them back at all was something I paid for with my life? Aren't you afraid your great-uncle-grandfather will just drop dead all of a sudden? How dare you say something so absurd?" Who would have thought that even with her ear being pinched, Tsunade still muttered, "But I feel like reviving them is very easy for you. You just wave your hand and they come back, and it's not like you lose anything." Although Tsunade's voice was low, Uzumaki Ryunosuke still heard every word clearly. After hearing Tsunade's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke got even angrier and twisted her ear again until it turned extremely red. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of the door opening rang out once more. Tsunade looked back as if she had heard a life-saving sound, and when she saw that familiar figure appear, she shouted, "Grandma! Help! Great-uncle-grandfather is bullying me." After hearing Tsunade's call for help, Uzumaki Mito looked over curiously. She saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke still gripping Tsunade's ear, while Tsunade was pleading for help with a flushed face. Uzumaki Mito walked over and separated the two of them. Seeing Uzumaki Mito approach, Uzumaki Ryunosuke did not insist any further and simply let go of Tsunade's ear. "What's going on between you two? And you? Look at how you've pinched my precious granddaughter's little ear. It's all red." As she spoke, Uzumaki Mito also discontentedly smacked the hand Uzumaki Ryunosuke had used to pinch Tsunade's ear. Uzumaki Ryunosuke did not struggle either, and while Uzumaki Mito was hitting his hand, he used his other hand to hand her the scroll Tsunade had brought. Uzumaki Mito opened it and took a look. In the end, she could only let out a sigh on her own. Taking advantage of this chance, Uzumaki Ryunosuke told Uzumaki Mito what Tsunade had just said to him. Instantly, Uzumaki Mito grabbed Tsunade's other intact little ear and shouted sternly, "What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean your great-uncle-grandfather reviving people is easy? Is that something you can just say so casually?" At first, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt that Uzumaki Mito was right, but that last sentence sounded more and more awkward the more he heard it. Still, for a moment he could not figure out what was wrong. After the two of them had played around for a while, Uzumaki Mito still advised, although the way Tsunade said it was wrong, if you think about it carefully, this is also a method. If you can bring them back to life, that would be even better. To his own little sister, Uzumaki Ryunosuke naturally would not treat her the way he treated Tsunade. After taking a sip of tea, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked into Uzumaki Mito's eyes and said, "You should know what this records, what Shimura Danzu was capturing the Uzumaki clan survivors for. And I think by now, you should also know why the Uzumaki clan was wiped out in the first place. Although I revived you all before because of my own selfish reasons, in the end, this kind of thing still goes against Heaven's order. I also don't know whether reviving others so recklessly is a good thing. After all, I still haven't found out who it was that had been watching me like that back then. Maybe it really was some normal soul-keeping messenger. If that's the case, then reviving a large number of people might cause some huge trouble." After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke say that, Uzumaki Mito lowered her head a little in disappointment. Seeing his little sister like that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke helplessly scratched the back of his head and gave in. "But I think reviving a small number of people shouldn't cause any major problems. How about this? Later, let us go find Minato and discuss it, and see who should be revived." After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke say that, Uzumaki Mito also smiled happily. Tsunade, hearing that her great-uncle-grandfather had agreed to this matter, also laughed happily. Seeing Tsunade, who had no sense of dignity at all, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly remembered what he had just said about finding a teacher for Sakura Haruno, so he brought it up to Tsunade again. After hearing it, Tsunade readily agreed. After all, Orochimaru and Jiraiya already had their own new disciples now, and Tsunade was secretly competing with them, wanting to pick a personal disciple of her own as well. And now that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had brought it up, Sakura Haruno was originally on the same team as Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. So after hearing these things about Sakura Haruno, Tsunade agreed directly. After all, Tsunade figured that since they were all on the same team, the gap between them should not be too big. Thinking about how the disciple she taught in the future would beat Orochimaru's and Jiraiya's disciples to the ground, Tsunade could not help laughing loudly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade, who suddenly started laughing with confused expressions. Even Fu, who was cleaning up the tea Uzumaki Ryunosuke had spat onto the floor earlier, was looking at the somewhat inexplicable Tsunade in confusion. Tsunade immediately noticed that the atmosphere around her was a little off, and quickly coughed twice to cover her embarrassment. Then she sat down properly and began tasting the tea Fu had personally brewed for Uzumaki Ryunosuke. After dinner, Uzumaki Ryunosuke took Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade with him into Minato's house. At this point, Tsunade, who had been holding back for a long time, finally got to speak freely. She did not care whether Minato was actually listening or not, and dumped all of her thoughts and complaints about Uzumaki Ryunosuke onto him. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze could only do his best to extract the most important information from Tsunade's rambling. After Minato's careful analysis, he finally understood the reason why Tsunade and the others had come looking for him this time. It turned out that when Tsunade was checking records in the archive room left behind by Shimura Danzu, she had discovered many dirty things done by various former Konoha higher-ups. Among them were the secret human experiments on the bodies of the Senju clan members who had died on the battlefield, as well as the orphans of the Senju clan, and the truth behind the suicide of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Then came the death conjecture regarding Shursui Uchiha, the body flicker prodigy who had died for reasons even Konoha's higher-ups had not known at the time, and a whole series of related matters. Behind all of these, could be clearly seen that Shimura Danzo had been the one pushing everything forward. As for whether Hiruzen Sarutobi had been involved, the scroll did not record it in detail, but things had already reached this point, and now it was a matter of different people drawing different conclusions. I see. So this whole thing was for reviving these people? Minato Namikaze had simply read through the scroll that Tsunade had taken out after speaking, and after understanding it, he nodded. But then he turned to look at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was drinking tea. But, Ryunosuke-sama, you've always been reviving other people. Is this really a good thing? Once people realize that death can be reversed, that death is no longer the end of life, then I think some people will lose the fear of death they should have. I feel that by then, what you're doing now might actually cause even bigger trouble. Besides, I also heard from Kushina before that you once planned to rebuild Uzushio. But up until now, other than reviving Kushina and Mito-sama, you haven't revived any other clan members. I sent that. Hearing Minato Namikaze's question, even Tsunade, who had just finished talking with Minato and was now complaining to Uzumaki Kushina, fell silent for a moment and started thinking about the question Minato had raised. At this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke only calmly shook his head. I've considered this too. That's why, after so much time, I still haven't revived the clan members. And from now on, unless it's urgent, I won't revive anyone else. You could say this will be the last time. Also, ever since I revived you last time, I haven't felt that feeling of being watched again. So I thought that if this time caused a bigger disturbance than before, maybe the one behind it would reveal their true form. That's the real reason I came to find you this time. I need you to provide me with a safe place, at the very least far away from Konoha. Looking at the resolute Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Minato Namikaze thought it over and over again before finally nodding solemnly. By this point, no one present still had the mood to joke around, because what awaited them next might be the most severe test so far. After all, this was an enemy even Uzumaki Ryunosuke could not detect. 1 week later, in a forest far away from Konoha, everyone who had come here today was a Konoha ninja with extremely strong strength. They all stood around a barrier with serious expressions, watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Orochimaru inside as they prepared. It's been a long time, Ryunosuke-sama. I didn't expect you to be concerned about Edo Tensei because of me. Compared to the somewhat grim Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Orochimaru was still wearing that same smiling expression from before. You don't seem worried at all about what's about to happen, Orochimaru. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's teasing, Orochimaru just shrugged indifferently. Maybe what we're about to face is someone even you can't deal with. Then what use is it whether I'm too nervous or not? Hearing Orochimaru say that, the tension in Uzumaki Ryunosuke, which had been stretched unbearably tight ever since he finished speaking about the matter last time, suddenly eased for a moment. Outside the barrier, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, and the others were all on full alert. And after Kakashi Hatake heard that Uzumaki Ryunosuke would also revive Rin, even Obito Uchiha had come. When everyone first saw Obito Uchiha appear on the scene, they were all shocked. But after immediately thinking that perhaps Ryunosuke-sama had revived him, everyone relaxed again. At this moment, Obito Uchiha's inner feelings could not be expressed with words. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart, but as time passed, all that remained was his conflicted gaze fixed on Uzumaki Ryunosuke. At that moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly flashed into the barrier and said to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, "Everything's ready.
Orochimaru-sama.
Ryunosuke-sama, we can begin now." After hearing Minato's words, Orochimaru began using Edo Tensei on the spies from the various hidden villages who had been dragged out of Konoha and were now completely restrained. For a moment, the spy screams filled the air. As one spy after another disappeared, the familiar figures of Konoha's people once again appeared before their eyes. Hyuga Hizashi, father, Shursui, Rin, dad, mom. Seeing Hyuga Hizashi, Tsukumo Hatake, Shursui Uchiha, Rin Noera, Fugaku Uchiha, and Makoto Uchiha, along with a whole series of ninja who had already died in battle or met unnatural deaths back then, appearing inside the barrier, everyone's hearts were stirred. After all, this was the first time they had personally witnessed how Uzumaki Ryunosuke revived the dead. Of course, there was also one rather inconspicuous man in a green jumpsuit among the revived. At the same time, as soon as Orochimaru's Edo Tensei finished, Uzumaki Ryunosuke moved forward at extreme speed and pressed a hand on each of the people who had been revived through Edo Tensei. Then green light began to emit from the bodies of everyone who had been summoned by Edo Tensei. But before that green light had even fully faded, these people, along with Orochimaru, were all taken out by Minato Namikaze using Flying Thunder God. At that moment, only Uzumaki Ryunosuke remained inside the barrier. This had all been arranged in advance by Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Minato Namikaze, which was why Minato had appeared directly inside the barrier at the beginning. And as these people gradually revived, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly felt something pulling at his body, something he had no way to refuse. Under everyone's watchful eyes at the scene, Uzumaki Ryunosuke just vanished from where he stood. His disappearance startled everyone outside the barrier, who had been waiting in full force for the strong enemy to appear. Uzumaki Mito also hurriedly opened a passage in the barrier large enough for people to pass through. Then a group of people rushed straight into the barrier and began searching everywhere. But even after they turned over several layers of the ground, no one still found Uzumaki Ryunosuke. They didn't even know where he had gone. Damn it, who is it? Minato Namikaze stood at the spot where Uzumaki Ryunosuke had disappeared, clenching his fists in rage as he looked around. As for those newly revived people who were still a bit dazed, they also looked around in confusion at first. Only after asking the familiar people nearby did they finally understand what had happened. Uzumaki Ryunosuke? I never thought I'd be revived by such a legendary ninja. After hearing Itachi Uchiha's explanation, Shursui Uchiha couldn't help feeling emotional. He looked at the place where Uzumaki Ryunosuke had disappeared, using the right eye that had just been transplanted into him. Fugaku Uchiha kept looking around at his surroundings and at the people who had been revived today. At the same time, he was also curious about Ryunosuke Uzumaki, that mysterious figure from the Warring States period. Unlike the men who were interested in Ryunosuke Uzumaki, Makoto Uchiha was currently asking Itachi Uchiha about Sasuke Uchiha. But honestly, Itachi Uchiha had never really paid much attention to Sasuke Uchiha's daily life. First, he had handed Sasuke Uchiha over to Konoha's care. Later, after he returned to Konoha, it had been Kisame who took Sasuke around. So Itachi Uchiha could not properly soothe Makoto Uchiha's worried heart. Nearby, Tsukumo Hatake was also asking Kakashi Hatake for information, while also checking in on how his son had lived all these years. Originally, Kakashi Hatake had prepared a whole pile of things he wanted to say to his father. But when his father stood before him, whole and complete, caring about him like this, all those thousands of words automatically turned into one faint sentence. I've been doing fine all these years. Hearing Kakashi Hatake say that, Tsukumo Hatake happily rubbed the top of his son's head, just like he had when Kakashi was little. At this moment, Hayashi Hyuga was also talking with his younger brother, Hizashi Hyuga, whom he had failed to see one last time back then. He told him about everything that had happened over the years, and also brought up how Hizashi Hyuga had taken it upon himself back then to make a choice in place of his elder brother, Hayashi Hyuga. As for that, Hizashi Hyuga could only hide it with laughter. Lastly, there was a grown boy and a young girl. Obito Uchiha was still the same as back then, not daring to look directly into Rin Noera's eyes. And Rin Noera was glaring angrily at Obito Uchiha, who had lowered his head and refused to speak. She scolded him for all the wrong things he had done over the years. When she got to the parts that made her especially angry, Rin Noera even swung her fist and hammered Obito Uchiha hard. At first, Obito Uchiha was filled with guilt and shame. But when he finally reacted, the more he listened, the more something felt off. The things Rin Noera was talking about now were clearly all things that had happened after her death. Why did she know all of them? Thinking of this, Obito Uchiha suddenly raised his head and, for the first time, stared straight into Rin Noera's eyes. From his gaze, Rin Noera saw his confusion. So Rin Noera took the left hand that still belonged to Obito Uchiha and slowly said, "Because I've always been watching you. After all, that's what we promised back then." Rin Noera's words instantly brought Obito Uchiha back to that beautiful time. It had been a warm dusk, a time when a bright and youthful girl and an ignorant boy made a promise to each other. Rin, thinking of that, Obito Uchiha unconsciously called the girl's name again, just like he had back then. And after hearing Obito Uchiha's soft call, Rin Noera looked at him with a smile. "You really took a lot of detours over the years." Hearing this, Obito Uchiha became a little embarrassed. A lot really did happen over the years. But Rin, the promise between you and me. After hearing Obito Uchiha's words, Rin Noera shook her head and comforted him. Don't say it like that. Obito already tried his best. I told you, didn't I? I saw it all. Looking at Rin Noera, who was still the same as she had been back then, Obito Uchiha could no longer hold back his tears. They flowed from his eyes. This was the first time Obito Uchiha had shed tears since Rin Noera's death. Nearby, after another fruitless investigation, Minato Namikaze could only give up in the end. Immediately afterward, he announced that everyone would return directly to Konoha. After hearing Minato Namikaze's arrangements, everyone began heading toward Konoha one after another. During this time, Mito Uzumaki stopped several times in worry and looked back at the barrier that was still operating. Lady Mito, I know you're very worried about Lord Ryunosuke, but right now we can only return to Konoha first and think of a way there. Then we can see how to search for Lord Ryunosuke. Minato Namikaze looked at Mito Uzumaki, who had stopped once again, and helplessly tried to persuade her. Mito Uzumaki herself understood this as well, so after nodding, she once again rushed toward Konoha. After traveling for some time, everyone finally saw Konoha's gate not far away, as well as the few figures anxiously waiting there. Sasuke. After seeing her son's figure, Makoto Uchiha happily called out loudly. At the same time, Sasuke Uchiha, who had been anxiously pacing back and forth, also heard that familiar call. Looking in the direction the voice came from, Sasuke Uchiha saw his mother running toward him. Mom! After seeing the mother he had longed for day and night, Sasuke Uchiha could no longer hold himself back. Excited, he threw himself into Makoto Uchiha's arms. If anyone had been watching closely, they would have seen that Sasuke Uchiha, who was usually famous for being cold and aloof, was silently shedding happy tears at this moment. Fugaku Uchiha, who had rushed over right after them, looked at the mother and son hugging each other, and for a moment, countless emotions filled his heart. Nearby, Shisui Uchiha was staring at Itachi Uchiha with a face full of anger. He thought back to when they had been traveling earlier and he had first asked Itachi Uchiha about the clan and Konoha. Seeing the other party stammer and hesitate, Shisui Uchiha had immediately felt that something was very wrong. Sure enough, after turning around, Shisui Uchiha learned from the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, what had happened between the Uchiha clan and Konoha after his death. After learning the result, the more Shisui Uchiha thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, unable to suppress his anger any longer, he directly grabbed Itachi Uchiha, raised his hand, and slapped him on the back while scolding him. What I asked you to protect back then was all of Konoha. Who told you to go wipe out the clan? Wipe out the clan. Wipe out the clan. The more Shisui Uchiha hit him, the angrier he became. The single eye he had left looked like it was about to shoot fire. And Fugaku Uchiha watched Shisui Uchiha beating Itachi Uchiha like an old father disciplining his child. Although his face still carried that dignified expression on the surface, in his heart, he silently gave Shisui Uchiha a thumbs up. The last person waiting was Niji Hyuga of the Hyuga clan. The moment he saw his father, the tears he had suppressed for so many years were like a burst dam, freely streaming down his face. I'm back, Niji. Welcome back, father. Seeing Niji Hyuga like this for the first time, Might Guy and Rock Lee also hugged each other and cried, shouting, "This is Youth Lee." Yes, Guy-sensei. As for Ten, although she had long since gotten used to these two, at this repeated moment of family reunion, she still felt unbearably embarrassed. Guy-sensei, that's about enough. Unexpectedly, before Ten could even finish speaking, a pair of powerful hands landed on her shoulders. Ten raised her head in confusion and saw a man who looked almost exactly like Guy-sensei giving her a thumbs up. Young lady, when it comes to youth, there is no such thing as about enough. Suddenly hearing that voice from his memories, a voice so familiar it could not be more familiar, even Might Guy, who was usually so carefree and loud, had red-rimmed eyes at this moment. Looking at the inconspicuous middle-aged man standing beside Ten, Might Guy directly threw himself into the other man's arms. Father. Looking at Might Guy crying in his arms, Might Due did not comfort him the way the others did. On the contrary, Might Due punched Might Guy directly on the head and said, Guy, youth has no time for tears. As punishment, let us run 100 laps around Konoha together. Yes, father. After saying that, Might Due and Might Guy immediately ran off, and Rock Lee quickly followed after seeing this. Oh, Guy, is this little guy your son? Looking at Rock Lee, who somewhat resembled Might Guy, Might Due asked curiously. Might Guy only shook his head and was about to explain, but Rock Lee spoke first, loudly. No, sir. I'm just Guy-sensei's student. My name is Rock Lee. I'm a shinobi who wants to prove that through hard work alone, you can surpass those geniuses. Is that so? Lee has a lot of spirit. Then let us continue to shed the sweat of youth. Add another 100 laps. Yes, sir. Yes, father. After saying that, Might Due gave Rock Lee the iconic Might family thumbs up, then continued leading the two of them sprinting through Konoha, sweating the sweat of youth. Ten looked a little speechless at the three of them running while loudly shouting about youth, and let out a helpless sigh. Now she finally understood where her teacher's personality came from. Tenten felt that if everyone had a father like that, then becoming someone like Gai-sensei would already count as the mildest symptom. Looking at the people gathered together, Minato Namikaze also felt genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Even Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, who had been extremely dejected all the way here, were infected by the atmosphere at this moment, and the worry in their hearts eased a little. Of course, Uchiha Itachi was the exception at this moment. Minato Namikaze was happy, but he knew there were more important matters ahead, so he had no choice but to stand up and break this harmonious, touching atmosphere. Everyone, we still have severe trials ahead of us, so let us hold off on the celebration until after we find Lord Ryunosuke. With Minato Namikaze saying that, everyone present finally remembered that there was still Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had gone missing somewhere. So the group of shinobi that had just been blocking Konoha's gate gradually dispersed, and all the jonin followed Minato Namikaze to the conference room for a meeting. On the other side, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was slowly waking up from his slumber. After sitting up and instinctively looking around, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was shocked to find that he was standing in a stretch of darkness, with nothing around him. Just then, he noticed a faint glow coming from somewhere not far away. Following his instinct to survive, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt his way toward the light. After stepping into it, Uzumaki Ryunosuke immediately discovered that the surroundings had changed drastically in an instant. The darkness around him had now turned into complete brightness, and he curiously looked toward the light source. The moment he got close, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was horrified to realize that this was no light source at all. It was clearly clusters of glowing balls wrapped around souls, and it was these soul-wrapped light spheres that were emitting the glow. He also noticed that whenever he got close to these spheres, he would feel a strange pulling force, as if it wanted to draw him into the ball. This situation really made Uzumaki Ryunosuke curious, and he was about to reach out and touch it to see what was going on. But then he suddenly realized that he was also in a soul state now. As for why Uzumaki Ryunosuke knew that both he and the people inside the spheres were in a soul state, that was of course because back then, Uzumaki Ryunosuke often used talismans to play around with out-of-body experiences, so he had already seen this kind of thing long ago. What exactly is going on? Looking at this bizarre place around him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke couldn't figure out how he had gotten here. The situation around him was obviously what the ninja world called the Pure Land, and then he remembered what had happened after he revived those people earlier. Could it be that I revived too many people so I died again? Thinking of that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke shook his head in denial. He had the dog talisman and the horse talisman on him, so there was no way anything could kill him. The only exception was the system from back then. Could it be? That damn system realized I wasn't actually dead, then came back and killed me again? After thinking it through, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt that this was the only reasonable explanation. So he began drifting around, observing the surroundings while cursing that useless system in his heart, the one that could do nothing but kill its host. At the same time, in a vast, boundless universe, a man was wandering through space when his mind suddenly went blank and he lost control of his body. System, what is going on? The man quickly communicated with the system in his head, and then he heard a mechanical voice answer. This is just the system upgrading. It is a normal situation. Hey, that normal situation is way too dangerous. After regaining control of his body, the man complained a little unhappily, then continued toward his destination. And somewhere the man didn't know about, a white-haired loli was scratching her head in confusion. How strange. I'm just a system, so why would I sneeze? Back to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. After wandering around this space for a long time, he finally saw two familiar figures wrapped up in spheres. Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke was about to step forward and take a look, he suddenly realized his soul had been bound by something. Damn it, who is it? Uzumaki Ryunosuke struggled desperately, and at that moment, an aged voice came from behind him. Please stop struggling. This thing can't be broken free from. But just as that voice finished speaking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly tore apart whatever was binding him, then looked at the newcomer with a calm expression. Sorry, I was busy just now. What did you say? Hagoromo Otsutsuki looked speechlessly at the innocent-looking Uzumaki Ryunosuke in front of him, and in the end could only let out a helpless sigh. Then Hagoromo Otsutsuki gently waved his hand, and the truth-seeking orbs that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had been holding a moment ago transformed back behind him. Your strength is indeed very strong, and your body has hidden abilities that are impossible to explain. No wonder you at that time. Looking at this strange old man who kept cutting himself off mid-sentence, Uzumaki Ryunosuke somehow felt irritated. If you have something to say, just say it directly. I hate people who speak hesitantly and leave half of it unsaid. Seeing the irritable Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Hagoromo Otsutsuki didn't get angry at all. Instead, he kept speaking in his own way with half-finished sentences that Uzumaki Ryunosuke couldn't understand. Only after talking for a while did Hagoromo Otsutsuki remember that he still hadn't introduced himself. You also know that I am the Sage of Six Paths. My real name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki. At Hagoromo Otsutsuki's self-introduction, Uzumaki Ryunosuke impatiently waved his hand and said, I could already guess that you're the Sage of Six Paths, but I really have no interest in learning about your name or life story. Also, I know interrupting someone is very rude, but I personally think my current situation is not the kind where I can casually and carelessly chat with you. For Uzumaki Ryunosuke's worry, and for interrupting him, Hagoromo Otsutsuki nodded, saying he could understand. Then let us get straight to the point. I think when you saw the souls around here, you already guessed why I called you here. At this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded. He had indeed guessed it. From the situation around him, the one managing souls in Pure Land had to be the Sage of Six Paths in front of him. Then the reason he was brought here was probably because of his constant resurrection of others. Then did you call me here because you have some way to fix this? Or are you planning to keep me here as the price? As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked warily at the Sage of Six Paths. If the other party showed any sign of agreeing with what he had said, Uzumaki Ryunosuke would immediately burst into action and unleash the power of the devils he hadn't used in a long time with full force. It might not necessarily be enough to hit the legendary Sage of Six Paths, but using the power of the devils as a medium to help himself escape was still possible. After all, no matter how strong the Sage of Six Paths was, he couldn't possibly handle the power of 8 devils at once. By then, he could use the chaos to get away. But what Uzumaki Ryunosuke never expected was that the Sage of Six Paths actually shook his head in refusal at what he had just said. How could I possibly act against you? Although we've never met, I've always been watching you. The moment Uzumaki Ryunosuke heard that, goosebumps rose all over his body. Just thinking that, in some place unknown to him all this time, there had been such an old man watching him made Uzumaki Ryunosuke so disgusted he nearly threw up. Wait, let us just talk about the issue directly. Why did you bring me here exactly? And from the very beginning, you've been using honorifics with me. Why would a legendary sage use honorifics toward me? Hearing these questions from Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the Sage of Six Paths straightened his body in midair and explained, actually, the reason I brought you here is very simple. I just hope you won't resurrect any more people. Of course, for those who have already been resurrected, I won't bring them back right now. No matter how you look at it, casually resurrecting others is a bit against the natural cycle of life and death. So I hope you can give me your assurance on this. As for why I use honorifics toward you, I'm sorry. Under the current circumstances, I still can't tell you. Perhaps you'll know in the future. Watching the Sage of Six Paths give another round of vague answers, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's molars itched with rage. Well, in your current state, you're still alive, so staying in Pure Land for too long isn't very good for you. I only hope you'll remember our conversation today. Also, regarding this conversation between us, I must ask you again not to tell anyone else. After saying that, the Sage of Six Paths no longer cared about what expression Uzumaki Ryunosuke's soul had. He directly sent him away. Watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke leave, the Sage of Six Paths sat alone among the surrounding souls and muttered to himself, Mother, I finally got to see him, just like you told us back then. He really is a bad-tempered person. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Ryunosuke did not hear that last sentence, because at that moment he was lying in the barrier from before, unconscious. Of course, by now Uzumaki Ryunosuke's soul had already returned to his body. By the time night fell, Uzumaki Ryunosuke woke once again from his sleep. Looking up at the stars across the sky, he was still thinking about the Sage of Six Paths and his endless riddles. Damn it, bastard. People who speak in riddles should all die. While cursing the Sage of Six Paths in his heart, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly waved his hand and cancelled the barrier that had been running all along. Then he slipped into the Black Shadow Kingdom. When Uzumaki Ryunosuke came out from the shadows, he saw a group of people holding a meeting around Namake's Minato. Even Terra and the others stationed in Amigakure had come. All of them looked worried. Hey, what are you doing not going home in the middle of the night? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked curiously. When the people present heard that familiar voice, they all subconsciously looked over, just in time to see Uzumaki Ryunosuke stepping out of the shadows. Master, are you okay? Master. As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke came out, Terra and the others rushed over and surrounded him, checking his body up and down. Stop! 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 How could Uzumaki Ryunosuke endure 10 oddly shaped burly men feeling all over his body? He shouted in panic. But Terra and the others, focused entirely on his health, had no mind to listen to anything else. They simply chose selective deafness and completely ignored whatever Uzumaki Ryunosuke was saying. Seeing that speaking normally was useless, Uzumaki Ryunosuke immediately used gravity to throw all of Terra and the others out through the window behind him. After that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke straightened out the clothes that had been messed up by Terra and the others, while curiously looking at the silent crowd beside him. Have you all gone mute? Why isn't anyone saying anything? As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke said that, everyone finally came back to their senses from the shock. Uzumaki Mito even rushed forward and hugged Uzumaki Ryunosuke tightly. Feeling Uzumaki Mito trembling and sniffling in his arms, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt a little confused, but still patted her back comfortingly. Lord Ryunosuke, where did you go at the time? You just disappeared from inside the barrier. You really scared all of us. We searched for you there for a long time and still couldn't find you. Everyone thought something had happened to you. After hearing Namikaze's Minato's explanation, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally understood why Uzumaki Mito had acted so strangely. At the same time, Tara and the others, who had just been thrown down, climbed back up and leaned against the window, curiously watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke and waiting for his answer. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, all of them with curious eyes, Uzumaki Ryunosuke said casually, "It's nothing major. I was just taken away by the Sage of Six Paths." And he said that for the stability of the ninja world in the future, he hoped I wouldn't resurrect anyone else. As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke said that, not only everyone present, but even the Sage of Six Paths hiding in the shadows and secretly watching, widened his eyes in shock. What shocked everyone was that the one who had taken Uzumaki Ryunosuke away had actually been the legendary founder of ninjutsu, the Sage of Six Paths. What shocked the Sage of Six Paths was that this guy, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, had no sense of martial ethics at all. He had directly sold him out. Clearly, back in Pure Land, they had agreed to keep it secret. But the Sage of Six Paths suddenly realized that when he said that earlier, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had apparently never shown any sign of agreeing. It had all been his own wishful thinking. Damn it, even if it's you, right now I still think you're way too damn much. The Sage of Six Paths sat cross-legged in Pure Land, grinding his teeth as he stared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Really? You're not lying, are you? How could the Sage of Six Paths call you over? That kind of legendary figure. Naturally, Uzumaki Mito did not believe what Uzumaki Ryunosuke had said right away. No matter how she thought about it, it was simply too unbelievable. The legendary Sage of Six Paths actually still existed. Hearing Uzumaki Mito deny him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke simply curled his lips and shrugged. He of course knew. When a person who only exists in people's repeated rumors appears right in front of them, anyone would instinctively deny their existence. If you don't believe it, then I can't do anything about it. To be honest, even I didn't believe it when I first saw him. But when the facts are right in front of you, you have to believe them even if you don't want to. After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke opened a path through the crowd. Under the gazes of so many people in the meeting room, Ryunosuke just walked out openly, all by himself. After seeing Ryunosuke leave like that, everyone in the meeting room first looked subconsciously at the people around them. Then they all turned their eyes to the person at the center of it all, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Regarding what Ryunosuke had just said, Minato had also instinctively denied it at first. Even though Ryunosuke usually had his full respect, everything he had just said was far too unbelievable. The Sage of Six Paths, the figure from legend, how could that be? How could someone like that still exist in this world? But if it wasn't the Sage of Six Paths, then Ryunosuke's previous disappearance would be hard to explain. Come to think of it, the fact that Ryunosuke possessed a ninjutsu that could revive others was also not something an ordinary person could do. And Minato knew very well that Ryunosuke's strength was terrifyingly strong. Even though Ryunosuke hadn't gone all out during the 5 Kage meeting. Just from the fact that Ryunosuke could easily handle the Reikage, Sachikage, and Mizukage at the same time, there probably wasn't anyone in the ninja world who could take him away unnoticed from within a barrier he had set up. Lord Fourth, what should we do now? Looking at Minato, who had been thinking in silence, Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but ask. Fugaku was thinking that since the person they had originally planned to save had already returned on his own, maybe they could disband now. After all, there were still his wife and son waiting at home with dinner ready for him. As soon as Fugaku asked that, everyone present once again turned their eyes to Minato. Hearing Fugaku call out to him, Minato, who had been deep in thought, immediately came back to his senses. Yes, but I hope everyone here will keep everything Lord Ryunosuke just said buried in their hearts. After all, the Sage of Six Paths and all that is simply too unbelievable. At Minato's reminder, everyone present nodded in agreement. Even if nobody would necessarily believe what happened today, being cautious was always better. None of the people here were fools, and knowing how serious this was, they naturally wouldn't go spreading it around. Seeing that everyone in front of him agreed, Minato finally nodded and let everyone leave. And just like that, the whole of Konoha sank into celebration over the revival of friends and family. That entire night, every household in Konoha was filled with laughter and joy. The scale of it was almost like the New Year festival. And even compared to New Year's, everyone was even happier today. At Minato's house, this was absolutely the liveliest place of all. There were more than 10 people present, and every single one of them was a famous ninja in the ninja world. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki were indispensable. Then came Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. After that were Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, and Kakashi Hatake. Then Might Due, Might Guy, and Tsukumo Hatake. Finally, there were Ryunosuke Uzumaki, Mito Uzumaki, Nawaki, Fu, Karen Uzumaki, Konohamaru Sarutobi, and the others. Looking at this big family in front of him, Minato felt happy from the bottom of his heart. As for why might Due, Sakumo Hataki, and the others were here, it was simply because there weren't many people in their families, and they had also just happened to receive Minato's invitation, so they came along. Of course, the 9 cute-tailed beasts were also indispensable. By the way, speaking of something else, when Isabu, who had always been very quiet, saw Rin no Era, he instantly went berserk. That sudden burst of aura even startled Ryunosuke. Completely unable to figure out what was going on, Ryunosuke only understood the whole story after Rin no Era explained it. Turned out that back then, Isabu had been sealed inside Rin no Era's body. But she didn't know what was going on, only that there was a monster inside her body, which was why she asked Kakashi to kill her. And because of the tag sealed on Rin no Era's heart, she couldn't explain her situation to anyone else, so she also couldn't ask her teacheress wife, Kushina Uzumaki, for help. In the end, Rin no Era had no choice but to throw herself onto Kakashi's Chidori and commit suicide. But Rin dying herself was one thing, Isabu didn't want that at all. Unfortunately, back then, Isabu had shouted himself hoarse inside the seal, yet Rin, who was determined to die, completely ignored him. So, as expected, Isabu died together with Rin in that twisted suicide. And because the time it took for Isabu to resurrect afterward had been greatly shortened, his own strength had dropped severely. That was why, after following Yagura for only a few carefree years, he got controlled by Obito Uchiha again. This situation only improved after the people of Kirigakure defeated Yagura. Hearing Isabu's tearful accusations, everyone present, aside from the other 8-tailed beasts, who were laughing so hard they were practically falling over, still felt sympathy for Isabu's miserable life. Even Obito Uchiha lowered his head and apologized together with everyone else under Rin no Era's sharp gaze. After that frenzy of celebration, Konoha once again returned to its usual rhythm, and everyone lived in peace. Only on the village streets, the ones sweating out their youth had gone from 2 people to 3, and the original members of Team Guy had also dispersed one by one. Niji Hyuga, ever since his father revived, had been following his father to learn the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. At the same time, Tenten was also training alone at home, pursuing her own ninja path. As for Sakura Haruno, she finally got her wish and followed Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, while also picking up all of Tsunade's signature techniques. Sasuke Uchiha, meanwhile, now trained with his father every day. The cold expression he used to wear had gradually become no different from that of an ordinary child. He was still a little proud, but at the very least, his facial expressions were much richer than before. As for our Naruto Uzumaki, he was currently running through the streets of Konoha with Jiraiya, dodging the villagers who were chasing after him. "Hey, you bastard up ahead! Stop right there!" Hearing the shout from behind him, Naruto ran even faster, and in one careless moment, he crashed into a child about his own age. "Ow, that hurts!" Naruto rubbed the back of his head and got up from the ground. Looking at the person he had just run into, he hurriedly asked, "Sorry, I didn't notice someone in front of me. Are you okay?" And the other 2 standing beside the boy, along with the boy himself, all stared blankly at Naruto's face. Seeing the boy's expression, Naruto thought he had been knocked silly by the impact, so he quickly helped him up. At that moment, the boy finally came back to his senses. Looking at Naruto, he shouted loudly, "D-Dad?" Naruto Uzumaki was startled by the boy's shout right in front of him, and he immediately reached out and covered his mouth. "Are you stupid or something? Who are you calling Dad?" Just as he was speaking, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly felt a huge commotion coming from behind him. Turning around, he saw Jiraiya already sprinting over, and Naruto knew exactly who was chasing after him. So after silently thinking something was bad, he directly broke free from the boy's grip and ran off in a panic. As soon as Naruto took off, the 3 people standing there also felt the disturbance behind them. When they turned around, they saw a white-haired old man chasing after the direction Naruto had fled, followed by a huge crowd of Konoha villagers. "What are they doing?" one of the girls among the 3 asked. Then the tallest of them answered. The white-haired old man who just ran past was Jiraiya. I think he was probably caught peeping into the women's bath. After hearing the tall man's words, the man and woman beside him both looked a little disappointed. They never expected that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of the ninja world, would actually be a peeping pervert. "Alright, let us catch up to them. Naruto is over there." With that, the tall man led the man and woman toward the direction the Konoha villagers had run. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw Jiraiya being pinned to the ground and beaten by a red-haired young man. As for the villagers and Naruto Uzumaki, they were now standing beside them with righteous expressions, just watching Jiraiya get pummeled. "Hey Sasuke uncle, who's that red-haired big brother? Why have I never heard of him? He can actually pin Jiraiya-sama down and beat him." However, after the boy Sasuke uncle looked at him several times, he suddenly pulled the 2 of them closer and said, "You need to be careful. I've never seen this man before either. Maybe we didn't come back to the past Konoha. After hearing Sasuke uncle say that, the two who had originally been watching the show immediately became alert. And Sasuke uncle, looking at the two people beside him, also had a headache. If it were only himself or even himself plus the boy beside him, that would be fine. But the most troublesome one was the girl. If anything unexpected happened, Sasuke uncle had absolutely no confidence in taking care of her. At this time, the red-haired man had already finished beating up Jiraiya and stepped aside. Then the Konoha villagers who had been watching from outside rushed in all at once and once again pinned Jiraiya to the ground and beat him. Naruto Uzumaki took Naruto Uzumaki out from inside, looking at Jiraiya, who was being beaten until he kept begging for mercy, with a rich expression, then said to Naruto Uzumaki, "Otherwise we should switch people. I really can't figure out what he can teach you." Naruto Uzumaki also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ever since he started training with Jiraiya, all he had done was run away and occasionally practice Rasengan. But these things his parents could teach him too. Even if not, the things Tara taught were better than Jiraiya. Naruto Uzumaki really didn't want Jiraiya teaching him for even one more second. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki nod, Naruto Uzumaki was just about to take him and leave when he suddenly turned his head and happened to see the strange trio standing nearby for quite a while. Back then, Naruto Uzumaki had wandered around Konoha several times, and everyone in the village knew him. Not one of them would act like these three did when they saw him. They were all staring at him with guarded expressions. And Naruto Uzumaki couldn't understand why these three were wary of him. So he brought Naruto Uzumaki over to the three of them and asked, "You three look unfamiliar. What are you doing here?" And the man called Sasuke uncle answered calmly, "We're performers who travel around the ninja world selling our acts." As he spoke, the man tossed a red ball into the air. Then with a snap of his fingers, the red ball instantly burst open, and all kinds of colorful paper confetti fluttered down from the sky. Although we can't compare to ninja, we still know a little ninjutsu. We make a living by performing with it. Looking at the man's explanation, Naruto Uzumaki still felt the other party was suspicious. But he had no choice. "Great uncle, he just called me dad a moment ago. Do you think I hit his head too hard?" At this moment, the thing the man had been most worried about still happened. Naruto Uzumaki had remembered the boy's instinctive words from just now. "Really?" Hearing Naruto Uzumaki say that, Naruto Uzumaki reached out to grab him. But at that moment the man stepped directly in front of the boy and said to Naruto Uzumaki, "Sorry, that was just his careless slip of the tongue. Please don't take it to heart." Naruto Uzumaki looked at the man standing in front of him and increasingly felt that he was strange. At that moment, two people he had not expected appeared here. "Ah, Lord Uzumaki, what are you all doing here?" Hearing someone speak, everyone subconsciously looked toward the speaker. After seeing who had arrived, the man froze. "Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Shisui? How is that possible?" Seeing the two walking over, the man was completely stunned. And after Naruto Uzumaki noticed the expression on his face, he immediately confirmed that this person knew Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, and judging by his reaction, he was very familiar with them. So Naruto Uzumaki secretly sent the two of them a message to capture these three first. After receiving Naruto Uzumaki's order, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, though confused, still charged straight at the man and the boy. Damn it! After seeing Uchiha Shisui and the others move, the man immediately understood that his actions had exposed them. The reason he only attacked the two and not the little girl was simply because the little girl had already run behind Naruto Uzumaki and curled herself into a ball, still saying, "Dad, help." After seeing the little girl's actions and hearing what she said, Naruto Uzumaki directly waved his hand, telling Uchiha Shisui and the others to stop for now. Naruto Uzumaki glanced at the little girl, then said to the man again, "I'll give you one last chance. Explain clearly who you are." Now that the situation had been exposed, the man had no choice but to begin explaining to everyone who he and the other two children were. After the explanation, Naruto Uzumaki and the others finally learned their identities. The man was the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke, while the boy and girl were actually Naruto Uzumaki's son and daughter. The boy was called Boruto Uzumaki, and the girl was called Himawari Uzumaki. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki was also somewhat surprised by this situation. As for his daughter, that was fine. But for the son in front of him, who looked a little silly, Naruto Uzumaki honestly was somewhat unhappy. After the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke finished explaining who he was, he then asked Naruto Uzumaki, "Then who are you?" "In my memory, Konoha doesn't have someone like you." And according to that turtle's explanation, this should be the period when Tsunade had just become the 5th Hokage not long ago. But when I saw the Hokage rock, I found that there were still only 4 Hokage statues on it. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke learned that the boy and girl in front of him were Naruto Uzumaki's descendants, he went straight over to look at them and left the explanation to Uchiha Sasuke's older brother. "Oh, so you're Boruto and Himawari? I'm Naruto's great-great-uncle. Which means, I'm basically your ancestor." With that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke held Uzumaki Himawari in one hand and patted Uzumaki Boruto on the top of his head with the other. The two of them were also very curious about this ancestor they had never seen in their own future, and they kept sizing Uzumaki Ryunosuke up. While Uzumaki Ryunosuke was interacting with Himawari and the others, Uchiha Itachi had already finished explaining everything to Uchiha Sasuke. All of the changes started with Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan. In other words, the time they had arrived in was not the same future they had been talking about. Could be understood as a parallel world. Of course, how would the shinobi world know what a parallel world was? Naturally, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was the one who explained it to them. After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke planned to take Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari home first. As for Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi would naturally take him back to his own home. As for Jiraiya, who had been beaten beyond recognition, Uchiha Shursui took him away to be used as a training tool for Haruno Sakura's medical ninjutsu. And this very loving arrangement, of course, had been made by the equally loving Tsunade. As for what would happen if Haruno Sakura, who still could not properly control medical ninjutsu, treated him, that was not Tsunade's concern. In any case, with Uzumaki Ryunosuke around, he would not die. On the way home, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Boruto walked behind them, talking about their own timeline. After learning from Uzumaki Ryunosuke that the place they were in could not be considered the past, they also stopped worrying about the so-called future. After all, it was already different from the events in their own timeline, so having more or less of it did not matter. Uzumaki Ryunosuke held Uzumaki Himawari's hand and walked in front. The grandfather and granddaughter chatted casually along the way, mostly with Uzumaki Himawari asking and Uzumaki Ryunosuke answering. As they walked, a familiar girl and four other people came toward them from the front. When he saw them, Uzumaki Boruto instinctively stepped aside, while Uzumaki Himawari happily ran toward her, shouting as she went, "Mom!" At that shout, all five of them instantly froze and looked toward the girl, Hyuga Hinata. "Hinata, what is going on?" Seeing the little girl calling his daughter Mom, Hyuga Hayashi's veins bulged as anger rose in him. The others beside him, Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hanabi, and the nearby passersby, all stared in shock at Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata was already shy to begin with, and she had never seen anything like this. She immediately blushed in public and fainted on the spot. Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari had always thought their mother was terrifying. How could they have ever seen their mother faint from embarrassment? Both of them assumed something was wrong with Hyuga Hinata and rushed up to surround her. As more and more people gathered around, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had no choice but to speak up. "All right, everyone disperse. What are you crowding around for?" Since Uzumaki Ryunosuke had spoken, although these people were still curious about what was going on, they still left while looking back again and again. After seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Hyuga Hayashi and the others also greeted him respectfully. After nodding to show he understood, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly picked up the unconscious Hyuga Hinata and said to Hyuga Hayashi, "Let us go back to the water gatehouse first before explaining what just happened. There are too many people here. It's a bit troublesome." Hyuga Hayashi subconsciously looked around when he heard this. He found that the people who had just left were still not far away, talking among themselves while still looking over at him. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi could only nod in agreement. So after taking Hyuga Hinata from Uzumaki Ryunosuke's arms, Hyuga Hayashi and the others followed behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke and walked back to the Namikaze water gatehouse together. As for their mother suddenly fainting, Uzumaki Himawari and Uzumaki Boruto were still a little worried. But after Uzumaki Ryunosuke repeatedly assured them, and after Uzumaki Naruto vouched for him, the two of them finally let go of the worry in their hearts. Seeing how gentle Uzumaki Ryunosuke was toward Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari, Hyuga Hayashi, who had originally been furious and intended to question them directly after reaching Namikaze water gate's house, also decided to see how things would go first. Before long, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others had arrived in front of Namikaze water gate's house. After Uzumaki Naruto opened the door, everyone entered the house one after another. "I'm back." As usual, Uzumaki Naruto shouted toward the inside from the entrance hall, and a voice that made Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari feel incredibly gentle also sounded from the living room. "Welcome back, Naruto." As she spoke, Uzumaki Kushina walked out from the living room, but when she saw the large group following behind Uzumaki Naruto, she was also stunned. Looking at the beautiful and gentle woman in front of him, Uzumaki Boruto could not help but think, so this is the kind of intellectual beauty a mother should have. Then Uzumaki Boruto thought of his own mother, who only knew how to get angry all day long, and he could not help but curl his lips in disdain. "Hello, head of the Hyuga clan. What happened to Hinata?" Uzumaki Kushina had seen all kinds of situations. Having a lot of people suddenly come to her house was nothing unusual. What drew her attention most was Hyuga Hinata, who was unconscious in Hyuga Hayashi's arms. Seeing the Hyuga clan head carrying his fainted daughter over to her, Kushina instinctively assumed that Naruto had caused trouble. At once, She glared furiously at Uzumaki Naruto, her long red hair flying in the air, and her eyes directly changed from normal eyes into Byakugan. Naruto, did you do something bad? Uzumaki Boruto, who had been feeling that his grandmother was so gentle, suddenly saw this even more exaggerated expression of anger than his own mother's and was instantly shocked. He quickly lowered his head and looked around. Mom, it wasn't me. It was clearly those two's fault. Seeing his mother wrongly accuse him, Uzumaki Naruto immediately sold out Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari without hesitation. And after seeing his old man betray his son like that, Uzumaki Boruto was completely speechless. Uzumaki Himawari, on the other hand, remained much calmer and politely introduced herself to Uzumaki Kushina. Grandma, hello?
I am Uzumaki Himawari.
I came from the future with my brother, Uzumaki Boruto. The little girl did not understand any theory about parallel worlds, so she always believed they had simply come from the future. Naturally, that was how she introduced herself. Huh? Grandma? After hearing Uzumaki Himawari's self-introduction, the anger all over Uzumaki Kushina instantly vanished, replaced by a confused expression as she looked at Uzumaki Himawari and Uzumaki Boruto. Alright, let us go inside first and take our time figuring it out. Or do you plan to just keep me standing here? At this moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly stepped forward and said this, and as he passed by Uzumaki Kushina, he smacked her on the top of the head. After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke say that, Uzumaki Kushina quickly stepped aside and, while rubbing her head, called everyone inside. Just after they got home and sat down for not long, Jiraiya, wrapped head to toe in bandages, Minato Namikaze, who had originally been working, Tsunade, who was probably spending money at some casino, and Uzumaki Mito, who had taken Fu around Konoha to play, all rushed over in a hurry and gathered at Minato Namikaze's house. And Uzumaki Karen also directly drilled up out of the shadows beneath the ground. Just like that, the whole family, or rather, everyone who was or wasn't family, had basically arrived. A group of people surrounded Uzumaki Himawari and Uzumaki Boruto like they were animals, sizing up the two siblings from top to bottom. Alright, what are you all doing? Aren't you afraid of scaring the kids? At the crucial moment, Uzumaki Mito stepped forward, wrapping the two of them up with her arms and looking unhappily at the crowd that had crossed the line. Hearing Uzumaki Mito scolding them like that, everyone finally realized that what they had just done was way too rude. But there was nothing they could do about it. When they heard that Naruto's future son had arrived in Konoha, every single one of them had looked like they'd seen a ghost. Just look at Jiraiya dragging his badly injured body over here, all for the sake of seeing these two. Now that he'd come back to his senses, he was kneeling at Uzumaki Ryunosuke's feet and begging him to heal him. Ahem, then let us start with a self-introduction. Your identities, family members, why you're here, and how you got here. After learning that these two were her future grandson and granddaughter, Uzumaki Kushina had been excited beyond belief. She even snatched the words right out of Minato Namikaze's mouth. Kushina. Seeing his words being stolen, Minato Namikaze was originally a little complaining. But what he got in return was an assassination-filled glare from Uzumaki Kushina, and after seeing that, Minato Namikaze immediately sat there obediently and didn't say another word. After witnessing how powerless his grandfather's position was at home, Boruto honestly felt a little speechless. Just like how he had no idea Jiraiya would turn out to be a peeping pervert who spied on women's baths, Boruto never would have imagined it. His grandfather, known as the Yellow Flash of the ninja world, was actually this afraid of his grandmother. And what Boruto also hadn't expected was that his terrifying mother would have been such a shy person when she was young. While Boruto was still thinking about that, Himawari started her self-introduction first. My name is Uzumaki Himawari. My father is the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. My mother is the Byakugan princess, Hinata Hyuga. My brother is Uzumaki Boruto. I was taken hostage. As for exactly how we got here, I forgot, but I think my brother should know. As soon as Himawari finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Boruto, who was still lost in thought. Seeing that his future son was actually spacing out in front of so many people, Naruto strode up and punched Boruto right on the head. It was that punch from Naruto that finally brought Boruto back to his senses. He had originally been about to complain about his father, but when he suddenly saw everyone staring at him, Boruto was so startled that he flinched. In the end, it was still his grandfather, Minato Namikaze, who cared about him and asked the question again. This time, Boruto, who didn't drift off, immediately began explaining everything that had happened in their timeline, telling them all about the reason they came here, the people involved, and their opponent. No matter what, Boruto was the older brother, so he knew more than the younger Himawari did. So through his explanation and narration, everyone finally understood. After that, Minato Namikaze and the other leaders of the village began discussing the extraterrestrial visitor Boruto had mentioned, Mamashiki Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, Kushina and Mito kept holding the siblings and looking them over, while Hinata, who had already woken up by the time Himawari introduced herself, sat there smiling at them. Uzumaki Himawari? Himawari is such a nice name. Even their future aunt, who was only a little older than Himawari, was sitting beside her older sister, looking at her future nephew and niece. Our Himawari is just too cute. As Kushina talked with Himawari, the more she looked, the more she liked her. By the end, she was holding on to her and refusing to let go. The others gathered around this grandmother-granddaughter pair were also incredibly happy about it. After all, who wouldn't he like a cute little loli? As for Boruto, he had already followed Naruto, who couldn't stand it anymore, into the room. After closing the door, Naruto first asked Boruto about what he had just said, that he had become the 7th Hokage. Boruto also didn't hide anything and directly told Naruto everything he knew. When he heard that he was a great hero who saved the ninja world, even Naruto, whose personality had already changed, still proudly lifted his chin and smiled a little shyly. But when Boruto mentioned that, in the future, he himself would often be busy with work and neglect the people at home, Naruto, who had been laughing just moments ago, instantly fell silent. Just thinking about himself sitting in front of the Hokage's desk all day long working made Naruto immediately resist becoming Hokage. If becoming Hokage was that boring, then forget it. I'd rather be someone like great-great-uncle Ryunosuke. Speaking of Ryunosuke, Boruto was also a little curious about him. In the future, Boruto had never heard of this person at all. Not to mention that earlier on the road, Naruto had said that Ryunosuke was in existence standing alongside Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara as one of the 3 heroes of the Warring States era. Boruto had heard of the other 2, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but the name Uzumaki Ryunosuke had absolutely no record at all. Hearing Boruto say that, Naruto thought for a moment and nodded. I think that's the difference in time and space great-great-uncle mentioned before. In our world, because of great-great-uncle, the ninja world has become like this. But because your time and space doesn't have him, your time and space ended up looking different. Hearing Naruto say that, Boruto nodded in agreement. After that, the father and son talked about all kinds of things in that small room. When it came to ninjutsu, Naruto even showed Boruto the Shadow Core. And when Boruto saw those ninjas, all black-clad, full of mystery, and incredibly obedient, he immediately said that he wanted one too. But after learning that these ninjas could only be given by Ryunosuke, Boruto's excited heart also calmed down. Up to now, Boruto still didn't know what kind of attitude this ancestor had toward him. If he went up so recklessly and asked for one, Boruto wasn't sure whether the other side would just refuse him outright. Just then, Kushina's voice came from downstairs. Naruto, Boruto, dinner's ready. Come down. Okay, we're coming. After hearing Kushina's call, Naruto immediately flipped over and rushed downstairs, and Boruto followed right behind him. When they got downstairs, everyone was already gathered around the dining table, just waiting for the 2 of them. Honestly, making all of us wait for you too. Isn't that a little too rude? Although Kushina said that, she still loved her son and this grandson very much. Soon, the atmosphere inside the house grew more and more lively. Everyone was happily talking, and from time to time, they also listened to Boruto Uzumaki and Himawari Uzumaki telling stories about the future Naruto Uzumaki. On the other side, Itachi Uchiha had already brought the future Sasuke Uchiha back home. Here, we'll use Big Sasuke and Little Sasuke to distinguish the 2 Sasuke Uchiha. Back home, Makoto Uchiha saw that her son had finally brought a new friend over, and she immediately received him warmly. Are you Itachi's friend? Welcome to our home. Hearing Makoto Uchiha's words, Fugaku Uchiha and Little Sasuke, who had been training in the courtyard, also turned around to look at the 2 of them. Who would have thought that Itachi Uchiha's next words would instantly leave the 3 of them stunned? Mom, he is not my friend. He is Sasuke from the future. As soon as Itachi said that, the 3 Uchiha who had still been curiously sizing up Big Sasuke were completely dumbfounded. Their minds couldn't quite process what Itachi had just said. After confirming it over and over again, the 3 members of the Uchiha family finally accepted it. Then they all crowded around Big Sasuke with curiosity, asking him all kinds of questions, like, how old are you now? Are you married? Do you have any children? Big Sasuke answered their questions with red eyes. Of course, all of those questions were asked by Makoto Uchiha. As for Fugaku Uchiha's questions, they were mostly about Big Sasuke's current strength. Little Sasuke was also very interested in this question. So under Little Sasuke's expectant gaze, Big Sasuke told the truth. He was now one of the strongest people in the ninja world of a parallel timeline. The other one, of course, was Naruto Uzumaki from his timeline. When Little Sasuke learned that he was one of the strongest in the ninja world, he almost jumped up from excitement. Of course, if there hadn't been other people sitting around him right now, he would have already bounced up. But when Little Sasuke found out that his future wife was actually Sakura Haruno, the one who annoyed him to no end, he immediately looked at Big Sasuke speechlessly. He really wanted to snatch the sword from that guy and crack his head open to see which wire had gotten crossed, to actually choose Sakura Haruno as his wife. Not to mention that when Big Sasuke said he and Sakura Haruno had a daughter, Little Sasuke felt so disgusted he almost threw up. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to live under the same roof as Sakura Haruno in the future. If little Sasuke had to choose right now, he would rather choose Naruto Uzumaki's sister, Karen Uzumaki. At the very least, Karen Uzumaki's strength was way stronger than that so-called Sakura Haruno, and when it came to the two of them, neither one was inferior to the other. Later, when Fugaku Uchiha asked why Big Sasuke had come here, the other party thought for a while before telling everything from start to finish. After hearing that they would be facing Urashiki Otsutsuki, who even Big Sasuke and Big Naruto together couldn't beat, little Sasuke immediately felt that the guy was too weak. The two strongest people in the ninja world combined still couldn't beat him? Little Sasuke thought to himself that when that guy came, he would definitely make him pay. By then, he himself would be the strongest person in the ninja world. What one of? That simply didn't exist. But how could little Sasuke's little movements escape everyone present? So Itachi directly grabbed little Sasuke and said, "Even the grown-up, you can't handle him. What can you do now that you're this small? Just focus on training properly first." Being looked down on by his own brother made little Sasuke very unhappy. Because by now, Naruto Uzumaki had already surpassed him. If he didn't come up with some achievements, how could his title as first place in the Ninja Academy still keep going? At that thought, how could little Sasuke bear it? But right now, the most important thing was to practice more ninjutsu and strengthen his own power. After all, he was Sasuke Uchiha. He was just reckless, not a fool who didn't use his brain. Just like that, the Uchiha family kept talking until the sun went down, and only then did Makoto Uchiha bring out the meal for the day. Looking at the food on the table in front of him, Big Sasuke, who had only been holding back tears before, now had tears silently falling down his face. Come to think of it, ever since that night of clan extermination in his timeline, Big Sasuke had never seen his parents again, much less eaten another full table of dishes made by his mother herself. Now, Big Sasuke had finally gotten what he had wished for. He was once again eating food made by his mother. The next day, Big Sasuke followed Itachi Uchiha to the Hokage building. After all, Big Sasuke currently had no identity in the village. Normal life was fine, but if you walked into the Hokage building without any identity, then the outcome would be. As soon as Itachi opened the door and went in, Big Sasuke, following behind him, caught a glimpse through the gap that all the Konoha higher-ups were already waiting for him. The reason why Minato Namikaze and the others came so early to the Hokage building to wait for Big Sasuke was to ask what Big Sasuke thought of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although last night Minato Namikaze and the others had already heard Boruto Uzumaki's explanation of Otsutsuki Urashiki, no matter what, Boruto Uzumaki was still just a child. When it came to judging Otsutsuki Urashiki's true strength, his assessment definitely wouldn't be as accurate as that of the grown-up Sasuke Uchiha. So, Sasuke, we'll still call you Sasuke. What is your evaluation of Otsutsuki Urashiki's strength? Does he have any dangerous or troublesome abilities? Minato Namikaze looked at Big Sasuke, who was seated at the very end, and asked. As soon as Minato Namikaze asked, everyone present turned their attention to Big Sasuke as well. After hearing the question, Big Sasuke didn't hide anything and directly spoke about Otsutsuki Urashiki. His own strength, to be honest, I isn't anything strange, and it's not that strong either. To be honest, if we really fought, I alone could defeat him. As for troublesome abilities, he has a red fishing rod that can fish out the other person's chakra. That fishing rod is his most troublesome ability, right? He can also recover from injuries by eating the chakra he fishes out. After Big Sasuke finished talking about Otsutsuki Urashiki's strength, Big Sasuke clearly saw everyone present let out a breath of relief in unison. In their view, if Otsutsuki Urashiki's own strength really couldn't even match the Big Sasuke in front of them, then they still had a chance of taking him down, as long as they kept an eye on that fishing rod that could pull away chakra. The people present now had all experienced many battles. As for an opponent who came knocking right to their door, they weren't afraid of him at all. They feared one thing the most, the other side being strong, while still hiding in the shadows and never showing themselves, quietly making moves against them. That kind of opponent was the most terrifying. After learning the approximate strength of Otsutsuki Urashiki, Uzumaki Ryunosuke immediately lost interest and got up to leave the conference room. In Ryunosuke's view, if the other party was really as bad as Uchiha Sasuke said, then he had completely lost interest in fighting him. The moment Ryunosuke thought about how weak the guy seemed, he muttered to himself that he might as well go home and spend more time with Uzumaki Himawari. Seeing Ryunosuke leave without hesitation, the others in the room also began to say their goodbyes to Minato Namikaze one after another. After all, even Ryunosuke wasn't worried, so why were they stressing themselves out? They might as well go do something more important. Soon, the once-packed conference room was left with only Minato Namikaze, Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. Minato looked helplessly at the people who had left and let out a weak sigh. As for Uchiha Sasuke, seeing everyone leave without any real interest, he felt somewhat incredulous. Could it be that after Konoha had Ryunosuke Uzumaki, Even the Otsutsuki clan wasn't taken seriously anymore? Was his strength really that terrifying? Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting there deep in thought, Minato turned and said to Uchiha Itachi, take Sasuke to Root first and file a report. Tell them to stay alert, especially for strangers showing up. Have the Black Shadow troops sent out too. And keep watch around Konoha at all times. If their Black Shadow troops aren't enough, have them go find Naruto and Karen themselves and ask them to help. After hearing Minato say that, Uchiha Sasuke grew even more curious. So in this world, Root had already long stopped being controlled by Shimura Danzo. Then, thinking of all the things Shimura Danzo had done, Sasuke immediately understood. Not to mention Ryunosuke, even ordinary Konoha civilians wouldn't let that man keep living. At the same time, Sasuke became very curious about the Black Shadow troops Minato had mentioned. So, under Sasuke's curious gaze, Uchiha Itachi brought him to the current Root leader, Nagato and Yahiko, a pair Sasuke had never even imagined meeting. Seeing the two in front of him, Sasuke was instantly shocked. He never would have thought that Nagato and Yahiko would become the leaders of Konoha's Root. To Sasuke, that was simply a huge joke. In his view, it would already be good enough if Nagato didn't take Akatsuki and destroy the ninja world. How could he possibly become the leader of Konoha's Root? And on top of that, Minato Namikaze actually trusted them enough to hand over such an important position. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly realized that the person he had seen on the way over in the morning, that Uchiha Obito, really hadn't been fake. He had thought it was someone else. After greeting each other, Nagato and Yahiko understood why Uchiha Itachi had brought this familiar-looking person to Root. So you're the adult Sasuke. No wonder you looked so familiar. That was the first time Uchiha Sasuke had heard Yahiko speak in person. His voice was just like Naruto Uzumaki from his own timeline, so unreliable, all laughter and no seriousness. After that, Sasuke also gave Nagato and Yahiko a detailed description of Otsutsuki Urashiki's features. Then, under Nagato's summons, Uchiha Sasuke finally saw the Black Shadow troops Minato had mentioned earlier. They were a group of strange, oddly shaped creatures that emerged from the shadows. Looking at these eerie, bizarre beings, Sasuke had no idea why Minato would call them the Black Shadow troops. Among these strange creatures, the most normal-looking were the masked ninja standing at the very front, who looked roughly like ordinary people. But even they had oddly colored skin, and their eyes were all red. After Nagato arranged the investigation and surveillance of Otsutsuki Urashiki, these strange beings once again sank back into the shadows they had come from, and then even their presence vanished from the air. Seeing how convenient these strange creatures were, envy filled Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. And most importantly, Sasuke imagined himself appearing from the shadows in front of the enemy amid a crowd of shocked expressions. At that moment, he felt that he would absolutely look insanely cool, and after everyone in the Hokage's conference room had left, Minato Namikaze suddenly lost strength and collapsed straight into the Hokage's chair. Recalling the carefree backs of those people as they left, a thought suddenly came to Minato's mind. This Hokage business was really getting less and less interesting. Maybe he should just hand the position over. Give it to Lady Tsunade since Boruto also said she was the 5th Hokage. Then he could stay home and spend more time with Kushina and Naruto. Thinking of that, Minato immediately felt that this plan was completely feasible. Then he didn't even deal with today's paperwork anymore. He got up and left the Hokage building, starting to look for Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Uzumaki Mito to discuss it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uzumaki Himawari was currently being led around the streets of Konoha by Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito. The three generations were out strolling together. During that time, under Kushina and Mito's questioning, Himawari talked about many things from her own timeline, about Naruto Uzumaki and the other elders. Of course, in exchange, Kushina and Mito also told her stories from their own time. As they wandered the streets, the three of them unknowingly arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory. Looking at the Hyuga clan before her, whose numbers were clearly greater than in her own timeline, Himawari showed great interest. Seeing that her granddaughter was interested in the Hyuga clan, Kushina immediately grabbed Himawari's little hand and walked right in. Mito, seeing how impulsive Kushina was, could only follow behind with a wry smile. As for the guards standing at the Hyuga clan's entrance, they were actually sharp enough. Otherwise, why would Hyuga Hayashi assign them to guard the gate? The moment the three entered the Hyuga clan's territory, Himawari immediately felt a lively atmosphere here that her own timeline's Hyuga clan did not have. Compared with the cold and empty Hyuga clan she had seen in her own time, little Himawari still liked this big family, where Hyuga clan members could be seen everywhere. As for the three who had walked in without permission, the nearby Hyuga clan members were all discussing them while looking on. What they were mainly discussing was Kushina's husband Minato Namikaze and Mito's older brother Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Of course, they were also curious about the little girl Kushina was holding by the hand. At that moment, Himawari spotted Hyuga Hayashi, who was walking with powerful strides through the crowd. Without hesitation, she broke free from Kushina's hand and rushed straight into Hayashi's arms. "Grandpa!" As soon as Uzumaki Himawari shouted like that, all the Hyuga clan members who had just been guessing what kind of identity this little girl had immediately widened their eyes in shock. Hey, Hayashi, what's going on here? Why didn't we know you actually had a granddaughter? Hurry up and tell us who this girl's mother is. After Uzumaki Himawari shouted, the clan elders who had followed behind Hyuga Hayashi immediately became unhappy. They all stepped forward to criticize Hyuga Hayashi, while also glaring at Uzumaki Himawari in his arms. For this granddaughter of his, Hyuga Hayashi had a different state of mind. Although those clan elders usually kept bringing up his daughter Hinata's personality, Hyuga Hayashi had never felt that these elders were as annoying as they were at this moment. So, Hyuga Hayashi naturally placed Uzumaki Himawari behind him and stared solemnly at the old men in front of him. This is none of your business. Just take care of what you're supposed to do. This was the first time they had heard Hyuga Hayashi, who had always obeyed them, say something in opposition. The clan elders were first stunned, then all flew into a rage. One by one, they started cursing Hyuga Hayashi and the Uzumaki Himawari in his arms. And when Uzumaki Kushina on the side saw her granddaughter being insulted like this, how could she tolerate it? She rolled up her sleeves and was about to go over and send those old men to see the Sage of Six Paths. But she was stopped by Uzumaki Mito. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uzumaki Mito in confusion. Grandma, what are you doing? Didn't you see those old bastards bullying Himawari? Looking at the furious Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Mito only pointed at Uzumaki Himawari in Hyuga Hayashi's arms. Uzumaki Kushina followed the direction of her finger and looked over, only to see that blue veins had popped up around Uzumaki Himawari's eyes, and her whole aura had changed at once. Hyuga Hayashi was the first to notice the change in Uzumaki Himawari. He looked at her worriedly and asked, Himawari, what is wrong? Himawari? Hyuga Hayashi placed both hands on Uzumaki Himawari's shoulders and shook her hard, but she did not wake up. Instead, with her Byakugan open, she continued to stare fixedly at the Hyuga clan elders who were still barking away in front of her. Uzumaki Himawari broke free from Hyuga Hayashi's arms and raised her right hand, pointing her index finger at those old men. Locked on. At this point, Uzumaki Himawari's strange actions naturally drew the attention of the Hyuga clan elders. When they saw her using the Byakugan to look at them, they all felt insulted. One by one, they started scolding Hyuga Hayashi while also cursing Uzumaki Himawari. By now, Uzumaki Himawari had no intention of indulging them any longer. Her figure flashed, and in an instant, she appeared in front of the Hyuga clan elder standing at the very front. The index finger she had just raised suddenly jabbed forward, and that Hyuga clan elder instantly passed out from the pain. Seeing that Uzumaki Himawari, at such a young age, actually had such terrifying strength, everyone present let out shocked cries. But Uzumaki Himawari, having only taken down one elder, obviously would not stop there. She raised that seemingly delicate little hand again, this time aiming at another elder. Locked on. When the Hyuga clan elders saw how strong Uzumaki Himawari was, they had already planned to have a proper talk with Hyuga Hayashi. But who would have thought that before they even said anything, that little girl was still planning to keep attacking? Hayashi, tell your granddaughter to stop. We won't pursue this matter anymore. At this point, Hyuga Hayashi, who had long been unhappy with these elders, naturally wasn't going to indulge them. He simply acted deaf and completely ignored what they said. In contrast, he also took up the stance of the gentle fist. If he found these old bastards making a move on Uzumaki Himawari, then Hyuga Hayashi would absolutely be the first to rush over. These elders were also furious now. How could they have imagined that Hyuga Hayashi would not help them at all, and now was actually planning to make a move against them? In this tense standoff, Uzumaki Himawari charged again. The elder she had locked onto was so angry his beard practically flew up. He secretly thought, good. But before he could even finish speaking, Uzumaki Himawari poked him again with one finger and knocked him out cold. This immediately frightened the remaining Hyuga clan elders badly. Bastard! A mere little girl dares to strut around and hurt people on my Hyuga clan's territory. This old man will deal with you right now. Seeing that Uzumaki Himawari had once again knocked out an elder, the one standing in the middle could no longer hold back. With a shout, he assumed a gentle fist stance and rushed straight at Uzumaki Himawari. 8 trigrams empty palm. In the blink of an eye, that Hyuga clan elder had already unleashed a fierce attack, charging straight at Uzumaki Himawari. You old bastard! How dare you! First, Uzumaki Kushina had been very happy watching her granddaughter bully these old stubborn Hyuga clan members who usually acted so high and mighty. But who would have thought that when she looked away for even a moment, those old bastards would actually try to harm a child? This time, Uzumaki Mito did not stop Uzumaki Kushina either. On the contrary, at this moment Uzumaki Mito was also looking at that old man with a face full of killing intent. 8 trigrams rotation. Hyuga Hayashi had been paying attention to the movements of these old guys. How could he not see that elderess move? The moment he made his opening stance, Hyuga Hayashi had already been staring him down. so that Elder-S attack did not land on Uzumaki Himawari at all. It had already been blocked by Hyuga Hayashi's rotation. And with such a huge commotion here, the entire Hyuga clan had already been alerted. All of the clan members were running toward this place. When Hyuga Hizashi arrived with Hyuga Niji and the two sisters, Hyuga Hinata happened to see that Elder just beginning to strike at Uzumaki Himawari. And after learning Uzumaki Himawari's true identity, Hyuga Hinata had always held an indescribable affection for her. If the Hyuga clan's rules were not so strict now, Hyuga Hinata would have already taken Uzumaki Himawari home to live with her last night. But now that Hyuga Hinata saw that the elder who usually disapproved of her was actually making a move on her daughter from another timeline, even the usually gentle Hyuga Hinata was now full of anger. Before Hyuga Hizashi could even stop her, Hyuga Hinata leaped directly in front of Uzumaki Himawari, glaring angrily into the eyes of the elders in front of her, whom she normally did not even dare to look at directly. Seeing that his technique had been blocked by Hyuga Hayashi, the elder was already displeased. And now Hyuga Hinata, who had accomplished nothing at all, was actually looking at them with that sort of expression, which only stirred that elder's anger even more. Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata, what are you two father and daughter trying to do? Are you planning to betray the Hyuga clan? At this moment, Hyuga Hinata could no longer listen to anything else. She immediately assumed the stance of the gentle fist, then without saying a word, rushed toward that elder. And behind her, Hyuga Hayashi had already withdrawn his stance, staring solemnly at that elder and saying, "Humph, you don't need to pin such a huge crime on us. Compared to some old fools who act all high and mighty and lay hands on a little girl, all I did was stop certain people from making mistakes. If today's matter gets out, and people hear that an elder of the Hyuga clan personally struck a little girl, then I don't know who exactly would be betraying the Hyuga clan." Gentle fist, twin lion fists, modified. Just as Hyuga Hayashi was speaking to that elder, Hinata had already unleashed her not yet finished modified gentle fist, twin lion fists with both hands and struck at the elder. Damn it! Hinata Hyuga! The elder noticed Hinata rushing at him and immediately used gentle fist to counterattack. But what everyone present had never expected was that Hinata Hyuga, who was usually so soft and weak that she couldn't even beat her younger sister, Hanabi Hyuga, was now attacking with such force that she actually suppressed the elder completely for a time. This made the surrounding Hyuga clan members watching the fight start discussing it among themselves, and the one who was the most shocked of all was Hyuga Hayashi. Although he was Hinata Hyuga's biological father, Hayashi had also believed, just like the other clan members, that Hinata did not have the strength to lead the clan. After all, who would believe that a weak girl who couldn't even beat her own younger sister had that kind of ability? Because of that, Hayashi hadn't paid much attention to Hinata for a long time, completely unaware that his once weak daughter had already become this powerful. Big sister is amazing. Standing beside Niji Hyuga, the still young Hanabi Hyuga looked excitedly at Hinata, who was fighting those usually lofty elders to a standstill. Her words and expression were full of growing admiration for Hinata. And beside her, Niji Hyuga was also staring solemnly at this sister who had been beaten down by him not long ago. His heart filled with mixed feelings. People always said that he was a genius for learning the revolving heaven on his own without anyone teaching him, but no one had ever thought that the real genius was actually the Hyuga girl everyone looked down on the most. If learning on one's own counted as genius, then what was Hinata Hyuga, who could already improve ninjutsu by herself now? A monster? Just as Niji was mockingly talking to himself in his heart, Hinata Hyuga ultimately couldn't keep up against the elder, who was much older than her, and began to show signs of defeat. Damn it! If I had a little more chakra. Hinata Hyuga took a big step back after receiving the elder's gentle fist strike, wiping the sweat from her face with her sleeve as she thought to herself. Seeing that Hinata was about to lose, Hayashi could still hold himself back, but Uzumaki Kushina, who had already stood there for quite a while, could not. In her eyes, that old bastard had first hit her granddaughter, and now he was even going after her daughter-in-law. How could she possibly stand for that? Chains appeared behind her, and she directly struck at the Hyuga elders who were still standing there. Once Kushina moved, the elders who had been acting all composed immediately turned their full attention over. Among them, there was even an elder with a fiery temper who immediately shouted at Kushina. "Bastard! Kushina, don't think that just because the fourth Hokage is your husband, you can interfere in the Hyuga clan's affairs however you want. This is our clan's business. What business does an outsider like you have sticking your nose in it?" At those elders' curses, Kushina only snorted coldly. Then, ignoring their non-stop shouting, she turned around and asked Hinata Hyuga and Uzumaki Himawari, "Do you know what to do when you run into this kind of situation, when you already can't beat them and they still gang up on you?" This sudden question made Hinata Hyuga and Uzumaki Himawari, who were resting at the moment, freeze for a moment. Then Hinata was the first to react and answered Kushina. "Fight them to the death?" Hearing Hinata's answer, Kushina angrily smacked her on the head and said, hating her for not living up to expectations, "You already know you can't win, So rushing up to fight to the death is just throwing your life away. You don't even understand something this simple. You two are way too dumb. You need to learn how to use your brains. Hearing Kushina say that, Hyuga Hisashi asked curiously, since you said that, do you have some good idea? Who would have thought that Kushina would grin and say to Hisashi, what good idea would I have? At a time like this, isn't the best solution just to call for backup? I already had a ninja from a ninja corps go notify Uncle Grandfather. All we need to do now is buy time. Kushina's answer made the people who had just been curious nearly slip on their feet. And even Mito Uzumaki shot her a hard glare. You people are truly arrogant. You're actually whispering right in front of us and completely not taking us seriously. Seeing Kushina and the others treating them as if they didn't even exist, how could those elders, who had long been used to calling the shots and being honored within the Hyuga clan, possibly endure it? All of them opened their mouths and started cursing Kushina, because after all, even if you don't look at the monk, you still have to look at the Buddha. Minato Namikaze and Ryunosuke Uzumaki were both right there, so at least you had to show some face. A scolding was one thing, but if they really got into a fight, the ones who would end up at a disadvantage would still be them. On the other side, Ryunosuke Uzumaki was walking on the street when he was stopped by Orochimaru and Sasori. You two stopped me together. What do you want? Ryunosuke looked at the two of them. Sasori had already made himself a body by now, so he was no longer the same as when he had met Chio before. He looked basically no different from how he used to. As for Orochimaru, he hadn't changed much. Since returning to Konoha, Orochimaru had been working with Kabuto Yakushi to study the samples they had brought back from the Black Shadow Kingdom. More importantly, now that Ryunosuke Uzumaki existed, Orochimaru no longer had any thoughts of taking over someone else's body. After all, even at his strongest now, he still couldn't beat Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Let alone the fact that following Ryunosuke brought plenty of benefits. With all those factors combined, Orochimaru would have to be insane to still be thinking about possessing someone else. Now he only needed to stay in Konoha quietly and do what he was supposed to do. So after hearing Ryunosuke's question, Orochimaru and Sasori first looked at each other. And in the end, the two of them tacitly let Orochimaru speak. About what Sasuke said just now regarding that Otsutsuki Urashiki. After I heard it, I wanted to ask if, when you fight him later, you can try to be a little careful and bring back some of his cells for us or some tissue from his body or something like that. As Orochimaru spoke, Sasori nodded repeatedly beside him to show his agreement. Seeing the two of them like that, Ryunosuke finally nodded in agreement. After all, it wasn't him who would be doing that kind of thing. He just needed to be a little careful later and not blow the other side to pieces everywhere. Thinking about it, Ryunosuke felt that going up and just fighting right away was really no fun. So he patted Sasori and Orochimaru on the shoulders, then leaned in under their puzzled gazes and said, I've thought about it. It's only Otsutsuki Urashiki, and from what Sasuke said, he doesn't seem that strong. You two go down and tell everyone in Akatsuki that this matter will be handled by you. And when the time comes, I'll send people to watch you. Whoever contributes the most, I can grant them one wish. And even if it's reviving the dead, I can agree to that. When Uzumaki Ryunosuke said that, Orochimaru and Sasori both looked at each other in confusion. After that, it was Orochimaru who spoke first. But weren't you taken away by the Sage of Six Paths before and threatened so you couldn't revive the dead? Hearing Orochimaru say that to him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly raised his hand and slapped the back of Orochimaru's head, then looked at him and said, that was just the Sage of Six Paths talking to himself. I never agreed to it. How can that count? Don't worry. As long as you can be brought back with Edo Tensei'd, I can revive. Why do you care about him? Let us go. After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke patted Orochimaru and Sasori on the shoulders again, then turned around and walked off with steady steps. And Orochimaru and Sasori, still standing there, repeatedly confirmed it with each other before finally making sure that what they had just heard was not a lie. Then, Orochimaru immediately ran back to his laboratory. Sasori, on the other hand, ran toward the root base. Both of them prepared to inform the people around them. After all, this was something Uzumaki Ryunosuke had instructed them to do, and neither of them dared hide it. After that, Orochimaru's subordinates and all of the Akatsuki members except Konin began making preparations. They were going to give that so-called Otsutsuki Urashiki a surprise the moment he arrived. For this matter, Orochimaru even specially went to the casino and found Tsunade, who was doing charity work, to ask her to treat Kimimaro, whose days were numbered. And in order not to let Tsunade find out about this, Orochimaru even paid out of his own pocket and gave her a large sum of money, which made Tsunade proudly say that she was doing it out of the old bond between the Sannin. Orochimaru, smiling on the surface, was also smiling in his heart. As long as Tsunade didn't know about the matter Uzumaki Ryunosuke had discussed with them, that was enough. Speaking of which, after Uzumaki Ryunosuke parted ways with Orochimaru and the others, he headed straight home. But on the way, he was stopped by a ninja from the ninja army sent by Uzumaki Kushina to deliver a message. Uzumaki Ryunosuke stood there and thought about it. For something like this, if he went over, it would just amount to the other side lowering their head and admitting fault. Not to mention he still hadn't gone over yet, and the other side might already be trying to persuade them. Anyway, he couldn't do anything if he went over, he would only be there to support the scene. Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt there was no need for him to go in person at all. Then, after giving that ninja a round of instructions, Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked back home again with satisfaction. As for that ninja, after receiving Uzumaki Ryunosuke's instructions, he once again vanished into the shadows. Turning around, he led several other ninja soldiers and took away all of the tailed beasts at home. The 9-tailed beasts had already known that these ninja soldiers were their boss's subordinates, so they did not resist and simply let them take them away. Back to the present, inside the Hyuga clan compound, the clan elders were still cursing at Uzumaki Kushina and the others. The surrounding clan members could only watch awkwardly as their own elders moved nothing but their lips there. Fortunately, that situation did not last long. The shadow beneath Uzumaki Kushina flickered, and then several ninja soldiers drilled out from inside her shadow. The Hyuga clan elders, who had just been cursing with full force, saw Uzumaki Kushina's shadow move and thought Uzumaki Ryunosuke had come. But to their surprise, only a few ordinary ninja soldiers came out from within it, and Uzumaki Ryunosuke was nowhere to be seen. For this, the elders also let out a long breath of relief, but what made them even more terrified was still behind. Uzumaki Ryunosuke had not come, but the 9 great tailed beasts had. These tailed beasts had been there the first time Uzumaki Naruto brought Uzumaki Himawari and Uzumaki Boruto back home, so they already knew Himawari's identity. So when they learned that Uzumaki Himawari had been bullied by these old men on the other side, they all jumped up and revealed their true forms. In an instant, the entire Hyuga clan was completely filled by the 9-tailed beasts, and the clan elders who had been so arrogant at the beginning were now all huddled together, trembling. The momentum of the 9-tailed beasts appearing was no small matter. The moment they revealed their true forms, everyone in Konoha saw it. Although the 9-tailed beasts were now living under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's roof and would no longer harm villagers or destroy the village, in the end, tailed beasts were still gigantic beings to ordinary people. The damage caused by even the slightest movement from them was no small thing. So, even though they already knew the tailed beasts would no longer do harm to others, the Konoha ninja, including Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, still rose to their feet and headed for the Hyuga clan the moment they saw the tailed beasts. Of course, this also included Tsunade, who had already racked up quite a bit of gambling debt at the casino and still didn't know how to pay it back for now. The instant she saw the 9-tailed beasts suddenly appear, she immediately shook off the croupier holding her. And that croupier also knew the situation was urgent, so he could only let Tsunade go helplessly for the time being. Turning back to the present inside the Hyuga clan's territory, the 9-tailed beasts were looking down at the Hyuga clan elders who had been surrounded by them. Although these elders were not very large themselves, the pride in their bones was still upright. Even in such a terrified state, their expressions and demeanor were still that lofty, superior look. So, it's you who bullied Himawari? Shikaku, who had the worst temper, spoke first. Don't let his temper fool you, his brain wasn't dumb at all. After being brought here by the ninja soldiers of the Shadow Corps, Shikaku already knew what this was about. So, in order to continue earning praise in front of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Shikaku naturally became the one to step forward. Kurama looked at Shikaku, who loved to show off so much, and knew it perfectly well in his heart. Or rather, all of the tailed beasts were not stupid, they just didn't bother fighting Shikaku for it. In the eyes of the other tailed beasts, this was just a matter of coming to support the scene. Why make such a big fuss? Only that idiot Shikaku always thought he was making a huge profit, not realizing that the other tailed beasts were the ones truly benefiting. The clan elders looked at Shikaku's giant face leaning in and were so frightened they couldn't speak for a moment. But among these people, there were still some brave ones, although what they said was not very pleasant. You branch family trash. Why aren't you hurrying up and protecting us? Could it be that you want us to use the caged bird seal? A clan elder standing a little farther back shouted at the surrounding Hyuga branch family ninja who were standing there at a loss, but that shouting indirectly caused Hyuga Hayashi, who had originally been about to speak, to immediately shut his mouth. And these words from that clan elder also made the Hyuga branch family ninja present feel deeply chilled. Although the branch family people understood their duty, being treated like dogs and ordered around like this, and even having their lives threatened, made those who had originally planned to act all stand there with cold faces. Seeing that no one around moved, that clan elder still arrogantly shouted at the branch family members, and this time other elders joined in as well. Of course, among these people, there were also those with a clear head. Looking at the scene now, that clan elder couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's over. This time it's the Hyuga clan's turn. The Hyuga family is finished. You old guy. You're talking even more than your Lord Shikaku. You still haven't answered my question. Seeing that these old fools didn't take him seriously at all, Shikaku immediately flew into a rage. He controlled the sand on the ground and grabbed the elder who had spoken first. What are you doing? Let go of me, you damned monster. Let me go. Noticing himself being lifted up, the elder instinctively struggled, while shouting at Shikaku in anger. Hearing the old man still cursing him, Shikaku narrowed his eyes slightly and was about to control the sand to crush this noisy insect to death. But at that very moment, Namikaze Minato arrived first. Shikaku, stop right now. What are you doing? Seeing the chaos at the scene, Namikaze Minato subconsciously tried to stop Shikaku's actions. And with that shout, the other tailed beast's attention was instantly drawn over. Facing the man who had once split him in two, Kurama finally found a chance to bully Namikaze Minato openly and aboveboard. Kurama said nothing. He directly slapped at Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito didn't even have time to stop him before Kurama had already struck. Kurama, what are you doing? Kurama, what are you doing? Kurama, stop. The instant Kurama struck, Namikaze Minato, who had used Flying Thunder God to evade, and Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, who had just come to their senses, all roared at Kurama. Kurama naturally didn't care about that. But by accident, he saw Uzumaki Himawari staring at him with tears all over her face. Looking at the crying Uzumaki Himawari, Kurama awkwardly coughed once. Then, seeing that Uzumaki Himawari kept staring at him, he had no choice but to start comforting her. Seeing Kurama suffer a setback, the other tailed beasts were all secretly delighted. Who would have thought that Kurama, who usually acted like he was boss of heaven, boss of earth and boss of everything else, would actually be handled by a little girl right now? While the other tailed beasts were laughing, only Shikaku quietly watched Kurama, who was still comforting Uzumaki Himawari, his eyes darting around as if he were thinking about something. Just as the tailed beasts were making such a fuss, the other Konoha ninja also gradually arrived at the Hyuga clan. They had already surrounded the area, though they also knew this would not mean much against the tailed beasts. During that time, Namikaze Minato also found out the whole story from Uzumaki Kushina. That made Namikaze Minato, who had originally been dissatisfied with the tailed beasts, now look coldly at those Hyuga elders. And behind Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya and Tsunade were also furious, especially Tsunade. She had already lost a lot of money at the casino and was in a terrible mood. Originally, she had planned to vent that anger on the tailed beasts, but now it looked like the target needed to change. Seeing that the Konoha ninja had already surrounded the place and feeling that there was no more fun left, the tailed beasts started changing back into their doll-like forms. They jumped back onto the ninja escorts who had carried them here before. Only Kurama, even after shrinking his body, was still in Uzumaki Himawari's arms, comforting the little girl. Just as Namikaze Minato was about to speak, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Boruto, who were late to arrive, also came to the scene. Boruto had already learned from his grandmother that his little sister had been bullied. You bastards! At this, Uzumaki Boruto could only grit his teeth as he looked at the group of Hyuga elders on the other side, who were currently huddled together in alertness. He also knew that his little sister, Uzumaki Himawari, had never been bullied by anyone since she was little. Now, she had actually been bullied by his grandfather's clan elders. Truly. And when Uzumaki Naruto heard that Uzumaki Himawari had been bullied, his face also filled with killing intent. The current Uzumaki Naruto had long since changed and was no longer the boy he once was. So under Uzumaki Naruto's intentional or unintentional control, the Black Shadow Ninja of the strangest homunculus troop extended their tentacles and surrounded those old fools completely. Facing this humiliation, how could these elders, who had long been used to looking down on everyone from above, possibly accept it? So they still spoke in that arrogant tone to Namikaze Minato. Fourth Hokage, even if you are the Hokage of Konoha, this is still the Hyuga clan's territory now. You are letting your son do this to us. Isn't that going too far? After hearing what that Hyuga elder said, Namikaze Minato took out his Flying Thunder God kunai, then pointed his right index finger at those elders and said, My wife and grandmother brought people to visit your clan, and you struck at a little girl without any explanation. Now you're saying I've gone too far? I think the 7 of you Hyuga elders have already lost your minds. Do you really still think you're Konoha's #1 clan? At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi also stepped forward and said to everyone present, Our Hyuga clan has always distinguished clan members by the main house and the branch house. But the actions of these 7 so-called main house elders today have utterly disgraced the Hyuga clan. Their behavior is not even as good as the branch house members they usually look down on. So now I understand that there is no difference between the main house and the branch house. Therefore, I now declare in my capacity as clan head. From today onward, the Hyuga clan will no longer have any distinction between main house and branch house. From this day forward, all members of the Hyuga clan are Hyuga main house. Under these circumstances, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly said such a thing, and it directly shocked everyone present. After all, what Hyuga Hayashi was saying was nothing short of openly opposing the Hyuga clan's tradition from ancient times to the present. Of course, the biggest reaction came from the 7 Hyuga elders who were still trapped. One by one, they glared at Hyuga Hayashi with their beards trembling. Absurd. Hyuga Hayashi, Do you know what you're saying? You're openly opposing the clan's tradition from ancient times to the present. Before that elder could finish, Hyuga Hayashi directly cut him off. Enough. I am the true clan head of the Hyuga clan now. What I say is not for you, a disgrace to the clan, to judge. Seeing Hyuga Hayashi's resolute expression, that speaking elder was immediately angered to the point of almost fainting. He kept pointing at Hyuga Hayashi, but couldn't say a single word, only panting non-stop. And after the Hyuga branch house members confirmed that Hyuga Hayashi meant what he said, they all jumped and cheered with joy, thinking that the invisible mountain they had been carrying on their shoulders had finally disappeared. Fourth Hokage, I finished dealing with our clan's affairs. As for how you punish these evildoers, it's completely up to you. After saying that, Hyuga Hayashi walked straight over to Namikaze Minato's side and said to him. And Namikaze Minato, looking at these old fellows, also began to feel troubled. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes flickered as she quietly came over to Namikaze Minato's side. Minato, if you ask me, these old bastards are utterly hateful. I also know that these old guys never treated the former Hyuga branch house members like human beings. And if you really kill them, to be honest, you won't gain much out of it. In my opinion, why not just put on them the caged bird seal they once looked down on in the branch house? That way, they can also feel what it's like to be controlled. Minato Namikaze and Hayashi Hyuga looked at Kushina Uzumaki, who was acting completely inhuman before them, and for a moment, chills ran straight down their backs. So at first, Minato Namikaze refused what Kushina Uzumaki had said. But unfortunately, Minato Namikaze was also the famous little son known far and wide. After that, under Kushina Uzumaki's kind expression and earnest persuasion, Minato Namikaze and Hayashi Hyuga both agreed to Kushina Uzumaki's proposal. Then Kushina Uzumaki lifted her head like a victorious rooster and walked back to Himawari Uzumaki's side. After that, there was nothing else for the other Konoha ninja to do. Besides, planting the caged bird seal on the former Hyuga elders was not something that could be shown to outsiders. So Minato Namikaze directly dismissed all the surrounding ninja, leaving only Jiraiya and Tsunade behind. Jiraiya stayed because Kushina Uzumaki had made him stay, while Tsunade mysteriously approached Hayashi Hyuga, and no one knew what she was conspiring with him about. All anyone knew was that Lady Tsunade suddenly paid off a large gambling debt she owed. And inside Konoha Hospital, many more members of the Hyuga clan appeared, learning medical ninjutsu there. Now that things here were over, Himawari Uzumaki and the others had long since lost the mood to keep playing. So after saying goodbye to Hayashi Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga, Himawari Uzumaki and the others went home. But because the Hyuga clan had already changed, Hayashi Hyuga took the initiative to tell Hinata Hyuga to go keep Himawari Uzumaki company. Even if it was nighttime, she did not need to come back to the clan compound. She could completely stay together with Himawari Uzumaki. This made Himawari Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga happy for a long time. When they parted, Himawari Uzumaki even gave her grandfather a big hug. That nearly made Hayashi Hyuga, who had always shown people a stern face, lose his composure. He almost broke through decades of self-control right then and there. That night, after returning home, Ryunosuke Uzumaki had already seen everything that happened today clearly through the eyes of the giant shadow hidden inside Kushina Uzumaki's shadow. So in the end, he gave Kushina Uzumaki a thumbs up for what she did to those clan elders. Then, to show his happiness, Ryunosuke Uzumaki said to Hinata Hyuga, "Little Hinata, tomorrow morning, go tell your father that I'm very satisfied with what he did this time. So I'm preparing to hand him the sealing jutsu that can remove the caged bird seal. Tell him to come get it himself." The next day, after hearing from Hinata Hyuga what Ryunosuke Uzumaki had said, Hayashi Hyuga could no longer hold himself together. He practically scrambled and crawled all the way to Ryunosuke Uzumaki's house. "Lord Ryunosuke, how do you have the method to undo our clan's caged bird seal? Even I, as the clan head of the Hyuga clan, have never heard of such a thing." Seeing the puzzled look on Hayashi Hyuga's face, Ryunosuke Uzumaki naturally could not tell him. Back during the Warring States period, whenever the various clans were in a ceasefire, he had used the Shadow Kingdom to run all over the place collecting every clan's sealing jutsu. After looking at the so-called caged bird sealing jutsu, he had created this method himself. First, it was to strengthen his own sealing jutsu by learning from the strengths of countless families. Second, it was to turn the Hyuga branch family against the main family if necessary. And back then, when Ryunosuke Uzumaki had run off to the Uchiha clan, it had also been for sealing jutsu. In the end, he did not find the sealing jutsu, but instead discovered that guy Black Zetsu. Speaking of which, ever since Black Zetsu escaped from the Shadow Kingdom, he had vanished without a trace. Even the shadow army that Ryunosuke Uzumaki sent out could not find him. That made Ryunosuke Uzumaki extremely curious. But back to the matter at hand, Ryunosuke Uzumaki naturally would not share such an embarrassing thing with anyone else. And when Hayashi Hyuga saw Ryunosuke Uzumaki acting like this, he also shut his mouth and suppressed his curiosity. Seeing that Hayashi Hyuga no longer asked, Ryunosuke Uzumaki nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and handed Hayashi Hyuga the scroll that recorded the method to remove the caged bird seal. Staring at the scroll Ryunosuke Uzumaki handed over, Hayashi Hyuga could no longer hold himself back. He directly took it and began checking it. But very clearly, Hayashi Hyuga could not be considered a ninja proficient in sealing jutsu, so as for the exact situation, he would only be able to test it after returning to the clan. Thinking of this, Hayashi Hyuga immediately stood up, said goodbye to Ryunosuke Uzumaki, and went straight home. He wanted to return now and have someone learn the sealing jutsu on the scroll as soon as possible, so they could resolve the caged bird matter earlier. In a place Hayashi Hyuga did not notice, Ryunosuke Uzumaki shook his head in disappointment. I didn't expect Hayashi Hyuga to actually have this kind of resolve. He never even thought of letting me interfere in his clan's affairs. I thought I could take the chance to bring up a marriage proposal. If Hayashi Hyuga had really heard those words from Ryunosuke Uzumaki, he would definitely have cried himself to death on the spot. Right now, he was just too excited that he could finally resolve his clan's major problem, so he had not thought that far. If Hayashi Hyuga really knew that Ryunosuke Uzumaki himself could perform the sealing jutsu, then he would definitely be willing to pay a price to ask Ryunosuke Uzumaki to make a move. Ryunosuke Uzumaki sat on the sofa and drank the last mouthful of tea in his cup. Then he stood up and called toward the kitchen. "Fo, hurry up and get ready. We're going to Minato's house for dinner." "Okay, Lord Ryunosuke. I'll be done here right away." As soon as Ryunosuke Uzumaki finished speaking, Fo's voice immediately came from the kitchen. This little girl had now completely become the housekeeper of Ryunosuke Uzumaki's home. All matters, big and small, were decided by Fo. As for the siblings Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki, they were also happy to watch this hardworking little girl bustle around, making the home feel a little more lively. Not long after he finished speaking, Fo walked out of the kitchen. As she walked, she skillfully untied the apron around her body, while also complaining to Ryunosuke Uzumaki. "Why are we going to Uncle Minato's house for dinner again today? I clearly prepared so many dishes already. If we don't eat them soon, some of them will go bad." Facing Fo's complaint, Ryunosuke Uzumaki could only place his hand on top of Fo's head and gently rub her hair to comfort her. "It's fine. If we really can't finish them, you can send them to the orphanage. Haven't you been running over there a lot lately? Just treat it as helping those children build up their bodies. Although Konoha isn't short on this bit of money now, Kakuzu is the one managing the finances. After all, with that stingy look of his, if you take even one extra coin from him, it's like you're taking his life." At Ryunosuke Uzumaki's words, Fo also nodded in agreement. Fu still clearly remembered that when she first learned that Kakuzu, the legendary ninja of the former Takigakure, was here, she had excitedly gone to visit him. But after Fu asked around and found Kakuzu's house, she discovered that he was not home at all. Later, it was Naruto Uzumaki who told her the truth. Only then did Fu learn that ever since Kakuzu arrived, he had been staying in Konoha's finance department the entire time, guarding Konoha's money with his life. As for this situation, Fu immediately expressed that this was a result she had never imagined at all. Later, after she finally found Kakuzu with great difficulty, the other party told her something else. The one currently staying in the village was only a shadow clone. As for his main body, it had been outside the whole time, hunting missing Nin to earn some extra cash, and had never returned to the village. From then on, Fu never took the initiative to look for Kakuzu again. She only saw him once or twice when she followed the orphanage director to request funding. And it was precisely those 1 or 2 meetings that made Fu fully understand just what kind of person Kakuzu was when it came to loving money as much as his own life. Because of this, Kakuzu and the orphanage director, Big Sister Nono, often went to Minato Namikaze to complain, which made Minato Namikaze's already busy days even busier. And for Minato Namikaze, this outcome also caused Kushina Uzumaki to argue with him several times. As he spoke, Ryunosuke Uzumaki had already brought Fu to the front door of Minato Namikaze's house and knocked. Soon, the door was opened, and Ryunosuke Uzumaki looked over reflexively. It was Himawari Uzumaki, holding Shikaku, opening the door for them. The moment Ryunosuke Uzumaki saw Himawari Uzumaki, he directly threw Shikaku out of her arms onto the ground and picked Himawari Uzumaki up. "Himawari, how is it today? You didn't get hurt anywhere, right?" Ryunosuke Uzumaki spoke as he carried Himawari Uzumaki toward the living room. As for Shikaku, who had been thrown onto the ground, he looked at his boss with anger but dared not say a word. In the end, it was Fu who kindly picked Shikaku up, which finally made Shikaku feel a little better. When they reached the living room, Ryunosuke Uzumaki realized it wasn't just their family. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya had been called over. Looking at the two of them, Ryunosuke Uzumaki was a little curious and turned his head to ask Mito Uzumaki, "Why are Tsunade and the others here too? Is there something important?" To Ryunosuke Uzumaki's question, even Mito Uzumaki was confused and could only shake her head. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything out, Ryunosuke Uzumaki stopped bothering with it. If there really was something important, Minato Namikaze wouldn't he have called them to his house? Thinking of this, Ryunosuke Uzumaki turned back to play with Himawari Uzumaki and Fu, and no longer paid attention to those two who were as awkward as could be. Fortunately, not long after, Minato Namikaze's voice came from the kitchen. "Everyone, dinner's ready." At this moment, Minato Namikaze's voice sounded to Jiraiya and Tsunade like the voice of salvation from a savior. The two of them practically scrambled and rolled their way to the dining table, using this to cover up their earlier awkwardness. Soon, after a few rounds of dishes and drinks, everyone had mostly finished eating. Seeing that everyone was about done, Minato Namikaze cautiously said to Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki, "Lord Ryunosuke, Lord Mito, I'm planning to step down from the position of Hokage, so what do you think?" Hearing this sudden news, even Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki were startled. "Minato, you've been doing so well. Why are you suddenly stepping down?" Mito Uzumaki asked curiously. The others also snapped back to attention after hearing Mito Uzumaki's question, all of them looking at Minato Namikaze with curiosity. "Even though I still look young now, no matter what, we've both died once already. More importantly, ever since I handled the third Hokage's matter, I've been so busy that I rarely even come home. This kind of situation isn't good for me, Kushina, or Naruto. So I'm planning to give up the position of Hokage and spend more time with their mother and son." Hearing Minato Namikaze's reasonable explanation, Mito Uzumaki also nodded in agreement, then said, "Then, since you directly called us to your house, that means you already have arrangements for the next fifth Hokage. Can you tell us who you're recommending?" At this, Minato Namikaze didn't say it directly. Instead, he turned his gaze straight to Tsunade. That move instantly froze the expression on Tsunade's face, which had originally been full of amusement. Following Minato Namikaze's gaze, everyone present gradually shifted their eyes onto Tsunade. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more wrong, Tsunade quickly shouted, Wait, Minato, you're not planning to call me to take over as the fifth Hokage, are you?" Then, under Tsunade's desperate gaze, Minato Namikaze nodded without hesitation. That instantly left Tsunade at a loss, and she quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, I'm not becoming Hokage. Whoever wants to do it can do it, anyway not me. Besides, isn't Jiraiya here? Why don't you call him?" Tsunade's words successfully shifted everyone's attention to Jiraiya again. And this time even Himawari Uzumaki shook her head. "Look, even Himawari says Jiraiya's no good. Tsunade, what else do you have to say?" Looking at the little head-shaking Himawari Uzumaki, Mito Uzumaki even spoke up for the first time to persuade Tsunade. After hearing Mito Uzumaki's words and seeing Himawari Uzumaki's reaction, Jiraiya, who had been about to refuse, was suddenly shaken and felt a little unconvinced. But then he thought of the first time he had met Himawari Uzumaki, which was precisely when he had been caught peeping into the women's bathhouse, and he didn't say anything else. But this. At this point, even Tsunade could no longer find an excuse to refuse. As for the others in Konoha, after Tsunade carefully thought about it, besides Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, and the Hyuga clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, it seemed like there was no one else. And as for Tsukumo Hatake, he was now staying at home every day, occasionally going out to buy groceries, and otherwise worrying about Kakashi Hatake's marriage. He didn't have any other plans. Even when Minato Namikaze had gone to invite him to serve again as the captain of the Umbu, he had refused. As for Hayashi Hyuga, there was even less need to say anything. He and the entire Hyuga clan were completely focused on the scroll recording the sealing technique that could break the caged bird seal. Could be said that right now, there was no one left competing with Tsunade for the position of Hokage. As long as Tsunade nodded, Minato Namikaze would immediately begin preparing to step down. Seeing that Tsunade was still hesitating, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly said, "Lady Tsunade, you're not thinking about using Konoha's money to solve the gambling debts you once owed, are you?" If anyone else had said that about Tsunade, it wouldn't have meant much. But the moment Naruto Uzumaki said it, Tsunade exploded on the spot. In an instant, she flashed forward and punched Naruto Uzumaki so hard that he was embedded into the ground, saying carelessly, "You little brat, too much talk. Isn't it just being Hokage? I'll do it then." Hearing that Tsunade agreed, even Kushina Uzumaki looked much happier, her face full of smiles as she looked at Minato Namikaze. And Minato Namikaze wasn't paying attention to that much at the moment. The instant Tsunade agreed, he immediately used Flying Raijin and rushed to the Hokage building to arrange the follow-up matters. Minato Namikaze planned to completely hand over the position of Hokage to Tsunade within 2 days. Seeing this, how could Tsunade not understand that she had been tricked by Naruto Uzumaki? She was instantly so angry that her teeth itched even more. After this matter was settled, Ryunosuke Uzumaki and the others, along with Jiraiya, all took their leave. As for Tsunade, she simply stormed off angrily, not even saying goodbye. The next day, Minato Namikaze announced that he would soon step down as the fourth Hokage, and that Tsunade would then take over as the fifth Hokage. Although the news came a little suddenly, the people of Konoha were still happy for their Lady Tsunade. Of course, this news had no appeal at all to Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, who were currently doing their utmost to search for Otsutsuki Urashiki. Based on Konoha's current situation, the mission that Uchiha Sasuke and Boruto Uzumaki and the others had originally said was to properly protect Naruto Uzumaki had, without anyone noticing, changed. Their mission had now quietly become spending time with their families. Naruto Uzumaki and Himawari Uzumaki, needless to say, were practically glued to their grandmother and Ryunosuke Uzumaki every single day. Even Sasuke Uchiha stayed home and devoted himself to accompanying Makoto Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. Occasionally, he would also take time to teach little Sasuke Uchiha ninjutsu. And so 3 days passed. The day Boruto had mentioned finally arrived. Early that morning, the villagers of Konoha had already gathered densely beneath the Hokage building. All of them were looking up at the transfer ceremony taking place on the top floor of the Hokage building. Minato Namikaze solemnly handed over the Hokage hat representing the position of Hokage to Tsunade, just as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had once placed it in Minato Namikaze's hands. From today on, you are Konoha's fifth Hokage, Minato Namikaze said with a serious expression, looking at Tsunade, who was technically his senior. Tsunade did not hesitate in this special moment. She accepted the hat openly and placed it on her head. Then Tsunade strode forward, her white haori fluttering behind her in the wind. Facing the ninja and civilians below, she began to speak the oath she would take as Hokage. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out, so the plan got disrupted. I'll just reap the troublesome ones too. Everyone present was drawn to the voice in the sky. All of them saw a strange-looking man floating there, sneering down at the crowd below. Is this guy the Otsutsuki Urashiki you were talking about? Seeing him, Ryunosuke Uzumaki asked Boruto Uzumaki beside him. After seeing Otsutsuki Urashiki, Boruto nodded with a grim expression. That's right. This guy is the one who brought us here. Otsutsuki Urashiki. This is him? How boring. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki also stepped forward and looked unkindly at Otsutsuki Urashiki floating in the air. Then, at Naruto's call, waves of shadowy sickle-like figures flew out from the shadows everywhere, all charging toward Otsutsuki Urashiki. What are these things? Looking at the strangely shaped shadow figures, Otsutsuki Urashiki could not help but feel a little curious. Then he casually threw out a fishing rod, scattering many of the frontmost shadow figures. TCH? So that's all there is to it. But very soon, the dense mass of shadow figures behind them all surged forward at once, completely ignoring everything as they attacked Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although the soldiers Naruto had summoned from the Shadow Corps were easily scattered by Otsutsuki Urashiki's attacks, their numbers were simply too overwhelming. Even Otsutsuki Urashiki was gradually forced onto the back foot. Damn it! Such annoying bugs. Looking at the shadow figures Naruto had summoned, Ryunosuke Uzumaki shook his head in disappointment. The strength of the Shadow Corps soldiers was tied to the summoner's own power. The stronger the summoner was, the stronger the soldiers of the devouring Shadow Corps would be. Otherwise, why would the soldiers Ryunosuke Uzumaki summoned be able to suppress Senju Hashirama so easily? Even though Hashirama was not at full strength, that was still not something an ordinary person could control. While Naruto's summoned sickle shadows were attacking Otsutsuki Urashiki, the others originally wanted to join in, but Ryunosuke Uzumaki stopped them all. Minato Namikaze and the others were just about to ask what was going on when they saw Orochimaru and the members of Akatsuki suddenly emerge from other places, all unleashing everything they had and attacking Otsutsuki Urashiki. Alright Naruto, stand down. Let us just watch their show. After Ryunosuke Uzumaki persuaded him, Naruto directly told the summoned sickle shadows to go protect the villagers of Konoha, then stood beside Ryunosuke Uzumaki to watch the show. You deserve to die. Otsutsuki Urashiki was already being driven crazy by the shadow figures. Just as he was about to erupt, he saw a group of ninja recklessly charging at him, and the rage in his heart immediately grew even stronger. Tensbarisei no Mikoto. In his fury, Otsutsuki Urashiki directly swung out his red fishing rod. In an instant, countless red hooks shot toward Orochimaru and the others, and the group caught off guard were immediately snagged by them. Then, with a single pull from Otsutsuki Urashiki, a massive chakra was drawn out from the body of everyone hooked, floating above the fishing hooks. After Otsutsuki Urashiki reeled the hooks back in, Orochimaru and Nagato and the others also realized something was wrong. Their bodies instantly went weak. This is truly interesting. He can directly rip out the other side's chakra? Orochimaru looked at the fishing hook in Otsutsuki Urashiki's hand with eyes full of excitement. Even now, Orochimaru was still extremely weak. But that did not stop him from observing Otsutsuki Urashiki. Nothing special. With that, Otsutsuki Urashiki swallowed a tiny ball of chakra, and the injuries on his body instantly recovered completely. He can actually heal injuries by devouring chakra? Nagato stared at Otsutsuki Urashiki's movements with his Rinnegan. Seeing him recover just like that, he was also shocked. Seeing the surprised expressions on Nagato and the others' faces, Otsutsuki Urashiki looked a little smug. Looking at the group kneeling on the ground right now, he became rather self-satisfied, only for a sudden laser cannon blast to interrupt his triumphant mood. Damn it! Who is it? Having his good mood ruined, Otsutsuki Urashiki returned to his earlier furious state. His gaze shifted, and he saw a man covered head to toe in metal firing a second chakra laser cannon at him. Shoo! With a buzzing sound, the chakra laser cannon fired from Scorpion's palm, shooting straight toward Otsutsuki Urashiki in the air. Looking at the metal man below who was still provoking him, Otsutsuki Urashiki grew even angrier. What is this? A thing that isn't even a person dares to provoke me? Otsutsuki Urashiki roared, while violently swinging the fishing rod in his hand straight toward Scorpion. Scorpion was not stupid either, and immediately activated the acceleration device built into his body to dodge Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack. Watching the two of them fight fiercely, Naruto and the others also felt itchy to join in, so they all looked toward Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Ryunosuke Uzumaki had already noticed their gazes, but he knew that the so-called Otsutsuki Urashiki, whose strength was said to be on par with Sasuke Uchiha, had not yet shown all of his power. So Ryunosuke Uzumaki would not let them rush up and die. He simply ignored them. After several rounds of intense battle, Scorpion was ultimately unable to keep up chakra-wise and was struck head-on by Otsutsuki Urashiki's fishing rod, sending him flying far away. Alright, next is the fox. Seeing that all the attackers had been defeated, Otsutsuki Urashiki took on the posture of a victor and floated toward Naruto Uzumaki with a sneer. How could Ryunosuke Uzumaki let him get his way? He opened with a dragon explosion blast and laser eyes together, aiming straight at Otsutsuki Urashiki. When Otsutsuki Urashiki saw Ryunosuke Uzumaki's attack coming, he subconsciously tried to absorb it. But to his surprise, Ryunosuke Uzumaki's attack was not unleashed with chakra at all, so naturally Otsutsuki Urashiki could not absorb it. He could only brace himself and take Ryunosuke Uzumaki's blow head-on. How is this possible? Your technique doesn't even use chakra? Otsutsuki Urashiki clearly could not accept this. Even their great Otsutsuki clan needed chakra as its own power source, but Ryunosuke Uzumaki's attack had completely shattered that limitation. Without needing chakra to perform techniques, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's value instantly became even greater than the Ninetales. How did you do it? A technique without using chakra. How are you pulling it off? Otsutsuki Urashiki asked Ryunosuke a little frantically, and Ryunosuke's expression remained calm. You want to know? Pay with your life. As he spoke, Ryunosuke instantly used the rabbit talisman to flash beside Otsutsuki Urashiki. Then, with the ox talisman behind him, he threw a heavy punch straight into Urashiki's face, sending him crashing from the sky and embedding him into the ground. So strong. And there isn't even the slightest chakra fluctuation. I'm getting more and more interested in you. After saying that, Otsutsuki Urashiki gulped down the chakra he had just fished from Orochimaru and the others. The more he ate, the more his injuries recovered. Seeing this, Ryunosuke's mind moved, and in the instant Urashiki wasn't paying attention, he directly pulled him into the Black Shadow Kingdom. Then Ryunosuke also entered the Black Shadow Kingdom from the shadow on the ground. Seeing the two disappear, Tsunade and Jiraiya were somewhat worried, and of course, deeply curious as well. But they didn't know how to enter the Black Shadow Kingdom. After all, Ryunosuke had always been the one bringing them in before. Let us go in and take a look too. Just as Tsunade was preparing to ask Uzumaki Mito whether there was any other way, Naruto suddenly spoke up. Naruto, do you know how to enter the Black Shadow Kingdom? Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya instantly perked up and grabbed Naruto's shoulder, shaking him hard. Seeing her son being shaken like that by Jiraiya, Kushina punched Jiraiya on the head, instantly raising a huge bump. Big Brother once said that everyone with a tattoo can enter the Black Shadow Kingdom on their own. As for the rest of you, you just need to hold our hands to go in together. At the crucial moment, Uzumaki Mito stepped forward to explain, and everyone finally understood. So, with Naruto, Karen, and Uzumaki Mito as the leads, everyone who wanted to go in held hands, and the three of them brought them inside. Of course, Himawari was left outside under Hinata Hyuga's care. Once inside, the other clan leaders were first startled by the scene before them. Everything around them was red, endless at a glance, and their bodies were floating in the air, with nowhere to even stand. At that moment, the sound of fighting came from ahead. Uzumaki Mito raised a hand and pointed toward the direction of the noise. They're over there. Be careful when we go over. Don't get too close, or Otsutsuki Urashiki might use us to threaten Big Brother. After saying that, led by Uzumaki Mito, the group floated grandly toward the source of the fighting. When they arrived near the battle, Uzumaki Mito and the others saw Ryunosuke pressing down on Otsutsuki Urashiki and beating him. Urashiki no longer had the same carefree look he had when he first arrived in Konoha. At this point, his whole body was covered in injuries, and his clothes had long since been torn to shreds in the fight. Damn it, what place is this? As he spoke, Otsutsuki Urashiki once again gripped his fishing rod and swung at Ryunosuke, but Ryunosuke simply blocked it with one arm and stopped the aggressive attack. Originally, Otsutsuki Urashiki had planned to activate his Rinne Sharingan and use Yamatsu Hirasaka to leave the strange space first. But after activating it, he found that he couldn't open a spatial passage here at all, which made him increasingly irritable. This is my kingdom. Welcome to my place. You damned bastard. Hearing Ryunosuke's mocking voice, Urashiki grew more and more furious, and the red fishing rod swung faster and faster. But no matter what, it was still blocked by Ryunosuke with just one arm. At this point, Otsutsuki Urashiki was plunged into deep doubt. You bastard, your body is so hard. What is it even made of? In response to Urashiki's question, the only answer he got was Ryunosuke's sandbag-sized fist, slamming straight into his face and sending him flying once again. TCH, so this is what they call a celestial being. He only has this much skill. First, Ryunosuke had looked down on the so-called outsider, Otsutsuki Urashiki. After all, according to that Uchiha Sasuke, he himself could defeat him. But later, when Urashiki appeared and effortlessly took down Orochimaru and the members of Akatsuki, Ryunosuke admitted that he had underestimated him. After these few clashes between Ryunosuke and Otsutsuki Urashiki, Ryunosuke felt that he might have been right to look down on him after all. At present, Otsutsuki Urashiki's displayed strength was not particularly great. Even when he had previously beaten Orochimaru's group, he had only done so by using his fishing rod to steal their chakra, leaving them weakened. Although that kind of attack didn't cause much direct damage to Orochimaru and the others, in a world like the ninja world, where nearly everything depended on chakra to use techniques, Otsutsuki Urashiki could be said to already stand in an unbeatable position. As long as he fished away people's chakra, he could not only weaken his enemies this way, but Ryunosuke had also observed that Urashiki could use the chakra he had fished up to recover his own injuries. But now, unfortunately for him, he had run into someone like Ryunosuke whose abilities were not limited to chakra alone. It was basically a perfect counter to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Damn bastard! Don't look down on me! Ryunosuke's mocking voice made Urashiki feel increasingly uncomfortable, and the anger in his heart grew by the second. Even the carefree expression he had always kept on his face could no longer be maintained. Right now, he only wanted to kill this irritating guy in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Urashiki's eyes changed, turning from Byakugan into blue Rinnegan. Then he gripped his fishing rod again and rushed toward Ryunosuke, swinging it down with a force that was completely different from before. His eyes changed again, from Byakugan to a Rinnegan like Nagato's. Though the only difference is the eye color. Ryunosuke caught every change in Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes. Just as he finished thinking that, Urashiki had already struck again, and there was no choice but for Ryunosuke to continue blocking the fishing rod with his arm. And Ryunosuke was not the only one who noticed the change in Urashiki. The people watching from behind also saw the change in his eyes. A Rinnegan like Nagato's? Looks like the legendary sage of Six Paths had quite the relationship with this Otsutsuki Urashiki. As expected of Jiraiya, who had traveled the ninja world for so long. Just when Nagato and Uzumaki Mito were still shocked by Urashiki's Rinnegan, Jiraiya's thoughts had already gone straight to the Sage of Six Paths. And after Jiraiya said that, the people present gradually reacted, all of them staring at Otsutsuki Urashiki in thought. Come to think of it, Ryunosuke could clearly feel that the Otsutsuki Urashiki in front of him had not only changed his eyes. Even his own strength had been strengthened. Originally, a fishing rod that could be easily blocked with just one arm, but now the spot hit by the rod actually made Uzumaki Ryunosuke feel a faint itch, like a single strand of hair had fallen there. It was slight, but he still felt it. This was because when Uzumaki Ryunosuke inherited the power of the demons, he also inherited their powerful physique. If it were a normal person, Otsutsuki Urashiki's strike would definitely not have been light. What? You're completely fine? In Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had still casually blocked his move, with no difference from before. But only Otsutsuki Urashiki himself knew what level his strength was at now. Could be said that, after awakening the Rinnegan, his strength was already considered top tier within the Otsutsuki clan, yet in front of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he was still so powerless. Don't say that. You did get a tiny bit stronger. Now that Uzumaki Ryunosuke said this so seriously, it only sounded like pure mockery to Otsutsuki Urashiki. How could the already proud and arrogant Otsutsuki Urashiki stand that? He directly threw away his fishing rod and stared fixedly at Uzumaki Ryunosuke not far away. This is what you forced me to do. Today, I'll make you pay the price. Then, under the shocked gazes of Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito and the others, Otsutsuki Urashiki directly dug out his right eye, stuffed it into his mouth, and started chewing. As Otsutsuki Urashiki swallowed what was in his mouth, his body also began to change. First, a golden Rinnegan grew on his forehead, and then his entire body began to emit white light. After the light faded, a brand new Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared in place, with a completely changed appearance and all of his injuries gone. The only differences from before were the strange black markings on his face, and on his forehead there were also two wing-like things, except one was longer and the other shorter. Then the two blue Rinnegan eyes on Otsutsuki Urashiki's face also transformed into two golden eyes, and finally, both of his feet became like chicken claws. Did you turn into a birdman with that look? Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the greatly changed Otsutsuki Urashiki and asked in confusion. Of course, this was still taken by Otsutsuki Urashiki as Ryunosuke mocking him. I hope your mouth can still be this foul later. After saying that, Otsutsuki Urashiki directly rushed at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. His speed was so fast that even Uzumaki Mito and the others nearby could not see it clearly. They could only barely make out a rough outline. Then, Otsutsuki Urashiki and Uzumaki Ryunosuke slammed into each other head-on like that. In an instant, a huge pressure wave spread out from the point of impact in all directions, blowing Uzumaki Mito and the others hiding nearby completely off balance. I didn't expect it. After turning into a birdman, you're not bad. Even though your appearance has become bizarre, your strength has indeed improved a bit. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's contemptuous gaze and teasing tone, Otsutsuki Urashiki could no longer hold back and started throwing wildly at Ryunosuke with fists and kicks, completely without any structure. As the saying goes, the soft fear the hard fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who have nothing to lose. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki's attacks could not break through the layer of skin on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's body, under this suicidal style of fighting, even Ryunosuke looked somewhat disheveled. Seeing that this wouldn't do, Uzumaki Ryunosuke seized the chance and kicked Otsutsuki Urashiki away as he charged straight at him. With a casual rip, he tore off the already tattered clothes on his body, revealing a body packed with solid muscle, and looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki not far away. I didn't expect that just saying a few words would make you this angry. Looks like you, this so-called outsider, are still emotional just like us. Faced with Uzumaki Ryunosuke's repeated mockery, Otsutsuki Urashiki began trying to suppress the flames in his heart. In his mind, he secretly swore that he would definitely tear Uzumaki Ryunosuke's mouth apart. By then, he'd see what else that guy could use to mock him with. After making up his mind, Otsutsuki Urashiki raised his hand again and rushed at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Tenshimaru Comet Divine Jewel Box. Otsutsuki Urashiki charged straight at Uzumaki Ryunosuke while firing all kinds of purple energy waves of different shapes from the center of his palm, launching them together at Ryunosuke. And when Uzumaki Ryunosuke saw those bizarre purple glowing energy waves coming at him, he was not to be outdone. With a light wave of both hands, the invisible air around him seemed like obedient soldiers, blocking every single one of the energy waves fired at him. After seeing your level, this is as far as you go. After blocking Otsutsuki Urashiki's attack, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at him expressionlessly and said, the teasing expression he had shown toward Otsutsuki Urashiki earlier was long gone. Right now, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was radiating an aura that kept strangers away. Feeling Ryunosuke's completely changed presence, Otsutsuki Urashiki's heart trembled. But he still forced on the same contemptuous look as before and stared at Uzumaki Ryunosuke like that. Since I've already tested your level, then you no longer have any reason to exist. Goodbye. Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't understand what Uzumaki Ryunosuke meant at first, but just as he was about to ask, his vision suddenly went black and he dropped straight down like that, losing consciousness completely. After seeing that Otsutsuki Urashiki had already fallen, Uzumaki Ryunosuke began waving toward the space behind him. The Uzumaki Mito and the others hiding in the dark saw Ryunosuke's gesture and casually walked out. Then the group surrounded Otsutsuki Urashiki so tightly that not even water could seep through, and Namikaze Minato and the others, very curious about Otsutsuki Urashiki suddenly collapsing, asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke-sama, how did you do that just now? Otsutsuki Urashiki couldn't even lift a hand, and then he just fell over like that. In response to Namikaze Minato and the others' questions, Uzumaki Ryunosuke only waved his hand toward the ground. Then a very small figure appeared in the palm of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hand. This is Shadow Eater? Seeing the familiar little thing standing on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's palm, Uzumaki Kushina and Orochimaru, who already knew about it, were somewhat shocked. They hadn't expected that even such a powerful Otsutsuki Urashiki could only become completely unconscious after having his shadow devoured by this little guy. As for the others, who after learning about Uzumaki Ryunosuke's method were full of praise, Uzumaki Mito left the Shadow Kingdom in anger as soon as she learned the truth of what happened. Seeing that his sister was clearly in the wrong state, Uzumaki Ryunosuke casually waved his hand and said a few words to Orochimaru and Sasori. Do whatever you want with Otsutsuki Urashiki. After that, he went to chase after Uzumaki Mito. After arriving in the outside world, Uzumaki Ryunosuke saw Uzumaki Mito standing silently at the edge of the rooftop, calmly gazing into the distance like that. Mito, what happened to you just now? Are you feeling unwell? Ryunosuke Uzumaki still didn't understand what had happened, so he could only rely on his shameless face and squeeze his way up to Mito Uzumaki. Seeing that Ryunosuke Uzumaki was still grinning and acting all playful, Mito Uzumaki got even angrier. This time, huge tears spilled out of her eyes. At that, Ryunosuke Uzumaki also lost the happy, excited mood he had after defeating Ishiki Otsutsuki. He silently looked at Mito Uzumaki, who was still crying in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort her. What exactly is wrong with you? In the end, Ryunosuke Uzumaki had no choice but to directly ask Mito Uzumaki why she was crying. You still have the nerve to ask? Ishiki Otsutsuki could have been taken down without any risk at all, but you insisted on fighting him for so long. Do you know how worried I was for you the whole time? And you? You looked completely unconcerned. Even up until just now you were still acting so carefree. Do you even know what it means to be steady? We're already almost 100 years old. Can you stop acting like a child all the time? Before you do anything, can you think about your family first? Watching Mito Uzumaki's little mouth going non-stop in front of him, Ryunosuke Uzumaki didn't feel dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, he was even quite excited by her scolding. If there had been anyone else on the rooftop right now, that person would definitely have suspected that Lord Ryunosuke Uzumaki, who was usually so unsmiling, might have some strange hobby of liking to be scolded. You're still smiling. You're just impossible. The more Mito Uzumaki scolded, the angrier she got. But on Ryunosuke Uzumaki's side, the more he listened, the happier he felt. Without even realizing it, the corners of his mouth were practically pulled all the way to his ears. Seeing that Ryunosuke Uzumaki was still wearing that same playful smile, Mito Uzumaki finally couldn't take it anymore. In 3 quick steps, she rushed forward, grabbed one of Ryunosuke Uzumaki's ears, and twisted it hard in one direction. Although Ryunosuke Uzumaki's own defense was something that even the earlier Ishiki Otsutsuki couldn't break, when faced with Mito Uzumaki's ear-twisting technique. He was still in pain and grimaced, only able to beg for mercy. Alright, I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, who in the entire ninja world could even kill me? I'm the strongest. Even Hashirama is no match for me. Hearing Ryunosuke Uzumaki speak to her in such a flippant tone, Mito Uzumaki got even angrier. She raised her hand again and grabbed his ear once more. You actually dare say no one can kill you? Do you know that back then? Humph. Ryunosuke Uzumaki's words reminded Mito Uzumaki of the time when she had received the news of his death in Konoha. At that moment, after repeatedly confirming whether it was true, she had directly fainted in front of Hashirama Senju. After that, Mito Uzumaki had even remained unconscious for 3 days. When she woke up again, she learned from Hashirama Senju that Ryunosuke Uzumaki had already been buried. In the following days, Mito Uzumaki looked as if the sky had collapsed. Every day, she just sat blankly in her own courtyard, not drinking water or eating. In the end, with no other choice, Hashirama Senju personally took Mito Uzumaki to Ryunosuke Uzumaki's grave. And when she saw Ryunosuke Uzumaki's tombstone, the long-silent Mito Uzumaki finally seemed to come to her senses. She fell helplessly to her knees in front of Ryunosuke Uzumaki's grave and cried out loud. That day, the weather was also very fittingly rainy. Seeing the weather turn bad, Hashirama Senju would release to casually build a little rain shelter for Mito Uzumaki. Only then did Mito Uzumaki react, and she threw herself into Hashirama Senju's arms. Hashirama, I don't have my big brother anymore. My big brother is gone. I'm a girl with no big brother to care about me anymore. Sob, sob, sob. Mito Uzumaki hid herself in Hashirama Senju's arms and cried loudly. Even at that time, there was nothing the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, could do. He could only keep patting Mito Uzumaki on the back to comfort her. Of course, the people who went there together at the time also included Tobarama Senju and the Uzumaki clan head, Ryunosuke Uzumaki's father, Ashina Uzumaki. And it was exactly after that day that Tobarama Senju began researching the so-called Edo Tensei'd. And after that day, the Uzumaki clan also began researching ninjutsu to control the Shinigami. Later on, Tobarama Senju's ninjutsu allowed Ryunosuke Uzumaki to be revived once again. But the Uzumaki clan's research into controlling the Shinigami ended rather miserably, becoming one of the fundamental reasons the Uzumaki clan was later exterminated. But if you suddenly asked why the earlier Ryunosuke Uzumaki could also control the Shinigami, then the truth was that it was simply because Ryunosuke Uzumaki could not die from any external force. And no matter what, that Shinigami harmed the user's soul. But unfortunately for the Shinigami, Ryunosuke Uzumaki's soul had been strengthened by the goat talisman and simply couldn't be shaken at all. In simple terms, the Shinigami just had no way to deal with Ryunosuke Uzumaki. It wasn't because Ryunosuke Uzumaki could control the Shinigami. Cough, cough. Anyway, Ryunosuke Uzumaki silently looked at Mito Uzumaki, who had brought up the old incident. His reaction made Mito Uzumaki think she had guessed right, and she said to him, "See? I was right. You were already dead back then. We still don't know what kinds of strange things this world has. If you're not careful, something will go wrong. You promise me don't play around like that again. If we can solve something directly, then we should solve it directly. Don't end up losing your life because of your own carelessness later." Looking at the worried Mito Uzumaki, Ryunosuke Uzumaki let out a faint sigh. He reached out and patted Mito Uzumaki's head, then said softly, "That time was an accident, but that guy has already been dealt with by me. I didn't lie to you. The world now really doesn't have anything that can threaten me. Stop bragging. You should watch yourself. I don't want to attend your funeral a second time." Seeing that Ryunosuke Uzumaki wouldn't listen to her advice, Mito Uzumaki had no choice. Of course, she was still very willing to believe that her big brother was invincible under heaven. So after trying to persuade him one more time, Mito Uzumaki directly walked back toward home. Because of the emotional fluctuations earlier, her eyes were a little swollen now. That was not a good look for someone of her status, so she needed to go home and deal with her eyes. As for Ryunosuke Uzumaki, seeing that his little sister completely refused to believe him, there was nothing he could do either. After all, there were too many strange things on him. If he told Mito everything, that would be completely unrealistic. So Ryunosuke Uzumaki could only remain silent. Not long after Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki finished arguing, Minato Namikaze and the others, along with Orochimaru and the rest, also came out of the Black Shadow Kingdom carrying Ishiki Otsutsuki's corpse. As for Orochimaru and Sasori, who had long been coveting Ishiki Otsutsuki's body, once they got it, the two of them took Ishiki Otsutsuki's body and devoted themselves entirely to the laboratory. And after it was confirmed that the threat from Otsutsuki Urashiki had been dealt with, Uzumaki Kushina grabbed Uchiha Sasuke and loudly declared that they should throw a party to celebrate, then told him to go and call over Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, and the others. As for herself, she took Uzumaki Baruto and Uzumaki Naruto to the Hyuga clan to find Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, and the others, while leaving the dinner entirely to Namikaze Minato to prepare. Faced with this, Namikaze Minato could only agree with a wry smile. But Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt a little strange, and after patting Namikaze Minato on the shoulder, he asked, "Is Kushina under some kind of stress? She's already thrown several parties in a row lately. What's going on with her?" Faced with Uzumaki Ryunosuke's question, Namikaze Minato spread his hands and said, "Kushina said that since we've all died once before, we should cherish the life we have now and just do whatever makes us happy. And she thinks throwing parties is the happiest thing there is. So lately she's been thinking up excuses to throw parties every day." After hearing Namikaze Minato's explanation, Uzumaki Ryunosuke could only look helpless. But there was nothing he could do about it. It was his own child, after all, so Uzumaki Ryunosuke said he could only indulge her. After patting Namikaze Minato's shoulder again in comfort, Uzumaki Ryunosuke got up to go find Uzumaki Mito. After all, he didn't want to get into a bad argument with his little sister. Just like Uzumaki Kushina said, they had already died once. From now on, they should just live happily. As for the sad things, they could talk about them after they were done being happy. After that, through Uzumaki Ryunosuke's constant persuasion, and after he made all kinds of promises to Uzumaki Mito finally made up with him. At Namikaze Minato's house, the Uchiha Fugaku family and the Hyuga Hayashi family had already arrived long ago. They had also called over Hitaki Kakashi and his father, Uchiha Obito, and No Era Rin. In the end, the old Watergate team, the current Might Guy team, the Yuhi Kurinai team, the Kakashi team, plus Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Kanomaru, Might Due, and Hyuga Hizashi. It could be said that all the powerful and influential people in Konoha, big and small, had come, and all of them joined this party. And most of the people who arrived were seeing Uzumaki Baruto and Uzumaki Himawari, as well as the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke, for the first time. "Ah, so you're Himawari, right? She is so cute." Right. Himawari is the cutest." At the party, Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina were standing together around Uzumaki Himawari. Looking at the pink little girl in front of them, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but reach out and rub Himawari's cheeks. Compared to Uzumaki Himawari, the person everyone at the party was obviously more interested in was the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke, especially Haruno Sakura, who had been following behind Uchiha Sasuke the whole time. Yamanaka Ino had originally wanted to follow too, but Uzumaki Baruto had already slipped up the moment he first saw Haruno Sakura. Then, under Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino's questioning, Uzumaki Baruto had no choice but to reveal the fact that in their timeline, Haruno Sakura was Uchiha Sasuke's wife. That made Haruno Sakura overjoyed, and she looked at Yamanaka Ino, the rival she had been competing with for a long time, with a smug, victorious expression. The rest of the people all gathered around Namikaze Minato, listening to him describe the whole story of how Uzumaki Ryunosuke fought Otsutsuki Urashiki. So that's how it is. Beings from beyond the sky. I thought the ninja world was already big enough, but I never expected there to be other worlds outside it. After hearing the short and abrupt battle between Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Otsutsuki Urashiki, Hataki Sakumo fell into deep thought with one hand under his chin. Because from what Namikaze Minato had said, it wasn't just the future timeline of Uchiha Sasuke that had members of the Otsutsuki clan. In fact, this world they were living in right now also had the Otsutsuki clan. It was just that for some unknown reason, they still hadn't shown themselves. Amid the chatting and having fun, time passed the fastest. The people who came to the party also began to leave one after another, leaving only a floor full of mess. Of course, as for cleaning this up, it had already been tossed by Uzumaki Kushina to the Shadow Clone Army's ninja soldiers to handle. After all, enemies like that wouldn't be her job to fight. So in normal times, Uzumaki Kushina just treated these ninja as if they were babysitters. And when the Uchiha Fugaku family said their goodbyes, Uchiha Sasuke clearly came over to tell Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari that in a few days, they would be returning to their world. So even though it had been a happy party, when it ended, it still turned a little sad. After getting the news, Uzumaki Himawari held tightly onto Uzumaki Kushina and refused to let go. And for this granddaughter of hers, Uzumaki Kushina was very fond of her too, and didn't he want to let them leave just like that. After all, according to Uchiha Sasuke, once they went back this time, they would never return. No matter what, they were still two unrelated worlds, only temporarily connected because of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Now that Otsutsuki Urashiki had been taken care of, it was naturally time to say goodbye. In truth, it wasn't just Uzumaki Kushina who was sad. Namikaze Minato was just as heartbroken. For this granddaughter of his, Namikaze Minato wished he could have held her in the palm of his hand and raised her carefully. That was one of the reasons he had proposed stepping down to Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito in the first place. But who would have thought that before he even got the chance to spend proper time with his granddaughter, it would already be time to part. So in the end, although the happy party was over, the Namikaze family still couldn't sleep at all. Uzumaki Kushina was holding Uzumaki Himawari and refusing to let go no matter what. Seeing them like this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought of a power he had obtained long ago but had never used, and that power could absolutely let Uzumaki Kushina see Uzumaki Himawari again in the future. That was magic. Magic inherited from Jackie Chan Adventures, with its wondrous abilities. Uzumaki Ryunosuke still clearly remembered that when he first obtained this power, he had seen a spell for traveling through time inside it. But back then, Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought that thing was basically useless, and not only that, he felt magic wasn't as practical as ninjutsu. After all, once you got to the battlefield, the enemy wouldn't give you the chance to cast a spell. This wasn't some hot-blooded anime where, when you used an ability, the other side would all be idiots and just stand there waiting for you. Now, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had finally reached the moment where his magic could shine. So after the party ended, Uzumaki Ryunosuke simply disappeared, and even Uzumaki Mito didn't know where he had run off to. Seriously, Himawari and the others were only going to leave in a few days, and now even Great-Uncle Grandpa had no idea where he had gone. Honestly, was it really that all elders were this impossible to figure out? Inside Namikaze Minato's house, Uzumaki Kushina held Uzumaki Himawari in one hand and madly hammered the cushion on the sofa beside her with the other. She had clearly been treating the cushion as if it were Uzumaki Ryunosuke, using this behavior to express her dissatisfaction with his complete disappearance.
Kushina.
Have you tried using the Shadow Clone Army to contact Lord Ryunosuke? Looking at his furious wife, all Namikaze Minato could do was gently try to comfort her. But who would have thought that when Namikaze Minato asked that, Uzumaki Kushina would glare at him with a murderous look. Do you think I'm an idiot? I already tried that. But the Shadow Core Ninja are completely mute when it comes to this. Not a single word. After hearing that from Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato was completely out of options too. All he could do was try his best not to make any mistakes during this time and give Kushina no leverage to vent her anger. And Uzumaki Himawari, who was being held by Uzumaki Kushina, looked just as downcast. She tugged at Kushina's clothes and asked softly, "Grandma, does Lord Ryunosuke not like us? Why has he been hiding from us and refusing to see us?" Uzumaki Himawari's soft, sweet voice instantly extinguished the anger in Uzumaki Kushina's heart. Kushina gently smiled, patted Himawari's back, and said softly, "Of course not. Lord Ryunosuke is just busy with something else. And when he is busy, we can't find him either. So it's not that Lord Ryunosuke doesn't like you. He just can't help it." After being comforted by Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Himawari's mood slowly improved a little. But when it came to the departure that was about to happen, the little girl was clearly still not prepared. But the other Uzumaki Boruto was different. Right now, he was still carelessly following behind Uzumaki Naruto and training with him. And it was only at this moment that Boruto finally saw just how insane his father really was. The multiple shadow clone jutsu, which had been classified as a forbidden technique, was being used like the most basic clone technique. Boruto had already thought he was pretty good. But when he saw his father, Uzumaki Naruto, using more than 1,000 shadow clones just for training, Boruto's entire worldview shattered. Not to mention, after every training session, Naruto dismissed those shadow clones with a completely blank expression, acting as if the consequences of the multiple shadow clone jutsu didn't exist at all. A few days passed like that, and then it was time for Boruto and the others to leave. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, a group of people stood watching the three people in front. Uzumaki Kushina, in particular, had her eyes red from crying, looking at Uzumaki Himawari with deep reluctance. As for Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he had already come back 2 days ago. But even when faced with Uzumaki Kushina's accusations, Ryunosuke had remained silent the entire time, only quietly instructing the soldiers of the Shadow Corps to collect the things he needed. Seeing that the time had come, Uchiha Sasuke began infusing chakra into the little turtle in his hand. As chakra poured in, the turtle shell slowly opened. Immediately after, a whirlpool-like opening filled with mysterious light appeared out of thin air. And as that opening appeared, Uzumaki Ryunosuke also took out something he had prepared long ago. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Uzumaki Ryunosuke pulled out 4 yellow papers covered in writing, then took out a dried-up gecko from his chest. Lord Ryunosuke, what are you doing? Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke acting so strangely, Namikaze Minato asked in confusion. But at this moment, how could Uzumaki Ryunosuke have time to answer him? So he simply ignored Minato. Then, under everyone's watch, Uzumaki Ryunosuke threw the 4 yellow papers in his hand at once toward the opening where Uchiha Sasuke and the others had disappeared. To everyone's surprise, those 4 yellow papers didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they directly held the opening in place. That caused the opening, which had been about to dissipate, to freeze there under the effect of the 4 yellow papers. Then Uzumaki Ryunosuke began shaking the dried gecko in his hand. Demons, ghosts, and monsters, leave quickly. Demons, ghosts, and monsters, leave quickly. Demons, ghosts, and monsters, leave quickly. Watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke as if he were performing some kind of spirit summoning ritual, everyone wanted to laugh but didn't dare. They were all on the verge of holding it in too hard. Look, at that moment, something completely unexpected happened. Under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's bizarre, ritual-like actions, the opening that had been about to fade away began to gradually expand, and in the end, it became large enough for a person to walk through. Looking at the entrance leading to the world where Uzumaki Himawari and the others were, now stabilized in front of him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally let out the breath he had been holding. But the entrance was still only temporary. If the power of those 4 talismans ran out, the entrance would still disappear. So Uzumaki Ryunosuke took out another strange-looking box from his chest. If someone from the same world as Uzumaki Ryunosuke were here, they would immediately recognize it. The thing in Ryunosuke's hand right now was the legendary treasure that had once imprisoned the 8 demons, the Pan-Ku box. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke take out yet another strange object, everyone's hearts were still full of endless questions. But looking at the serious expression on Ryunosuke's face, they temporarily swallowed all those questions back down. Then everyone saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke twist the box-like thing in place, and the box actually floated up into the air. Under the guidance of the gecko in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hand, the box actually sucked the opened entrance inside. After the entrance where Uchiha Sasuke and the others had disappeared was absorbed by the box Uzumaki Ryunosuke had taken out, the box seemed to have had its power drained away and fell straight to the ground. Unlike the crowd's looks of confusion, shock, and astonishment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the falling Pan-Ku box and finally let out a long breath. Then he solemnly picked it up from the ground. After taking the Pan-Ku box into his hands, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, whose heart had long since been as calm as still water, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He raised the Pan-Ku box high above his head and shouted toward the sky. I finally succeeded. After shouting, Uzumaki Ryunosuke held the Pan-Ku box and brought it up in front of Uzumaki Mito and the others, bragging to this group of people. Awesome, right? Super amazing, right? I'm a genius, right? Seeing that something seemed off, Namikaze Minato hurriedly stopped Uzumaki Ryunosuke and asked, Lord Ryunosuke, we wanted to ask since just now, what exactly were you doing earlier? What is this box for? Looking at the people in front of him, each of them filled with curiosity about the box in his hand, Uzumaki Ryunosuke proudly lifted the Pan-Ku box high. This box is a treasure. It's called the Pan-Ku box. Originally, it was used to seal demons, but the demons were already destroyed long ago, so this box ended up being left idle. A few days ago, when I learned that Uzumaki Himawari and the others were about to leave, I started looking for a way to connect the 2 worlds. In the end, I thought of it, this Pan-Ku box. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke speaking a little crazily about something like demons, Namikaze Minato and the others felt it was a bit ridiculous. But as a professional straight man, Namikaze Minato still dutifully asked, Then, Lord Ryunosuke, what were you doing just now? Hearing Namikaze Minato ask that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was still rather proud of what he had just done. Because using the Pan-Ku box wasn't something that could be done casually. During the few days after Uzumaki Ryunosuke disappeared, Ryunosuke had been staying up day and night, studying all the magic knowledge in his mind. Finally, 2 days before Uzumaki Himawari and the others left, Ryunosuke had finished learning everything. And over the next 2 days, he sent the soldiers of the Shadow Demon Legion to do everything they could to find the basic materials needed to cast magic. Only then was Ryunosuke able to perform that entire series of actions just now. And now, After hearing Minato Namikaze's sincere question, Ryunosuke did not hide anything at all and directly explained everything. What I just did was use those talismans I personally made to pin down the spatial entrance where Uzumaki Himawari and the others disappeared. But just pinning it down wasn't enough. Once the energy in my talismans was completely used up, that entrance would still disappear. So I modified the Panko Box's own settings and took that entrance into the Panko Box. That way it would remain stored inside the box. When we want to go to the world where Uzumaki Himawari and the others are, we can open that passage through the Panko Box. And because I directly fixed the space where Uzumaki Himawari and the others entered and left, there's no need to worry about being sent somewhere else by that entrance. Right now it's just like going home with us. The route is fixed, but since we're not people of that world, we naturally can't stay there forever. Based on my judgment, we can only go once a month, and each time we can stay for 7 days. What? Ryunosuke's long explanation left everyone present completely stunned. He had actually connected two worlds that should have been impossible to connect, and he had done it so casually. No wonder Ryunosuke had reacted so strongly just now, even saying he was a genius. It was truly unbelievable. They never would have thought that Lord Ryunosuke possessed such power. Compared to everyone else being shocked that they could go to Uzumaki Himawari's world, Orochimaru was more amazed by Ryunosuke himself, the one who had made this possible. You have to know, what Ryunosuke had just done was something even the legendary sage of Six Paths couldn't accomplish. Traveling through time and space. How fascinating did that sound? Then, great uncle, do you mean we can go to Himawari's world right now? Uzumaki Kushina's eyes were sparkling as she looked at the Panko Box in Ryunosuke's hand. If she weren't afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, she would have already snatched it herself. Looking at the excited crowd before him, Ryunosuke, even though he was already nearly 100 years old, still couldn't help but show a proud expression. Of course, all I need to do now is activate the Panko Box, and I can open the gate to Himawari's world. After getting Ryunosuke's confirmation, Kushina quickly stepped forward and hooked her arm around his, saying in a spoiled tone, "Then, great uncle, let us go now. I want to see what the world where Himawari and the others live is like." Although Kushina's little girl's spoiled act was honestly a bit hard to watch, what she said was exactly what everyone else was thinking. They also wanted to see what that world across space and time was really like. Actually, whether Kushina said it or not, Ryunosuke was already planning to go to Himawari's world. So under Kushina's eager gaze, Ryunosuke nodded and agreed to her request. Then for the first trip, Minato, Kushina, Fugaku, Mikoto, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru will go scout it out first. No matter what, this is our first time going to another world. We still don't know what things are like over there, so if we go first, we can confirm whether the other side is safe. After hearing Ryunosuke say that, Tsunade, who had been full of anticipation a moment ago, immediately drooped her face. Her whole expression clearly said, "I'm unhappy. Great uncle is biased." Hearing Tsunade's complaint, before Ryunosuke could even speak, Uzumaki Mito opened her mouth first. "You're already the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Can you be a little more mature? Besides, you only took office yesterday. How could you just disappear for 7 days all of a sudden?" Hearing that, Tsunade got even more unhappy. Before she had even started working, she was already considering whether she should just stop being Hokage altogether. But thinking about what would happen after her grandmother heard this news, Tsunade could only let out a helpless sigh and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Alright then, everyone go prepare. We'll gather here tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp." Seeing Tsunade's unwilling expression, Ryunosuke simply ignored her and began arranging things for the others. After saying that, Ryunosuke disappeared from where he stood together with Uzumaki Mito. The few people Ryunosuke had called out also comforted Tsunade a bit before happily going to pack their things. As for the others, they were very self-aware and left directly. In the end, only Tsunade remained standing alone on the rooftop of the Hokage building, left to weather the wind by herself. As for the other side, Uchiha Sasuke had already taken Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari back to his own world. Right now, Uchiha Sasuke was reporting the news about the other world to Naruto Uzumaki. Is that so? A world where things developed differently from ours. After hearing Uchiha Sasuke's description, Naruto Uzumaki was also filled with longing for the world Sasuke had mentioned. If back when we had our first Chunin exams, there had really been a great-great-uncle like me, maybe my world would have turned out differently too. After Uchiha Sasuke left, Naruto Uzumaki stood alone on the rooftop, staring blankly at the stars in the night sky. And in Naruto Uzumaki's home in this timeline, Himawari Uzumaki was showing off to her mother like a treasure, proudly displaying the 9 kinds of Shadow Demon Legion soldiers she had gotten from Ryunosuke. Hinata Hyuga, who had already become a mother, looked at the fiercely loyal soldiers her daughter had summoned and was first so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Then, under Hinata's questioning, Himawari told her everything that had happened in Ryunosuke's timeline. When Hinata heard that Himawari had been attacked by the Hyuga clan elders in that world, veins immediately popped up around her eyes in anger. If those elders in their world hadn't already turned to bones long ago, the furious Hinata would have gone and given them a Kaiten vacuum palm without a second thought. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the scene shifted to the next morning at 8:30. Although Ryunosuke had said 9 o'clock yesterday, the excited Kushina had dragged Minato Namikaze early in the morning, carrying the things she had bought for Himawari and the others, to the rooftop of the Hokage building to wait. But to her surprise, when Kushina arrived, someone was already on the rooftop. "Tsunade, you're here so early?" Looking at the green robe with a huge gambling character on it, Uzumaki Kushina immediately knew who was standing there, and she greeted them with joy. But when Tsunade turned her head, it startled Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. At this moment, Tsunade's eyes were bloodshot. If Tsunade didn't have Uchiha bloodline, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato would have thought Tsunade had awakened her eyes. "Kushina. Huh? You're here so early?" Hearing Uzumaki Kushina's greeting, Tsunade also knew who had arrived, so she gave Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato a weak greeting. Lady Tsunade, are you okay?" Looking at Tsunade's bloodshot eyes, and the obvious dark circles under both eyes, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Don't worry about me. I'm a medical ninja. I know what I'm doing. I'm very awake right now." Namikaze Minato looked at Tsunade in disbelief, especially since she kept yawning in between her words, and his face was full of distrust toward what she said. Fortunately, the others had also arrived one after another, and Namikaze Minato no longer bothered with Tsunade. Everyone's attention was completely drawn to the panka box in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hand. Uzumaki Ryunosuke held the panka box in one hand and looked at the people in front of him with the other, then said, "Then, this will be our first crossing journey. But before we go, there is something I need to make clear. Once 7 days are up, the panka box will automatically open and pull me back. At that time, no matter what you're doing, no matter how you struggle, it will be useless. Even if you run to another ninja village to hide, the panka box will still bring you back. So, I hope everyone doesn't do anything meaningless. When the 7 days are up, stay by my side on time and come back safely. We're only going there to explore for now. If you really find something you want to do over there will be plenty of chances in the future. There is no need to rush this one moment. But if I find anyone trying to be clever, then after we come back, don't blame me for being ruthless." Uzumaki Ryunosuke said a whole lot, but none of the people present were stupid. More importantly, no one was dumb enough to go against Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Of course, Shimura Danzo, who had already transformed into the wind and no one knew where he was now, was an exception. Looking at the approving yet solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Uzumaki Ryunosuke began to turn the panka box in his hands. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the panka box rose into the air just like yesterday. But this time, it was different. The panka box shot out a huge door filled with strange light. After that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned back and gave everyone one more look, then jumped straight into the door. And Uzumaki Kushina, who had long since been impatient, dragged Namikaze Minato and jumped in as well, followed by Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. At the end, Uzumaki Mito solemnly patted Tsunade on the shoulder and said, "Guard Konoha well while we're gone. Next time, I'll have my brother take you with us." After saying that, Uzumaki Mito didn't wait for Tsunade's reply and jumped straight into the door as well. As Uzumaki Mito entered, the door filled with strange light closed just like that and disappeared from where it stood. Tsunade still didn't quite believe it, so she walked around the spot where the door had just appeared. After repeatedly confirming that the door was indeed gone, she helplessly shrugged and went home to sleep. As for the Hokage's paperwork, Tsunade simply tossed everything to Shizune and Narashikaku. What a joke. Who did she, Tsunadeheim, think she was? Did she look like someone who would actually do paperwork herself? The fact that she hadn't already taken advantage of Kakuzu not being in the village to secretly grab the village's money and pay off her debts was already thanks to heaven. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others jumped into the crossing door, the group slid through a green tunnel for an unknown amount of time. In the end, they were finally thrown out into a place glowing with white light. After the crossing journey ended, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stood up and looked around at his surroundings. After all, this wasn't his own world. Caution was always best. While Uzumaki Ryunosuke was checking the area, the last person, Uzumaki Mito, had also come out of the crossing tunnel. Just like Uzumaki Ryunosuke, once Uzumaki Mito came out, she also stood up and looked around at the surroundings. They were now in a large forest. Because the trees were so dense, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others couldn't tell exactly where they were. Great-granduncle, did we succeed? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Uzumaki Kushina fearfully held onto Namikaze Minato's arm and asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke carefully. After hearing Uzumaki Kushina's question, Uzumaki Ryunosuke closed his eyes and began to probe using the power of the Shadow Kingdom. Not bad. We succeeded. With that sense, Uzumaki Ryunosuke found, not far away, a weak aura carrying the Shadow Kingdom's power. And among everyone who possessed the Shadow Kingdom, the weakest one was only Uzumaki Boruto. On this point, even Uzumaki Himawari was stronger than Uzumaki Boruto by quite a bit. Of course, Uzumaki Ryunosuke would never tell the others that this was simply his bias toward Uzumaki Himawari. He directly gave Uzumaki Himawari the ability to summon Shadow Kingdom soldiers without any pressure, unlike Naruto and the others, who had to rely on the darkness in their own hearts. As for this ability, it was something Uzumaki Ryunosuke had comprehended while learning magic before, so he simply used it on Uzumaki Himawari. After hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke say that, Uzumaki Kushina happily jumped up and was no longer afraid. She ran in the direction Uzumaki Ryunosuke pointed. Seeing his wife just run off like that, Namake's Minato naturally wouldn't stand there stupidly. He also followed Uzumaki Kushina and ran over. What are they doing? Don't they know I can just get there directly? Looking at the husband and wife who ran off without saying a word, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was speechless. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito stepped forward with a light smile and persuaded Uzumaki Ryunosuke, whose face was full of displeasure. Alright, this isn't our world after all. It wouldn't be good to use the Shadow Kingdom ability right from the start. Let us just honestly go over there for now. Hearing Uzumaki Mito's persuasion, Uzumaki Ryunosuke wasn't the kind of unreasonable person who threw a tantrum. After nodding to show that he understood, Uzumaki Ryunosuke took Uzumaki Mito and quickly caught up to Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Fortunately, the place where Uzumaki Ryunosuke sensed Uzumaki Boruto wasn't very far from where they were now. After running for more than 10 minutes, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others could finally see the situation ahead clearly. Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Naruto, who was clearly already grown up, were standing together in front of a large rock. In front of that rock, the father and son were chatting happily. Who's there? And just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others saw Naruto and Boruto, Naruto had already sensed someone approaching. The place where he and Boruto were now was not somewhere random people could show up. Not to mention, Naruto had never sensed Uzumaki Ryunosuke's chakra before, so being alert was completely normal. When Naruto Uzumaki roared like that, Boruto Uzumaki's attention also shifted with his father's to the Uzumaki Ryunosuke standing on the tree. Lord Ryunosuke. Seeing the suddenly appearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Boruto was momentarily unable to believe it, his face full of shock. So he's the Uzumaki Ryunosuke from that timeline you and Sasuke mentioned, Boruto's great-great-uncle? Looking at the suspicious stranger who had quietly appeared on the tree, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed inwardly while secretly preparing to fight. But what Naruto Uzumaki never expected was that, behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, several figures he had been longing for appeared around him. Oh, it's Boruto! After making out who was on the ground, Uzumaki Kushina excitedly jumped down from the tree and rushed over to hug Boruto Uzumaki, rubbing his hair hard in her arms. Naruto. On the other side, Minato Namake's and Jiraiya looked at the young man in front of them, who had already become incredibly mature, and all the 1,000 words in their hearts turned into a simple pat on the shoulder. Minato Namake's and Jiraiya hammered down on Naruto Uzumaki's arm one after another, looking at the little guy in front of them who felt so familiar, their hearts filled with indescribable pride. And Naruto Uzumaki was frozen there as if he had been rooted to the spot, blankly staring at everything happening before him. It was still so unbelievable. If he said it out loud, others might even take him for a fool. But the touch of his father and his master patting his arm was so real. In that instant, Naruto Uzumaki's tears broke loose like a bursting dam, impossible to stop. Dad. Master. Ahahaha. Naruto, truly worthy of being my disciple. I've already heard about it from Boruto, the great 7th Hokage. Looking at that familiar smile in front of him, Naruto Uzumaki's tears would not stop. They flowed silently down his face, leaving him unable to say a word for a moment. In the end, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to finally come to his senses and threw himself straight into Jiraiya's arms. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Jiraiya also lost his usual shameless grin. Right now, his expression was extremely serious, and from time to time he gently patted Naruto Uzumaki's back in comfort. Watching this incredibly warm scene, the other 7 people, including Uzumaki Ryunosuke, also unconsciously smiled as they looked at this pair of master and disciple. But although Uzumaki Ryunosuke found the scene very heartwarming, in their timeline, he would never hand Naruto Uzumaki over to Jiraiya to raise, because in their own timeline, there were far too many people who could have taught Naruto Uzumaki, and Jiraiya had already lost his chance. So Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought that in their timeline, they would never get to see this scene. Naruto Uzumaki and Jiraiya also did not hug for long before the two separated. Just as Naruto Uzumaki was about to speak, he was once again pulled into someone's embrace. My son has become the 7th Hokage. Amazing, Naruto. Hearing that bright voice, Naruto Uzumaki immediately knew who was holding him. It's been a long time, Mom. Although Naruto Uzumaki already knew that the people in front of him were not truly his master and family, he did not care about the distinction right now. As long as they could appear before him and let him see them again, Naruto Uzumaki already felt immensely satisfied. Alright, Kushina, let go of Naruto already. We can't just keep standing here. Let us have Naruto take us back to Konoha first and look around. Although Minato Namikaze also really did not want to break this warm atmosphere, he also knew that letting everyone else keep standing here watching their family was, frankly, a little too awkward and selfish. Right, let us go back to Konoha first. Hearing what his father said, Naruto Uzumaki finally had an excuse to break free from Uzumaki Kushina's motherly embrace, and hurriedly called the others to follow him back into the village. As soon as they stepped onto the village streets, the surrounding villagers all pointed at Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Minato Namikaze and the others, while whispering to the people beside them from time to time. When Naruto Uzumaki saw this, he immediately knew he had made a huge mistake. He had Jiraiya and the others disguise themselves, and had just brought them straight into Konoha like that. Sure enough, just as Naruto Uzumaki finished thinking that, the grown-up Shikamaru Nara came over with a group of shinobi. Behind them followed a bunch of what looked like fresh genin who had just graduated from the ninja academy. Of course, although Shikamaru Nara was leading them, the one walking at the very front was the still young Tsunade and Sakura Haruno. Naruto, what are you doing? Who exactly are they? Looking at the familiar group of people following behind Naruto Uzumaki, Tsunade naturally did not recognize Uzumaki Ryunosuke. But what made her most furious was that someone had actually transformed into the appearance of her grandmother. And Naruto Uzumaki had even openly brought all these people back to Konoha. This really angered Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade and the others grow increasingly angry, Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly ran up to Tsunade and chattered on, explaining the whole situation to her. At first, Tsunade did not believe a single word Naruto Uzumaki said. But after Naruto Uzumaki repeatedly stressed that the person involved, Sasuke Uchiha, as well as his own children Boruto Uzumaki and Himawari Uzumaki, could all testify, Tsunade finally half-heartedly believed him. Thus, Tsunade walked expressionlessly up to Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others. Looking at this group of people she was extremely familiar with except for Uzumaki Ryunosuke, she said, I've already heard from Naruto about your situation. But to be honest, I still don't find this whole time travel business believable. So, for now you'll have to stay in the guest quarters of Konoha. After we finish investigating everything, you'll be allowed to move around the village again. As for Tsunade's arrangements, Minato Namikaze and the others naturally had no objections, because if it were them, they would be just as cautious. However, while Minato Namikaze and the others could understand, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had no intention of waiting that long. Rather than staying in a room for several days, he would sooner go back to his own timeline. At least then he'd have more freedom. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly came before Naruto Uzumaki and told him all about his plan. Naruto, I came with them this time to stabilize the time travel gate on this side. Otherwise, next time they come over they might end up in some other country. This is your world. You choose the location and from then on, anyone from our world who comes over will all appear from there. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke say that, Naruto Uzumaki immediately fell into deep thought. He began considering which place in Konoha could meet Uzumaki Ryunosuke's requirements. As for supervision and control, that was really just a formality. Something to give the villagers around them an explanation. That way, when people like Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, who had long since died, suddenly appeared in the village, it wouldn't cause unnecessary panic. And after hearing Tsunade say that just now, the villagers of Konoha were also gradually starting to react. Although they still didn't really understand what Lady Tsunade meant by time-space travel, it was enough for them to know that everyone in front of them was real and not some malicious impersonation. After dealing with the trouble at hand, Naruto Uzumaki brought Ryunosuke Uzumaki and the others to the Hokage building. Along the way, every ANBU or other ninja who saw the people following Naruto all jumped in shock. And word about Ryunosuke Uzumaki and the others spread like the wind. Just as Naruto had brought Ryunosuke Uzumaki and the others into the Hokage building, a white-robed Orochimaru with a kind expression knocked on the office door. The Orochimaru of this time-space entered, and his eyes immediately landed on the Orochimaru standing in front of Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Facing this version of himself from another time-space, this Orochimaru unexpectedly revealed a gentle smile. On the other hand, the Orochimaru beside Ryunosuke Uzumaki stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth with excitement. Seeing such a huge difference between the two Orochimaru, Jiraiya, who had originally thought Orochimaru was completely normal, now found him a little disgusting. He carefully tugged on the sleeve of the Orochimaru beside him. Can't you be like the one over there? Normal for once. Learn from him, be a little more refined. Stop sticking out that long tongue all the time and licking around, it's not exactly pleasant to look at. Look at the one over there, dressed so cleanly, and he even looks so elegant. Much better. The dark-faced Orochimaru just looked at Jiraiya, who kept comparing him with the other Orochimaru, and said nothing. Very quickly, Jiraiya also sensed that something was off. After glancing around, he realized that everyone in the room was staring at him. Feeling awkward, he straightened up and coughed twice as if nothing had happened, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Orochimaru only snorted at him and had no interest in dealing with this fool. Even Tsunade, who had been hiding at the back of the crowd and watching Jiraiya, now had black lines all over her face. She shook her head, negating everything she had just thought. Looking at the other time-space version of himself and the other time-space Jiraiya still bickering like they always had, this time-space Orochimaru could only give a bitter, somewhat sad smile, then said to Naruto, Naruto, regarding the request from this Lord Ryunosuke Uzumaki they mentioned, I have a perfect proposal. Since Orochimaru from this world was talking business, Naruto also withdrew his gaze from Jiraiya, straightened his posture, and looked at Orochimaru. Then, Orochimaru, what is your proposal? Before Naruto could finish, Nara Shikamaru, who was standing beside him, couldn't he sit still anymore and hurriedly stopped him. Hey Naruto, you're actually gonna trust this guy? On something this important? After Shikamaru said that, Orochimaru from this time-space still kept a calm expression. But the Orochimaru who had come with Ryunosuke Uzumaki couldn't take it anymore. He was the cold gentleman Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. When had a junior ever dared speak to him like that? He immediately was about to release venomous snakes. But before the snakes could rush out very far, they were wrapped up by an even faster snake. They dropped straight to the ground, and only then did the others react. Mainly because no one, including Ryunosuke Uzumaki, had expected the Orochimaru beside him to suddenly make a move. Even more unexpected was that the Orochimaru of Naruto's timespace would actually step in to stop him. Why did you stop me? That brat was being extremely disrespectful to you just now. The one who couldn't accept this outcome was also the Orochimaru who had acted personally. He really couldn't understand why the other side had stopped him. I know what you're planning, but if I let you do as you please, it'll only make things harder for me in the village. It won't help with anything else, so let us forget it. After saying that, Orochimaru from Naruto's world once again looked at Naruto and continued with his plan. I hope this portal belonging to Lord Ryunosuke Uzumaki can be placed in my laboratory. That way it can serve as a precaution and also give me something to research. As for Orochimaru's plan, Naruto felt it was the most suitable method for now. After considering it again and again, Naruto nodded and agreed. Shikamaru, standing to the side, said nothing more, but his vigilance toward Orochimaru never lessened. He knew just how terrifying this androgynous guy in front of him was, and anything he studied could easily cause serious trouble if it were taken out. But right now, Shikamaru didn't have a better solution. More importantly, right after Naruto finished speaking, to oppose him immediately clearly wasn't something a subordinate should do. It was very irrational. Seeing that Naruto and Orochimaru from this world had both nodded, Ryunosuke Uzumaki stopped wasting time and directly turned around, telling Orochimaru from this world to lead the way. This way, Lord Ryunosuke Uzumaki. As the owner of the laboratory, Orochimaru made a guiding gesture and followed behind Ryunosuke Uzumaki. At the same time, everyone in the office also started moving, all following behind him. Orochimaru. I'm here, Lord Ryunosuke. Yes, Lord Ryunosuke Uzumaki. Ryunosuke Uzumaki, walking in front, casually called out once, and 2 identical voices answered from behind him. So Ryunosuke Uzumaki subconsciously turned his head to look at the 2 of them. The 2 Orochimaru also felt that something was off, but they weren't sure whether Ryunosuke Uzumaki had been calling them, so the 3 of them now looked a little awkward. Cough, cough. The people who come over in the future might keep increasing. It's fine when it's someone from your world who is already dead. But if they're still alive, then it gets a little awkward. Seeing the 3 of them trapped in an awkward situation, Jiraiya very naturally stepped forward to smooth things over. The others were also drawn in by the problem he raised, pulling their attention away from Ryunosuke Uzumaki and the others and beginning to think about it. Indeed, the time-space that Lord Ryunosuke Uzumaki and the others came from had already clearly become very different from their world, and right now it was only Orochimaru. By then, maybe Lady Tsunade or even people from their own world could come over. At that point, the way they addressed people would become extremely awkward. There really did need to be some distinction, preferably one that let them tell at a glance who they were calling. After Jiraiya finished speaking, Nara Shikamaru, who had been following Naruto all this time, also agreed. But exactly how to distinguish the people from these different time spaces, Shikamaru also didn't have a good method for at the moment. You call me just Orochimaru, but when you call Tsunade it's Lady Tsunade. What blatant discrimination. Just as the others were thinking of a solution, Orochimaru from Ryunosuke Uzumaki's timespace started to grumble. He was extremely unhappy with Shikamaru's one-sided discrimination. Since when was he, Orochimaru, someone a brat could look down on? Alright, Orochimaru, don't keep holding on to it. Maybe it's because you from this timespace did something that angers both heaven and people, which is why they keep saying that about you. Seeing Orochimaru still refusing to let go, Jiraiya walked over and, as comfort, patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. But just as this Orochimaru had yet to react, another Orochimaru had already walked up beside Jiraiya and said, "Actually, when you're badmouthing me, you could avoid me a little, Jiraiya." The voice beside him made the already somewhat dashing Jiraiya instantly turn back into that country bumpkin again. He could only force an awkward smile at the other Orochimaru, at a loss for what to say. "I've got it. From now on, when people from our timeline come to this timeline, we'll add the word old in front of their names. Of course, that's only if people from both timelines are still alive. If someone from one timeline is already dead, then just call them by name." At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina, who had been holding Uzumaki Boruto's hand and hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke up with a suggestion. Everyone's attention was drawn to Uzumaki Kushina's voice, and they looked at her with some confusion. "I understand the logic, but why do we have to add old to our names?" Jiraiya looked a little baffled by Uzumaki Kushina's suggestion. He didn't really understand why she would say that, because for the people from our timeline, the people in this timeline are people from the past. So to them, we're the old ones, which is why I made this suggestion. While Uzumaki Kushina was explaining to everyone present, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already fixed this side of the door in place. "Alright, from now on, when people from our world come over, they come out through this gate." As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke said that, everyone in this timeline was instantly drawn to it. Naruto and the others turned their gazes to that tall, bizarre gate, their eyes full of shock. To think that there was such power in this world. Looking at the crowd in awe. Before Naruto and the others could say anything to Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already brought up his farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stepped into the gate, and as his figure disappeared within it, the gate gradually closed, until it vanished completely. So strong. This Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I never thought he'd be this powerful. Watching the surroundings fall silent again, Orochimaru couldn't help but sincerely sigh toward the place where Uzumaki Ryunosuke had disappeared. At that moment, the old Orochimaru excitedly walked forward and began exchanging the technology and techniques in their hands. Of course, as the price, the old Orochimaru took out the samples he had collected in the world of the Shadow Kingdom, along with some cells from Otsutsuki Urashiki. Naruto and the others looked at the two Orochimaru already immersed in research, and tactfully left the laboratory. Now that everything had been settled, everyone went back to their own homes to find their own families. By the way, Jiraiya, who no longer had a place to stay, was taken back by Tsunade. Of course, don't ask me why Jiraiya didn't go stay at an inn. While everyone in that timeline had either met their relatives or begun the next stage of things, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had long since walked out of the portal and returned home alone. "Lord Ryunosuke, didn't you go to Himawari's world?" Fu, who opened the door for Uzumaki Ryunosuke, clearly froze when she saw the figure standing at the entrance. But as a seasoned little maid, Fu naturally wouldn't block Uzumaki Ryunosuke outside. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke entered and sat down, Fu poured him tea while curiously asking him, "I've already arranged everything over there. Since there's nothing else to do, I naturally came back." As for the backup plan Uzumaki Ryunosuke had left in Uzumaki Himawari's world, he naturally wasn't going to explain it to Fu in detail. So Uzumaki Ryunosuke only said a few pointless words, then sent Fu away. In the days that followed, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly fell into a state of having nothing to do. From that day on, Uzumaki Ryunosuke began living a carefree retirement life. From time to time, when he was in a good mood, he would go give Naruto, who was learning under Minato Namikaze and Kushina, a bit of guidance. And this Naruto was naturally the Naruto from Uzumaki Ryunosuke's world. From the day of the crossing until now, nearly 3 months had passed. As for that timeline, Uzumaki Ryunosuke only went over occasionally. First, to see Uzumaki Himawari. Second, because of the backup plan he had left in that world. Without anyone knowing, the soldiers of the Shadow Corps personally sent out by Uzumaki Ryunosuke had been active in that timeline the whole time, collecting information about that timeline and its advanced technological achievements for him. And in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's original timeline, Konoha was also becoming more and more prosperous under Tsunade's leadership. Even many people in Konoha had undergone significant changes. First were the former members of Akatsuki. The original leader, Nagato, had already secretly dispatched all of his Shadow Corps soldiers under his command without anyone noticing. The concerns that the 4th Reikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki had back in the day had already become reality under Nagato's arrangements. Next was Yahiko, who had been learning under Tsunade ever since Minato Namikaze stepped down. His current position was already number 1 under Tsunade, even slightly above Shizun. Sometimes, when Tsunade wanted to sneak off gambling while her grandma went to another timeline, she would simply throw everything to Yahiko and Shizun to handle. And through their long-term cooperation in handling matters together, the two of them had now confirmed their relationship and become a couple. Then there were Kakuzu and Haiden. There wasn't much to say about Kakuzu. He was still diligently working outside at the bounty exchange, only occasionally coming back once in a while. But Haiden was different. To everyone's surprise, Haiden actually found believers among Konoha's villagers who were willing to follow him in worshipping the evil god. That incident had shocked Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others quite a bit. Next were Deidara and Sasori, who had clearly become a second Orochimaru. Deidara was now only constantly strengthening the power of his explosives under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's guidance. As for Sasori, after going to Uzumaki Himawari's world once more, he also began upgrading his body. At first, Sasori had felt a bit awkward about not being able to freely and smoothly use ninjutsu with the steel body. But when Sasori saw something called scientific ninja tools in Uzumaki Himawari's world, he completely abandoned his old mass production style and switched to the elite route. As the number of puppets in Sasori's hands kept decreasing, his own strength grew by leaps and bounds. In the end, Sasori was left with only himself and the third Kazekage in his hands. And by then, if you only counted his own strength, he was already no weaker than Pain back then. In fact, Sasori might even be stronger now. As for the rest, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame, Konan, there was nothing much to say. By now, Itachi Uchiha had been working wholeheartedly in the ANBU alongside Shisui Uchiha. As for Kisame, he had already become a seasoned Konoha Jonin in charge of leading teams. And as for Konan, she had long since followed Yakushi Nono and become the truly angelic dean everyone in Konoha knew about. Countless lonely men in Konoha had all fallen for her. But whenever those people gathered the courage to go confess their feelings to Konan, they would all get surrounded and beaten up hard by a group of Shadow Clan soldiers. The current Konoha, compared to when Hiruzen Sarutobi was Hokage in the past, and even compared to the world where Naruto Uzumaki was Hokage in Uzumaki Himawari's world, was simply much stronger. Now, Konoha was truly worthy of being called the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Originally, Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought his future life would just keep going on like this, boring forever, until this day when Tsunade came to his door with Yahiko. Grandpa, the only information we currently have about the dragon vein is this much. But now, Grandma and the others just happened to go to another time-space, so there's nothing we can do. We had no choice but to come find you. After Tsunade finished speaking, she looked uneasily at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was only drinking tea and gave no response. And Yahiko, standing beside Tsunade, was even more nervous than she was. He was also sitting there in complete unease, looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Don't be so nervous. I'm not some man-eating monster. Just as Tsunade and Yahiko were insisting on not giving up and wanting to think of other ways, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally spoke slowly. Although I've never led a team or done any missions, I'm very interested in this dragon vein you just mentioned. Perfect. I'm already bored to death, so I'll take Naruto and the others there this time. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke agree, the joy in Tsunade's heart immediately showed on her face, and the corners of her mouth simply could not come down. But, just as Tsunade was about to get up, Uzumaki Ryunosuke spoke again, drawing her attention. You have to do every single thing you should be doing as Hokage with your full effort until I get back. From now until we return, you're not allowed to go to the casino. When you leave through this door later, Yahiko and Shizen can go on vacation. As for the Hokage building, besides the most basic security staff, no one else is allowed to go help Tsunade do anything. I'll have Shadow Clan soldiers keep an eye on you. Little Tsunade, take care of yourself. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke said all that, the smile on Tsunade's face vanished instantly. At the same time, Yahiko's smile became even more obvious. Yes, Lord Ryunosuke. After getting Yahiko's reply, Uzumaki Ryunosuke waved at the two of them with completely different expressions, signaling that they could leave. After the two left, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stood up as well, casually brushing at the clothes that had no dust on them at all, then called into the house. Fu, I'm going out. Don't make my meals for now. Keep an eye on the house. Just after Uzumaki Ryunosuke finished speaking, Fu's voice came from the backyard. I understand, Lord Ryunosuke. Safe travels. After getting Fu's reply, Uzumaki Ryunosuke instantly flashed away and disappeared from where he stood. When Uzumaki Ryunosuke appeared again, he was already at the entrance of the Konoha gate. After glancing around and seeing that the team Tsunade had arranged to bring him still hadn't arrived, Uzumaki Ryunosuke openly took over the chair Shiranui Genma usually sat in. Under Shiranui Genma's resentful gaze, Uzumaki Ryunosuke waited for the rest of the team to arrive. Fortunately, Tsunade was still efficient. Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Shiranui Genma didn't wait too long. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Karen, and Uchiha Sasuke appeared in front of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and Karen even handed the leave permit Tsunade had given her to the full of resentment Shiranui Genma to look at. I didn't expect little Tsunade to actually arrange for the three of you to go with me? I remember the last member of your three-person team was Sakura Haruno. How did it become Karen now? After leaving the village, Uzumaki Ryunosuke walked in front with a relaxed expression as he spoke to Naruto and the others. This was Yahiko and Ii's arrangement. He said Sakura's role wasn't very big. If he brought Sis along, she could replace Sakura. And if Sis and I used sealing techniques together, the effect wouldn't be bad either. So this time, he arranged us into the same team. After hearing Naruto's answer, Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded to show he understood. Then, because he really couldn't think of anything to say, Uzumaki Ryunosuke led them forward in silence. As a result, what should have taken 5 days actually took only 2.5 days. The travel time was cut in half. By the time Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others arrived, there was still no sign of anyone invading the Dragon Vein. So this is that so-called Dragon Vein? Looking at the sealed area in front of him, Naruto looked a little confused. But honestly, even Uzumaki Ryunosuke hadn't expected the Dragon Vein Tsunade talked about to already be sealed. Then why did she call them here? Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others didn't know what they were supposed to do, a man suddenly rushed in. And that man also hadn't expected there to be people inside. He was startled by Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others too. Who are you? At this moment, the man who burst and struck first, taking out a kunai and looking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others with an unfriendly expression. We were commissioned by Sunagakure to come check on the Dragon Vein. Who are you? As a team that wasn't good at talking, the job of communicating with outsiders ultimately fell to Karen. That's great. I'm a ninja from Sunagakure too. We were attacked by those people with bad intentions toward the Dragon Vein just now, which is why I got separated from all my teammates. I had no choice but to come here first and wait for them. It works out perfectly, too. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at the man explaining things to Karen, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Something about this guy felt off to him. At the same time, while chatting with Karen, the man kept moving closer to them on his own. At first, the three of them were still talking and laughing with him. But once the man got close, the three little ones finally realized something was wrong. Just as the man was about to touch the kunai stuck into the seal, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly grabbed his hand and hurled him hard into the wall nearby. With a huge crash and dust flying everywhere, the man was smashed into the wall by Uzumaki Ryunosuke and left a giant hole in it. Kid, your act is way too fake. After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke charged at him again. This time, the other side also realized Uzumaki Ryunosuke was not someone easy to deal with. So the man directly threw out several puppets and sent them charging toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Don't bring out this kind of child-esque toy. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's own speed was by no means slow, even without using the rabbit talisman. In the blink of an eye, he had collided with the opponent's puppets. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's enormous force instantly smashed the puppets to pieces. The other side, who had never expected this, was completely stunned when he saw Uzumaki Ryunosuke's move. It's over, kid. Seeing that the other side had already given up resisting, Uzumaki Ryunosuke raised his fist and was about to land the finishing blow. Who would have thought that at that moment, the man would suddenly swap places with a fragment of puppet on the ground? Space-time ninjutsu? No. It was just a simple substitution jutsu. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's punch came down and hit nothing but air. When he looked back at the man, the other party had already run to the sealing technique. Oh, I didn't expect it. He actually swapped places with the puppet fragment closest to the seal? At this point, Naruto Uzumaki and the others had only just reacted as well, all of them using their own ninjutsu and rushing toward the man. Just when Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought it was already over, he discovered that the other party had already absorbed the extremely sturdy sealing technique on the ground. What? Someone can actually directly absorb a sealing technique? Watching the sealing technique on the ground be so easily absorbed by that man, Naruto Uzumaki and Karen Uzumaki were both stunned on the spot. The scene before their eyes completely shattered the worldview of the two of them, who had been taught sealing techniques by Yuzumito Mito and Uzumaki Kushina all their lives. How is that possible? Karen Uzumaki looked at that strange man, her face full of terror. As the kunai stuck at the very center of the sealing formula was pulled out by that man, a massive surge of energy erupted instantly, even destroying the sealing platform from before. Not good. Looking at the energy pillar that had reached him in the blink of an eye, Naruto Uzumaki no longer had time to run. As the energy pillar spread, the powerful suction directly swept up the three closest children. Naruto, Karen. Watching the three disappear, Uzumaki Ryunosuke shouted anxiously. While shouting, Uzumaki Ryunosuke instinctively used the rabbit talisman and charged straight into the pillar of light. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke rushed in, everything here once again fell silent. Aside from the ruins everywhere, there was no trace of anyone having moved at all. No one knew how much time had passed before Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally woke up groggily from his sleep. After looking around at his surroundings, Uzumaki Ryunosuke found that he was now in a dense forest. Of course, there was no cliché plot of him fainting and being taken home by some kind-hearted passerby to recover. After figuring out where he was, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally sat down under a tree and rested for a while. After recovering a bit of strength, Uzumaki Ryunosuke began using his own control power to call out to Terra and the others. But no matter how Uzumaki Ryunosuke called, there was never any response in his mind. On top of that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke found that he couldn't even sense Naruto Uzumaki and Karen Uzumaki anymore. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke had given the two of them the symbol of the Shadow Kingdom, he could know Naruto Uzumaki and Karen Uzumaki's movements even without actively searching. Of course, this ability only worked when Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Naruto Uzumaki were in the same time-space. He had discovered that when he went to visit Uzumaki Himawari back then. So by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's judgment, after passing through the Dragon Vein, they had been sent to different worlds. That also explained very well why Uzumaki Ryunosuke could no longer contact Naruto Uzumaki and Terra and the others. What a headache. I don't even know which world I'm in right now. Uzumaki Ryunosuke sat in front of the fire, waiting for the ninja soldiers to grill meat for him, while idly looking at the stars in the sky and thinking to himself. As he looked, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly spotted a shooting star in the sky. That discovery also brought a bit of comfort to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had been in a bad mood. A shooting star so dazzling and beautiful. Look at that long trail. It's almost like it's about to come crashing down. Wait! Watching the shooting star get closer and closer, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was so frightened that he leaped up from the ground. In a panic, he immediately sank into the shadow and observed what was about to happen next from within it. Boom! Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke had barely hidden himself, a massive impact sound mixed with a fierce blast of wind swept outward in all directions. In an instant, the beautiful forest was reduced to ruins. Uzumaki Ryunosuke kept hiding quietly in the Shadow Kingdom, watching from there, but very soon he saw a scene that even shocked him a little. From the place where the explosion had just happened, a man and a woman gradually emerged. That skin color unlike ordinary people, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had seen it not long ago. It was the deathly pale white of the Otsutsuki clan. As for why he called it deathly pale white, that was because Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt these people were white in a way that was far too abnormal. Even dead people weren't as white as them. This planet is the destination? How boring. Let us gather the chakra fruit as soon as possible and go back. I don't want to waste too much time in this godforsaken place. Kagaya, you understand that, right? At that moment, the man who walked out of the explosion pit spoke first, evaluating the planet beneath his feet in an extremely lofty tone. His voice full of disdain. I understand, Lord Ishiki. After the man finished speaking, the woman answered very quickly. But the name that came out of this woman's mouth caused Uzumaki Ryunosuke to recall that not-so-pleasant memory from before once again. Although Uzumaki Ryunosuke was extremely angry at this moment, he would not stupidly rush out without knowing the other party's methods. What if the other party had some strange ability or something? At that point, heaven would not give the one who messed up another chance. And so, during the next stretch of time, Uzumaki Ryunosuke just secretly followed behind the two of them. He watched the two of them plant a seed that could rapidly grow into a towering tree. Watched the two of them guard that tree day after day in utter boredom. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's anger also grew deeper and deeper with the passage of time, but no matter how angry he got, he always remembered one sentence in his heart. He only remembered that it was said by a girl. Patient hunter is a good hunter. Otherwise, he is a dead hunter. And that sentence was also what always reminded Uzumaki Ryunosuke every time he was close to giving up. Of course, if Uzumaki Ryunosuke wasn't using giant Shadow Legion soldiers to monitor them, while he himself stayed far away eating the meat grilled for him by the ninja soldiers in comfort, then this sentence would actually be pretty believable. Under this kind of time without any concrete measure, that big tree finally grew to the size preset by Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then Uzumaki Ryunosuke saw through the giant Shadow Legion's line of sight that Otsutsuki Ishiki was speaking to Otsutsuki Kagaya in a commanding tone about something. And from the expression on Otsutsuki Kagaya's face, Uzumaki Ryunosuke knew that something was definitely about to happen next. Sure enough, just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke used the power of the Shadow Kingdom to rush at full speed toward the scene, Otsutsuki Kagaya had already taken advantage of Otsutsuki Ishiki's momentary inattention and directly used her ability to pierce through his body. Kagaya! Not only Uzumaki Ryunosuke, even Otsutsuki Ishiki found it hard to accept everything unfolding before his eyes, staring at Otsutsuki Kagaya's killing, intent-filled face with a look of utter shock. Otsutsuki Ishiki had originally thought this time would be just like all the previous times, absolutely certain. He hadn't even put his mind on finding the body he needed on this insignificant planet. At that time, only Otsutsuki Kagaya had gone to look for it. And now, knowing full well about Otsutsuki Ishiki's arrogance, Otsutsuki Kagaya had struck when he was off guard. Damn it, you actually dared to attack me. Kagaya, do you really think that just because you planted the karma, I can't do anything to you? Then, under Kagaya Otsutsuki's watchful gaze, Ishiki Otsutsuki's attack landed on her body. But because this strike was only Ishiki's final blow before he ran out of strength, Kagaya's injuries were severe, but they were not enough to kill her for the moment. Seeing that his attack had not inflicted much damage on Kagaya, Ishiki's eyes were filled with unwillingness. But Ishiki knew that if he did not escape now, he might really die here. Thinking of this, Ishiki swept a glance at Kagaya, who was clutching the injured area, Then his gaze hardened as he was about to leave. "Oh, I senti this the legendary Ishiki? In such a hurry. Where are you going?" Just as Ishiki rushed out, a powerful force kicked him straight back down, sending him crashing hard to the ground. "Damn it! And who are you? I don't know you. Don't go looking for trouble." Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly appear, Ishiki grew even angrier. He could not help but curse at him. The huge noise naturally drew Kagaya's attention as well, pulling her out of her dazed, injured state. With a blank look on her face, she stared at everything before her, watching as Uzumaki Ryunosuke step by step walked toward the hopeless Ishiki. Of course, Ishiki had never thought about running, but he could not understand why Uzumaki Ryunosuke was so fast that even he could not react in time. Although Ishiki had already lost half his body, he was still very confident in his own strength. What's more, when he arrived on this planet, Ishiki had personally investigated it. At that time, there was no one on this planet with particularly strong power, let alone the strange guy in front of him. "You don't know me, but I know you. Back then, you made me die once. Now I'm going to make you pay with blood." After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke lunged at Ishiki like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey, pressing down on Ishiki's only remaining half-body and brutally hammering him into the ground. This time, facing the culprit he had never met before, yet who had once killed him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly used the power of two talismans. The strength boost of the ox talisman plus the speed boost of the rabbit talisman used together. This directly made both of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hands blur into afterimages. Ishiki, who had been preparing to ask questions, was smashed flatter and flatter along with his questions. In the end, when Uzumaki Ryunosuke stopped, Ishiki was already almost a puddle of meat paste. "You're still not dead?" Looking at Ishiki under his feet, still hanging on by a breath, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked a little shocked. If it were measured by durability, the Ishiki in front of him was far stronger than the Arashiki from before. "Stop hitting him. He still has use." Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke was about to continue, a cold voice came from the side, directly stopping his fist in midair. Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked toward the sound and saw that the woman called Kagaya Otsutsuki was standing beside him at this moment, staring at him with burning eyes. Looking at the woman in front of him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke did not intend to attack her. Could also be considered repayment for her helping him strike at Ishiki just now. "Before you speak, you should deal with your wound first. It's still bleeding. If this goes on, you'll die soon." After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned around and was about to continue dealing with Ishiki. But what he did not expect was that Kagaya Otsutsuki suddenly attacked him. Fortunately, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had not let his guard down. The moment Kagaya attacked, he dodged the strike. "What are you trying to do? Don't think I 1T hit you just because you're a woman. Go wherever it's cool and stay there." After saying that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke found that Kagaya was still guarding Ishiki. He immediately felt a little confused. "You were the one who had already gone for the kill, and now you're turning around to protect him?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke could not really understand Kagaya's actions, so he stood there, looking at her in confusion. And Kagaya was not the type to take the initiative to explain, so the two of them were locked in a stalemate right there. At this moment, Ishiki, who was already nearly turned into meat paste, saw his chance. How could he let it go? Taking advantage of the fact that Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Kagaya were both not paying attention to him, he immediately used his ability to shrink his body. Then he suddenly flew into Uzumaki Ryunosuke's ear. It was this sudden change that finally made Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Kagaya react. For a moment, both of them stood there in complete panic. Neither of them had expected that Ishiki would still have this move. Uzumaki Ryunosuke only thought that Ishiki had simply hidden inside his body, preparing to steal chakra from him to heal himself. But Kagaya had already thought of the ability Ishiki had used, and immediately opened her mouth to explain it to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "What? So dangerous? This is all your fault. I really don't understand why you stopped me from killing him." After hearing Kagaya's explanation, Uzumaki Ryunosuke yelled at her, then hurriedly sat down and began meditating, searching for Ishiki hidden inside his body. Seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke close his eyes and sit down, Kagaya, full of worry, also sat down beside him. While waiting for Uzumaki Ryunosuke to wake up again, Kagaya tried to heal her own injuries, but after several attempts, she found that the wound would not stop bleeding. In the end, the only way left for Kagaya was to use the kama she had placed on a little girl when she first arrived on this planet to resurrect herself. But now, Kagaya had to first make sure that when the person woke up later, it would be the strange guy in front of her, and not Ishiki. If it turned out to be Ishiki who awakened, Kagaya planned to pay the price of greatly extending her own resurrection time and once again severely wound or even eliminate Ishiki. As Kagaya sat quietly beside Uzumaki Ryunosuke and waited, at this very moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already found the two Ishikis in his mind and in the depths of his soul. The one in his mind was a corpse that had already lost all signs of life. Most importantly, there was also Ishiki's soul that had already slipped into the deepest part of his own soul. After Uzumaki Ryunosuke found Ishiki in the depths of his soul, the heart that had been hanging in the air finally settled down. If Ishiki had really tried to do something to some other place, then this would not have been easy to deal with. But if Ishiki was planning to target his soul, then Uzumaki Ryunosuke could simply sit back at the high table and let Ishiki mess around all he wanted. If the other side could really succeed, then Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt that even if he had to hand over his body to him, so what followed was that Otsutsuki Ishiki failed to shake Uzumaki Ryunosuke's soul, and instead, Uzumaki Ryunosuke used the power of the goat talisman to crush Otsutsuki Ishiki's soul to pieces. After opening his eyes, he talked with Otsutsuki Kagaya for a while. Only then did Otsutsuki Kagaya confirm that Otsutsuki Ishiki had truly been wiped out by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. After that, Otsutsuki Kagaya began feeding the remaining half of Otsutsuki Ishiki's body, together with her own body that was about to die, to the still young divine tree. Of course, before her death, Kagaya asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke to temporarily look after the divine tree. After that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke lived alone around the divine tree, while checking the seed taken from Otsutsuki Ishiki's corpse and waiting for Otsutsuki Kagaya's revival. A few months later, a figure fell from the sky like a meteor crashing to the ground. Uzumaki Ryunosuke knew that Otsutsuki Kagaya had returned. When he went to find Otsutsuki Kagaya, he happened to see the people of the ancestor country taking her away. Watching the commoners with weapons forcing their way toward him step by step, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly summoned many black shadow soldiers of all kinds and wiped them all out. From Otsutsuki Kagaya, he also learned that the seed on Otsutsuki Ishiki's corpse was the divine tree seed. And because that seed had always been carried by Uzumaki Ryunosuke, constantly nourished by the dog talisman's powerful life force, the seed in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's hand had already grown into its complete form. After all these events, the inexperienced Otsutsuki Kagaya had long since fallen for Uzumaki Ryunosuke. As for what happened next, those who understood would naturally understand. After a passionate round, Otsutsuki Kagaya began persuading Uzumaki Ryunosuke to eat the chakra fruit produced from Otsutsuki Ishiki's seed, and told him about her own background and the Otsutsuki clan. After hearing all this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke happily ate the chakra fruit, and during that time he lived with Kagaya for several years. Uzumaki Ryunosuke had also already told Kagaya about his own affairs, and during the years he lived with Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Otsutsuki Kagaya gave birth to 2 children for him. At a glance, Uzumaki Ryunosuke immediately recognized that his eldest son was the six-path sage he had once seen in the Pure Land, Uzumaki Hagoromo. Of course, now Otsutsuki Hagoromo should be called Uzumaki Hagoromo. The happy life didn't last long. One night, Uzumaki Ryunosuke just vanished before Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes. Otsutsuki Kagaya knew that this was the time for Uzumaki Ryunosuke's transmigration, and he had no choice but to return to his own era. After that, the ninja world unfolded just like in the original story. After learning what Otsutsuki Kagaya had done to the villagers, Uzumaki Hagoromo and his younger brother, Uzumaki Hamura, became enraged and sealed their mother away. As for why Otsutsuki Kagaya created a creature like the White Zetsu, it was entirely because she had previously seen Uzumaki Ryunosuke's shadow core. The so-called White Zetsu was just a copy of the shadow core. Of course, White Zetsu's strength was definitely nowhere near as strong as Uzumaki Ryunosuke's shadow core. When Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, in her final moments she used up the last of her strength to create a creature that looked roughly similar to the shadow core, Black Zetsu. It was meant to pass the news of her sealing to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, but Black Zetsu's mother complex made him completely ignore the task Kagaya had assigned him. Black Zetsu only wanted to rely on his own efforts to rescue his trapped mother, and that was exactly why he didn't recognize Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Back to the present, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's own strength and goals had already changed. After bringing Naruto and the others back to Konoha, he went straight to the Pure Land to find Uzumaki Hagoromo. Then, under Uzumaki Ryunosuke's fatherly care that had arrived more than 1,000 years late, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally learned that Otsutsuki Kagaya was now sealed on the moon. Just when Uzumaki Ryunosuke was at his wit's end, Black Zetsu had already noticed that Uzumaki Ryunosuke was no longer in the ninja world. Seizing this opportunity, Black Zetsu directly infiltrated Konoha and possessed Kabuto Yakushi, who had been left alone in the lab, using White Zetsu to perform Edo Tensei'd on Uchiha Madara. At this time, all of the tailed beasts happened to be in the village of Konoha, and Nagato was also there. Uchiha Madara didn't need much effort at all to gather the Rinnegan and the Ten-Tails. While waiting for the Ten-Tails to revive, Uchiha Madara also caused a huge uproar in Konoha. With Black Zetsu's help, he then possessed Nagato's body and used the Rinne rebirth technique to revive Uchiha Madara. When Uzumaki Ryunosuke returned to the ninja world, he saw Uchiha Madara only playing around with Konoha's many shinobi. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, furious beyond measure, immediately went up and fought Uchiha Madara. And during the battle with Uchiha Madara, The aura of the Ten-Tails on Uzumaki Ryunosuke's body inevitably leaked out a little. That made Black Zetsu realize that Uzumaki Ryunosuke was actually the father he had originally been looking for. To call it a battle was really generous. By this point, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was already in an unstoppable state. Having long since become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Ryunosuke could beat Uchiha Madara down with one hand. With no other choice, Uchiha Madara could only prematurely absorb the still incomplete God Tree and become another Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. By the time the battle dragged on this long, the other ninja villages had already learned of what was happening in Konoha. Following the logic that if one wall falls, the whole wall is in danger, the shinobi from every village cast aside their old grudges and rushed to Konoha to help. But when everyone finally arrived in Konoha, they discovered that Uzumaki Ryunosuke was already pressing Uchiha Madara into the ground and beating him senseless. The scene was as awkward as it could possibly be. Not long after Uchiha Madara became the new Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and fought with Uzumaki Ryunosuke for a while, Black Zetsu, who had waited thousands of years, could wait no longer. Controlling Nagato's corpse, he stabbed Uchiha Madara straight through the heart with a black tiger heart pierce. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the legendary rabbit goddess, the Otsutsuki Kagaya known as the progenitor of chakra, appeared just like that. Just when everyone below thought another, even more troublesome battle was about to begin, who would have thought that Otsutsuki Kagaya would directly throw herself into Uzumaki Ryunosuke's arms? That shattered everyone's worldview into pieces. While Otsutsuki Kagaya was telling Uzumaki Ryunosuke about the longing she had carried for thousands of years, Uzumaki Hagoromo manifested into the ninja world through Uchiha Madara's still not fully dead corpse, and explained the events of thousands of years ago to everyone. Taking this opportunity, Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Otsutsuki Kagaya also explained why they had created White Zetsu back then, and about the new enemy they were about to face next. Of course, out of guilt toward his mother. Definitely not because of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's threat. Uzumaki Hagoromo directly took charge and revived the people who had died in this battle. Thus, this farce came to an end. As for all the tailed beasts, they were once again released by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. And the tailed beasts were extremely angry about being inexplicably absorbed by the demonic statue of the outer path before, so from that moment on, Black Zetsu directly became the tailed beast's official butler. Even Fu's status was above Black Zetsu's. Fortunately, Black Zetsu himself felt that becoming Uzumaki Ryunosuke's butler was also, in a sense, helping his mother. So Black Zetsu had absolutely no complaints about it, and instead enjoyed it every day. After resting for a while, Mito Uzumaki even took Otsutsuki Kagaya to their world to meet these direct descendants, Naruto and the others. When Kagaya Otsutsuki suddenly appeared in Orochimaru's laboratory in the world of Hinata Uzumaki and the others, Orochimaru was absolutely terrified. He instinctively sounded the Konoha alarm, drawing in Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki, and a whole host of Konoha's strongest fighters. When everyone in Konoha saw Kagaya Otsutsuki appear, all of them were on edge, afraid that she might accidentally destroy Konoha. Fortunately, Mito Uzumaki stood up and explained everything with all her might. At the same time, Minato Namikaze and the others repeatedly vouched for her and carefully explained what had happened back then, and only then did the shinobi of Konoha finally relax. And while Kagaya Otsutsuki and the others were away from this world, Ryunosuke Uzumaki took Terra and the others straight to the homeland of the Otsutsuki clan in outer space. With Ryunosuke Uzumaki's strength having greatly increased, Terra and the others now possessed power far beyond what Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Ashiki had once shown. As for why Ryunosuke Uzumaki knew the Otsutsuki clan's homeland, it was, of course, because Kagaya Otsutsuki had told him. With all kinds of power boosts, when Ryunosuke Uzumaki erupted at full strength, his own power had already completely surpassed the so-called ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan. Under the Black Shadow army he summoned, together with Terra and the others under his command, the entire Otsutsuki clan didn't last very long at all. Not long after Ryunosuke Uzumaki killed the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan, the last surviving member of the entire clan was also pierced through the chest by Terra and died. From that moment on, the Otsutsuki clan, which had long been wreaking havoc in the universe, was directly wiped out. As for the other chakra fruit seeds left in the Otsutsuki clan's homeland, after thinking about it for a long time, Ryunosuke Uzumaki still decided to destroy them all. That way, no one with ulterior motives would become a new Otsutsuki clan again. Afterward, Ryunosuke Uzumaki took Kagaya Otsutsuki and the others to begin a new life. Not long after, Kagaya Otsutsuki gave Hagoromo Uzumaki and Hamura Uzumaki a few more brothers and sisters. For this, Hagoromo Uzumaki, who had already become an old man, and Hamura Uzumaki, who had been revived by Ryunosuke Uzumaki, could only smile bitterly and say that they were very happy. The story is over. Thank you for reading. See you in the next story.